And we're going to start off by answering the question, why Elementor? Because that's a question I get asked a lot. Gutenberg can do an awful lot of things these days, so why Elementor? And we'll look at that. We're also going to consider what theme you need, because you do need a theme with Elementor. Although with Elementor you can create pretty much your own theme, you do need a base theme installed, and we'll consider which is the best one to use for that. When you're working with websites, there are some essential skills that you need, so we're going to cover things like box models and hex colors. And we're also going to look at ways you can get inspired for fonts and colors as you design your site. We're going to look at the back-end settings, including custom icons and fonts, and we're going to have an overview of the Elementor interface settings. So we're going to look at the layout, global settings and the menu system when you're inside Elementor Editor. We're going to have a look at Elementor page structure and how we use containers and elements to lay out our pages. And I'm going to give you some homework to do. We'll take 3 sections from the Elementor web page, and I'm going to get you to recreate them with Elementor with the knowledge you've gained so far in the course. I'll then do each one as well, just to show you my solution, and you can see how well you did. The great thing about the way we're going to design these is we're going to design them as templates, so you can create the template once and you can use it multiple times on your website. We're then going to look at using templates, reusable templates, global widgets and built-in templates, and even how to export and import templates. We'll have a look at the theme builder. This is where you can go in and look at all the templates that belong to your theme, templates that you've created, and also the display conditions. In other words, where on your site is a particular template going to be used. And we'll create a theme from scratch for a demo business site, and that will include things like homepage design, blog pages, landing pages, 404 page archive pages, and we'll even have a look at how you can create a pop-up. And then with modern devices, we need to make sure our website looks good on all browsers, so we'll look at mobile rendering, where we can set breakpoints to see what our site is going to look like under different resolutions, and we'll talk about font clamps as well, and a lot more. We're then going to have a look at creating dynamic sites using custom fields, and we'll take an example of a recipe site where we'll create custom fields to hold the information necessary for that type of database. And then we'll finish off by looking at animations and motion effects that you can add to your site. I want to answer the question, why Elementor? Why should you be using Elementor as a page builder instead of, for example, Gutenberg, which is built directly into WordPress? Well, before we answer that, let's have a look at the 2 types of Elementor plugin. There's the free Elementor, and this is just a page builder. This page builder would replace Gutenberg, so if you're happy with Gutenberg, then perhaps you don't need Elementor. However, as page builders go, Elementor really is the best out there. It's been around the longest and it has the most support from third parties. It's also updated regularly, new features are added, so it's an actively developed plugin that is always trying to keep one step ahead of Gutenberg, and in fact it is miles ahead of Gutenberg as a page builder. There is massive support, which you can see if you go over to the Elementor website. This is an add-ons page to tell you about some of the popular add-ons. So you can see all of these companies have created add-ons that work with Elementor. And if you go into the WordPress dashboard and have a look at plugins, if you just search for Elementor, you'll find Elementor Page Builder, obviously. This one over here, Elementor Website Builder, more than just a page builder, but you can have a look. There are loads and loads of add-ons, many free for Elementor. And it has a lot more features, as you're going to find out during this course. So that's the main reason I recommend Elementor over Gutenberg as a page builder, as a free page builder. It is a lot more flexible, it's been around for a lot longer, it's incredibly stable, it's constantly developed, and it is the best out there as a page builder. And it's even better if you go for the Pro version, because it becomes more than just a page builder. It's actually a theme builder where you can customize your entire theme for your website. I've used the word page builder quite a bit in this video so far, and that's assuming you know what a page builder is. If you don't, I'm going to explain it now, and I'm also going to have a look at the difference between the free Elementor page builder and the Pro Elementor theme builder and page builder combined. This is a website I've set up for this course, and I'm going to be showing you the Elementor free on this website. And on the home page at the moment we have one post. It's the Hello World post that you get installed with WordPress. At the bottom you can see that this website is powered by Astra. Astra is the theme that I'm using on this site, but we will look at themes and which themes are best in a later video. Let's just go into the web page itself. So this is the post. You can see at the top we've got the header. We've then got the post itself, the post content. Hello world, welcome to WordPress. This is your first post. Edit or delete it, then start writing. This is the bit you build with the page builder. Underneath that you've got a comment and leave a comment box, and at the very bottom you've got the footer. If we just go in to edit this post, you'll see that the post content is what we saw on the website. It's a title and it's a short paragraph. I've got a plugin in my browser to generate some lorem ipsum, so let's add in some more. And what we're doing here is we're using Gutenberg, which is a page builder, to add paragraphs to the page, to build the page. And that's essentially what a page builder does. It allows you to add blocks. Now it may not be immediately obvious that I've added blocks there, but if we bring down this document overview, you can see that we've got 3 blocks, and each block is a paragraph. And with page builders you can add all sorts of blocks. These are the blocks that are included with Gutenberg. So you can build your page using paragraphs, headings, lists, quotes. You'll see blocks for images, image galleries, and so on. So that's what a page builder is. It builds the page of content. Let's come out and go back in. You can see that that post now has more content. We used the Gutenberg editor to build the page. That bit there is the bit that you're going to be building with Elementor free. The header, the comment and comment box and footer are all controlled by the theme. That's Elementor free. With Elementor Pro you also have control over the header area, the page content itself, the comments section. You can edit that and change that if you want to by editing the template that controls that, and you can also change and edit the footer. So with Elementor Pro you can change everything on the website. With Elementor Free it's simply a page builder, and it builds this content on the page. The header and the footer and everything else is controlled by your theme. In this case it's being controlled by the Astra theme. To find out exactly what you're getting with the free and pro version, you can head over to this website. It's at elementor.com/pro-vs-free. I have put a link to this web page as a resource to this lecture, so you can find that if you are interested. And the page compares the free version to the pro version, and it breaks it up into sections. So we've got essential, design, marketing, theme builder, dynamic content, e-commerce, forms, integrations, and then at the bottom we have a pricing table if you want to sign up for the paid version of Elementor. The primary goal of this course is to make you proficient at using Elementor. Now you might just use Elementor as a page builder and that is fine. Alternatively, you may upgrade and get the pro version and use the theme builder to create the site that you want without compromise. To achieve these goals, we're going to look at getting everything installed. That means getting Elementor installed, considering a theme, getting the theme installed. We're going to learn a few key design skills. And then we're going to look at how you can find inspiration for your site. Because staring at a blank screen like this, where you have the title there, and then you've got to insert your content using all of these elements, can be quite daunting. And it can be even more daunting if you start out with an Elementor canvas, which is a complete blank screen without header and footer. So getting inspiration is important. We're then going to use Elementor to bring your design to life. That means looking at the settings, templates, and the theme builder. And we'll build a demo site to show you how it all fits together. And your Elementor education would not be complete if we didn't look at responsive design, how your design is going to look on different screen resolutions. This is actually one of the most powerful features of Elementor that Gutenberg hasn't got anything to match. You can design your website for a desktop, then you can see what it's going to look like on a tablet, and if it needs any changes you can edit just the tablet version. Then you can see what it's going to look like on a mobile phone, and if you need to edit anything on there you can edit just the mobile phone version. So you can have 3 different versions of your site: desktop, tablet and mobile phone. And in fact you can have even more than that, because these dimensions for desktop, tablet and mobile phone are created within Elementor using something called breakpoints. And you can edit existing breakpoints, but you can add more breakpoints if you need them. In this video we're going to install Elementor. At the moment, if we go across to the website, we have the 2025 theme active. Elementor isn't there and there are no plugins installed. So just come down to plugins, add new plugin. We're going to search for Elementor, and this is the one over here on the right, Elementor Website Builder, more than just a page builder, by Elementor. Let's click install now. Once it's installed, activate, and Elementor opens up this screen. They're trying to get you to create an account, and you can do that if you want to, but in this case I'm going to just click on skip, and now it's asking to install a theme, but we'll discuss themes in a later video in this section. I'm going to click skip again, and it's now asking me to choose features. As soon as you select any of those, the upgrade now button will become active, so skip and then skip again, and that should take us into the Elementor page builder. We've got some notification stuff here. I'm going to just click skip, and this now is the Elementor page builder. The first thing, I don't like this dark color scheme, so I'm going to come up here to the Elementor logo, click on user preferences, and then just say I want to use light mode. Again, I'm going to click on that, click on exit to come out of Elementor page builder, and that takes us back into our dashboard. So that is Elementor free. You'll see 2 menu items over here. We have an Elementor menu with an upgrade link at the bottom, and we have a templates menu that has the theme builder and a few other things inside. If you are going to subscribe to Elementor, you can come down here, click the upgrade link. This takes you across to choose your plan. Once you have your plan, you'll be given a login detail for username and password, which you can then log in and download the key that you need. Now the key is in the form of a plugin. So I've got my key already. I'm going to click add new plugin. I'm going to say upload plugin and then choose the file. It's in my download folder. It's this Elementor Pro. I'm going to click install and then activate the plugin. Okay, so we have 2 plugins. We have Elementor, the free page builder, and then we have the Elementor Pro plugin that turns into the Pro version of Elementor. But at the moment, it's still not working as the Pro version because we need to connect and activate. You can see the link down here, connect and activate. The other way you can do that is by going to the Elementor and then down to license, and it takes you to the connect and activate screen. So let's connect and activate. And it's asking me to sign into my account on Elementor. Don't know about you, but I hate these because I'm always getting them wrong. That's it, I eventually got it. Now it's asking me for my 2-factor authentication. Okay, and I'm signed in. It says something went wrong while trying to connect. Please try again later. Let's try again. Okay, it's now taken me to the correct page. It's wanting to connect my Elementor Pro local. This is a local site installed on my own computer using Local by Flywheel to my account. I'm going to uncheck that and click connect and activate, and it should now activate and I'll have the Pro version. There we see it says status active. If I go across to the templates theme builder, I should be able to go in and create any of these templates, and you can see that by the little plus. If you have the free version, and here I am in a free version installation, and we come across to theme builder, you'll see that it tells me I have to upgrade if I want to do anything with templates. I think it's important that you understand how Elementor works with themes, because we do have to install a theme. Even if you are using the Elementor Pro version and you're thinking, well, I'm going to create my own theme, you have to have a theme installed anyway, and it's that theme that you then change and modify using Elementor to make it your own. Now, if you're going to have to choose a theme for your Elementor site, then it's important to know how a theme and Elementor interacts. Before moving on, it's important to emphasize that both Gutenberg and Elementor have two parts. The first part is the page builder, that's Gutenberg or the Elementor page builder, and in Elementor that is free. It comes in the free version, it also comes in the paid version. Then there's another part to these, the theme editor. So with Gutenberg we have the Gutenberg site editor, and with Elementor we have the Elementor theme builder. The Elementor theme builder is only available for pro users. The themes are made up of templates, and templates control the layout of a web page. So you may build the content of your page using the page builder, but it is the template that controls how that content is going to be inserted into a web page. There's going to be a template that controls how a post looks. So it will define which header is going to be used, which footer is going to be used, how the content that you created with your page builder is going to be inserted, whether or not there's a comment section. So you need to be thinking in terms of templates as well as the page builder. So let's look at some scenarios. Here we have a website, it doesn't have Elementor. The theme is obviously controlling the layout of the page, so the header followed by the page content followed by the footer will be defined in a template in the theme. But the page builder, Gutenberg, is what you've used to build up that page content. So if you're writing an article, headers, paragraphs, images, videos and that sort of thing, you're using the page builder and it's inserted into that area called page content. You may or may not know that there are two types of theme in WordPress. The older themes, which we call classic themes, and the newer themes, which are called block themes. The newer block themes can work with the full site editor so that you have control over the header and the footer as well. It's by no means as good as Elementor. It doesn't have the features, but you can do that with a block theme. If we look now at a site that has Elementor free, the diagram is almost identical. It's just that the page builder now is Elementor. The theme is controlling the header, the theme is controlling the footer. And this is where your choice of theme becomes very important, because if you're using the free version, you are reliant on the theme for the header and footer. If you want to make customizations, you need to make sure your theme allows those customizations. If you want to insert a logo in the header, does your theme allow that? If you want to insert widgets in the footer, does your theme allow that? It's very important to choose a theme that will allow you to customize the header and the footer using the theme customizer. Now, obviously, if you have the pro version, you could do the same thing. You could have the header and footer controlled by the theme and then just that page content controlled by the page builder, but there isn't much point because you don't need the pro version for that. The pro version gives you control of the headers and the footers and everywhere else as well. You can see here that the theme isn't controlling anything, therefore your choice of theme is not the same considerations as choosing a theme for the free Elementor. With the Pro Elementor, the nice thing is you can also create all of the templates using the theme builder built into Elementor Pro. That means that you can choose different headers or different footers for different sections. You control how that page content is going to be laid out. You control the colors, you control the fonts, you control whether there is a comment section on that page. But with Elementor Pro, you also have an Elementor canvas, and this is a blank canvas with no header and no footer that you can design however you want. And this is really useful for things like landing pages. So that brings us on to the question, which theme do I recommend? Well, let's just recap what we already know. If you're an Elementor free user, you need a theme that allows the customizations you want, particularly in the header and footer area. Or it may be you want to have a sidebar. Now, sidebars are built into the theme, so you need to pick a theme that has sidebars if that's what you want to use. The considerations for Elementor Pro users is different because the theme isn't important for the same reasons. We don't need to make sure that the theme can do this or that because we can do it with the theme builder. What is important is the speed of the site. So a simple theme, one that's built for speed, is the better option. The two themes that I recommend, firstly for free users, I would recommend Astra. It's feature packed and it allows you to customize pretty much everything. There is a pro version, but you'll probably find the free version is good enough for you. However, in terms of speed of the site, I don't recommend Astra for pro users because you don't need all of those features built into your theme. So I'd recommend a theme called Hello for Elementor. This theme has been built specifically for Elementor and highly optimized for speed. It doesn't have a lot of features, but then you don't need it if you're going to use Elementor Pro. In this video, we're going to install the theme that's going to be used in this course. Now, to make it easier, I've got an Elementor free website set up and I've got an Elementor Pro website set up. So I can talk about Elementor Pro things on this Elementor Pro website. I can talk about Elementor free things over on the Elementor free website. If I move my mouse over the Elementor link in the free site, you can see it says upgrade, whereas on the Pro site it doesn't because we've actually registered it already. So with the free site loaded, let's go over to Appearance and Themes, and I want to install Astra. So I'm going to just search for Astra. Here it is. Let's install and then activate it. And if we go over and have a look at the home page, this is the Astra theme. You can see powered by Astra. Okay, over on the Pro site, the theme that I recommend is called Hello. In fact, it's called Hello Elementor because there are some other Hello themes out there. This is the one, Hello Elementor. Let's install and activate. And if we go and have a look at our website, you can see it's very, very basic. Header, footer down here, and we've got the Hello World blog post there. So with the Pro version then, we're going to be working with Hello Elementor. With the free version, we're going to be working with Astra. And as always, if you're not using any themes that are installed, I do recommend you delete them. It's not so important in my case because I'm using this on a local machine. I'm using local by Flywheel, so I don't have to worry about the security issues. But in general, you should only have one theme active. Just to show you the difference between these themes, the Elementor Pro theme, Hello Elementor, is cut down and optimized for speed. If we go to the Appearance Customize menu, you can see we've got a few options: site identity, menus, homepage settings, header and footer, and additional CSS. If we go over to the Astra Customize screen, you'll see that we have a lot more options down here. This is why we've chosen this one for Elementor free, because if we need to modify the header, we have this header builder where we can do it. If we need to modify the footer, we've got a footer builder where we can do it. If we want to add sidebars, we've got options for sidebars as well. So Astra is allowing us to fully customize the site for the Elementor free, and the simple layout of the Hello Elementor theme isn't a problem for us. We haven't got the customization here in the customize, but what we do have is we have the template theme builder where we can actually create those for ourselves, so it's not an issue. In this video, we're going to have a look at the Elementor website and try to correlate what we're seeing with how Elementor works. If you think of the name Elementor, it sort of gives a clue as to how Elementor works. It's a page builder and you build your pages up with elements. So if we look at the website, we can see there is a header section that is built up of elements. So right here we have the site logo. That will be the site logo element. Then we have a menu system which will be created with a navigation element. We've then got a login button and a get started button. That button there will be created with a buttons element. And then as you move down the site, we've got a headline, which is created with a headline element or a heading element. We've got a paragraph of text created with a paragraph element, a button again created with a button element, and so on. But to take this one step further, not only are web pages built up of elements, but those elements could be grouped together. And the way that they're grouped together in Elementor is by using containers. And the beauty of containers is if you put several elements inside a container, You can treat them all as a single group. And that includes things like putting backgrounds on them. So if we look at this section here, in fact you can't really see too much because it looks like it's a gradient fill. Okay, this one will do. You can see that there are a number of elements here and they're all in the same container. And because we've got it inside a container, we can put a background on all of those at the same time to create a section. If we scroll down a bit further, we can see another one of these containers. This container here containing a headline and a button, and then these images with animations. That's another thing that Elementor is good at, is adding animations to your web pages. Then we have another heading, paragraph, and a link. You can see all of these elements have the same background, therefore they're all probably in the same container, and then the background color of the container has been set. Let's go back up to the top. We'll just take this as a simple example, this headline, paragraph and button, and we'll go over to Elementor and recreate it. I'm going to go over to add a new post, and we just put in a title for it, containers and elements, and then I'm going to click edit with Elementor. This will bring us into the Elementor editor. We can see the top toolbar up here, and we can see all of our widgets over here on the left hand side. On the preview, this big window, we can see the header, we can also see the footer, powered by Astra, we can also see the comments section, and then this area is where we're going to be building the page. So we have the title, contents and elements, we've got some metadata, and then we can drag our elements in here to build it. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to an Elementor canvas. The reason for doing that is simply to get rid of the distractions, to get rid of the header, the comments and the footer. So to do that, we can come up to the post settings, and then if we scroll down to page layout, we can select Elementor canvas. And when this refreshes, you'll see all of the distractions are gone. Now let's just go back and have a look what we're trying to achieve. We are going to add a header. I'm going to just copy the text, and what we can do here is drag in a heading into this box that will then add the heading to the page. If we look at the structure, this button here, you can see that that heading was added inside a container, and all elements that you put on your page are going to be inside a container. You can have more than one element inside a container, and we'll look at that in a moment. But let's just go in here, and I'm going to select this and just paste in the text that we wanted. In fact, what that's done, let me undo that, because you can see over here it's pasted in all the styles as well, and I don't really want that. So let's just select that and remove it, and then paste as plain text. So we have build a website, create your future. Next bit, we have a paragraph. So let's go back, and we're going to click on this plus button to bring us back to the elements, and then we want the text editor. So if I drag the text editor over here, where do I drop it? If I drop it in this rectangle, watch what happens over in the structure. You'll see that text has been added inside another container. So now we have two containers. But what I really want to do is I want to control these as a single unit. I can drag that text up into the first container, and you can see the second container is now empty. But let's just delete this. I'm going to delete this container because we can do it all in one step. We can drag the text editor over and drag it up to where the heading is, the heading container, and by moving our mouse we can drop the paragraph above or below. I'm going to just drop it above, and you can see in that container we have the text editor and we have the heading, and if I want to reorder them I can just drag them in there. The other item we want in here is a button, so I'm going to just search for button. I'm going to drag that in, and again I'm going to drag it into the same container, so we have button, text editor and heading all in the same. Let's just go back to the website Elementor, and I'm going to paste in as plain text, and then the button says get started. So let's click on that. We can come down to the text and type get started. So all three of those now are inside the same container, and we can treat them as a single unit by applying settings to the container. You can see at the moment it is set as Flexbox. There's two options there, Flexbox and Grid. and we have a boxed width or full width. Full width will just take us to the full width of the screen. Boxed width will use the width of the content area as the width of that container. If we come down to align items, we can align everything to the center by setting the align items property for the container. So now those are all aligned. If we go back to the Elementor site, you can see there is some white space around those elements. We can do that again by selecting the container. We can come across to the advanced, and you've got margin and padding to play with. Now, margin isn't what we want, because this would be the margin on the container. That means it's added to the outside of the container. If we just have a look and see what that would do, you can see it's adding this margin around the outside, and it's pushing the container down and to the right. What we actually want to do is add padding. Now there's enough white space left and right, so I just want padding top and bottom. So I'm going to unlink those values. Let's put in some padding at the top. Let's say 40, and we'll put padding at the bottom as 40 as well. So we have this white space now around it. To add a background to all of these elements, we can come across to the style, come down to the background normal, and then click classic, and then we can select a color from there. So let's just select something. Okay, that looks quite horrible. And just before we continue, I'm going to clear this. I'm going to click the color again and just come to clear, just to set it back the way it was. Because what I want to show you is that this container has an orientation. If we come across to the layout for the container, so we've selected the container, we've got the edit container properties over here, and we're on the layout tab, then you can come down to the direction. Now at the moment, the elements that we've added have been added in a column, and that is essentially this column vertical. You don't see it being selected, but that is what it is. It's column vertical. However, there is a column reversed, and clicking that will reverse the order of the elements in it. So now we've got the button at the top and the heading at the bottom. That's not what we want. So let's just revert it back. But we've also got row horizontal and row reversed. If we click row horizontal, then the elements inside that container will be arranged in a row. So there we have the heading, the text, and the button, and we can reverse the row. Let's just put it back to vertical, and I want to go over to the Elementor website and have a look at this container. Now, it looks like two columns. We've got a column on the left with an image, and then a column over here on the right with text. The title, paragraph, and link are in a column, but these, the icon, text, and percentage, these are in a row. So it looks like we have a column on the left, a column on the right, but inside the column on the right, we've got a container that's set up as a vertical and a container that's set up as a row. And the nice thing about containers is that you can nest containers. So if I add a container, you can see the container has been added here. I can keep adding containers inside the containers, and you'll see that they get nested. So let's have a look how we could recreate this. I'm going to come up here and on the rectangle click on Flexbox, and I want two columns. The column on the left, I'm going to insert an image. So I'm going to drag an image into there, and I'm going to just select an image for that. Let me collapse this one down. So we've got a container, which is the main container, and then inside the container we have two other containers. These are the left column and the right column. If I select the first one, you can see that container represents the left. This container represents the right. In the left container we have an image. In the right container, we don't have anything yet. What do we want in that container? Well, we want a column and we want a row. Those are two separate containers. So let's go back here. I'm going to add in a container into this one. So what we've got here now is a main container that contains a single container. This one is going to be the column. We need a row as well. So what I can do here is right click this container and click on either add new container or duplicate. If I say duplicate, you can see that we've now got two containers inside the first container. The first container is going to be the column the second container will be the row. So let's select the first column. We'll come over to direction and we want vertical column for that one. The second container, we want the row. So we're going to come across to the direction and click on row. Now let's add the items. So we've got heading. We won't do it completely like this, but let's just see how it's going to work. We'll add a heading and some text to the first column. So we'll come across to heading, we'll drag it into the first container, then we want some text, we'll drag it again into the first column, and then let's just add a button. I know it's not a button on the original, but just to show you that we're getting this column of content here. That is created, or that's how you would create this little bit over here. Now the row, let's go back and we'll come back to the elements, and there is an element called an icon box. We're just going to add those. Let's add the icon box to the second container, and let's go back and search for icon box again, and we'll drag it into the same container. Now notice where, let me just move this out of the way so you can see it. Notice where it's allowing me to drop it. Whereas in this container, it's allowing me to drop it below, and this one above and below, because that's a column. This one is a row, so it's allowing me to drop it before or afterwards. If I move my mouse above, you can see it's offering to allow it up there, but that wouldn't be inside this row container, that would be outside the row. So let's just add it in there, and we'll add one more. I'm going to do it a simpler way, just right click on that and click on duplicate. So now we have a column and we have a row, and that's how you would create something like this. So we have the main container, this one here. That's not that one, let's just keep going back up. We have the main container, and then inside that main container, if we collapse everything, we have two containers, container on the left, container on the right. The container on the left just has an image inside. The container on the right has two more containers. The top one set up as a column, the bottom one set up as a row, and you can see those elements inside there. Of course, because this is all in a single container, you can select that single container and then apply formatting to everything inside. So it's applying formatting to all of the elements in there. Let's just add a background color to visualize that. Okay, you can see that that background color is behind all of the elements inside that grid. Let's just reset. And of course, you can apply any other formatting to this container as well. So you could put in padding or margin or whatever you needed. So hopefully this video has shown you that all websites are built up really of elements and containers. Whether or not it's built with Elementor or not, you can think of all websites like that. They are a series of containers that contain elements inside. I would always suggest that you start out with a blank piece of paper and a pencil, and you start making notes and you start drawing ideas down before you get into Elementor to design your page. If you know what you want to design, then the design part is the easy part. The hard part is coming up with inspiration for your design. I'm not a designer, but I can use the experience of designers by looking at other WordPress themes and picking and choosing the bits that I like. If you go to Google and you search for WordPress themes, you're going to come across a number of places where you can find ideas. This is a good one, Theme Forest. So I'm going to open that in a new tab, and you can have a look at some of the others as well if you want to. Let's just stick with Theme Forest for now. I'm going to switch over to that, and we can have a look through the various types of themes. So if you know that you want to build a corporate theme, you can click on that subsection and then just go in and have a look at the previews and see what it is that you like on each of these pages. So we have lots of elements there. This thing, can I get rid of that bar? There we go. We can scroll down and have a look. This is a video up there. We have a nice big bit of information there, trying to get you to see how many people actually use that particular theme. And this is quite a nice element. We've got some information over on the left. We've got a big bit of information on the right and some text underneath. How would you implement that in Elementor? If you wanted to use this as a design element on your page, how would you do it? Well, you could set up a container as a row and have two containers inside that, and then just put another container underneath. Something like this. by going through the elements that you like and then thinking, well, how would I do that in Elementor? It usually makes things a lot easier. With this one, we could have a single container arranged as a column and then put the image, the header and the text underneath. So go down, find bits of information or elements on pages that you really like and make notes of it. What I personally do is I use a tool called Snagit, and Snagit is a screen capture tool, and I go across to different websites. When I see something I like, I'll take a screenshot and then just add a simple note. Let's have a look at this one, Nest. This is another website that I like some elements on. I like this product selector on there. So again, all I would do is go in and take a screenshot. It's as simple as dragging it out on there, and I've got my screenshot taken. I can add a little bit of text to remind me why I've taken that screenshot, and then keep looking through the pages. This one, I quite like the different color bars. As you go down the page, you see how we have the color changing behind them, which is quite nice. On Crazy Egg, one thing I like about the Crazy Egg is this section down here, which is a visual way to give your visitors the option to do something. Now, we have 3 different options here. You could have 3 different options on your page, or you could use it in a different way. You could have 3 different sections on your page. So you might sell sports equipment and you might have bikes and treadmills and elliptical trainers or something. What you do with it is totally up to you, how you want to design your page. Over on the Swiss.com website, one thing I really like is the slider down here. What I like is the background images, the white text, the white heading, the white text, the white button. I think it's all very clean and nice. And so you can see if I go over to my Snagit, I do actually have a Snagit of that. And then finally, over on the Trivago website, one thing I like about this website is the way they've designed their footer. We have a box up here to subscribe to email, and then we have all the important links down here, and even changing country if that's applicable to you. You know, I like the design. And then at the bottom we have, it's not quite the logo because the logo is in color, but it's the same text as the logo, and it fits in because it's all black, white and grey. And then we have a little grey copyright notice down the bottom as well. So I like that design, and as you can see, I've made a note of it. So what you need to do is go off and have a look at websites. Theme Forest, as you've seen, is a great one. You can go across over there, and if you see a design that you like, click on the little preview button, and that will open up that design in a preview. You might like this parallax scrolling behind the header. You can do that in Elementor, so you could make a note of that. If I take a screenshot of that, now the screenshot obviously can't tell me that there's parallax on there, so I would just make a little note that that's why I like that particular design, and then just scroll down. It's listing different themes on there. I mean, you could even go in there and have a look. There's a 404 page there, and you might like that as a design or something. It's unusual, a big image with a bit of text and then a button to go back home. If you like it, screenshot it. Come up with your own portfolio of theme ideas, things that you want to implement, design ideas, and then try to flesh it out into the page that you want. So if you're designing the home page, go in and have a look at all the elements you like and just draw it on a piece of paper so that you have it in front of you and you're ready to start designing it in Elementor. Another nice idea that I like to look for on Google is best web design, and then have a look at some of the resulting pages in there, because we're going to get some of the best web design layouts. We can go in, have a look at them and see if there's anything we like. You might like that scrolling bar up the top. You see it stops when we put our mouse over it. The header is quite nice, very clean interface. And of course the other thing you can do is use the templates that come built into your theme or in Elementor. In Elementor, most of them are Pro, but you can see there are lots and lots of them. Switching over to the Pro Elementor, you can see that we have all of the templates in here. We can search by category, so if you're looking for a call to action, and there's lots of nice pre-designed, professionally designed templates that you can use as well. So it's well worth going in there, having a look and seeing if there's anything that you like and making a note of it. Put a screenshot of it if you need to. So screenshot that, put it into your document, and then when you come to design your site, you're going to have a document that includes all of the designs. Make a note where you got them. So if it's one of these library templates, you can make a note of that, and then you'll know where to find it when you come to do your design. If you are using the Pro version of Elementor, I would say that probably pretty much everything you need is already in the library. So you have a distinct advantage over those who don't have the Pro version. And you can also create your own templates. So when you create a template, you can then reuse that. So you can go in, find a template you like, modify it, change it, or design your own from scratch, save them as templates, and then you've got these little design templates that you can insert to any post or any page or into any template you're creating. And for the site that I'm going to build later in the course, that's this site that you can see here, we are going to be using nearly all templates that come from Elementor or ideas that come from Elementor. But that design document that you can create to give you inspiration is a great help and will help build confidence that you can create these, because all of the designs that you're screenshotting can be created in Elementor one way or another, and I'll show you how you can create these things. So before you come on to create your own site, make sure you have that design document. You will also be looking at fonts and palettes in the next couple of videos, so you can find the color schemes and the fonts that you want to use on your site. As a general rule, when you're designing a web page or a website, you should stick to 2 or 3 fonts. 3 at a maximum. Don't start using different fonts all over the place. And one thing you need to be sure of is that the fonts work together. So if I was going to design this page, I would need to find fonts that would work for the headers, for the normal text, and for any other text that might be on the page. Fortunately, there are a couple of websites that can help find fonts that do work together. I'll put links to all the resources in this lecture, but the first font site which is really useful is Google Fonts. Now this one used to have a great feature where they would show you pairings, but it looks like it's been removed. However, you can find very, very popular fonts that are Google fonts which will be available for you to use. And if you're going to have a look at that, you may want to have a look at the most popular to see what most websites use. I know Roboto and Open Sans are very, very commonly used on websites. I use them a lot. If you click on one, it will open it up and it will show you what things look like in the various type fonts, in the various types for that font. So medium italic, bold, bold italic. You've got headers, paragraphs, and we've got a regular 400. So there's lots of different formats within that one particular font. So Google Font is a great place. If you find a font you want to use on another website, then you can come to Google Fonts, check see if it's a Google font, and if it is, then you'll be able to use it. In terms of font pair, there's a couple of resources which are useful. This one is on the Elementor website, and there is a resource link to it in the resources for this video. If you scroll down, well, first off, you get a bit of information about font pairing and styles, but if you scroll down, it then comes up with some of the top font pairings that they suggest, and you can go down and have a look. They give you the names. The headline and the paragraph are showing the 2 different fonts, so you can have a look at those and see if there's anything that you like there. And then probably the best source for font pairs is fontpair.co. Again, there's a link to it in the resources, and you can come down and you can start choosing font categories here, but up in the heading at the top you'll see there's a link to pairings. If you click on pairings, you'll then get lots and lots of pairings that you can go down and have a look at. And these pairings have 2 fonts, so this one is Oswald and Sans Serif Pro. The title is the first one and the text is shown in the second one, so you can see what those 2 fonts are going to look like. And there is lots and lots going down this page. Another way you can find fonts that work is to go and have a look at websites that you like. For example, here I am over on the Crazy Egg website. If I wanted to use these fonts because I like these fonts, then I can find out what fonts this site's using. Now, how do you do that? Well, fortunately, there is a Chrome plugin called CSS Peeper. If you go to csspeeper.com, you can download it. There is a link in the resource to this video. Click on Get It Now, and then you can add it to Chrome. Now, I'm using Microsoft Edge, and if I bring this toolbar down, you can see that I've got the CSS Peeper in my toolbar at the top. So I can go back to the Crazy Egg website, click on the Peeper button, and it tells me which fonts are being used on this site. So it's using Times New Roman for the main body text, and then headings it's using Proxima Soft Nonito. What you could then do is go across somewhere like Google Fonts and see whether it is a Google font. You can see I've searched for Proxima there and it says can't find any fonts. So that isn't a Google font. Therefore, if I wanted to use it, I would have to find the source of it and then buy a license to use it. But you can go to lots of different websites and just check out what fonts they're using for their headings and for their body and come up with a pairing that way. The other nice thing about this plugin for Chrome is that you can also look at the color schemes that a website's using. So I've got all the color scheme there. If I like the color scheme of a site, then I can just go ahead and grab that. So those are a few of your options for finding font pairs that work. My advice would be, if you find a website and you love the fonts, go and see what fonts are being used, check and see if they're Google fonts. If you don't have any website in mind that you really love the fonts of, then go over to fontpair.co and have a look for some font pairs. If you still can't find a pairing you like, then finally go to the Elementor post and have a look at the 30 best font combinations for web design according to this author on the Elementor website. Just scroll down until you come down to the pairings and have a look for a pairing that you like. When you find a pairing that you like, make a note of the font names, so Lato and Merriweather, and then this part of the jigsaw puzzle is complete. For a website to look good, you need to carefully choose the color palette that you're going to be using. The Elementor you've installed has a default color palette, and let's have a look at that. We'll go to add a new post and let's just click on edit with Elementor. I'm going to once again go and just add this as an Elementor canvas to get rid of the clutter, and I don't need that structure on here. Now if I drag in some elements, we'll drag in a heading, let's drag in some text, and we'll drag a button as well. Let's search for it. And as we're dragging them in, you can see that they have a default color. So the heading has this color, the text here is sort of a gray, and then the button has its default color as well. These are set in the global colors for Elementor. And to access those and change them, we come up to the site settings button up here and then go to global colors. And here you can see 4 system colors: primary, secondary, text and accent. And if we try to relate that to what we saw on our preview, the primary color was being used for the header, this was being used for the text, and this was being used for the button color. These 4 system colors, primary, secondary, text and accent, are set up to be used for certain elements. If we go across to the Elementor website, I've put a link to this in the resources for the video. You can see that there is a description here: primary, secondary, text and accent. So primary colors for headings and icons, secondary colors for list items, subheadings, animated headings and price table backgrounds. Text colors are used for paragraphs and menu items, and accent colors are used for links, buttons, tab and accordion headings and badges. So that gives you an overview of what each of these are being used for. If you want to change some of these colors, like I don't like this for the headings, you can click on the little color up here to bring up a palette, and you can just select the color that you want. Let's change the button as well. Let's say for the buttons we want something a bit darker. If you know the hex code of the color you want, you can paste it in down there. Otherwise you can just select them. And for text, I think text looks best when it's black. Secondary, that is probably okay. When you're done, you can click Save Changes, and then that will apply those changes to your content. You can see the heading, text and button have all changed. But let's just go back in there for a moment, because you're not just limited to 4 colors that are provided here: primary, secondary, text and accent. You can add custom colors. You can click on the little add button and then you can select the color that you want. You can give it a name and save changes. And now when you go in to select colors for elements that you're adding to your page, this color will be down there in your custom colors. Let's just come out of that. Let's go to this button. Let's go and click on styles. If you click on the global color button, you can see that our custom color, Liverpool Red, is now available to be selected. So any custom colors you add will be added to the global colors. And if the color that you actually want isn't one of your global colors, you can just come into the color picker and pick exactly what color it is that you want. As you're deciding which colors to use on your site, it is worth trying to limit the number of colors that you use. 4 is great, that's probably why we have 4 here, but 6 or at a maximum 8 is probably as many as you're going to want. But deciding on a color scheme is actually a science, and if you're not very good with colors or with design, then you need a little bit of help. I've uploaded a text file to this video which has a number of different resources that can help provide ideas for color palettes, but the one I'm going to show you here, which is included in the text file, is this site. It's called coolers.co, and if you come up to tools, there is a palette generator, and this will provide palettes for you, and it will generate a new palette every time you press the space bar. So you can keep going like that until you find a palette that you like. The other thing you can do is, if you don't like one particular color, let's say you want this one but you want it a bit darker, you can click on the view shades, and this is the one that's currently selected. You can see the little bullet point, but if I say I want it a little bit darker, let's choose that version instead, and I could do the same with this one. I want it darker than that, and then this one a little bit darker, and then this last one, let's make it much lighter. So there I've just created a color palette, and it's got hex codes at the bottom. If you click on one, it comes up with the actual hex code. The other thing you can do with this color palette picker is to toggle the lock on those colors that you like. Let's say we're not so keen on this one, but we like all the others. Then when you hit the space bar, it's only this one color that is regenerated, and it's regenerated supposedly to keep the color scheme going, although some of these look a little bit horrendous. So I'm going to leave it at that, and then we can say, well, this is going to be the color scheme for my website. What do you do next? Well, you need to get it into the color palette over in Elementor. And so let's say we want this black. Let's copy the hex code. We'll go back to Elementor, and it's this one here, the primary. I'm going to paste in the hex code at the bottom, and that now has changed. Let's go back. Now you don't have to click this button to then copy. There is a copy button right here as well. Let's copy this one, and we'll use that as the secondary color. You see the secondary color has now changed. And what else have we got? We've got button and text. Well, the text I'm actually going to want to leave as black. Let's copy this one for the button. That's the accent. Let's paste it in, and now the button has changed. That is black. I can see from the hex code 0000. So that is okay. What colors have we not got yet? Well, this one here, let's copy that one. This is Caribbean Current. Let's add it as custom color. Caribbean's just a single R, I think, is it? Let's go back. Oh, it's double B, that's why it was coming up with a spelling mistake. Have we got powder blue? Yes, it's this accent color. I think the only other one that we would want is this anti-flash white. Let's just copy that and we'll add it. Paste in the hex code. Anti-flash white. So that gives us that one as well. Then we can click on Save Changes, and we've now changed the color scheme. If we close the settings, we should have the colors correctly represented. Now this button isn't showing the accent color. Why isn't it? Well, when we were playing with the color earlier, do you remember I picked a color from this color wheel? That means that that button has been assigned to a non-global color. If I want to change it so that it uses a global color, I can go and pick it there, and now that will use the global color for accents. If I go in and change the global settings for the accent color, then that will update. But if you go in and you create something that uses a custom color that isn't in your global color list, then when you change global colors, obviously that isn't going to be updated. So the next step for you is go away and create a color scheme that you like. Make a note of all the hex codes. You can even take a screenshot of the palette if you want to, and then save that screenshot somewhere with your documents or insert it into your Word file, just so that it's there when we come to create the site. If you would like to have a go at putting these colors into your color palette now, then by all means do that, but I will remind you later that that is something you need to do as you're setting the site up. We've been looking at design elements. We've been looking at how you can find inspiration and then find colors and fonts and everything else that will work towards your final site design. Before you move on, there's 3 things I need from you. I need you to complete a page design as we did earlier on in this section. I also need you to choose complementary fonts, and I'm suggesting you choose 2 fonts, possibly 3 maximum. And then finally, I want you to have your color palette ready and at hand so that when we get started on building the site and designing the site, we can set up Elementor to use our custom fonts and to use our custom palette. When you're working in Elementor with colors, if you click on the color selector, you get this color picker, and down the bottom is a hex code that defines the color. You can see that if I drag this around into the swatch up here, you can see the hex code is changing. Every color has its own unique hex code. If we come across to the site settings and go to global colors, you can see those hex codes written underneath each of the colors that we've added. In general, hex codes, they all begin with a hash, and then there is either 6 digits afterwards or there is 3 digits afterwards. So let's have a little look at hex codes and what those characters mean. When you're dealing with color, it might be that you want to display the color on a screen, or you might want to print a document with that color. Depending on the usage of the color, you'll be working in a particular color space. As a web designer, the color space that you're most interested in is the RGB color space. The hex codes that you see in Elementor will be a specific code for a specific color in the RGB color space. These hex codes start with a hash symbol if you're from the UK, or a pound symbol if you're from the US. And that is followed by 3 pairs of values. These values represent 0 to 255. Now, I said 3 pairs. If it's pairs of values, how can each pair represent a number up to 255? Well, the answer is that these hex codes use hexadecimal. If I go over to this quick calculator, I can put in a decimal number of 255, and as hexadecimal, that's FF. The value of 100 is 64. The value of 1 is 1, and the value of 0 is 0. I'm not asking you to understand the hexadecimal system. It's not needed for what we're going to be doing. But I think it is important to know what those 3 pairs of values stand for. So we have the hash symbol followed by 3 pairs of numbers. And this example I've got on the screen there, 000000. The first pair of numbers refers to the red channel. The second pair of numbers refers to the green channel. And the third pair of values refer to the blue channel. This is where we get the colour space naming, RGB, red, green, blue. So hash 000000 means 0 red, 0 green and 0 blue. That means hash 000000 is black. What about hash FF? When we looked at the hexadecimal converter, we saw that 255 is FF in hexadecimal. So basically 255, since the numbers go from 0 to 255, 255 is the maximum. So hash FF means maximum red, maximum green, maximum blue, it's white. What colour would FF0000 be? Well, the first channel, red, is a maximum 255. We've got 0 green, 0 blue. Therefore, we've only got red. Therefore, that hexadecimal code would stand for red. What would be the hex code for blue? And what would be the hex code for green? Well, blue would be #0000FF, and green would be #00FF00. By using values between 0 and 255 for each of those three channels, red, blue and green, we can create over 16.7 million colours. That's 256 times 256 times 256. And in case you're wondering why that's not 255, don't forget 0 is a value as well. So each channel has 256 options. That's a total of 16.7 million colours. So the hex code system can identify and define up to 16.7 million different colours that you can use in your web designs. Now, at the beginning of this introduction to hex codes, I said that the hex code wasn't always 6 characters. Sometimes you're going to see 3-digit codes. So how does a 3-digit code translate into a colour? Well, if we take this FF0000, we know that the first channel, red, is at maximum 255, and then the other two channels are 0, so we know this is red. But because the first two numbers are the same, the second two numbers are the same, and the third two numbers are the same, we can actually use single digits for them. So FF simply becomes F, the 00 becomes 0, and the second 00 becomes 0. That indicates to us that the digits are identical for the first and second, third and fourth, fifth and sixth digits. If we take another example, let's say 00FF55, the first two digits are the same, so that will condense down into a single 0. The second two digits are the same, so that will just be an F, and the third two digits are the same, so that will just be a 5. So you could write 00FF55 as 0F5. I'm just telling you that in case you see it. The chances are most of the hex code you see will be 6 digits, but if you see 3 digits, that's where it's coming from. It just means that for each digit you have to double it up. If you would like to try that out for yourself, log into your dashboard, go into Elementor, select an element and then go and change its colour, and then type in the hex code directly. Try FF0000 and try F00, and you should get the same colour. And then try 00FF55 and then try 0F5, and you should see that those two are the same colours as well. So hopefully that's enough of an introduction to make you comfortable with hex codes and using them in your Elementor website. One question I constantly get asked by students is about images and whether or not they can use an image that they find on the internet. The answer to that is probably not. Images aren't usually free, and if you are going to use somebody else's image on your site, you usually have to have a license for it. That's not to say you can't get free images, and the safest way of getting free images is to use a site like Pixabay. So let's say, well, there's a picture of a chicken there. Let's say you want an image of a chicken. You can go over to Pixabay and search for chickens and find the images available. If you click on one, you're then taken to a bigger view with a free download, and there you can see the Pixabay license, free for commercial use, no attribution required. That's what you're looking for. And so Pixabay is one of the favourites of website builders who want to do things on the cheap without having to buy images. Go to Pixabay, find the images, go in, and you have a free download. You will have to sign up, but sign up is free, and then you can log in and you can download any image that's available, but look for free for commercial use, no attribution required. There are other websites out there where you can find images as well. Pexels.com is another one that offers some free images. Let's search for chickens again. Here we have some chicken images. Free download. What you will need to do is check the license for these. This one says free to use, and there is some information there. Does it give us any more license information? Here we go. License. Free to use, no attribution required. Also, if you're interested in learning more about that, the Pexels website does have a link to the license which just says things in plain English, what's available and what isn't, and how you can use it and how you can't. So Pixabay and Pexels, probably your first stop. One site that I use sometimes if I can't find free images is Photodune. Photodune isn't free, but you can sign for an unlimited plan which will cost you $14.50 a month and give you access to lots and lots of downloads, not just photos. Let's have a quick look and do our chicken search, and we'll find different chicken images here. You can see they've got watermarks on the back of them. Some of these are very nice with an Envato watermark. You can add it to your cart. That will cost you $7 if you haven't got a plan. This is a great site if you don't find what you want on free and you want to find a reasonably priced image, really high quality. Another great site, stockunlimited.com. This is a good site if you're looking for clip art or vector type art. It's not as great for photos. If I do a quick search of chicken, we'll have a look and see what they've got. Okay, they've got some chicken photos, but a lot more of them are sort of icons or vector diagrams that you could use. But if that's what you need, this is a good site to get them from. They also have plans which are slightly more expensive than the Photodune at $19 for unlimited downloads. That's a monthly subscription, so that is up to you. So there's 4 photo sharing sites where you can get some free images. If you can't find the free images you want, you can find cheap images over on Photodune. But always make sure you check the license of any image that you're going to use and make sure you can use it, firstly without attribution, in other words without saying who the photographer is, and secondly that you can use it for free on commercial websites. And just to finish this off, it wouldn't be complete if I didn't mention AI. This website is called Midjourney. You can subscribe to it for a reasonable price and you can write prompts that will create the images for you. So let's try chickens. Here is a fairly simple prompt: chickens in a chicken coop. I wanted that to say being fed with grain. Let's press return and we can watch what happens. You can see here I just put in an earlier prompt that says baby chick and we get these images. They're quite nice, but they are quite obvious AI, and that may not be something you want. You'd also have to check the licensing for AI, because I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to say you can use them and you'll be fine. You should be able to use them, but just check on the license for the tool that you're using. I'm going to just pause this until these are finished. Okay, and we've got some images here. So there's one of chickens in a chicken coop. There's another one. There's another one. And you can see quite clearly they are AI. You could add to the prompt and say photorealistic. Let's try that. And we'll go over and watch those being generated. Okay, there's the 100%. So there's chickens being fed in a chicken coop. That's not photorealistic, is it? But you get the point that you could use AI to generate them, and Midjourney is only one tool. I've added a resource to this video, a text file that lists the resources mentioned in this video if you want to investigate any of them. In this video, we're going to go through the Elementor backend settings. You can get to that through the Elementor menu and then down to settings. Now, I'm going to open up the free Elementor and the Pro Elementor because there are differences between the two. You'll be able to tell which one I'm on because up here in the top left, you can see free and you can see Pro. And at first glance, those two look the same. So on the General tab, we have the same settings. Let's go through them. They apply equally to the free and the Pro. At the top, we've got post types. This is the post types that you want Elementor to work with. Now, if you're using Elementor, you probably want it to be working with all of your post types. So make sure posts and pages are checked. You may find other boxes down here as well as you build your site because some plugins may well add post types there as well. The next section is probably the most important that I want to cover. This is disable default colors and disable default fonts. By default, they're both unchecked, and that means that the colors, default colors of Elementor will be used for your design, and the default fonts for Elementor will be used for your design. However, if you check those, then the default colors and the default fonts will be inherited from your theme. If you're using the free Elementor and you've installed the theme I've suggested, then that means Astra will be controlling the colors and the fonts. We can see this if we go over to create a new post. Let's add a new post, and at the moment I've got Elementor's default colors and Elementor's default fonts. So let's just go in and edit with Elementor, and I'm going to just add in a heading. Let's go back and add in text, and we'll just add one more, the button. Now those are the same colors as we set up under global colors. So this is the color scheme that we're using. So what you're seeing here is Elementor choosing the fonts and the colors. Let's go back to the settings and let's check both of those boxes and click on Save Changes. If we now go over and create a new post, let's edit with Elementor, and we drag in a heading, we drag in text, and let's drag in a button. You can see that those colors are different. Those colors are being set by the Astra theme, and we can see that there's the Elementor theme, there's the Astra theme colors. We can see that if we go over to the dashboard and come down to Appearance and Customize, this is where you customize the Astra theme or the theme that you've got installed. Let's click on that. At the top we've got global, and then we've got colors, and these are the colors that it's currently using. You'll recognize the accent color red and the colors of the headings and the body text. So these two boxes basically override those settings in Elementor and inherit them from the theme. There is an added complication to this that we will be looking at later in the course, but for now just leave those unchecked. If we go back to the General tab, the bottom box is Usage Data Sharing. Do you want to share non-sensitive plugin data with Elementor? I keep that unchecked. If you make any changes, click on Save Changes. You'll see exactly the same settings over on the Pro version, so let's have a look at integration. Now the integration tab I'm not going to go through in any detail, but I do want to show you the difference between the free and the Pro. With the free version you've got a Google Maps Embed API, and if you have an API key for Google Maps to embed maps into your pages, then you can enter that and it will be integrated with Elementor. Over on the Pro settings you've got that Google Maps embed, but you've also got a number of other integrations. So we've got Recapture, Recapture 3, Facebook SDK, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, ConvertKit, GetResponse, MailerLite, Adobe Fonts Typekit, Font Awesome Pro, Stripe, and you can integrate all of those. The next tab is Advanced, and there is one difference between the free and the Pro. Most of these are the same, but with the Pro version you've also got form submissions. The reason that's in the Pro version only is that Elementor has a feature called Submissions, and if we click on it, this is the Pro version, you can see that it is active, and yet with the free version, go down to Submissions, it's not. So it's only a Pro feature. The top item, Switch Editor Load method, this is for troubleshooting if your editor is not loading properly. Disable is the default, so you should keep it at that, but if your editor isn't loading, try enabling the Switch Editor Load method. The next option is Enabled Unfiltered File Uploads. The reason that you have the option here is that some uploads could cause problems security-wise. So for example, they've got SVG and JSON could cause a potential security risk. So this should be disabled. With this disabled, Elementor will filter any files and try to remove any malicious code and scripts and just prevent you from uploading stuff that you shouldn't be able to upload. The next option is to enable Google Fonts. It is enabled by default, and what that means is if you go in to edit any of your elements, go down to typography, all of the Google fonts that are available are loaded in automatically. That can add some overhead to your site load, so it's up to you whether you want to enable it. If you're using the Pro version, one option is to disable Google Fonts and then just go in and add the Google fonts that you want to use so that only those will be available in the selection box. For now, we're going to leave it as enabled. The next one is defining how Google fonts are loaded. I would leave it at swap, that's what they recommend. The next one, form submissions. Again, this is, as I said, only a Pro version, so you'll only see this option on Pro Elementor, and it's something we're going to look at later. Load Font Awesome for support is the next one. By default, it's turned off, but you can enable that. This, you'll note, is Font Awesome 4. We're currently up to Font Awesome 5 library. This will provide support so that Font Awesome 4 fonts are displayed correctly. The last option on the page is generator tags. That is enabled by default. And generator tags, as it says down here, are just attributes that can be added when you create a web page. If we go over to the Elementor website, you can get more information on that. So they have this example here, meta name generator. This will identify the technology you've used to build your site. So this could say meta generator Elementor. I'll leave you to explore this option. You want to pause the video, you can have a look, but there is a lot of information that can be added to those tags. If you read the disabling the generator tag, you'll see that it doesn't really recommend that you do that. It says down here that the generator tag is a crucial method for gathering metrics at scale. While there is no real benefit in removing the tags, some websites prefer to do that. If you want to see these generator tags, you can go over to one of your web pages, right click on it, view page source, and to speed this up, I'm going to just search for generator. You can see down here meta name generator content WordPress 6.72. That was added by WordPress, but if we look down here, meta name generator content Elementor gives me the version of Elementor. Let me just copy this line and I'm going to paste it into a text editor. You can see that this is the generator tag that's been created by Elementor. It's got font information, custom breakpoints, element cache, CSS. It's got all the settings in there. So if you want to include that, you can. Otherwise, you can just disable it. It is enabled by default. I would just leave it like that. If you make any changes, click on Save Changes. And then let's go over to the Performance tab. The Performance tab in both the free and the pro version is the same. The first item here, CSS print method. This describes where the CSS is going to be held. At the moment, it's an external file, but you can have internal embedding. I'm not going to go into the details of that, but the external file is better for performance reasons. You don't want to have all your CSS embedded internally. It grows the size of your pages and can cause performance issues. The next item on here is optimize image loading. That is something that we want. It will use lazy loading for any images below the fold, so those images aren't loaded until you actually scroll down to need them. The next option, optimize Gutenberg loading. This should be enabled. We're using Elementor, so we want to reduce the unnecessary render blocking loads by basically dequeuing unused Gutenberg blocks, editor scripts and styles. Just leave that as it is. The next one, lazy load background images. If you're using background images, you can have that enabled so that all images in the background are loaded when you scroll down to them, except for the very first one. And then we've got element cache. This is disabled on my installation because I was testing. I believe the default is 1 day. And this just defines how long information and data is stored in the cache before the page reloads and we get a new cache. Again, I would leave it set at the default. Make any changes, click Save Changes, and we can move across to the features. The Features tab show the features that are available in Elementor, including experiments. Some of these are ongoing experiments, some of these are stable features. By default, I would recommend all of your stable features are enabled. The ongoing experiments, those are up to you. If we have a quick look at the Pro version, again, ensure we've got all of the stable features enabled, and you will find more features in the Pro version as you'd expect than in the free version. So let's just go through this, and I'm going to go through the Pro version so we get all of the features covered. The first one is optimize markup. We don't really need to know what that is. It is an ongoing experiment. It's currently in alpha and it's deactivated by default. The load Google font files locally is set by default and it's disabled. This will allow you to have local versions of your Google fonts to speed up the downloading when you're rendering the web pages. If you have that disabled when it's actually out of beta, then the fonts will be loaded directly through a CDN, a content delivery network, and it can take a little bit longer to load. The next experiment that is ongoing is landing pages. That's depreciated, so we won't cover that. And then element caching, again, is beta. Elements caching reduces load time by serving up a copy of an element that's already in the cache, so it doesn't have to reload each time, so that will save time. It is active by default, so we've got the default setting, but we've got the little radio button checked, so it is active by default. So it's probably coming out of beta very soon. And then in the Pro version, we also have this menu that allows you to create mega menus. We're not going to cover that here. If we go down to the stable features, let's just go across and come down to the stable features in the free version as well. We have inline font icons. This just makes sure that any fonts you're using are rendered as inline SVG files without having to go to the Font Awesome library. That's going to speed things up. Additional custom breakpoints. We're going to look at breakpoints later in the course, but essentially you can set breakpoints for screen sizes. In the default version of Elementor, you've got desktop, tablet and mobile, but with the additional custom breakpoints, you can have up to 6 customizable breakpoints, so you can have different size screens as well. Over in the free version, you do have that as well. The next one down here is container. That is something that replaced the old inner sections a while back, and you have already used containers, you know about containers. This allows you to create responsive designs with, and there's two, there's Flexbox and the grid container. We're going to cover those more later. A Pro version only is default to new theme builder. You see that's not over here in the free version because the theme builder is part of the Pro. It's this one down here. There's an old version of the theme builder and there's a newer version of the theme builder. If you want to check those out, you can just disable it and go into the theme builder if you're using the Pro version, and you'll see they do look very, very different. The older version does have a menu which offers a few things. It's probably a little bit more user-friendly in the way that WordPress works. The screen is very, very familiar. The next one, header and footer. This is related to the Hello theme that we installed. And if you read the description, customize the style, the built-in Hello theme, cross-site header and footer from the Elementor site settings panel. Basically what that means, if we go over and look at the customize screen, this is the Pro version where we have the Hello Elementor theme. You see we have header and footer here. And if you click on start designing, it will then take you into Elementor where you can design the header and the footer. The nested tabs feature is there on both. It just allows you to create a different user experience by putting widgets together inside something called nested tabs. If you want to learn more about it, just click on the learn more. You do need to have the container active, but it is by default anyway. And then the editor top bar is the editor in Elementor. If we go into the Elementor editor, you can see this top bar up here is because we have the top bar active. If we go in and deactivate the top bar and then we go back and we refresh, we'll get the old interface for Elementor. You see the top bar has gone and all of your settings now are down in the left hand side. Keep the editor top bar active, that's what we're using. And then finally the last one, usage data sharing. I don't need to cover that, we've already looked at what that means. So those are the features that are in the settings. In this video I want to look at the submissions section, and it is there in both the free and the Pro. It's down at the bottom, at least in my free version. I assume it's down the bottom with custom fonts, custom icons and custom codes because these are Pro features. As you see, if you go onto the submissions screen, it actually tells you that you need to upgrade. The whole point of this submissions screen though is to collect any submissions from forms on your site. To see how this works, let's go over. I'm going to add a new post. I'm going to just call it submissions and then edit with Elementor. And then once I'm inside Elementor, I'm going to search for form and I'm going to just drag in a default form. So here we have a form name, email address and message and a send button. The submissions bit, if we scroll down the content sections, we've got actions after submit, and you'll see that we have collect submissions has been added as well as email. So once this has been sent, it will be sent to an email address, but it will also be collected as a submission. So let's publish the post and then we can see how this is going to work. I'm going to go in and view, and I'm going to type in a name an email address and then a message. And then click on send. You can see the message has been sent. It says your submission was successful. So let's go back into the dashboard, come to Elementor and go down to submissions. And you can see here that the submission has been added. So there's the email address from the person who submitted it. This is the name of the form that was used for the submission. This is the page or the post, submissions it was called. Let's click on there and you're taken into the submission itself. So it gives the name of the person, the email address and the message that was typed into the comment box. And this is really useful, especially if you're having problems with emails arriving, because it's then saved directly in your WordPress dashboard. And of course you may want to have these copies as well, even if the email is working fine. What's nice is that it has the date that the submission was created, okay, the name of the user, and also the user agent, in other words, which browser was being used. It's not always very helpful. I'm actually using a Brave browser and it's not actually listed on there, but it is more information. If we go back to the submission screen, of course you can send these to trash. You'll then have a little trash link up there where you can delete permanently or restore. So that's the submissions section. It is only available in the Pro version. And in the next video, we're going to look at something else that's only in the Pro version, and that is custom fonts. When you're designing a website, something that's very important are the fonts that you're using. Typical advice is don't use more than a couple of fonts. I mean, you may get away with 3, but 2 is generally the standard. And one font may be used for headlines, another one for the text. But you can add more fonts and use them for different things. It's obviously your choice. If we go into the site settings and go to global fonts, you'll see that Elementor has set up 4 different fonts, one for primary, one for secondary, one for text, and one for accent. And if we click on the little pencil icon, we can go in and have a look. The primary, which is going to be used for headings, is using Roboto. The secondary is using Roboto Slab, so it's a related font. Text is using Roboto, and accent is using Roboto. So we've got 2 fonts really. We've got Roboto and we've got Roboto Slab. But Elementor gives us all of the Google fonts in there, as well as system fonts. And do we really want to load in all the fonts that we're not necessarily going to be using? And that's where we saw before that the system settings allows you to turn Google fonts off. We will actually do that eventually, but I don't want to disable them just now, because if I disable Google fonts, then there won't be any fonts set up over here because Roboto won't exist because it's a Google font. So we'll leave that for now and we'll come back to it. But before we start installing fonts, I want to have a closer look at the fonts. So under style, we've got this paragraph selected. I'm going to go down to typography. You can see we're using the Roboto. We have a size slider where we can change the size of the font. That was 22 before. Let's put it back to 22. And we also have weight. Now, the weight is how thick the lines are that make up the font. So 100 is thin, 200 extra light, then 300 light, 400 normal, and so on. Each of these weights is a variation on the normal font. And it used to be that you had to upload a variation for thin, for extra light, for normal, for medium, for all the variations you wanted to use, you had to upload a separate font file. Those are called static fonts. But Elementor have started to support a different type of font called a variable font, where you can just upload one font file and it will take care of all the variations for you. And we're going to see that as we install custom fonts. There are a number of places where you can get fonts. There's a website that I've used in the past called 1001 Fonts. There's a link to it in the resources. But the one that I prefer now is Google Fonts. And again, there's a link to that in the resources as well. And that will take you over to the Google Fonts site. Open the filters and come down to the technology and click on variable. And now you're searching for variable fonts. You can see that we've got Roboto. That was one that was being used by our theme. I'm going to actually do a search for Roboto and see what other variations there are. So we've got Roboto, which I like, and there's a Roboto slab that is being used currently by the theme. I actually like Roboto Flex, so I'm going to choose Roboto and Roboto Flex. So if I click on Roboto first and click Get Font, then I'm going to click the Fonts button to go back, and then scroll back down until I find Roboto Flex, and then click Get Font. Before we download them, I want to go in and make a check of a couple of variables. So let's click Roboto first, and then click on Type Tester at the top. And you can see under the weight, you've got weights ranging from 100 up to 900. So let's just put Roboto weight 100 to 900. That's typical of the fonts. The width goes from 75 to 100. Okay, and I expect the other one is going to be the same. So let me click on the basket to go back. I'm going to go down to Roboto Flex and click on Type Tester, and let's have a look at weight. So weight 100 to 900 is the same. The width, this actually goes from 25 to 150. Okay, and the weight is the same. Okay, we're going to need those values when we install. So the first thing I'm going to do now is to click on the basket, get Download All, and save it to my download folder. I'm going to open it, and then what I want to do is extract these two folders, because this is my Windows Explorer. It's actually showing me the contents of the zip file. I'm going to just click on Extract and find somewhere to extract them. So I'm going to choose a temporary folder, and I'm going to put fonts as the name so I can find it, and select folder. Then click on Extract and the files will be extracted. Okay, so now I'm in my temps font folder. I've got two separate folders, Roboto and Roboto Flex. These represent the two different fonts. If I open up Roboto, you'll see that we have two files here with TTF extension. Roboto Italic Variable Font, which I'm not actually going to use, and this one, Roboto Variable Font. If you look inside the static folder, these are all the variations. Remember I said with the static fonts, you have to upload a separate file for each variation. So in this folder, we've got 54 items. That's 54 different fonts that would have to be uploaded as static fonts. So variable fonts make things an awful lot easier. And if you check Roboto Flex, in this one, we only have one file to upload. So let's go back into Elementor. I'm going to go up to Custom Fonts, and I'm going to say add a new font. Let's call this Roboto, and it's a variable font because that's the type of font that we downloaded. I'm going to upload the file. It was in my C temp fonts Roboto, and it's the non-variable, not the non-italic one that I want, so it's this one here. Let's click on that and then select the file. Then we need to enter the width and the weight. So check those two boxes and let's go back and check our information. So the Roboto weight was 100 to 900. And the Roboto width was 75 to 100. With that added, let's click Publish. And then let's add a new font. And this one is Roboto Flex. Add variable font, let's upload, and it's this one. Select the TTF file, width and weight. The weight was 100 to 900, the width was 25 to 150, and click on Publish. Okay, if we go back to the custom fonts, you can see we now have Roboto Flex and we have Roboto. Let me just show you the static files though, because if we click Add New Font, I'm going to just put Roboto Test and click on Add a Static Font. And now it's giving us options for the types of static fonts we can upload. Let's bring in our folder under fonts, Roboto, let's go to static. You can see these are all TTFs. So we need to upload the TTF version here. Let's just go and choose one of those and we can see what happens. Static, let's choose condensed regular. Click on save, click on publish, and now that is in there. If we go to custom fonts, we have our Roboto Flex and Roboto we installed, and then we have Roboto Test. But this is just one variation. You can see it's static is one variation of the font, so it couldn't be used for everything we're going to need it for. That's how you would add static fonts. Okay, let's go back into the Elementor editor. And I'm going to go to global fonts. And for the primary, that was using Roboto. It's still using Roboto, but it's now using it from this section at the top, variable fonts. In other words, the font that I installed. Let's do secondary. That was Roboto Slab. I'm going to choose Roboto Flex that we installed. Text was Roboto, and that's got the variable font Roboto. So those are all okay. Let's click on Save Changes. Now I'm going to go out and I'm going to disable the Google Fonts. Go into the dashboard, go to Elementor Settings, onto the Advanced tab, Google Fonts Disable. Now the fonts shouldn't be missing because we've installed them into our server. Let's go to All Posts, Edit with Elementor. Let's go to the global fonts and just check. So that's using Roboto, that's using Roboto Flex, that's using Roboto, and that's using Roboto. And if we look at the list, the family list, all of the Google fonts have gone. It's just the system fonts that are installed on the system, plus the fonts that we have installed. So those are all working now. The nice thing about the variable fonts is that all of the sizes and weights are all in there just with that one file uploaded. I can show you this. I'm going to add in just a little bit of text in a text editor. And then with that selected, go over to styles. You can see that it's currently using the text style from the typography from the global styles. Let's click on the little pencil, and with that little pencil selected, we can change the size, we can change the weight, and watch that the weight changes according to the weight value on a sliding scale. So if you were uploading this as static fonts, you'd have a static font size 100, a weight of 200, a weight of 300, and so on. But with the variable font, it can do calculations, and you can set the font width, the font weight, if you wanted, to 150, so halfway between 100 and 200. Let's set that to 400. That's normal. And then you've got width. So the width of the font, the style, so we've got normal. Remember I said we don't need to install the italics just to get italics, because we can select the style italic and you get italics that way. You've got transform, so you can transform to uppercase, lowercase, capitalize, and so on. You have the decorations, you have line height. I'm not going to see much in the line height because there's only one line. I'm just going to select this. We'll go to the content tab, going to copy that content and then just paste in a little bit more so we have multiple lines. We go back to the styles again, back to the typography, and if we come down now and look at line height, you can see that you can change the line heights, the letter spacing and the word spacing, all of that from a single variable font. You've obviously got to be careful changing fonts for individual elements, because if in the future you decide you want to change your fonts to a different font and you're doing it through the global styles as you should, then your new fonts will change, but anything that you've manually edited won't change. In other words, anything where the globe isn't lit up. You see this one is using the default color, and if I click on that it tells me which color it's using. It's using the text color, but this is not using a global font. None of them are checked. If you want to revert anything that you've done, you can just bring up the pencil and click on the little revert icon, and now you can see that globe is lit up saying that it's now using the global font text. The better way of handling things, let's say for example this, we wanted to have it as a special quote font or typography. We want to create our own typography for these types of quotes. We can go into the global fonts and click on add. Let's put quotation. Now I don't know whether it's a bug in my browser or whatever, I'm using the Brave browser, but when you add in a new custom font we should have a box down there, and the only way I can get to it is actually clicking on the last one and then bringing it up there so I can see what my font's going to look like. So let's click on the pencil and we'll start to design this. I'm going to say let's have Roboto Flex. The size, let's close that. I think the size may be about 12. So this is the text, this is what it's going to look like down here now. The weight, I think maybe 400, and the width, we'll leave it 150. Style, we'll have normal, don't want transform, don't want decoration, don't really need any of those others. So when you have the font as you want it, let's click on Save Changes. And then if we come out of this and go back to our page, let's select the text and say, well, we want that typography now to be the quotation type, and that then changes for us. That's it for custom fonts. In this video, we're going to install custom icons. This is a pro feature only. If you come to custom icons in the free version, you're going to get an upgrade notice. But over in the pro version, you get this button, Add New Icon Set. One thing I need to tell you is that if you are following along in this course using Local by Flywheel to install WordPress locally on your own computer, then you're not going to be able to import icon sets. This is something that I've tried a number of times and I can't import them. If it's a website on a web host, then there isn't any problem. So before we continue, I just wanted to make sure you understand that this won't work, or probably won't work if you're trying on Local by Flywheel. Okay, if you click the Add New Icon Set, you're going to get a prompt to upload a zip file, and it gives you some options here from different websites: Fontello, Icomoon and Fantastic.zip files. I'm going to show you Fontello. It's just over at fontello.com. There is a link to this in the resources, and just as an example, I'm going to take this Fontellico and I'm going to select some of these icons that we're going to import. Just click on them to select them. If you click on one and you decide you don't want to import it, you just click it again and that will deselect it. So I've selected 19 there. Put in a name for your font. I've just put in Fontellico there, and then click on Download Web Fonts. It's going to ask where you want to download them, and then we can go back to the Elementor custom icon importer. I'm going to put in a name, Fontellico, and I'm going to drag in my zip file. When you drag it in, you'll see that it's uploading. We're getting the icons uploaded. It's only uploaded 13 for some reason, I'm not sure why. Okay, and we'll click on Update, and now those icons are in there. If we go to Elementor Custom Icons again, you'll just see that pack has been uploaded with a little number, how many are actually in that pack. Let's go, and we're going to add a new post, and we'll have a look to see if we can find these custom icons. Going to Edit with Elementor, and let's put in an icon box. Just going to drag that in. Okay, I'm going to close this down. Now the icon box has icon, heading and text. If I click on the icon itself, it allows me to look for an icon to choose. And down here, my library, we've got Fontellico, and so I can now pick any of the icons that I've just uploaded, and as you can see, it then is added to the icon box. Just like any icon, you can come into the style, come down to icons, and you have some control over those. You can change the color, you can change the size, you can even rotate those icons. So that's how you can import custom icons from third-party sites and use them on your own website. In this video, we're going to take a quick look at the custom code. Again, this is a pro level feature. If you go across to custom code in the free version, you'll get the upgrade notice. So what is custom code? Well, custom code are any scripts or things like that that you're going to want to add to your website. You can have a library of custom codes and then insert them wherever. To give you an example that most people will be familiar with, Google Analytics tracking, you can use this custom code to insert your Google Analytics tracking into the pages of your site. What it means is you don't need a second plugin to do that for you. I used to use a plugin to add my Google tracking to a website. Now I can do it directly in Elementor. So let's just click on create a new custom code, and I'm going to put Google, let's call it Google tracking, and then I'm going to copy and paste my tracking. Now this isn't actually my tracking code, this is just a demo tracking code that I've copied off the internet, so it will cause an error on the live web page. Let's have a look. The location, this is where that tracking code is going to be inserted. You can insert it into the head section, you can put it at the start of the body section or the end of the body section. With Google tracking, they recommend you put it into the head section. Now if you have more than one script running in one of these sections, then you can set the priority for each of the scripts. So priority of 1 means it will be run first. So if I had a second script in the head, I could choose the priority of 1 for the Google Analytics and priority of 2 for the other scripts. So Google Analytics would be loaded in first. Let's click on Publish, and it's asking me where do I want to include the script. And your choices: entire site, archives, or singular. We want it on the entire site because we want to track the whole thing. Let's click on Save and Continue, and then let's go and open our website. We can see that the script has clearly been inserted, and as I said earlier, it's not real tracking, so there is an error. But if we go in and view my page source, I can do a quick search for something that's in the tracking, and here we go. You can see Google tracking, type Elementor snippet, got some information. Those are just comments, and then it's the actual tracking that I added, and then end of snippet. So you can see that has now been added into my website. So use this custom code for any scripts that you want to put on your site. It's a central repository where you can keep everything together. As I'm sure you know, all users in WordPress have a role assigned to them. You are probably an administrator, but there are roles for editors, authors, contributors, subscribers, and WordPress has its own rules of what those can do. Just as a refresher, an administrator has no limits on what they can do. They can do everything. If you have a user who's an editor, they can publish, edit, delete, manage categories, moderate comments, but they can't change the site settings. Only the administrator can do that. An author has less privileges than an editor. They can write, edit, publish and delete their own posts, but can't modify other content or moderate comments. If somebody is a contributor, they can write and edit their own posts, but they can't publish them or upload media. They would need somebody with higher privileges to do that. And then you have a subscriber who can only read content and manage their own profile. They don't have any abilities to change anything on the site other than their own profile. So those are WordPress user roles. In Elementor, Elementor can assign specific tasks to roles as well, but this refers specifically to the Elementor editor. So if we bring down this editor user role, you can see that you can deny access to the editor to the Elementor editor. Why you would want to do that, I don't know if they're an editor. You can enable the option to allow them to upload JSON files. Now this is a security risk because JSON files could potentially cause problems on your site if it's malicious. And the same for enable the option to use HTML widget. HTML widgets contain HTML which can contain malicious code. So again, you'd have to trust your editor if you wanted to enable that option to allow them to use the HTML widget. And the other option is access content only. And where this is useful is if you are working for somebody and you hand the site over to them and you want them to be able to edit the content, but you don't want them to be able to edit the settings and the layout and everything else. So you could assign them as an editor and just prevent them from modifying anything other than the actual content itself. And again, you've got the same options for author, for contributor, and for subscriber. So you've got those options if you need to limit their control, and then you can click Save Changes to apply those roles, and they will just be layered on top of the WordPress roles. As I said at the beginning, the free version of this has one of the most important control mechanisms missing. You can't give a client access to the content only. So that is the role manager in Elementor. In this video I want to look at the element manager. The idea behind the element manager is quite simple. There are going to be some elements that you don't use, and you can turn them off or hide them in the Elementor editor. So if you find that there are some elements that you never use, you can go in and you can hide them. It does a little bit more than that, but firstly, I just want to point out that there is an element manager in the free version as well as the paid version. However, there is a restriction on the free version, and that is that you can't edit the permissions column. We'll have a look at that when we look at the Pro version. So let's go over to the Pro version now, and we'll start at the top. There is a warning at the top that says before you continue, deactivating widgets here will remove them both from the Elementor editor and your website, which can cause changes to your overall layout, design, and what your visitors see. So if you turn off elements that are already being used on your site, then you will have those removed from those web pages that use them. So that you don't do that, there is actually a column here, usage, and if you click on show, it will tell you how many times each one has been used, so you can make sure that the ones you are deactivating are not used already on your site. So let's come across to the permissions column. This is where you can define who has the right to use those elements. If I just click on the first one to have a look, you can see that all of these are the same. They'll have the same options. So for the heading, you can have everybody using them, or you can specify that maybe only authors or editors can use them, or contributor, or whatever it is that you want. So this allows you to define who is able to use specific elements. You may or may not find a use for that. If you have a number of people working on your site, then there may be reasons for doing that. That will be up to you to decide. You can search for individual elements this way. You can go and filter them by Elementor, Elementor Pro elements, WordPress widgets, or just have it showing all. And then if you've got some inactive, you can easily find them just by filtering by inactive. There's a button here to scan element usage. That will just make sure that this is all up to date. And you can also bulk deactivate unused elements. So I just deactivated all of those. I'm going to enable them all. I don't want to do that. If I scroll down, let's go over to the free version. If I scroll down the free one, you'll see all the elements that are available to you. And then at the bottom, you'll see the Pro elements, which are installed, but they're all deactivated, and they will only become active when you upgrade. So that is the element manager. It's just a way to clean up your toolbox so that your designing is a little bit more focused and perhaps creative, because you're only seeing the elements that you actually want to see. You're hiding the ones that you never use. In this video, I want to look at the tools menu here. It's the same for the free and the Pro version. There is a slight difference under the version control tab, but we'll go over to the Pro version and then we can see everything. The first option is to regenerate CSS and data, and you shouldn't ever have to do this, but if you find that your site doesn't look as if it's displaying properly, perhaps CSS files have become corrupted, or there's a problem somewhere in the site's database, you can regenerate those files just by clicking on that button. The next option, to sync library, again, this is something Elementor does every day, so you shouldn't have to do it, so you can ignore that one. The safe mode, if you enable it, puts your editor into what's called the safe mode. In other words, the editor itself will load up, but no themes or plugins will load up. This allows you to troubleshoot. If you're having conflicts somewhere, this basically disables the themes and the plugins, and you only use the editor. If it all works when you disable that, then there's obviously a conflict with your theme or one of the plugins that you're using. So it helps you work things out like that. The debug bar will add an extra menu item to the admin bar. We can see that if we enable it, and then we can go across to the site and have a look. You can see the Elementor debugger is here, and that will alert you to any problems, any bugs in the code for your site. There's one item here, template file, no templates for condition, hello Elementor index. So you'll get information there about any issues. Useful for debugging your site. So that's the general tab. The next tab is replace URL. This can be useful for any URLs you need to replace in the site database. For example, if you're doing a domain transfer. If you don't know why you might want to use this, then please leave it alone. And if you do decide you need to use it for something, make sure you back up your database first, because you can actually mess up the entire site with that. The next tab up here is version control. This is really useful if you're having problems with a newer version of Elementor you've just installed. You can see that I've got version 3.27.5 installed, but I could roll back to an earlier version if I wanted to. There is a warning there, please back up your database before making rollbacks. And then we've also got the rollback Pro version because, as you'll remember, we installed an Elementor plugin first and then we installed an Elementor Pro plugin, and you can just roll back the Pro version, again backing up before you do so, and then you can become a beta tester. If you do that though, I would recommend you don't do it on a production site because you'll get notifications of new beta versions. They won't be stable. It's really just for testing and so that you know what's coming ahead. The next tab, maintenance mode. Disabled by default because obviously you want people to be able to see your site, but if you're working on your site and you want to hide it from visitors while you're doing that, you could put it into maintenance mode. Or if you're working on a new site and it's not ready for the public yet, you could put a coming soon page there. When you do select maintenance mode or coming soon, you do have to create a template for it, but we'll look at that in a moment. If it's in maintenance mode, who can access the site? And the default is logged in people. So while you're an admin logged into the dashboard, you can see the site and you can work on it. Or you can choose custom and you can say, well, I want the administrators, I also want the editor to be able to access the site while it's in maintenance mode. So that is up to you. Now choose template. There are no templates yet, so let's go and make one. We're in maintenance mode, so let's make a quick maintenance mode template. And I'll just put a title. Let's click edit with Elementor. We're going to just do something very simple. I'm going to first off put this into Elementor canvas to get rid of the header and the footer, and I'll add a heading. Just something very simple. And then click publish. Let's go back into the Elementor tools, back to maintenance mode. We can now select our maintenance template and save it. Now before testing, I've just noticed that it is disabled, so let's just put that back into maintenance mode. And you see up here in the admin bar it now says it's in maintenance mode. If we go and visit the site, we can still see it because we are logged in, but if I copy that URL and I'm going to open up a private browser, so not logged in, and then if I try to visit the site, we get, sorry, site is unavailable as we're updating. So that's how the maintenance mode can work. Going to just disable it, save changes. The final option is the import and export. There is a slight difference between the free and the paid in terms of functionality. If we go to the Pro and we click export, you'll see that you can export your site. You can export templates, content and site settings, or you could be more specific and say you just want templates and settings, whatever it is you want. When you click next, it will then create a kit for you which will be downloaded as a zip file to your computer, and then if you want to use that as the basis of a new site, you can load Elementor into the new site, come over to site import, select your kit, and then it will import whatever it was that was in that export file. It's really useful if you have clients. Let's say you create a master website that is the basis for all of your work. You could create a master site, export it as a kit, and then you can import it into the client site and then do the modifications. So it'll save you a lot of time in setting up the site settings and templates. Now I did say at the beginning there was a difference between the Pro and the free. The free has a limitation. When you go to export, you cannot export the templates. That is a Pro feature only, so be aware of that. In this video I just want to cover the types of templates that you can create. If you click on the templates menu, you come up with this screen that has 5 tabs in the Pro version and 4 tabs in the free version. There's no global widgets in the free. And the templates that you can create are divided into these 4 different types. Pages, you can create a template for a page. That maintenance page we created was a template, so it's listed under pages. You can create templates from sections, from containers, and from global widgets. We're going to look at those in a moment, but the other type of template you can create is templates that define how your website is going to be viewed. So you can create templates or template parts for headers and footers, and then you can use those headers and footers in templates for the display of, let's say, a single post or a single page. You can also create archive templates. You can create a category template to display your category pages, and these templates will define what those category pages are going to look like. Similarly for tags, search results, 404 page, loop item is something slightly different, but these templates here in the theme builder are building the templates to create your theme. They are different from the templates you get when you're over here. These are templates that can be used to help build web content. Let's have a look at an example. I'm going to go over to all posts, and I've got an example post here. I'm going to go into edit with Elementor, and I've created a comparison table. In fact, I didn't create it, it was in the library with Elementor, but I've got this comparison table, and if I'm doing reviews of things, I might like to reuse this comparison table on multiple pages, so I can save this as a template. To do that, if you go and open up the structure, there's a number of ways of doing this, but you can see that the main container is called pricing. I can also select that pricing directly by clicking into the container, selecting up here in the middle these 6 little dots and right clicking and say save as a template. So I can type in a name for my template and click save, and now you can see it listed underneath my maintenance. Okay, let's come out of that and let's go back into the templates, and now you'll see my pricing table is listed there. How did we create that pricing table template? Well, we created it from a container. So if you click on this container tab, you'll see it listed there. Let's go back to the post and we'll try something slightly different. If I bring down the structure, I can see there's a container here that contains the heading, and text editor. It's this bit you can see highlighted. That makes quite a good introduction, and I might like to use it on multiple pages. So I can save that as a template as well. If I select the main container here and right click, I can go down to save as template. I can put in a name for it. I'm just going to put in anything here, featured introduction, and click on save, and you can see there that that featured introduction is now saved in my template library. Let's go back and we'll come out back down to templates, and you can see my featured introduction is there as well. Same question, how did we create that template? Well, we created it from a container again, so that featured introduction is being shown in the container tab. Let's see how we would use these. Let's go into posts. I'm going to create a new post. Let's put edit with Elementor. And we're on here. Let's say I want to introduce that first container that has the featured introduction. If I click on this button here, add template, I can then come across to my templates where my templates are listed, and I can just click on insert. That will then insert my introduction. The background isn't here, so you will need to do a little bit of editing, but we can come in here and quite easily put in a background to that container. We can come in and we can edit the text, so we can use this design on multiple pages. And the same goes for the price comparison table. Click on the add template button, make sure you're on the my templates tab, and then come across to pricing table and click on insert apply, and then that will apply that and add it to your post. And as you can see, it's been added in its entirety, and all you need to do is to go in and you can edit the details. Before we continue, a quick question, and it might be unfair at this stage to ask you this, but when we inserted the featured intro into the web page, we didn't get the background included. Let me just show you that again. If we come down here, my templates, featured introduction, insert, apply, the background isn't there. So can you think of why that might be? Well, the answer is quite simple. The background of this container is inherited from the main container. If I come up and select the main container and come over to styles, you can see that that is a black background. If I come up to the container that holds the featured introduction and come across to styles, it doesn't have that set. So this is just inheriting the background that it's on, and that is one of the reasons we use containers. We group other containers inside so we can apply a property like a background to a number of different elements in one go. Okay, let's come back out into the dashboard. I'm going to leave that back down to save templates. And we've looked at container. We haven't looked at global widgets. We'll cover that in a lot more detail. But what about page? What's a page template? Well, we created one as a maintenance page, but we can create entire page templates that can be reused. So let's say I'm going to call this product review. Let's edit with Elementor. And then I could create a template for a product review that I might like to use that template for a number of products on the site. Just to quickly show you this, now we've seen the My Templates, but there is also templates for blocks that you can insert or entire pages that you can insert. I'm going to just speed this up by quickly putting in a full page template. And here it is. This is the template I'm going to be inserting into my post. Just click on apply. And you can see that full page template now has been added to the post. Now, if I'd set that up to be the design that I wanted for my reviews, all I need to do is to save this post as a template. And we can do that if we come across to this publish arrow, save options. We can come down and say save as a template. And I'm going to just type product review. Click on save, and that now is added to my templates down here. Let's close that, come out, and we'll go back down to the templates. You can see my product review there is now listed. That was created from a page, so we should see the product review on the page tab, which is what we do. Now let's say you want to write a new product review using your template. Let's just add a new post, and let's say BMW Z4, let's edit with Elementor, and then all we need to do to insert the template that we're going to fill out for that review is come down and click on insert. And you can see that template is now been inserted. All we need to do is edit all the content in that template. The beauty of this is that you'll get the same design for all of your reviews because they're all using the same base template. Let's come out of the editor once again, and I'm going to come out. Now I've created posts there which I've turned into templates. You don't need to keep those once you've added them as a template. So I can just come in, delete all those, move to trash, apply, and if I come back to templates, my templates are all still there. So the main types of templates you're probably going to be creating are in the theme builder, which creates your theme templates, and then in the save templates, which create the elements which you can then use to build up your web pages, your posts. In other words, bits of content that you can insert from your library. There are other templates here as well. We've got pop-ups and we have floating elements. And we're going to look at those as we go through this section. In this video, I want to have a quick look at the pop-ups menu item. We're not going to create an actual pop-up here because we'll be doing it later, but this is just where you can create pop-ups for your site. If you click on add new pop-up, you can see pop-up is populated there. You can put in a name for it and then click on create template, and then you'll be taken into the option of selecting from your library. I'm going to just cancel that, and this is where you would design your pop-up. Let's just exit out of this, and then if we come back to pop-ups, you can see that we've got this pop-up here that is currently a draft. We haven't actually done anything, and we can go in there, edit with Elementor. Once you've edited it with Elementor, you would then select display conditions. In other words, where and when do you want the pop-up to appear, but we'll cover that in more detail. If you come down to theme builder and you come down to table view and go over to all, you'll see now that the pop-up appears in the tab. It didn't appear before because there was no pop-ups, but now we have the pop-up tab appearing, where again you have access to trash and drafts if you need to. In this video, we're going to take a quick look at the theme builder. We're not going to go into a lot of detail because we're going to be doing that later when we build a theme, but I do want to make you aware of a few things. When you go into theme builder, this is the theme builder that you will see. If you're using the free version, then you're not going to be able to use it. It will ask you to upgrade. But if you're using the pro version, then you can come in and you can create all of these different types of templates. These are the templates that are used to design your site. So we have a header and we have a footer. You can have multiple headers, multiple footers. You've got a single post template, single page template. You've got an archive template. That is an archive template that will cover all archives. So it will be used for categories, for tags, for author archives, for date archives, and so on. But if you go in and create a new archive template, you will be able to decide to create just a category template or just a tag template or just the template that you want. Now I created one there and I didn't actually do anything to it, but you can see it's now listed inside the theme builder. If I click on the thumbnail, it comes up with a bigger view. Now there's nothing in it, so there's nothing in the preview. I'm going to just send that to trash. Now while you are in the theme builder, you will notice if you scroll down there is a link to switch to table view. Table view is the old theme builder and it gives you access to all the templates that you can create. This format of theme builder used to be the default version, but as you can see we have that new version being used. If you go to the settings, you can actually force the older version to be displayed instead when you open the theme builder. It's this one here, default to new theme builder. If you inactivate that, come down and save changes, and then you come back to the theme builder, you'll go directly into the table view. So why might you want to use the table view? Well, let me go into trash and I'm going to restore one of those templates. Go back into theme builder, you can see that template is now available. The options you have in this menu are different from the options you have in the new theme builder. For example, you can click edit and then that will go into this editor, not the Elementor editor, where you have different options that you don't have in the new theme builder. Chances are you're not going to need to do that. So let's go back. The other one you've got is quick edit, where you can come in and you can change the name. So let's just change the name there. You can add in a slug. You can put the dates that it's going to be published. You can save it as published, pending review, draft, and you've also got the options of templates there. Click on update and you then have that updated. You've got preview and you've got edit with Elementor. Clicking on edit with Elementor will just open that in the Elementor editor. So let's just go back and change the settings featured to the new theme builder. I'm going to just set it to default because default is active. And then if we come back to the theme builder, you click on that to open it in a bigger preview, export, trash, rename. If you click edit, it goes straight into the Elementor editor, so you don't have the option of going into the older WordPress editor. There is another advantage of the table view. If we click back on it to go back into the table view, you'll see that we have these links up here. You don't have those over in the normal theme builder. We don't have trash, we don't have anything. So let's go back. And you can see the drafts that we've done. You can see those I've sent to trash. You can restore those. But if you click on this all button, then you also get the save templates that we have up here. So up here we have page, section, container, and widget. In the table view, you also have, if you click on the all, you then have those in here as well. So section, container, global widget. So this view might give you more options. For me, I'm going to stick to this theme builder, and then if I need to go in and restore anything I've sent to trash, like if I wanted to restore that, you can go into the table view. You've then got access to your trash that way. If you are creating a template for your theme, so in other words any template that you would create under theme builder, not including this page, section, container and global widget, then you will need to go into the Elementor editor. You can do it through the Elementor editor link here, or you can do it through the normal theme builder and just go in and click on edit. That will take you into the Elementor editor, because templates that you're creating for your theme need display conditions, and those are only available in the Elementor editor. They're not available over in the normal view. If we come back to the theme builder, let's go back to table view, you'll see that there isn't anywhere here to set display conditions. I'm not going to go into display conditions now because we are covering them later when we look at creating a theme. Which theme builder you have as your default is up to you. I would suggest you just leave it as the default new theme builder, because if you need to go into the table view for anything, it's easy enough to do that. And then switching back to the new theme builder is as simple as clicking on the theme builder link in the sidebar. The next item down here is floating elements. Floating elements can be buttons or bars that float in a specific area of the website. So when you're scrolling down, they don't move. And if we click on Add New Floating Element, you've got the choice of buttons or bars. Let's look at buttons first. We can see what that does. And we'll get to the library where we can choose one that's already been done. So I'm going to insert this one. Now, as you can see, it's added these floating buttons down the side. You can have a number of different options for the platform. We've got WhatsApp, Waze, Messenger, telephone, email, URL, SMS, Viper and Skype. So these are easy ways for your customers to get in contact with you. One limitation of this is that you can't change the icons, at least you can't change them yet. So if you went in and you changed the URL, let's say to your Facebook profile, and you put Facebook as the title, you would still get this URL icon there. So that's a limitation. But I will show you later in the course how you can create a floating social media bar as well. And that doesn't use this floating elements feature of Elementor. But let's have a look, see what this would look like. Let's publish. I'm going to put add conditions and just put it on the entire site. You can have other conditions as well, so you can exclude areas of your site if you want to. I'm just going to click save, and then let's come out into the dashboard. I want to go to my posts. I've got a long post here, which will allow me to see how those floating buttons look. You can see they're floating down here, and as I scroll down the page, those floating buttons remain there. So it is a nice feature. But let's go back and have a look instead at the floating elements, and in this case we're going to choose floating bars. Let's create the new floating bar, and you can see the templates here. Now these bars float at the top or the bottom, so they're a great way of bringing attention to visitors on your site to specific things that you want. So you can see here we're hiring, explore career opportunities with us, and then view positions. Of course, you can edit this content over on the content tab, so the announcement, the call to action on the button, and whether this little close button appears or not, you can turn that off. You can also go into change the styles, and you've also got advanced where you can change the vertical position, so you could put it at the bottom instead if you want to. There it is down there. Let's publish that, and then we'll go across to the site. Let's just put it on the whole site, go across and view our web page. Let me load up that post so you can see that as I scroll, that floating bar stays down at the bottom. So if those are things that you need, it's well worth checking them out. We're not going to be covering those again in this course. I think you can go in there and explore those for yourself. In this video I want to take a look at the kit library. Now earlier in the course we went down to tools and looked at import export. This is where you can export the template kit for your site, and you have the options of exporting the templates, the content and the site settings. Well, the kit library is related to that, because the kit library are kits that you can import that have been professionally designed. You can filter by kit plan, so you can just select the free ones and have a look at the free kit libraries. And let's try and import one of these. If we click on it, we can preview it, and then we can apply the kit. And we have the option of customizing, and this will tell us what's going to happen. So content, Elementor pages, landing pages, Elementor posts, all this lot, and then site settings. So it's going to import some content, and it's going to import the site settings. Let's click on import, and then for this first enable unfiltered file uploads, you need to enable that so all the media is uploaded to your site as well. Okay, it says your kit is now live. Let's just close that window and we'll go across and view the website, and you can see the website now has that kit library, and you can go in and then you can edit the elements of that. If we have a look at the media library, you can see all of the media has been imported. If we go to posts, there's no posts imported. Pages, some of these have been imported. So this about us, if we look at the about, you can see that is from the kit library. Nothing has been imported under the Save Templates theme builder. Nothing has been imported under that as well. We saw that when we were importing, there were no templates being imported. It was content and site settings. Now, what happens when you decide you don't like that kit library and you want to get rid of it? Well, you can do that as well. If you go back to the tools, back to the import, export, where you only had export and import before, you now have remove the most recent kit. And it's as simple as clicking on remove kit. Let's go OK. Now that remove has disappeared. Let's go over and view our home page, and you can see that has been reset to the way it was. If we go into media, all the media has been removed. Pages, all those extra pages have also been removed. So you can add these kit libraries, play around with them, customize them, and then if you don't like it, you can remove it as well. During this course so far, we have seen glimpses of the Elementor editor interface, but in this video, I just want to go through all of the settings just so that you're sure where everything is. So I'm going to go to posts and add a new post. I'm going to put in a title, Elementor interface, and then click edit with Elementor. This will open the editor and we can go through what you can see on your screen now. Over on the right hand side, this is a preview of what your web page is going to look like. It will by default include the header and the footer area of your page, and then the area in the middle where you can drag in the widgets to build your content. As you already know, you can drag your content directly into the box there, and if you bring down the structure, you'll see that all the elements you add will be added into a container. You can add more than one element into a container just by dragging it inside where the first one is, and you can see that I can select that container with this handle at the top. Let me just delete that one. I'm going to add in text. You can see it being added to the container. Let's add in a button as well into the same container. You can drag these around, and whichever item you select in here, over on the left, the Content Styles and Advanced tab will reflect that particular element. So we've got button selected. You see it's got edit button, and then it's the content options for buttons, styles for buttons, and then the advanced options for buttons. If we bring header, you can see it says edit heading, content style advanced, text editor, content style advanced. The other way you can add elements is by clicking on this plus inside this dotted rectangle. So it gives you the option of a flexbox or a flexbox grid. We'll be covering more of that as we go through. Let's just select flexbox and we'll say a single column direction down. You can then add elements into that with the plus, dragging them in, same way as we did before. Bringing up the structure, you can see that we've just created a second container in that way. The middle button here is for adding templates. So if you click on that, you've got the option of adding predefined blocks. Let's say you want to find a call to action block that's already been designed for you. You can have a look through these and think, well, I like this one. I'm going to click on that and then insert, and then that template will be inserted into your page. To delete a section, you can click on the section header and click on the little cross, and that will get rid of it. The final option over here is for AI. I'm not going to cover this. This is currently in beta and you need to upgrade as well if you want to get the full benefits of that. Let me just bring the structure down. I'm going to right click on that container and click on delete. So we're just left with one container. I need some elements in there because we're going to start having a look at some items across the top, and it just makes things easier. So this first item here is the Elementor logo. You can go directly to the theme builder there. You can also look at the history. So here is the history of this page that I built. You can see that at the last thing I did was removed a container. I also removed another container. If I want to revert back to a previous state, you can see as I click on these, things are being restored. Let's go back to the logo and go down to user preferences. The first one in here is the display mode. We saw this at the beginning of the course, where I change from dark mode to light mode. You can also have auto detect. And then this width is the width of this panel. You can drag it out like that, or in fact, you don't even need to go into their user preferences. You can just drag it as you see fit. The next option here, show quick edit options. If I select that section, you can see there's three buttons. There's a plus to add a container, there's the grabber, and then there's a deleter, for want of a better word. Let's go back to the user preferences and switch on show quick edit options. And if we now move our mouse over the container, you can see we now have another button which allows you to duplicate the container. And that's what this setting does. It just adds additional action elements to the buttons that you're going to see. Expand images in a lightbox. That is so that if you have images on your page and you want to open them in a lightbox, you can just turn that on. There's no need for an additional plugin for that. The show hidden elements, this is when you are playing around with designs in different views. So you've got up here desktop, tablet and mobile. We can add more in the Pro version, but those are the three that come by default. When you are making changes, let's say in the mobile view you are hiding an element because it doesn't look right on mobile or it doesn't work on a mobile, you can hide the element in the editor, and then this option to show hidden elements will then show a sort of a grayed out version of that element when you're looking at the desktop or tablet mode. The next option, launch checklist, is whether or not to show this checklist up here. It's just a checklist of things to do when you're starting a new site. If you click to hide it, you'll see that that little rocket icon has now disappeared. The design system section has one radio box, show global settings, and it says here that it temporarily overlays the canvas with the style guide to preview your changes to global colors and fonts. What that means is if we come over to the global colors and fonts, you see this style guide being overlaid in there. If we were to turn that off, let's just come out of the styles. We can turn that off, go back to user preferences and then change that. Let's click on publish, and then we can come back into the global colors and you see that we now don't have that overlay on there. I personally find it really useful, so I'm going to come back here, user preferences, and turn that on. The next section down here is for AI. It's the editor copilot to get instant suggestions from AI during your workflow. We're not going to be covering this. You can have it off, on, or you can snooze it for 1 day or snooze it for 7 days. And then navigation. This is that when you close this post, where does it go? I would just leave that as the default. So those are the user preferences. The next one, keyboard shortcuts, will just bring up the keyboard shortcuts if you're a keyboard warrior. And then this last option here will exit into the WordPress dashboard. Let's just click on publish and I can show you that. Let's exit to the dashboard and you can see we're now in the dashboard. Sidebar is gone, but you can bring that back quite easily. And then let's go back into Edit with Elementor and look at the other buttons in this interface. The next button over here is the site settings. When you select that, you'll see that you can no longer click on that add element, which is why I said that that's an exception. To close the site settings, you need to click on the little cross up there in the right hand corner. We've already looked at global colors and global fonts. We will be coming back to those again later when we're designing our theme. And then you have theme style settings, typography, buttons, image, form fields, hello theme header, hello theme footer. And then we've got site identity. These are mirroring what you get in the dashboard settings menu. The next option here is AI context. You can set the background. We've also got layout, which is quite important because this will set the content width of your pages, including any padding that you're using and also gaps between the elements. Down here we've got breakpoints. This is where I said with the Pro version you can add more breakpoints. At the moment there are 3, desktop, tablet and mobile, but you can add in more breakpoints for different devices: mobile landscape, tablet landscape, laptop and widescreen, and you can set the width of those so that when your browser is changing size it will flick between those different layouts. And then with those layouts created, you can then go into each of these and edit the post or the page so that it looks great on each of those devices. If we go back, the next item down here is Lightbox. Remember we saw that you can switch on the Lightbox for images. This will just give you options for customizing what those lightboxes are going to look like. Then we have page transitions. This is animations for when pages load. I'm not going to go into that now. And we have custom CSS. If you want to add custom CSS to your site, this is where you can do it. And then finally at the bottom we've got some additional settings, which just takes us into the settings that we've already seen. Going back to this screen, let's close the site settings. The next button here is the structure, which we've also seen. That will show you the elements in your page or your design, and as we've seen you can drag those elements around. The next button is if you want to add notes. If you're working with other people, those notes can be quite useful. And then the next option will tell you what you're working on. We're working on the Elementor interface post. but you can bring down the recent things that you've been working on if you wanted to quickly switch to something else. You can also go in and add a new page from there. And then the cog is the post settings. So we've got the post title, status, you can add an excerpt here, you can add a featured image, allow comments or not. You can also hide the title. So my title up here, Elementor Interface, I can hide it. That's useful in many situations. And then the page layout. The default is just the theme layout. You can use Elementor Canvas, and then that will remove the header and footer to take away the distractions while you're working, and that's particularly good if you're doing something like a landing page. You've also got an option there which is just off the screen. If I just drag this up a little bit so you can see it, we've also got an option there for Elementor full width, and that will just set your web page so that Elementor is using full width. I'm going to leave it as the default and drag this back down. And then finally, with the post settings, we've also got style and advanced. The style will allow you to add margin and padding and a background type, and then the advanced will allow you to add custom CSS, which can then be applied to this page. You've also got scroll snap, and this will make the viewport, the bit that the visitor is seeing on your site, stop at specific positions of a section when scrolling, and you've got options there for modifying those. As we've seen, this desktop, tablet and mobile will show you what your page looks like in each of those devices. If you decide you want to make changes to that in the mobile view, you can. You'll notice that some of the options that you'll see in the settings panel have a little mobile icon. And if you see a little mobile icon there, it tells you that you can edit that property just for mobile. So we can set that to center. For example, if we go back to the tablet mode, it's still left aligned, as is the desktop, but on the tablet it's now central. We'll look at mobile responsiveness later in the course where we'll use these tools. The next button over here is the checklist that we saw, just the checklist which you can turn off. That will tell you the sorts of things that you still need to do to get your site up and running. We've then got a what's new. This will open a panel that tells you what is new in Elementor. And then we have the Finder menu. Let me just publish this before I open that, because this will allow us to find things and go and open them. So if I wanted to go and work on my Hello World post, I can bring up the Finder, search for Hello World, and then that will open my Hello World post up for me. If I want to go back to the one I was just working on, that was called Elementor Interface, I can start typing that, and then that will open up that. You can also search for things like templates you've created. So I know I've created a template called pricing table. I can come down here, click on that, and that will open the pricing table for editing. Let's just go back to the Elementor interface. You can also search for some of the settings screens. So for example, if you wanted to jump into the role manager, you could do that. Another example would be if you wanted to go in and enable or disable any of the experiments, you can just jump straight forward to that. Let's just do one more. Let's do custom fonts. And you can see it listed down here. And we just go straight into the custom fonts. So that Finder option is really useful for finding pretty much anything related to Elementor. We've then got the help. This will open up the Elementor website for help. You've got preview changes that will show you what your page looks like in a browser, and then we have this publish button which I've already pressed for this post, but that will be active if you haven't published, and if you make any changes you can see that it becomes active again. Next to the publish you have other options. You can save it as a draft or you can save it as a template. We saw this earlier in the course too, and then you can view page as well. That just does the same as this view page. If you're working on a template that's part of your theme, you will also have another option there to set the display conditions. But again, we're going to see that later when we are creating templates. So that's an overview of the interface of Elementor. Obviously, we're going to be using it a lot as we carry on through this course. So although I've gone very quickly over the features and what everything does, you will see this over and over again as we go through, and things should become second nature. In this video, I want to look at something called theme styles, and we saw it when we were looking through the interface. If you come up to the site settings, you'll see that there's this section called theme style, and there are four main sections: typography, buttons, image, and form fields. There is also a section here for hello theme header and hello theme footer, but that is only because I'm using the Hello theme on this Pro version. If I go over to the free version of Elementor, you see those two don't exist and there's nothing added by the Astra theme. So what is theme style and why do we need to be concerned with it? Because earlier in our course we had these two boxes disabled, which means that Elementor is in control of the default colors and the default fonts. Well, the problem is these default colors and default fonts only affect Elementor elements. So if you go over to your site and you add something using a plugin, that is being controlled by WordPress, it's being controlled by your theme. I can show you this as an example. Let's close theme styles, and I'm going to add in a button. And then I've also installed on this site a plugin to create contact forms. This one's called Contact Form 7, and I can insert a contact form by pasting this shortcode into Elementor. So let's do that. I'm going to add in a shortcode element, and then I'm going to paste in the contact form. Okay, it all looks okay at the moment, but if I scroll down, you'll see that that button is not the same. That button is being controlled by the theme. It's not being controlled by Elementor, because the default Elementor colors and fonts are only affecting elements that are added by Elementor. This Contact Form 7 plugin is getting the information for fonts and colors from the theme and not from Elementor. And that's where this theme style can come in, because we can say that although our theme is saying that this is what a button looks like, we can override it by changing the settings over in the theme style. So let's go across to the buttons. Now you'll see this message at the top. In order for theme styles to affect all relevant Elementor elements, please disable default colors and fonts from the settings page. So although we left that disabled, we're now going to enable those so that the theme style section will take effect. Okay, back in the editor, I've added an image to this post just because some of the styles relate to images. Let's go to site settings and let's go down to the button first, because this button is being controlled by the theme. If we come down to buttons, we have a number of options here that we can change. Remember that these globes are enabling or disabling global colors and fonts. That's what we want. We want to use globals. The edit button is if we want to override the global settings. So we need to go down and we need to change all of the globes. So for typography of the button, that is just text, and you saw the font change. And then we have normal and hover state of the button. The text color normal is, I think, anti-flash white. The background color is accent. We have a look up here, yeah. And we can keep going down, there's no shadow. The border is none, so we have no border. And let's just come back up. I forgot the hover state. What is the hover state for this? Right, it's just the text color changes. So let's go to the hover state, text color. Again, we're changing the global, and we are changing that one to Caribbean current. So now that changes correctly. The hover color is actually currently correct, but just in case in the future we do change the colors of the hover button, we need to set this. So let's change that to accent. Now that's not going to change, we're still only having the text changing. Alright, so now the button on the form is behaving like a button that was added with Elementor. Let's go back and let's start with the typography. The body text color is text, typography is text. Let's come down to link. The link color, this is where we can set the color of this link here. Let's say we want it accent. You can see that has changed. The typography is text because it's using normal text. Come over to hover. Let's set the hover color of that to Caribbean, and typography is still text. So that's that one sorted. For the H1 color, primary for color and for typography. Primary color, primary font. Okay, so those are all the headings sorted. Let's come out. Let me just check I've done everything there. So we have hover and we have normal. and we have the headers. Okay, so we can come out of the typography after saving. Let's come down to images, because we added this image to have a look and see what we wanted to do. We don't have to do anything for this, but we have a normal and we have a hover state. If we have a look at the hover state, you've got this thing called CSS filters, and we could put on something like a desaturation. So when you move your mouse over, the image desaturates. I'm going to reset that. I'm not going to change it. The other thing you can do with your images, you can add a border. So let's add a border to that. You can change the border color. I'm going to actually leave that as it is, have default, and you've got border radius, and with a border radius you can make the edges of your images rounded if you want to as well, and you can change it for the hover state, so you've got those options. I don't want to make any changes to my images, so I'm just going to save that and then come back. And the last one here is the form fields. Now the label color, the label is where it says your name, your email. That probably should be text color, and typography should be text, just to make it consistent with the rest of your site. The field typography, the text that goes in between, that is text again, and then you have normal and you have focused. I'm going to just go down for the text color. We'll have accent color, background color. Let's make that anti-flash white. You can see the color of those fields has now changed. I'm not going to select that. We don't have any other globes down here. Let's just look at the focus. The text color is going to be text still. The accent color I'm going to leave as accent, and the background color I'm going to leave it as anti-flash white, so that doesn't change when you mouse over, but you could make changes to that. Or another thing you could do is on the focus, you could say, well, let's have a solid border and let's make it a little bit wider, so then when the field is selected you can see the box gets darker around the outside. Okay, we'll leave it at that. We've got border color. Let's just set the border color to primary, or we could set it to something else. Let's change it to, let's say, Caribbean. Okay, all right, I'm happy with that, and let's save. And then when we come out of the site settings, our forms and our things that are added by widgets will all start to behave. There is these two options down here. If you're using the Hello theme, these are theme styles for that. You can go down and have a look at those, and if you're using the Hello theme you can do that, but we're going to be creating our own headers and footers, and if we need any formatting later we'll do that later. In this section of the course we're going to look at the page structure of an Elementor page, and earlier in the course you'll remember we talked about looking at web pages and thinking in terms of containers and elements. Now this is the Astra site, so they won't be using containers like we do in Elementor, but the same principles apply to this and every other website. So you have a container at the top containing a logo and a menu and a button over here, and another little button which is a search box. And as you scroll down you can start thinking in terms of elements and containers. There's probably one big container with a coloured background. Inside that container we have a header, some text, button, and then images. We scroll down, we'll see some more containers. So this container is likely a single container because it's got a single coloured background, and it contains some details of how many websites use Astra, some logos of some of the better known companies that use Astra, and then some reviews underneath. So that would probably all be one big container that contains a number of different elements. Scroll down a bit further, we have another section which has 4 columns. Each column has an image at the top, header, and a text. So this is the container, element, 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 and then we have column, 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 and those 4 columns are the same design using the same 3 elements. Scroll down a bit more and you can see more containers, and as you go down the page you just see that the web page is built up of containers that contain elements. That's what we're going to be looking at in this section. We're going to go in and we're actually going to have a look at some designs. In particular we're going to focus on the container, because if the website is built up of containers and elements, then obviously we need to have a thorough understanding of what containers do and how we can handle them. In this section I will also give you a little bit of homework. It's not going to be too difficult. It will be a PDF that you can download, and it'll contain 3 designs, and all I'm going to do is say go away and have a go in Elementor to create these 3 designs. Not going to leave you on your own for that. You can go away and have a go, and then I will do a video for each of the design homeworks and show you one way of doing it. There's usually lots of ways of doing things in Elementor, but I'll show you the way I would do it for that particular homework. Because we're talking about elements as well as containers, we will be looking at a number of the elements that are available to you for your design purposes. So by the end of this section, you should be very comfortable using the containers and elements to build up sections that you're going to put onto your web pages. And once we have a thorough understanding of that and are happy to do that, then we can start looking at the template system in Elementor. Because we're going to be adding a lot of containers to our web pages, we need to know how we can add them, and there are various ways we can do that. If I open up the structure, you'll see there's nothing on this page just yet. The first way you can add in a container is just simply by dragging and dropping one of the elements, and all elements have to be inside a container, so Elementor creates that container for you. There you can see that header inside that container. You can add more than one element into a container by dragging it across and dropping it right under the first one, and we can keep adding elements in that way. You can rearrange elements inside a container simply by dragging and dropping. We've already seen that. To delete the container, I'm going to right click on it and click on delete. The second way you can add a container is to either drag and drop a container into that rectangular box, or just double click on the container over in the element panel. That has added the container for you, and then you can just go ahead and start adding in your elements. Let's delete that container, and this time I'm going to right click on the menu item up here that says edit container, come down to delete. The next way you can add a container is using this plus box down here. If you click it, then you are given different layouts. Do you want to use Flexbox or do you want to use a grid? We'll look at these in more detail as we go through, but for now, if we open up Flexbox, you can see that we're given a number of different structures. This one is a single column. You can see that by the arrow orientation, so elements that are added will be added in a column. This one is a row, so elements that will be added by the side of the next one. We can also select 2 column layouts of different types. We've got 4 column layout, 3 column layout, a different type of 4 column layout. For example, if we click on this one, you'll see that it's added a container that contains 5 other containers. If I just close that for a moment, you'll see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This 5th container is spanning 2 columns, whereas all the other containers just span 1 column. And although it's empty now, you can drag in any elements that you want. So if you know the sort of structure that you want, you can add it this way and select the closest structure to the one that you want and then just edit it. However, you can create these structures manually after you've added a container, so don't worry too much about getting everything right first time. Perhaps another less obvious way of adding a container is to come over here to the add template, because these blocks that come built into Elementor, these are all pre-designed blocks and all of them are containers that contain elements. So for example, if we liked this one, we could click on that, insert it. That will be inserted into our web page, as you can see here. And if I bring up the structure, you can see that this first container is ours. Let's just delete that. You can see that this design has 3 containers: CTA, footer, and copyright. And each of those containers contains elements. This first one contains a container that contains heading, button. The second one contains a container that is empty. Then we have the footer that contains a number of containers as well, and a copyright. The footer containers contain elements, and so you can go in and you can edit any of these things. But that's another way of adding containers. It's by adding templates, because those templates are built up with containers. All elements, remember, need to be inside a container, and the other important thing to remember is each container can contain multiple elements. And finally, let's just delete these 3 containers that make up that template, because there's one other type of layout that's not actually called a container. in Elementor Elements it's called a grid, but it does pretty much the same thing. We can add a grid, and what that does is it gives us essentially containers where we can add elements. You can define the number of columns and rows in the layout settings for the grid. So you can say you want, let's say, 2 columns, 3 rows. So you can define that, and then you can of course add in elements to the various parts of the grid. And you can keep building that up. You can see I've just added 3 in there. If you have a look at the structure, you'll see that there is no mention of containers. So the grid is a special type of container. You can see that from the icon it's using. If we insert a normal container, the icon for container is not the same as a grid. So although it's not officially a container, it basically is a container because it can contain elements. And so as far as layout's concerned, you're going to be building your layouts with containers and grids, and then populate those containers and grids with elements for your design. In this video, we're going to look at one of the properties of a container, and that is direction. If we drag in a container and select it, over in the Layout tab, we can see 4 directions: row horizontal, column vertical, row reversed, and column reversed. Let's add in a few elements to this. I'm going to add in a heading. Let's bring up the structure so we can see it. So that heading is inside a container. Remember, all elements have to be in a container. They don't have to be in their own container. You can have multiple elements in a container. Let's bring in a text editor and drop it. Now, as I bring it over, you'll see that it's giving me the option of putting it above or below. Can't put it before or after as if it was a row. We can only drop it above or below. So let's drop it below, and then let's bring in a button. And you'll see the same indicator of where I can drop it. I can drop it above or below one of the existing elements. The reason I can drop it above and below is that by default the direction is column vertical. What that means is the container acts as a column. Now, what does the vertical bit mean? Well, you've got vertical and you've got reversed. We've got an order to these elements. We've got heading, text editor, and button. And if we were to select column reversed, we can reverse that order: button, text editor, and heading. Notice that they're not reversed over here though. The column vertical is the default, and you can see that it's selected there, but by default it's not selected. It is, however, the default even if it's not selected. So column vertical is the default, and you'll get the elements in the same order as you see over in the structure. Column reversed will just show the elements in the reverse order to what you see over in the structure. The row will allow you to organize your elements into a row, and the row horizontal and row reversed work pretty much the same as the column vertical and column reversed. The row horizontal will display these elements in a row in the order in which they appear over in the structure. So we have heading, text editor, and button. Heading, text editor, and button. The row reversed will reverse the order. So we now have button, text editor, and heading. If you have a row selected and then you try to bring in another element, let's say we're going to drag in another button, we get the same indicator showing where we can drop it, but we can drop it before or after existing elements. Whereas with the column we were dropping above and below, now we are dealing with a row. Elementor knows we're dealing with a row, and you can only drop the elements before or after existing elements. So that's great if you want to create a row of elements or a column of elements. That's the simplest format that we're going to deal with. But one of the things that gives containers so much flexibility is the ability to nest containers. So we have a single container over in the structure, currently empty, but I can drag in another container inside, and I can drag in a container inside that one. I can keep dragging containers inside. So we now have a container containing a container, containing a container, containing a container. And you can also put more than one container inside a container. So for example, if I wanted to put 2 containers inside this one, I can select this one, right click and click duplicate, and I've now got 2 containers inside that one. And then I can deal with individual containers on a container by container basis by selecting them over here. As I select that bottom one, you can see that this container is selected. If I select this one, then that one is selected. If I select the parent, then you can see the parent is selected and you've got the two containers inside. So it's easy enough to find the container you want to start adding in elements. So let's have a look at an example where we might want to nest containers. And in particular, where we might want to use rows and columns in the same layout. This is a section on the Elementor website, and it's a container containing some information. You've got image on the left, and then on the right you have dream it, build it, and then some other information underneath it. So what we essentially have is a container set up as a row to include two other containers. The first container contains the image, and the second container contains a column of elements. So let's see how to create this. We're going to remove what we already have, drag in a container. Now that's going to be the main container that contains two other containers. So I'm going to come back, I'm going to add in a second container, and then this second container I want to duplicate it because I want two containers inside my first container. I can right click over here in structure as we've seen before, or I can right click the little button up here that says edit container and say duplicate. So now we have a container with two other containers. The first container, as you'll remember, is set up as a row. So let's set that one up as a row. And as we do that, look what happens to the containers inside. They are now as a row. So that was the vertical, that is the row. Now the first row has an image inside. So let's just add the image, and we'll just add that picture of the owl. And the second container is the one that contains the text. So let's put in a heading, let's put in some text, and notice as I drag it in, I can drag it above or below, but if I start moving my mouse around, I can drag it into other containers as well. Remember that the main container is a row, so where I am at this very moment with that indicator of where it's going to drop into the main container. Let's have a look, and you can see that that text editor now is being dropped inside the main container between the first and second container. That's obviously not where I want it. I actually want it inside the second container, which is the column. So let's drag it and drag it down over there. So now we have it set there. Let's just add in one more heading, and we'll drop it, make sure we drop it in the right place. One thing you can do with containers, if you double click them, you can rename them. So we'll call that the parent container. This is the image container. We haven't set the direction. The direction by default is a column, but there's only one element in there, so we don't need to worry. And then this one is, I'm going to just call it text column. You can use your own naming conventions. So now those mean a little bit more to me. Parent container containing an image and text. So the parent container is set up as a row containing two containers. The first container here is the image. It doesn't matter what we set for that because there's only one element, but the second container inside the parent is set up as a column so that the elements inside appear like that. Obviously you've got the option of reversing that column if you want to. May not make much sense in that case, but what could make sense is if you decide you wanted the image on the right rather than the left, rather than dragging containers around, you can select the parent container and just do row reversed, and then your image is over on the right hand side. So it's that easy. So that's how you can nest containers to create more complicated layouts involving elements in both columns and rows. When you add a container to your page, you'll notice that over here we have content width. The two options are boxed and full width. That's what we're going to look at in this video. So just to begin with, I'm going to add in some elements. I'll add in a header and I'll add in some text. If we go in and change from boxed to full width, we're not noticing any difference in the preview, but you will notice that under content width, the width is set to 1140 pixels. That's the default setup in my Elementor. Content area is 1140 pixels wide. If we go over to full width, you can see that this has changed to a percentage. You can change it to any unit you want, 100%. So now it's set up to use 100% of the browser width. With the box model, because this preview is less than 1140 pixels, it's actually taking up the full width. And in fact, you can see that it scrolls across there. We have a little bit more content. So switching to the full model doesn't actually change anything because of the preview size. If we were to close this window over here, you will notice that that now goes full width. Whereas with the box model, if we close that window, you see we do have the white borders left and right. That's purely because of the preview. So just be aware of that. If you're changing things and you're not seeing it change in your preview, it's probably because the width of your preview is set to less than the width of the content. But where does this 1140 come from? Well, it's set up in the site settings. If you go into site settings and come down to layout, the very first item here is content width. This is the width of the content on your page, and the default for Elementor is 1140. But we can change that. So we can say that on our website, we only want the content to be 800 pixels width. And you can see in the preview that we have the right and left border. If we close the site settings, let's save and leave. We select the container, and now we try the boxed and full, we will see that difference because we've now set the content to less than the width of this preview screen. So what does this mean in terms of your website design? Well, with a boxed width, the containers take up the specific width that you've defined. We've just set that to 800. So the content that is shown on this page is taking up a width of 800 pixels. That is independent of the width of the browser. You can see that if we preview the web page, the content is taking up 800 pixels in width, and as we reduce the size of the browser, the content still takes up 800 until we get down to a point where we have less than 800 pixels in width, and then it's taking up that full width. But in a browser that's big enough, the content will always take up 800 pixels. If you have a container set to full width, then there is no border right and left. The content area is taking up 100% of the web page. We can see this if we select the container and go to full width and then preview. The container that holds the content is now taking up 100% of the width of the screen, and if I make the screen smaller or bigger, it's always going to be taking up 100% of that width. The nice thing is that each container has these options for boxed or full width, so you can end up with web pages where some containers go full width and others are using the box model. Typically what you'll see with a lot of web pages is that the header and the footer are full width and the content is more boxed, although obviously you can have full width content as well. Let's have a look at that in the Elementor editor. We'll open up the structure so we can see what's going on, and let me just collapse these two containers. I'm going to drag another container in and drop it in between the two. I want you to watch what happens to the structure. You'll see that we've still got the two main containers because the container I've just dropped in is added to the container where I dropped it. Let's just see that again. I'm going to drag the container in and it's asking me if I want to put it in between the two. But if I move my mouse down a bit, you can see I can add it to the top of the bottom or the bottom of the top container. That means that this container is inheriting the width from this container. Because this container is set as boxed, and we know that we've set up the site settings so that boxed content is 800 pixels wide, the maximum width of this container is going to be 800 pixels wide. We can set this one to full width, which is what it is, but it's full width of the parent container. So because the parent container is set up at 800, this container is at full width going to be 800. If we wanted to have a container here that goes full width in between these two paragraphs, then we can't add it that way. What you need to do is come down to the add new container at the bottom. We'll add in that container and let's drag it in between the two. And now, because we've dragged it in between the two, we can set this to full width. At the moment, it's boxed. let's put a background color on it just so you can see what's happening. You can see that the container is full width, but the content area here, the dotted line, is not. It's boxed. That's because that's the setting we have over in the layout. If I move this to full width, you'll see that the content box now goes full width of the page. So you do need to be careful how you're adding containers. If you add a container and you find it's not going full width, just check to make sure it's not a child container of one of the other containers on your site. Let's go in and remove the color. I'm going to just reset that and clear it. And then I'm going to add in some icon boxes so we can see how this is going to work. I'm going to drag an icon box in, and then I want to duplicate the icon box. Let's duplicate it again so we have 3 icon boxes. Now this container is obviously set to a column. Let's change it to a row. And now the 3 icon boxes are going across the page. If we preview this, you can see the content at the top, this paragraph, and the paragraph at the bottom are both set to boxed, but the middle container is set to full width. So that's actually going the full width of the web page. If we come back to the editor and we change this to box model, then those 3 icon boxes will fit into the content box the same as the other 2 paragraphs. So you can change the content width of containers on a container by container basis. As you already know with containers, you can set the properties of the containers and the elements inside will inherit those properties. So for example, let's just go back in and we will add in a color for this container. And so we've just added a color to that one container. Let's preview, and you can see that the background color now is going full width. And this is the way you can build up sections on your site. Some full width, some box width. Okay, what do you think will happen if we add a background color to this container, which has the boxed model? Well, let's try it and see. Let's add in and then preview. And you'll see that the container does take up the full width, even when you are using a boxed model. The boxed model refers to the content width. It doesn't refer to the container width. So the containers go full width, but the content is what you're changing when you change this content width. The clue is in the name, content width, not container width. Let's get rid of the background color of this one. Just reset it. And I'm going to come down to this container and I'm going to delete one of those icon boxes. And also let's change this to box width. So if we preview that, you can see that the 2 icon boxes take up the full width of the content width, which is boxed. But we can change the width, the content width, on a container by container basis. Not only can we make it boxed or full width, we can specify an actual width. So if I was to drag this down, you can see I can actually push those 2 icon boxes closer together. If I make the container 500 pixels wide, the 2 content boxes are pushed in together. So you also have control of that. You can set a manual width using this width option for the container. Let's just close this and we'll delete the 2 containers down there and select this one, because I just want to highlight something we have touched on earlier, and that is that the width that you've got can be in different units. Some people like to use percentage, and let's set this to 80%. Now, when you set it to a percentage, the content width is that percentage of the browser. Let's have a look in a preview. So now this content box for the header and this paragraph are 80% of the width. You'll get 10% of the width on the left and 10% of the width on the right as white space. If I was to reduce the size of the browser, you see the content width stays the same, as does the border on the left and right. Obviously you'll get to a point when the browser is too small to support that, and you'll get it flipping over, and you can see there it looks like it's full width. In this video we want to look at the alignment and spacing of containers. If you have a container selected and come down here, you'll see we have justified content and we have align items. We've also got gaps And then over on the Advanced tab, we've got Align Self. So those are the things we're going to look at in this video and how to use them to get the designs aligned as you want them. We've got a single container here, and if we come down to the Justify Content and I click through those options, you'll notice nothing is happening. And this confuses a lot of people. The problem is you are trying to justify the content inside the container. And if the container is selected, you'll see that there is no room to do that. The header is at the very top, the text is going all the way to the bottom, and the left and right are controlled by this box model anyway. So we can't justify the content to the top because it's already at the top. We can't justify it to the center, the end, because there's no space above and below those elements. We can modify that if we select the container and we put in a minimum width. You can see that the container now is much bigger and there's white space at the bottom. And if we say justify at the start, well, it's already at the start. But if we click on center, the content moves to the center. If we click at the bottom, it moves to the bottom. This will equally space the elements. There's only two elements, a header and text, so it spaces them. This provides space around the elements. So the space around the header, space around the text, and then this will space them evenly. Have a play around with that, add more elements to the container and make the container big enough so you can move things around, and then have a look at each of those justify options. Let's remove that minimum height. I'm just going to delete it and that will reset it to the default. And I also want to add in a button down here. We'll reselect the container and come back to the Layout tab. The first thing I want to point out is that if you move your mouse over any of the elements, you'll see that the box that surrounds the element takes up the full content width, in this case boxed. Paragraph taking up the full width, and the button taking up the full width of the container. So coming down to this Align Items section, what are we actually talking about? Well, we are aligning the items inside the container. The problem we have is that the items in the container are already taking up the full width, which means we can't actually align them left, middle, right, because they're already taking up the full width. You can see that from the box around them. So when you click on one of these align items, something changes. If I click on the start and then move my mouse over, you'll see that the box that surrounds the heading now takes up just the physical width of the heading. Same for the paragraph, and then the same for the button. That means Elementor has created white space to the right of the button, white space to the right of the heading, and if we were to align centrally, we can now align that element and this element into the center. The text in the middle is already taking up the full width, so we're not seeing any different. And the same if we click on End. We have the white space, so we can align the elements in that to the right if we want. The main thing to get your head around is that the alignment is for the element itself, not the content of the element. And we can see that if we come up here to our heading. Let's make the heading longer so it fits onto two lines. Now with that rolling over onto two lines, if we center the elements, the content of the heading has stayed left aligned. It's the heading element itself that has been centered inside the container. If I wanted to align that header to the center, I can, but I would need to come into the options for the heading itself, come across to style, and then I can center it that way. And of course you could do the same for the text if you want. You could align that centrally by coming into the text editor properties over there. So when you are using the align for the container, you're aligning the elements in the container. You're not aligning the content of those elements. To do that, you have to go into the properties of the elements themselves. What we've seen so far is for a column, vertical column, but the same principles apply if you're dealing with a row. So let's create a row, and I'm going to add in some icon boxes. Let's duplicate and duplicate again. Let's select the container, and you can see that the three icon boxes are taking up the full width and height of the content box that has been allocated. If we therefore click on any of the justify, nothing's happening because we don't have any space for that to happen. Let's change that. I'm going to select the first icon box and come across to advanced and set a custom width, and I'm going to set this at 25%. I'm going to repeat that for the others. Custom width 25 and custom width of this one 25. So now if we look at these three items, they are not taking up the full width. We do have some space over here. So let's have a look now at the justify content. Justify left, all three are justified over to the left. Justified center, they move to the center. Justify end, they move to the end. Don't forget this white space on either side is just because of the box model. Space between, that creates equal space between each of the elements. Space around, and then we also have this stretch, which we're going to look at in a little bit more detail. Again, we have the same problem that there's no white space above or below, so if we try to align items to the start, middle or end, we're not going to see anything. We can of course try the same trick and add some minimum height, and then we should see that the elements are being aligned inside that. Let me just delete. The height of this container is determined by the height of the tallest element in it. If we come across, let's say, to this second one, let's add in some longer text and then come across to the container properties. You can see that the container has grown to fit the tallest icon box. That means that this container, let's just uncheck that for a moment. This container, and this container, without alignment being set, all take up the same height as the tallest item. So they're all taking up the full height. However, if you then select the align items, the elements just take up their physical space. So you can see there is white space below the first one, there is white space below the second one. And that means you can then align the items to the top, to the middle, and to the bottom. I'm going to delete the container and I'm going to add in a new container, and then I want to add in another container inside that first one. I'm going to create a small design here. Let me add in a heading. Let's give it a title of yellow. Let's go back and add some text, and I also want to add a button. I'm going to select that container and we'll give it a background style. And then I'm going to come across to the container, edit container button, top left, and duplicate again. Now my main container I've set as a row. By default it would have been put in as a column. Let's just edit the other boxes. Okay, so we've got 3 boxes inside our main container. I'm going to make the content of the second one longer, and we'll make the content of the third one smaller. Now obviously this one is the full height. These two left and right are shorter, meaning there is some space. That means you could align them like that. However, notice that when you do align them, the background color only covers the rectangle around the elements because the box around them shrinks. Therefore you've lost that background color. Let's remove that alignment and come down because I want to look at this gaps. These are the gaps that are between columns and between rows inside a container. These values are set in the site settings. If you go to site settings and come down to layout, you can see the default's 2020, and you can change those if you want to in there. I'm not going to. I'm going to just come out and we're going to deal with the gaps just for a specific container, and that's this container. If we unlink the values, now these are columns inside a container. Yes, the container is set as a row, but they are columns. So the gap we're talking about is the distance between the two columns. And if we reduce that, you can see the columns get closer and closer until we get down to 0, where we have no gap between them at all. If we duplicate this and we set the alignment of this one to a column, then you can see that we have rows inside this container. Come down to gaps, and then we unlink these values. We can change the row height to reduce the spacing in between, and if we go down to 0, you can see we get rid of all that spacing altogether. Earlier in the video we looked at selecting the container and then aligning the items like this. We saw that when you click on the align, the box surrounding the container shrinks to its minimum size to contain the elements we have white space above and below. But there is something else you can do, and that is over on the Advanced tab, and it's this thing called self-align. The first thing you need to do is select the container that you want to self-align, and all this means is that that container on its own is aligned, not all of them. We were using the master container and the align over here to align everything. But if we select, for example, the yellow container and come to Advanced, we can self-align just the yellow container. And you can see that that box around those elements has shrunk to just contain the elements. The others are still the same size. So the self-align allows us to just align a container, for example, inside another container. Let's remove that and just show it with, well, we're not going to see anything with the red because that's already full height. Let's select the blue and look at that self-alignment. So that's one thing you can do. The other thing that is quite often done with tables like this is to have all of the buttons aligned at the bottom. Now, because this container takes up the height of the tallest item, which is red, the red button is at the bottom, but these other ones are up near the top. So what can we do with that? Well, what we can do is we can select an element and stretch it to fill the space available. So if I was to select the title and come to Advanced, and then come down to this area down here, Size, and click on Grow, then that header will grow to fill in all the remainder space. So you can see that's now pushed that down there. But what would make more sense would be if we selected the paragraph, come across to Advanced, and then come down to Grow. And now that has grown to the remainder of the space available, pushing the button to the bottom. And we could do the same with that one. And now all of our buttons are aligned at the bottom, all our titles are at the top, and then the text is in the middle. The last thing I want to cover is something that we sort of glossed over before, and it's this stretch under the align items. Let me duplicate this container and I'm going to make this one into a column. So we have 3 columns in the row and we have 3 rows in the column. If we select the first container, which has 3 columns, you can see that the stretch shows columns, whereas if we look at the row that we have in the second container, it shows rows. And the purpose of that button is to stretch columns to their full height or rows to their full width. If we come up to the container, select its properties, and then select one of these alignment items, you can see that the boxes, these containers, only contain the physical space of the elements inside. The stretch just undoes that. Now, I don't really know the purpose of it because you can do the same just by deselecting the item. If you ever see a reason why that might be useful, please let me know and I'll update this video. In this video, I want to look at padding and margin as it applies to a container. So if I drag in a container, what you can see in the diagram at the top, the border that you see in that diagram is the solid line around the container. The content is the dashed line. So between that dashed line and that solid line is the padding. You can see the padding in that diagram up there. But we haven't added any padding in there, and yet there's clearly padding above and below the content. Because of the box model, we don't see the border there, but there is padding on the left and right as well. If I come across to the Advanced tab where we have padding and margin, there's nothing in there, but that blank means that is actually 10 pixels being added by Elementor. We can change that. We can change that down to 0, and when we do that, you see the padding top and bottom has now disappeared. But the default for Elementor is 10, which is what you see there. If you delete all the values and they become blank, then that is automatically set to 10. If you change it, then you can adjust the padding yourself. And of course you can unlink it and you can just change certain sides of the box. I'm going to just delete that. That will put back the 10 pixels of padding all the way around. So the question is, how can you change the default 10 pixel padding all the way around? And you can change it. You go into the site settings and down to layout, and you see the container padding is up here. It's blank. Now you should know that that means that there is 10 pixels of padding, but if you want to change it, you can. If you wanted to say, I don't want any default padding around my elements, then you can do that. And now you can see that the border of the container is the same as the content edge of the container. If I add another container in here, let's add one underneath, you can see that those two containers are butted up right next to each other. There is no padding between the content of the first one and the outside border of the first one, and the content of the second one and the outside border of the second one. If we were to add containers inside, this shows one limitation of removing all that default padding. Let's just add in some containers. Now if I bring up the structure, you can see we have nested containers. I've got 3 containers nested inside the first one. It means you can't select an individual container in the preview window. You can select them from the structure and that makes things all right, but quite often you want to be able to select the container directly from the preview. And if you leave the padding as 10, in other words delete any values from there, and that will set it to 10, then when you add nested containers, you'll see that it's possible to select any of the nested containers just with the little icons, and it's easier to work that way. But having said that, if you're using this structure, then you shouldn't have a problem anyway. Let's go back to just the empty container, and inside there I'm going to drag a text editor and just paste some lorem ipsum text. Then I'm going to come up, I'm going to duplicate that container, and we've now got 2 paragraphs. And what I want to look at is how you can space those paragraphs out if you needed more white space in between the 2. If we preview it, you can see there is space already there. You might want to increase it, you might want to decrease it. So how would you do that? Well, the first thing you've got is something called a spacer element, and you can drag that in between other elements and then add white space in between. This isn't very efficient because if you've got 20 paragraphs or 20 blocks on your page and you want to space them all out, you might need 19 or 20 spaces, and each one adds overhead to the download size of your page, so it's not the best option. What you do have is you have padding and you have margin. Both of these would add spacing between the paragraphs, but they do it in a different way. If you look at the diagram at the top, if you add padding to the top or bottom, it adds white space inside the border. If you add margin, it adds white space outside the border, and that will affect how these behave. First off, let's go to the first one. I'm going to add in background color, and we'll go to the second one, add in some background color. And you can see that both of those are butted up against each other. The paragraphs themselves do have white space. Let's have a look at the preview again. So you can see the paragraphs, there is space between them, but there's no space in between the containers that hold those paragraphs. Let's select the first container and let's go across to Advanced. And let's see what effect it would have if I added padding to the bottom of the first container. So I'll be adding padding to this area down here. Let's unlink, and I want to add padding to the bottom. And you can see we're getting the space between the paragraphs. Let's just preview. We're getting space added to the paragraphs, but this background color is expanding and I'm getting more empty space at the bottom of just color. But what that means is that I can actually add other elements down there. So if I wanted to add a button down there, I can do. There's space for it. Let's just delete that button. Let's remove the padding. and see what happens if we add margin instead. So if we're adding margin, we're adding it to the outside of the border. The border is what you're seeing as the outside of this red color. So let's select that. Let's come up to margin and unlink the values and add some margin to the bottom. And this time we're getting actual white space. So we've got the top container, the bottom container, and actual white space. But that white space is margin. You can't add another block in that white space. You can add it before or after the elements in a container, but that margin is not inside a container. It's outside the container and therefore becomes dead space. In most cases, I will use margin for adding this space between elements. If we just go in and let's just remove the color from both of these, because I want to show you that you can actually use negative margin as well. So we'll select the first one, we'll go back over and we'll reduce that back to 0. So that's the default. If I start adding negative bottom margin, what happens to the paragraph underneath? It starts moving up. So you can add positive and you can add negative. What happens if I select the bottom one and I add negative margin to the top? Well, let's try it. We're getting that going up as well. Okay, and if you go too far, you can overwrite the top one. So margin and padding can be used for spacing, but they have a different effect based on where they're added. Margin to the outside of the container and padding on the inside of the border of the container. Using padding will allow you to add other elements in that space. Using margin creates dead space, but if all you're wanting to do is to space elements out, it's by far the best option. Both options are better than using a spacer, which is just going to increase the download size of your web page. Because padding creates white space between the border and the content, we use it a lot to add spacing between the edge of the container and the elements inside. As an example of this, let me just delete these two. I'm going to add in a new container, and then inside that container I want to add two more containers. So let's just add one in there and I'll duplicate that. I want these to be in a row, so let me just select the main container, turn it into a row. In the first container we'll have an image and we'll select a picture and go across to style and change the border to turn that into a circular image. Okay, I'm going to reduce the size of it, and then in this container I'm going to add two texts, so both of those inside the second container. The first container is going to be like the quote, so let's paste in some text and I'm going to put it into quotes and make it italic. The second one I'm going to just put in the name of the person who's given a testimonial. Let's select that, make it bold and go across to style. I'm going to align that to the right. Okay, I must have forgotten to select the text before I made it italic, so let's try that again. Alright, so we have the testimonial. Let's have a preview in a browser. Now we can add white space to the left and to the right to bring these pieces of content in. White space on the left will bring the image in more, and white space on the right will move that name on the inside as well. We can add that by adding in the padding. So let's come over and see where we want to add the padding. Now this container here, we don't want to add padding to that, because if we add padding to that it will just make the image smaller. What we want to do is add padding to the main container, which will add white space around the two containers. I'm going to be drastic. Let's say 300 padding on the left, 300 padding on the right, and that pushes both of those things in. Obviously the preview window makes a bit of a difference here, but you can see that the padding is pushing those in. We can probably go further than that. Let's say 350, 350, and then if we collapse this down, that's looking a little bit better. In this example we added padding to the left and the right of the main container, but we can add padding to any of the containers. So if we added padding to the container that contains the text, let's come over here and unlink them and add 50 padding to the left and the right of that one, then we are adjusting the padding just inside this container. And by playing around with the padding on the various containers of your elements, you can get the design you want. What this has done is it's actually moved the image a little bit further away from the text by adding padding over in this area and then over here as well. It might be that you want to add more padding to the top, and you are free to do whatever you want. If you want to add more padding to the top, it makes sense to add the padding to the master container here. Let's just go in and add some top padding just to add some more white space. And there you go. Obviously this is a container, so what you could do if you wanted is to right click, save as a template, and then that design you've just done is going to be available for you to insert on any post that you want. So there I've just added another one. And you can see we've got 2 testimonials, and you can go in then and add the images and the text and the name for each one. In this video we're going to look at container wrap. So if you add a container to your page, at the bottom you'll see wrap. No wrap is the default, wrap is an option. First thing I'm going to do is change the orientation of that container into a row horizontal, and let's add in a heading. So we've added in a heading into our container, and look how much width that container takes up. It takes up probably more than half of the width of the container. What happens when we add in something else? Let's add in a text editor. Now that text editor is having to wrap onto other lines, and the heading has now wrapped onto other lines as well. That's not the wrap we're talking about when we come down to the wrap of the container. We've got wrap set to no wrap, so Elementor is trying to include all of the elements on a single line, and to do that it's having to wrap the heading and wrap the text. If it didn't, then that heading and that text would be far too long and it would just scroll off to the right. Let's add a button to our page, and you can see that as well is being kept on the same line because we've got wrap for the container turned off. So let's see what happens if we turn wrap on. Well, despite this container being a row, we've now got the elements wrapping onto new lines as if it's set as a column. The reason for that is that the heading will go onto the line first. Elementor will then try to fit the next element on the same row. But because this is too long, it then wraps onto the next row. This paragraph takes up the full width of the container. And then because there's no room to the right of the paragraph, the button wraps onto the next row. We can fix this. Let's select the heading and go across. I'm going to put in a custom width. I'm going to say 35%. Let's come down to the paragraph, come across and put in a custom width. Now the heading is 35, which means we've got 65 left minus any padding in there. So I'm going to put a custom width of 50 in for the paragraph, and you can see both of those now fit onto the same line. So Elementor isn't having to wrap the paragraph onto the next line. You could try and put the button up there as well, but if you wanted to do that, then just leave the wrap disabled and Elementor would do it for you. Maybe a slightly different layout for this would be, let's move the heading to default. So that's going to take up the full width. The text now wraps onto the next line, and we also have the button because the text and the button can now fit onto the same line. Of course, you can then go into the container and look at the justification and the alignment of items. We've seen how to do that before, so just feel free to go and play with that. The nice thing about wrap is that you can create designs like this that only contain a single container. Now that obviously is saving on containers, because if you were building that from scratch, you might create a master container that had a heading element inside and then another container inside set up as a row for the text and the button. But we can create that with a single container. And the same goes for some of these other layouts. Let's take this 4x4 layout as an example. If we look at the structure of that, there is a main container and then 4 more containers inside. If we come up here and search for icon box, let's drag an icon box into each of those. I'm going to duplicate again, and then drag one of those icon boxes into each of the 4 areas. Let me just scroll down a bit because I can't see it. Drag that one down into there, and then this one across into there. So we've got a 2x2 grid of icon boxes, but it's using 5 containers. How can we do that using wrap and maybe a single container? Well, let's go up. We're going to add in a container. This is outside of the 4x4 grid that we've just added, and in that container let's add in an icon box. Let's just close that structure for a minute. I want to duplicate this 3 times so we end up with 4 icon boxes, and then I want to go to the main container and make it into a row. So all the boxes are on a row. Let's go into the advanced and we're going to set the custom width. Now we're going up 50%, 50%, 50%, 50%. So 2 will make up 100%. But don't forget the gap. So to be safe, I'm going to set this to 48%. I'm going to set this one to 48%. Let's set this one to 48%. And the final one to 48%. So it's trying to fit all of them on the same line because we have wrap turned off. But if you counted up the percentages, 48 plus 48 plus 48 plus 48, it's close to 200%. So what happens when you click on wrap? Well, what happens when you click on wrap? It puts the first element there and it sees whether it can fit the second element on the same row, which it can. It then looks to see if it can fit the third element, which it can't, so it wraps on the next line. And then the last one goes onto that line as well. If we bring up the structure, that container has a single container with that layout, which is the same layout as this container that uses 5 container elements. Obviously, the fewer container elements you use, the smaller your web page is going to be and the faster it's going to load. So you can use wrap of containers for complex layouts that allow you to reduce the number of containers needed for those layouts. In this video I want to look at custom positioning inside containers. Now this is positioning of elements that you drag and drop into containers so that you can position them exactly where you want within the container and even outside the container. If that sounds confusing, let me explain. Let's go in here and we'll add in some blocks. So I'll add in a header. I'll go and add in some text. In fact, I will duplicate that text and I'm also going to add in an image. So let's add the image in between the 2 bits of text. I'm going to make this text a little bit longer and this text down here a little bit longer as well. And let's put in an image. So I'm going to select this image and we'll choose this owl. I want to change the size. I don't want it so large. We'll just have it as a medium-sized owl. And I'm going to go over to advanced and choose mask. I'm going to turn the mask on and then choose a mask that looks good. I'm going to choose blob, I think. The idea I've got in my head, this is the container here that contains all those elements. I want to reduce the width of this text and move this image up to the right hand side. So let's select the text and we'll go across to the advanced and change the width to 50%. And now I've got room to move that image up beside it. Now the first way I can move it is by using negative margin. So I've got the paragraph here, and if I unlink the sides and apply negative margin to the bottom, you can see I can move that image up. And the paragraph underneath the image is moving with the image. Now that isn't helping to move it across to the right hand side. So let's undo that negative margin up there and let's choose the owl instead. And I'm going to unlink the margin. Let's see if I put some negative margin on the right hand side. and we'll put negative margin on the top, and that will help to move it up as well. Okay, it's probably not the solution that I would use, so let's turn all that back to 0. So let's select the image, come across to Advanced, and we'll come down to Position and select Absolute. When you do that, your image is moved to the top left corner of the container, and you've got this little cursor here which you can grab and move the image around. So I can move that image wherever I want. If I preview that, you can see my image is there. It's not exactly as I need it. Let's move that out of the way so I can have a look. Alright, it's because of the width of my preview. So I would need to come in here and move this further over with a wider preview, and I can move the image up there and that will work fine. However, it does say down here, custom positioning is not considered the best practice for responsive web designs and should not be used too frequently. So let's remove that. Let's click on the image and go back to default and look at the next option. With the image selected, the option I would probably choose first is on the Advanced tab, come down to Transform and then click on Offset. Now this offset has an X and a Y axis, and you can move your image around using the X and the Y axes, and you can move it wherever you need it. If we just preview this again, you can see that the image has been moved over there and there is no issue with it. If I close the preview, we're not getting the image moving across like we did with the absolute positioning, so this is a safer option. You also have other options under the transform, so you can rotate your image as well. You can scale it, so if you want to make it bigger or smaller, you can do that. You can skew it. I'm going to just reset that. You can flip horizontal and you can flip vertical. So if you want to position elements in and around your container, probably transform is the #1 go-to place to do it. But unlike the negative margin, this paragraph here hasn't been moved up. That's because this image, the frame for that image, the border for that image is still down here. The image has been moved up through the transform options, but that is still down here. So how would you move this paragraph up? Well, you can select it, you could come across, unlink the margin, and you could put negative margin on the top, and that can help move that paragraph up for you. But the image itself is still located down here. If we just preview that, you can see that it all looks fine. If I drag in the side of the web browser to make it more narrow, the image sticks where it's supposed to. However, if you keep reducing the size, you're going to flip over to the tablet size and mobile size, so those would need a little bit of work, but you can do that inside the responsive options that you've got with Elementor, which we'll look at later in the course. We've looked at a lot of the options here on the Layout tab for a container. So in this video, we're going to have a look and see what the Styles tab offers us. At the very top, we've got Background, and we've got two states. We've got Normal and we've got Hover. Hover obviously is when you move your mouse over. The very first option is Classic, and we can add a color or we can add an image. Let's add a color first. Let's add in the accent color, and let's go across to the Hover state and we'll add in a different color. Let's add the anti-flash white. Now when you move your mouse over, that container changes color according to that. To clear the colors, we can come down to the color itself here that's selected, just go up and click on the reset, and we can do the same for the normal color. The other thing you can add an image. So let's add an image to that background. You can't see all of it because the container is not big enough, but also let's just change these options. So we'll change it to center. We'll leave that for the moment. We don't want any repeat, and the display size I'm going to set to cover. You You can't see all the options there. Let me just drag this up a little bit so you can see them. We've got auto, we've got cover, we've got contain, and we've got custom. I'm going to set it to cover. Now cover should take the picture and try its best to cover the background, but we still are not seeing all of the picture. So as you know, we can go onto the layout tab and set a minimum height. So let's do that. Now that page, if you scroll up, you can see the image scrolls with it, but there is something that we skipped over there, this attachment. By default, the image will scroll with the page. That is this option, scroll. But you can set a parallax effect by making that image fixed. So the image is fixed to the background, and as the rest of the content scrolls, the image stays where it is. This is called a parallax effect. If you're not seeing a parallax effect and you try it, there are a number of reasons why that might be. One, your operating system may be blocking animations, so check the settings if you are seeing that on a desktop computer. Mobile devices like mobile phones and tablets often have animations switched off because their processing power isn't enough to be able to handle them. So if you're not seeing parallax on mobile devices, that's fine. If you're not seeing it on desktop, it's probably your operating system blocking it. Of course, you can add elements to the container as well. So let's just add in a header. We'll add in some text, and let's also add in a button. So this could be a section on the site where we are going to be making some sort of call to action. We can change the style of the text. Let's change the color on these three, and we'll just change the button text color. Okay, and we can align those using the alignment properties that we've seen before for the container. So let's make those central. Okay, now the text is a little bit difficult to see, so one thing we can do with the container style is come down to background overlay, and we can overlay a color or a gradient both in normal and in hover mode. I'm going to just do it in the normal mode. Background type, we'll choose black primary color, and then you can set the opacity as well to make the image visible but also the text. You'll notice that on that style for the overlay you can also overlay an image. I'll leave you to have a go at that and play with that. You can also have a go at setting a gradient for that. When you select gradient, you are given two different color options, color 1 and color 2, and you set the two colors, and then you can play around with where the gradient is. Let's just remove the overlay. We'll come back up to the background, and I'm going to remove that image. Let's have a look at the next option. This is gradient. If you click on gradient, as I just mentioned, you're given two choices, color 1, color 2. Let's say we'll have red for color 1 and we'll have the Caribbean current for color 2. You can then choose the location of where the red is displayed in that gradient. So about 50%, you'll see it's taking up 50% of the space. At 25%, it takes up about 25%, 75% takes up 75%. So you can play around with that. And then you can further adjust this by moving the slider for the second color. You can choose the type of gradient, so linear or radial, and with a linear you can choose the angle. With the radial you can choose where that radial center is. Okay, let's reset the gradients. And the next option is video. With video you can insert a URL of a video, and the video will then play in the background of the container. So for example, here I have a video from YouTube. Let's just paste it in, and if we preview the page, you can see that video now is playing in the background. There are some options with video. You can set the start time, what point in the video it starts. You can set the end time. You can set it to play once or not. You can set it to play on mobile or not. You can set it in privacy mode. What this will do is it will not send any information to YouTube about your visitor unless they play the video. You've got a fallback option where you can choose an image, so if the video can't play then the image will be shown instead. The next background type is a slideshow, so you can create slideshows. As an example, let's just choose some of these images of dogs, and you can see we have the dog in the background. We've got the options here: infinite loop, the duration, this is milliseconds, so that's about 5 seconds. Let's change that to 1,000, so that's 1 second, and then it will change. You can decide how the images move out to the next one. Fade is quite nice. The transition duration, how long it takes to transition, so that's about half a second. The background size, normally I would choose cover. I would resize my images so that they're the correct dimensions, and then I would choose cover so that the image covers the area. And then position, this is just the position of the image. If you want it dead center, you can do center center. You can have center right, center left, bottom right, bottom left. Mostly I would choose center center if I've sorted my images out properly. You've got lazy load, which means that basically a lazy load is things are loaded as and when they're needed, they're not loaded ahead of time. And then Ken Burns effect is just a special effect. You can see the Ken Burns effect in the image is enlarging as it loads. If we move it, Ken Burns out, let's just preview, you can see that the image is zooming out a little bit. It's not something I particularly like, but it's an option that you have. Let me just change this back to an image so it's not quite so distracting, flashing around all the time. And let's scroll down to the border. With the border, you can add a border to your container, so solid, double, dotted, dashed, or grooved. And you can set a border width. So you see there's my groove border width around there. Of course, you can unlink the sides, so you can have different borders on different sides if you wish. You can also set the border color. You can set the border radius, and this is the corners of your border. So if we add a border radius, you can see that that curls round. You can add a box shadow as well. When you select that, you are given the options for horizontal and vertical offset of the shadow, how much blur, and then how much the shadow spreads. The position, you can have it outline, can't quite see that in the screenshot, let's just bring that in. The other one is inline, that just means it goes on the inside of the box. So that is the border. The other option is shape dividers, and probably the best way to show you this is if I add in a couple more containers. Let's just add 2 containers next to each other. We'll give each one a background color. So let's go to styles, color, and I'll say this one is Liverpool red, and this one let's make anti-flash white. In fact, let's make it something else we can see a little bit clearer. We'll make it the accent color. Let's scroll down to the shape divider, and you can see you've got top and bottom, and basically you can add shapes to the top or the bottom of a container. The idea of this is to provide some sort of transition between adjacent containers. But let's have a look. If we go to the top container and we add a shape to the bottom, you can just scroll down through the shapes and see what they look like. So let's say we've got tilt for the bottom of the top one. Let's come down to the bottom one, come up to shape, and add a tilt to the top of the second one. So we've now got something that looks as if those two are basically a single container. Let's come up to the first one, come back down to the shape divider, down to the bottom, and you can adjust the height of that tilt. You can also adjust the color. So let's try adding in a different color. We'll make it anti-white flash, and then this one down here we will come and make it the same color so that those two combine. We can change the height, we can flip it as well so it's going the other way. When you're happy, let's have a look what that looks like in a browser. We haven't got any content in there, so it's not actually showing too much. Let's just come to this container and we'll go and put a minimum height. Okay, let's say 200. We'll select the second one, minimum height 200, and then let's preview. There you can see the two containers. We have this transition in between them. So you can play around with those. You can see what sort of shapes you can add to the top or bottom of a container. So that's the Style tab for containers. In this video I want to look at a special type of container. When we come to the layout part of the Elements panel, there's two layout elements. There's the container, which we've looked at. The container works in a one-dimensional way. You can either add elements in a row or you can add them in a column. We've seen that. The grid is a little bit different. If we add a grid, you can see we have both horizontal and vertical elements. With the grid added, let's just have a quick look through the layout options. You've got boxed or full width. You can set a width and a minimum height, and then you can see the grid outline here. We can turn that off if we don't want it. The next two items, columns and rows, we can actually drag out the number of columns we want and the number of rows that we want. So that's really useful. We can quite quickly create a grid of the dimensions that we need. We've also got the option here of gaps. There is a gap between each column and row. If we turn that into 0, you can see there is no gap now. We can put a gap in of 1 if we want. So there's a very faint gap in between. And then the next item down here is overflow. These grid cells, if you like, can only contain one element. So if we add an element to the first one, let's add in a header, then that one is full. Let's come back to the grid. That one is full. So if I was to go over to the Elements panel and click on another element, where's it going to go? Well, that's determined by the overflow, and it's currently set to row. So if I go and click on heading again, it's going to go to the next element in the row. However, what if we change the overflow to column? Now the overflow's changed to column, that element there just suddenly flipped down to be in the same column. And if we add another heading, it's going to go into the next cell of that column. Now that column's full, so it then goes to the top of the next column, and then it starts working its way down the columns. Let's go back to the grid settings. If we flip this back to row, you can see that we've just had the overflow going this way instead, so you can change it on the fly. The next settings down here are for justifying and aligning items. But let's scroll back up a moment because I want to come back up to the columns and rows. We've got a slider where we can go up in increments of 1, but there is another unit for this. This FR stands for fractional units, but we can go in and we can edit both of these. So if I go in and edit it, we're now getting what looks like code: 1FR, 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 1FR. What that's basically meaning is this is going to be 3 columns: column 1, column 2, column 3. And it's also going to be 3 rows: row 1, row 2, row 3. The 1FR, basically an FR, think of it as the smallest unit in the grid. So at the moment each of these is 1FR, but we could change that to 2FR. That's the middle column and middle row. And now if you look at the middle column, that is twice the size of the first and the third. In other words, 2FR. And for the row as well, the middle row should be twice the size of the first and third. And here's the middle row. You can see it's twice the size of the first and third. Now I said that each cell of the grid can only contain one element. And you may be thinking, well, that's going to limit what you can do with a grid. But don't forget, a container is an element. And if I put a container into one of these grid cells, I can then add more than one element. So that is a single container inside a grid cell. Maybe not the easiest thing to see in the context of a grid, so let's just put a little background color onto the container so you can see it. And what we could also do is bring up the structure, and you can see that each of the grid cells has heading, 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 and then the container, and that container containing the heading, text editor, and the button. Let's delete this grid because I want to add in another grid, a grid that I created as a template just to speed things up. So we've got this grid that's 4 by 4, and each cell has a container inside with a heading. I've just put a background color on the container and then numbered the headings from 1 to 16 just to make it easy to see what we're doing here. The first thing I want to show you, if I add a container I'm not going to add it to the grid. This is a container on its own. So we've got the grid up there, then I've got this container. If I select the container and come across to the advanced settings, you can see we have margin, padding, align, self, order, size, etc. However, if we add a container inside a grid and come across to advanced, we've also got two new items. We have grid item. Elementor recognizes that that container is inside a grid cell, and so on the advanced tab it's added column span and row span. And that isn't just for containers. If I come back and we'll add a grid down below, and I'm going to drag in a heading. Now if I select that heading and come across to the advanced tab, you'll see we've also got column span and row span. So any element that you put inside a grid, Elementor will recognize it's in a grid, and on the advanced tab for the settings, you're going to have column span and row span. But what do those mean? In its simplest form, it's quite obvious. It's the number of columns that an element will span, or the number of rows that an element will span. Let's select the container inside number 1. Over on the advanced tab, we've got column span, we've got row span. The default is going to be 1 in both cases, but I could say let's let the container span 2 columns, and now it's spanning 2 columns. I could say also let's make it span 2 rows, and so what we're building is our own unique structure of how we want the cells in that grid. Let's put those back to default for a moment, and what you may have noticed with the row and column span, you can't see it on the column span because it's going off the bottom of the screen, but you can see it on the row span. You can span the rows and columns up to 12. Default is 1, but we've also got custom. Now what does this mean? Well, I've got the container 1 selected custom row, and I can put in a number. If I wanted that first container to be down in row number 2, I could put a 2 in there, and you can see it's now moved down to number 2. If I wanted it in the final row, I could put a 4, and then it's come down to the 4th row. Let's set that back to default, and we'll try the same with the column. So at the moment, default, it's in column 1. If I put 2, you can see that it's now starting in column 2. Column 1 is now empty. If I move this up to 3, then it's starting in column 3. If I put it up in 4, it's starting in column 4. We can do something else though. We can also put in a span. So I could say I want it to span these 3 items. So I could put 1-4. Now that 4 is telling Elementor that it wants to come up to the 4th element. So it's basically element 1, element 2, and element 3. So just remember that. If I wanted it to go the full width, I would put 5. And now that first element is going the full width. What if I wanted to go from 2 to 3? Well, I could say I want it to start in 2, and I want it to go up to 4. And now that is being pushed across there. The first column is empty. Let's change this back. I'm going to go 1 to 3, so it's going the first 2 columns. I want to show you that you can also put in negative numbers here. 1 to 3 basically means go from column 1 to the beginning of column 3. So we've got column 1 and column 2 are being taken. If I say -1 to -3, it's actually going to start from the right hand side. So we will see our container with the number 1 in go from this column to this column. So it's going to go into 3 and 4. Let's try it. So we put a -1, -3. And now you can see that's what it's doing. It's starting from the right hand side. This now is column 1, column 2. It's going up to what would have been the 3rd column. Let's change that back to the default. Now when we have custom column and we put in a number, we're getting this blank at the beginning. If we have a custom row and we put in a row, we're not. Let's see what happens when we set a custom column span and a custom row span. If we set a custom row, and let's say we want this on row number 3, so now it's down on row number 3. If I come up and put a custom column now, let's say we want it in column number 2, then we can do that. So we can move elements around using the custom column and custom row. And if, for example, we wanted this element here in number 1 to span the 4 middle boxes, we could say we want this in row number 2, and then we want to have the columns from 2 to 4, so that's that bit done, come down to the row and 2 to 4. So we're now getting that number 1 element, this container, taking up a 2 by 2 in the middle. So by using custom, you can create designs that you couldn't otherwise do just by selecting numbers. So by using grids, we can create quite complex designs. It might just be a simple table of information you want to present, and the grid gives you this rigid vertical and horizontal layout. But perhaps the most obvious use for one of these is in sort of a photo grid where you want to display your images. This is just a simple grid of 3 by 3. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images. The top row and the last column are all taking up 1 FR, so they are 1 by 1. The big dog here is taking up 2 by 2. If I select that one there, come across to advanced, you can see that one is 2 by 2. All the others are the default 1 by 1. But you can play around with images in grids like this. You can play around with the gap as well. There's a gap of 0 on that, which gives it that sort of look. Perhaps a more common look is to have a gap of 1, so you have a very fine line separating them. And of course you can play around with the elements, in this case images. For example, in the big dog, I've just added a CSS filter on mouse over, so you could add that sort of filter so that when you move your mouse over the different images you are changing things. That's just a simple example. You are only really limited by your own imagination, or if you see something online that you like, then you can use that as a guide to helping you create the sort of grids that you want. In this video, I want to start to have a look at some of these basic elements. We won't go into too much detail with them because I would like you to go and explore them yourself, but all of the elements show these 3 tabs. Content, basically defining the content of the element. Style, this is where you can style your element, and then the advanced tab, which we'll look at as we go through the course because there's lots of things in there. So let's start by having a quick look at the heading. I'm just going to point out some things that maybe we haven't covered before. For the content, we have the title, and you'll see this little Write with AI button, and you'll see this on a lot of the different elements you can add. If you click on it, you can get AI to help you. So for example, well, there's a suggested prompt. Craft a catchy slogan for a dog grooming website. Hit return, and then it will come up with a suggestion. I'm using the free version, I haven't upgraded, so it's just coming up with one suggestion: perfect pups grooming with love. So that's what that one's for. This little dynamics tag button we will look at later in the course, because we're going to have a look at how you can create dynamic sites with custom fields and custom post types, and that's where that comes in. So we're not going to deal with that here. You'll see that also with the link. You can create a dynamic link. Headings can have a URL, and that URL can have some properties. So you have some link options. You can open in a new window, add no follow, and you've got custom attributes down there if you need them. Also, when you add a new heading, it comes in as an H2, but you can adjust that to H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. And you've got some other HTML tags there too, if you know how to use them and you need to use them. Once you've added the content for your heading, you can go over to styles, and you've got alignment. You can change the typography. Now, these will have the default typography, but you can go in and modify them if you want. There is also something called text stroke, which adds an effect when you can change the color of that effect as well. So you can have text effects there. Reset with a little undo button there. You can add text shadows, again back to default with the reset. You've got blend modes, and now this one at the bottom, normal and hover. If I was to change this, let's say we'll have red, and for hover let's change something, let's say yellow or something in that area. Okay, if I move my mouse over, nothing's happening. The reason nothing's happening is that the hover state's not being triggered. So we need that heading to be a link. If I put a link in over here and then come back, you can see that we are getting the hover. But there has to be some sort of hover state triggered, and in order for that to happen, we're talking about a link for the heading. So that's the heading. Let's remove that and let's go to the next block. That block will be the image, and once you have added the image, you can click on this to choose an image. Again, we've got dynamic tags if we need to use them there, and you can also delete the image. If you click on that, you'll go to your media library and you can just select the image that you want, or you can upload one. You've got the resolution, so you can choose the size of the image that's being inserted. You can add a caption as well, so we can add the attachment caption. Now, not all images you upload will have a caption attached to it, so you can instead put in a custom caption. So there's my caption down here. You can also link the image to a media file or a custom URL. If you link the image to a media file, then when you click on it, let's go in and have a look. When you click on it, you'll see that it opens up in the lightbox, and we've got the lightbox set, so by default it is using the lightbox as you just saw. For styles, we can change the alignment of the image, we can change the width and the height. You can add in normal and hover states. So for example, for hover, we could add in a CSS filter, and let's desaturate the image so that when I move my mouse over, the image is desaturated. Let's reset that. You can add in a hover animation. Let's just try one, pulse grow. So when you move your mouse over, you see that animation runs. I'm going to delete the animation by clicking the little cross. You can add a border type, border color. And of course you've got border radius, which adds corners. And then for the caption, you can align the caption. So there's left, middle, right, and so on. You'll get the default text color, default background typography. You can overwrite those using global colors or using custom colors. And then you've got text shadow to add a shadow to that, and spacing. You can add spacing between the image and the caption. Let's delete the image. Have a look at the next one. That's the text editor. If you're familiar with the old classic editor of WordPress, this is very, very similar to that. We've got a button at the end which will toggle on some more buttons. I'm not going to go through all of these. In this text editor, you can add media. So let's say we want to add that picture. You can see the picture is added directly into that text editor box. Let me just come over here. I want to undo that, delete it. You are on the visual tab, so what you see is largely what you get. If I select something, I can change it to a header. So this text editor is basically like the old classic editor. You can edit in text mode as well. This will be basically HTML style. Underneath that, we have the ability to add drop caps. So the very first letter will be a drop cap in your paragraph. And then we can also add in columns if we want. Let's add in 3 columns. You can see that we're getting these 3 columns over here, and the column gaps, obviously, we can change that. Over on style, we can style our text. We have alignment. We can change the default typography. We can add text shadows. We can space out paragraphs. Let me just come back here and change this back to 1 column. We can space out paragraphs. Now I've only got 1 paragraph really. Let's just come back into the content and we'll add in a bit more. And now you can see those paragraphs being spaced out. We have hover effect. You move your mouse over the text color and link color and change color. That drop cap down there, we can style that. And you can have the primary color. So we can change the drop cap color. Text shadow, spacing, typography. These are all very familiar to you now. So let's just remove that and we'll have a look at the next block, which is the video. With this block you can choose the source, YouTube, Vimeo, Dailymotion, VideoPress, or self-hosted, in other words one you've uploaded to your media library. And you can put in the start time and end time. If you want it to start at 10 seconds into the video and end at 20 seconds into the video, you can put that. And you can have the video autoplay if you want. You can mute it or not. You can loop it. So if you've got from 10 seconds to 20 seconds here, you could loop it so that it keeps playing that 10 seconds to 20 seconds over and over again. Player controls, if we go and have a view of the video here, you can see we've got these player controls down there. If we turn those off and click on play, we don't get them. That's just the difference there. Privacy mode, this again is similar to what we saw earlier. If you've got the privacy mode on, then YouTube or whichever video site this video comes from won't get details of your visitor unless they click the video. If they click the video to play it, then they're going to get some information from you. Lazy load. Lazy load for everything is just that things are loaded when you need them. They're not loaded at the very beginning. It can speed up page load speeds. Do you want to have suggested videos at the end of your video once it's played to keep the visitor on site? And you can have an image overlay as well. In case the video's not available, then you can have an image that will show instead. For styles, you can change the aspect ratio and you can use CSS filters on the video. Let's come in, delete this, and have a look at the next block, which is the button. The button, you can have different styles of buttons. This changes the color. So warning typically is orange and then danger is red. Default, that's the default color from our global settings. You can change the text. You can use AI to find the best text. Add a link. Got link options there. Seen that before. And you can add an icon. The moment there's no icon, you can upload an SVG or pick one from your icon library and insert that into the button. And you can put that icon at the start or at the end, and you can space out the icon so there's space between the icon and the text. If you need to assign it a button ID, you can as well. For styles, you can set the position of your button, so beginning, end, or stretch, so it takes up the full container width. You can change the default typography, add text shadows. You've got a hover state. We can change the text, the background color, box shadow for normal and hover. You can add a border radius, padding, all the usual stuff. Let's come in and delete the button and have a look at the next one. The divider is fairly simple. It's just a line that goes across that can be used to add a visual separator between containers. You can have different styles. Okay, and you can have different widths. So you could say, let's make this about 50% and put it in the middle. And you can add either text or an icon in it. So if I add text, it allows me to insert that text in between. This is where you edit the text. You can also insert an icon, which you can choose from your icon library. So there we have that. If you want to change the colors and things, you can come across to style. So you can change the color of the divider, the weight of the divider. You can change the gap above and below, and you can also change the icon. So we can change the style of icon. We can change the size, the color, the position, the spacing. So you can see the space either side of the icon. You can even rotate the icon if you want to. Obviously you can change the color of the icon, you can change the color of the divider as well. So that's the divider. Let's have a look at the next one. Next one is spacer. We have seen this before, and this just adds space, which I don't recommend you do. I think it's far more efficient to use padding or margin to space out the containers. There is no style tab, it just goes straight onto the advanced tab. So let's remove that, and we're almost done. We've got Google Maps next, and with Google Maps you can type in a location. You can pull it from a database as well using the dynamic tags. You can zoom, so you can zoom into an area, and you can increase the height of the map. Under styles you have normal and hover. So let's say for hover we wanted to add a CSS filter. Again, we'll just use a simple desaturation. So when you move your mouse over the map, you're getting it desaturation, and you can define the length of that transition. And then lastly, we have an icon. You can choose the icon from your icon library by clicking on it. You can also upload an icon. You've got these three views. You've got the normal, you've got the stacked, and you've got framed. And with stacked and framed, you have rounded or square. And just select the default. And then you can add a link to the icon. So if somebody clicks on it, they're taken somewhere, and you've got link options. With style, you can change the alignment within the container. You can add a hover effect, which can change the primary color. You've got size and you've got rotation. So those are the basic components. I'm not going into more detail on them simply because I think you should be going in and playing around with them yourself. You should know enough from what we've been through in this video and in previous videos to know what everything is now, at least on the content and the style tabs. I think by now you should be able to easily add any element to a web page and configure at least the content and the style tabs. So I'm not going to go into as much detail in these general ones. We're going to go through the general elements just to see what's available. And these are available to the free version of Elementor as well. At the very top we have tabs, and this will allow you to create a tabbed interface. And to create these tabs, all you do is you click on the tab itself, you add the content that you want in that tab, then you go to the next tab, add the content you want in there, go to the next tab, add the content you want in there. You can add more tabs over here, you can delete tabs, and if you click on a tab over here you can edit the title, change the icon, and then underneath here we have the direction. That is the position of the tab. So at the moment it's at the top, at the bottom, at the left, and at the right. So you can create tabbed interfaces. You can also justify and align text. Under additional settings, you can disable the horizontal scroll or enable a horizontal scroll, and you can choose the breakpoint at which the tabs automatically switch over to being a vertical layout. Under styles, you can create gaps between the tabs. You have normal, hover, and active state. So the normal state is the way it looks normally. When you hover a mouse over is when the hover state is activated, and then if you click on a tab that becomes active. So you can set the properties for those three different states. And then you have styling options for the titles, for icons you've used, and for the content. So that's the tab block. Let's go to the next one, which is an accordion. This one's very similar to tabs. You have different sections that you can click on and then add the content. You can edit the titles over on this side. You can specify where the titles appear. This one over here will split the icon and the title. You can specify whether the icon becomes before or afterwards, and you can even add in icons so that if an item can be expanded, it will use this glyph. You can change that if you want, and if an icon can be collapsed, it will use this glyph, so you can change those. You've also got an FAQ schema. This will add FAQ schema to your page. If you select it, that will tell search engines that this is a frequently asked question section, and it could add markup in your listing in Google. But make sure you've only got schema once per page. The interactions, this is the default state. You can have it so that when this page opens, the first item is expanded, or you can have them all collapsed. You can select to only allow one item to be expanded or multiple. And you also have animation duration. And then of course you can go in and you can style everything. So everything from the space between items, the normal, hover and active states, again like we had with tabs, you can configure the heading styles and the content styles. I'm going to again leave you to go and explore those. The next one is an image box, and there's not really that much to say about it. It's a container that has an image, a heading and some text. You can go in and customize all of those and the styles. So an image box is quite useful in many cases. Quite related to that, I think, is the icon box. So you have an icon at the top, a heading and a paragraph, and again on the content tab you can change the icon, you can change the heading, you can change the text, and then on the style tab you can style the icon, style the heading and style the text. We're not going to go into any more detail, I don't think you need it. The next one is an image carousel, and we saw with a container how you can put a slideshow on a container. This image carousel is a little bit more sophisticated than that. If we add in some images, let's insert, you can choose the size of the images. let's just choose the medium. The slides to scroll is how many images it will scroll in one go. The default here is 1, so every time I scroll across it just goes 1 across. I could have it going 2 across, so if I scroll to the right this is going to be the first image because it's going to miss or jump those 2. There we go. You can stretch the image, yes or no. You can add arrows, you can see the little arrows over here, dots, and you can change the icon as well for previous arrow icon and next arrow icon. You can link these images to the media file or custom URL, we saw that with images, and you can add captions as well. Additional options: lazy load, autoplay, pause on hover, so if you move your mouse over the slideshow it will pause while the mouse is there. Pause on interaction, yes. Autoplay speed, infinite loop, animation speed, and the direction of the scrolling. On the styles, obviously you can style the navigation system, so we've got the arrows up there, the pagination, so these are the arrows, pagination down there, and then the images themselves. So that is the carousel. I'll leave you to play with that one, and the next one is a basic gallery. There's not a lot to say about this one. It is a very basic gallery. You choose the images you want to include in the gallery. You can specify the size of the images, how many columns. So let's just say we've got 2 columns. That gives us a 2x2 grid. The next option is caption. Do you want the attachment caption or none? Then where do you want to link it to? You can either link to the attachment page or you can link to the media file. If you link to the media file, then you can use the lightbox. Default is yes, so we don't need to worry about that. And then you can have order by and have randoms. If you view that, you can see if I click on any of the images, I can open them in the lightbox, and I can also navigate between the images from that lightbox. So it's a nice plugin, but it is quite basic. For the styles, you can change the gaps between the photos, you can change the border size and the radius. So that's the basic gallery. Let's close that and come back here. Icon list. An icon list is what the name suggests. It's a list that uses icons, and for each item in that list you can add a list title, you can change the icon, and you can add a URL to that. The URLs obviously have those link options as well. You can add items, you can delete items, easy enough. I've just quickly added in URLs to each of these items so we can see what this apply link on does. The default is full width, I think. If we view that, then anywhere along the width of this, if I click on it, it will click the link. But if you have inline selected, then it's basically just the text that is the link. If you move outside that text, it is no longer a link. And then under styles, you can style the lists, you can space the items, you can align the items within that container, you can have a divider, and you can style the divider. So weight, width, color. You can also style the icons. Alignment down here is the alignment within the little box that they're contained. At the moment that is in central. If I move it to the left or the right, you can see they move a little bit. They only move in their little area there contained within that row. And similarly with the vertical alignment, they don't move an awful lot, but you can move them up, middle or down. You have also got options to style text, so you've got typography, text shadow, and you can have a normal or hover state. Let's add the next item, the counter, and at the same time we'll add the progress bar because they are similar in some ways. Let's add the progress bar to its own container. You'll see that both of them did something when they loaded. The counter counted up to a predefined number, the progress bar went to a predefined progress end. So let's go with the counter first. You can have a starting number, a finishing number. You can add a prefix to the number as well, or a suffix at the end. Animation duration, 1000 separator. Do you want 1000 separator? Let's change the ending number to 1000. And now we have no 1000 separator. Now we should have 1000 separator. Okay, so that's turning that on or off, and you can choose the separator that you want or that you use in your country. You can add a title to it, and then under styling you can position the title left, right, top or bottom, and you have horizontal alignment, so you can align the title wherever you want there. You can add a gap between numbers, and the number position as well, you can move left, right or middle. The number itself you can style with color, typography, text stroke and shadow, and the same with the title. If we have a look at the progress bar, then we have a title for the progress bar. We have a percentage, that is the percentage that will come up when the progress bar loads, and display percentage. If you turn that off, we're not actually showing the 50%. If you turn it on, we see the 50%. And for styling, we can add the progress bar color, we can change the background color, we can change the height, we can change the border radius, we can change the inner text color, which is the color inside the bar, change the typography and the text shadow, and then the text style, you've got the usual options, color, typography and shadow. So those are fairly obvious elements. The next one down here is testimonial. Earlier in the course we did save a template as a testimonial just to show how to do that, but this is an element that will add a testimonial for you. Pre-designed, it comes with area to add your content, to choose an image, to put the name of the person giving the testimonial, their job title, a link to their website, and then the image position, that's this image here that you change through that choose image, and then we have alignment as well. Under styles, you can style the content, text color, typography, text shadow, the image, you can change the image resolution, the border type and border radius, and then you can define what the name is going to look like in terms of color, typography, shadow, and you can have a separate style, if you like, for the title or job title using text, typography and text shadow. Next down here we have social icons. This is one we will come back to, but you can add in social icons. This is particularly useful when you're creating templates. We won't go into it now, but you can add in your social links. So we can paste in the URL for our social profile. We can change the style of those links. We can choose the number of columns for those links and also the alignment within the container. And then for styles, you can use official colors or you can use custom colors, and you have control over the size, the padding, spacing, row gaps, borders, border radiuses, and also the hover animation when you hover over something. So that is the social buttons. We will come back, as I said, to have a look at that. The next one down here is alert. This is if you want to alert your visitors to something, you can add it to a page and you can use different types of alerts. So they come with info, success, warning, and this is just changing the colors of it. So you can issue a warning, type in the text, type in the content. You can remove that icon over here if you want to, remove or show. If you show it, you can decide what the icon is, and then you can style the alert. So you can do the background color, border color, you can change the title, color, typography, shadow, same for description, and then the dismiss icon down here, you can change the size, you can change the position, and you've got hover and normal states. The next item down here is the SoundCloud. If you've got a SoundCloud account and you want to insert sound from SoundCloud, you can do that. You can do the URL. You've got visual player, yes or no, and then you have a number of options that I'm not going to go through. There's not any styling option there. Let's go back, and the next one is shortcode. If you get a shortcode to insert into a page, like for example if you were using the Contact Form 7 plugin, if I come over here, I have added it, that will give you a shortcode to insert a form. If I come over and insert that shortcode into the shortcode box or element, you can see that that form now has been added in there. Again, there's no styling on there, it's just the content and you just insert the shortcode. The next one down here is HTML. This will allow you to type HTML code. Again, there's no styling option for that. Then we have a menu anchor. Rather than explain what it does, let me show you. I've got one of my articles over here and I've got a title called Elementor Free versus Pro. Let's go down to the General tab and we'll drag a menu anchor just above that title. Now for the ID, I'm going to put Free Pro and I'm going to copy that. Now let's go up to the top of the article and I'm going to insert let's go to basic, a text block, and put differences between free and pro. Click here, and then I'm going to highlight the click here, come up to the link, and then put in a pound sign or a hash sign followed by that ID. Let's save that and publish, and then let's go and view the page. You can see that link here. If I click on it, you can see it jumps down to that menu anchor that we set up down there above that heading. So that's what the menu anchor does. The next one down here is sidebar. This won't actually work on this theme because there is no sidebars created, but if you've got sidebars set up in your theme, then you can add the contents of that sidebar to a post or a page if you wanted. The next block is read more, and it's probably better if I just show you this because the read more is used on archive pages. I've set up my site so that the archive page shows the full blog post. If I go over and have a look at the archive page, you can see this category example, I've only got one post, there's the title, and it's showing the full content. What the read more tag can do, or element can do, is you can define where you want the description to end on that category page. So I've just inserted a read more link there. If I come back here and refresh, you can see that it's only showing that first paragraph. It then gets to the read more block and there's a continue reading. If I click on that, it then jumps to the page and it jumps down to the next part of the article. If I just show you that again, the first paragraph ending in between the back end and front end, if we click continue reading, we can see that if we move up a little bit, that between the back end and front end is up there, and then the rest of the article continues. The next element is ratings. This is where you can put a rating scale. You can specify what the rating is. So let's say we've got 5.5 out of 7. The stars are coloured in. You can choose the icon you're going to use for your stars. You can choose the alignment, and then under styles you can specify the size, the spacing between them, the colour of the marked stars and the colour of the unmarked stars. So let's go back and we're just about done. The next one is text path, and this allows you to add text that follows a path. The text, you can enter the path type, you can enter, so we have wave, arc, circle. You have custom as well, and with custom you can upload an SVG of the path that you want it to follow. I'm not going to go through that. You can also have a URL for the text, alignment of the text, text direction, right to left, left to right, and you can show the path. Under style you can specify the text path size, you can rotate the text path, you can modify the typography, text stroke and word spacing of the text itself, and the starting point along the curve. And then you have hover state and normal state for the colours. So that is the last of the general elements. I suggest you go in and play with them. We've gone through them very quick, but go in and play with them so that you know what each one does. But there is another category here, link in bio. In the Pro version of Elementor you've got 7. In the free version you only have 1 minimalist and the other ones are pro features. But all this does is it just loads in your bio information so that you can put all of your information in one place with links. And you can see that we've got room for heading, title, tagline, description, we've got icons, so we can have links to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever we want to add links to. And then we have call to action buttons. These ones, get healthy, top 10 recipes, meal prep and healthy living, can be adjusted over there. So in the free version that is the one that you've got. In the pro version you do have other types as well. So this is more of a business card style. So you can just drag and drop them into your About Us page, fill in the details, customize them and style them to your liking. In this video I just want to mention the WordPress elements down here. These are basically the old widget system for WordPress, and so chances are you may not want to be using these, but they're there for backwards compatibility in case you do. Just as an example, if I drag in the pages widget, it will list any pages on my site. I've only got one sample page and there's not an awful lot you can do with that. If we go back and have a look at a couple of others, we've got an image widget. Now, obviously you can create images with Elementor and you should be doing that. So I wouldn't be using those. And things like gallery, I wouldn't be using that. We've got categories. If I drag that on, it's going to list the categories on my site. So these are just the old widget system of WordPress. Wherever you can, and I think you can in every case, you should be using Elementor instead. In this video, I want to look at some of the pro elements that you've got. I'm over here on a free Elementor install. You see that next to pro category is upgrade. There are lots and lots of elements in there. Also, if we go down, we've seen this link in bio. Some of these have padlocks, so they are pro as well. Then we've got site, which is pro, single, which is pro, and WooCommerce, which is pro. So let's just shoot over to the pro installation that I've got. You'll notice that WooCommerce isn't there. That's simply because I haven't installed WooCommerce on the site. If I did, we would also have this WooCommerce, which would allow us to use elements to help customize the appearance of our WooCommerce store. But let's look at what we do have. We have this site category and this single category, and both of these are related to building templates for your theme. That's why they're not available over in the free version, because you can't build templates. But over in the pro version, you need to be able to have access to things like the site logo, site title, the post titles, post excerpts, featured images, that sort of thing when you're building templates. So that's what those are there for, and we will use those when we come to create the demo site with the theme that we're going to be building. And as you'll see later, when you are creating specific templates, you may find other categories. So for example, if you are creating a category template or an archive template, there will be a section over here called archive, and there'll be blocks in there to help you build your archive template. So to a certain extent, the element categories down here depend on what you're doing. But over here now, while we're editing posts, we have access to these pro elements. You can go through and have a look at them yourself and try modifying them and customizing them. I'm not going to go through them, so you can do that yourself. There will be some that you don't understand yet. So for example, a loop grid. And the loop grid will access the database to bring back posts. So that is something that we will need later. If I just remove that, you can see there's also a loop carousel, and that will do the same sort of thing. That will pull posts or pages out of the database. So those are the pro elements. If you're a pro user, you can go and have a look through them, go through each element, look at the content that you can add, and then the styling, how you can style those elements. The whole point of creating these templates is so that you can reuse them on other areas of your site. Design it once, use it multiple times, and that's fairly easy. We just go in, add in a post, let's edit with Elementor, and we can bring in a heading, let's add in some text. We'll add it right underneath, and I'll just paste in a little bit of lorem ipsum text, and then we might decide that we want to use one of the templates that we've created. All we need to do is click on the add template button, and you've got the templates that come with Elementor and with your theme. You've got templates for pages. We're not interested in those. We're interested in my templates, and let's say we want to introduce the second homework into this web page. All we need to do is click on it, click insert, and it will be inserted. Now in this case, the Elementor I'm using is the free Elementor. It's using Astra, and Astra has a narrower content area. I'm not going to fiddle with that. What I'm going to do is say, well, in this particular case, we don't really need 4 icon boxes, so I'll just delete one of them. Let's just delete the last one. The template we've inserted, the boxes aren't in the middle now. These are 25, 25, 25. Obviously we've only got 3, so we don't need them at 25 now. Let's go over and we'll adjust the width. Let's say 31. I'm going to copy and paste the styles, and we can build up our design that way. We can then go in as well into all of these. We can change the icon the heading, the text for each of these to make it fit with what we're doing. We can also go in if we want and we decide, well, we don't want that background color, so let's just remove that, and you could remove that as well, and then just continue with your design. You can add in then the other elements that you want. Let's add it into a new container, because the top container here is the one that's controlling the heading and the icon boxes, so we need to have that new container in there, and we can go in then and just continue building the web page. So templates are there to make life easier for you. You design the elements that you want across your site, and then you can reuse them, and you're going to get a consistent look across the whole site. And as we've just seen, you can edit all of the elements of the templates that you're creating. So you just design it once, paste it into the new page that you're building, and then edit the content for that particular page. One of the nice features of Elementor is that you can export your templates and import them into another site. This is my Elementor free version site that I'd set up. On my Elementor Pro version, I don't have those templates. So what I can do on my Elementor free, I can select them all, come to bulk action and click on export and then apply. It's going to ask me where I want to save them, so I'm just going to save them to my computer. Just a quick note, when you are downloading to your computer, if you're using a secure browser, I'm using Brave here, you'll get a message at the top saying it's an insecure download, and there'll be an option there to keep the file or not. So if you are using a secure browser, just make sure that you are actually saving it, otherwise when you go to look for the file you've downloaded, it won't be there. Once the file's downloaded, if you go across to your other site where you want to import these, you'll notice this Import Templates button. We can choose the file, that's this one, and then click on Import, and you can see Homework 1, Homework 2 and Homework 3 are all in there. And if you want to use them, we can do that. Let's just add a new post, edit with Elementor, and then you will find in your library that your templates have been imported, H1, H2, H3. One thing to be aware of though, it doesn't import the resources, so it hasn't imported the image. It's not a problem because you're not going to want to use that image on the new site anyway, so it's got the placeholder for the image. You know you've got to insert one there. When you're in the Save Templates, you will have noticed that we have this global widgets if you're using the Pro version. If you're using the free version, we just come out of here, go to Save Templates, we don't have that. So this is a Pro version only. Global widgets are templates that you create that you want to use across multiple pages of your site, but you want it identical on every page. So for example, you may have an affiliate program you promote, you design a template that has the promotion and the call to action, and then you want to insert it onto different posts and pages across your site. You can do that. But then what happens if the affiliate program kicks you out, or you decide you want to change to a different affiliate program? Well, you just go in and change the global widget, and every post and page on your site that uses that global widget will automatically be updated. Just some disclosure, this is not as simple as it used to be. I've created 3 posts here. I've created post 1, post 2 and post 3, and I'm going to create a simple global widget. That global widget is just purely going to be a copyright, let's say 2025, and all I need to do to save it as a global widget is the edit button for this text editor, right click and click on Save as Global. I can put in copyright and click on Save. Now you see that the copyright is appearing in my globals, and if I come across and refresh post 2 and refresh post 3, then if I come across to globals, my new widget is there with a copyright. Let's add it to both of them, and let's publish both and publish again, and then I'm going to go back to my saved templates where I'm on the global tab, and you can see here I have my global widget. But what you will notice is there's no link to edit the global widget. You've got a link to global widget, that just takes you to this tab. So to edit that global widget, you need to go to a post that has the global widget. Here's the first one, post 1. If I select it, you'll see that it says the global widget is locked. Edit the global widget to simultaneously update every place you used it, or unlink it so it gets back to being a regular widget. If I unlink it, that will unlink it from the global widget, and any changes I make here will not affect the other global widgets that I've placed on the other 2 posts. But I can edit it. Let's just say the year has gone across to 2026. Let's publish, and then let's go to post 2 and refresh. See, that's changed to 2026. If I update post 3, that has gone to 2026 as well. And I can edit that global widget from any of these posts that contain the global widget. Just need to save it and then refresh and refresh post 1, and they're updated across all of them, and that global widget will appear down here. But the problem is, quite often you want something a little bit more complex for your global widget. You might want to have something like a container that will include lots of different elements. If we come across to saved templates, let's just take one of these as an example. Let's have a look at my homework 2. Let's say I wanted to save this as a global widget so that it would appear like this on every page of my site. How would I do it? Well, the way we can do this, if we go to post 1, what we need to do is come over to widgets and search for template. We drag a template in, and then it's asking me which template I want to use. If I select homework 2, that introduces my template into this post, but it's not a global widget. If we go back to the widgets, it's not on there. So how do we make it a global widget? Well, what you need to do is bring down the structure and then select the template itself and then save as global. I'm going to just call this comparison, click on save, and that will have saved the whole container, or rather the stuff that's in the container, this template, as a global widget. You can see that if I select it, it's saying I can edit it or unlink it. Let's go to post 2, go to globals. I need to refresh. Go to globals. I can now insert my global widget in there. Let's refresh this one. Go to globals and insert it there. Okay, let's publish, publish, and publish again. If I want to change it, again, if we go over to the Save Templates and look for the comparison, there is no edit link. So we need to edit it in a post that's already got it. Here I am on post 1. So if I select the template, I've now got the option here of editing the template. Click on that to go into the editor. Now, bear in mind you're editing the template. That means over here on your templates, you are editing template 2. Any changes you make will change this template. So if you want to keep a copy of the template as it is, I would export the template you're working on and then re-import it as a template once you have made your changes. It should make sense when we finish this. Let's just go over, select the template, click on Edit Template, and I'll make a few quick changes. We'll select the style and we'll change the color of the background. Just a few things that are obvious that you will quickly be able to see. We'll also delete one of these boxes, and then let's just go into this advanced and we'll say 31. Let's copy, paste the style, and let's paste the style again, and let's also remove this header. We probably want to add a little bit of padding now to the top, so let's add some padding just to make it look nice, and then click publish. If we go across and we refresh the other posts, you're going to see that that has now changed because we edited the global widget, this template. That template, as I said, is now the view of the template number 2 that we had previously looked at. If you go in and add a new post, edit with Elementor, and then you try to insert your original template for homework 2, you'll find that it is actually the new and updated version. So that's what I was saying. If you want to keep the original design, you don't want to lose it, you just want to create a global widget based on it, then I would highly recommend you come into your Save Templates and go in, export this template, and then once you've made your changes, you can import it with a new name and you'll have your original homework 2 as well. I think earlier in the video I said it's not as easy as it used to be, and that's the truth, because you'll even see some old videos still floating around that if you have a container like this and you wanted to turn it into a global widget, previously you used to be able to right click the container and you would have an option here to save as global. That's not available anymore. This is the new way of doing it. Hopefully in a future release that will be added back, because the current system for doing that is not very user friendly. Since we've looked at the templates that we can create to reuse and also things like global widgets, I think just to finish this section off, we should also have a look at the templates that Elementor create for us. And I'm going to go into both the Pro and free Elementor so we can have a look at the difference. So I'm over here in the free version, and if you wanted to add a template to your post as you're creating it, you click on the Add Template button. We've got our templates that we've created. We've also got this tab called Pages, and you'll see a lot of them are marked as Pro. These are only Pro templates. There are some free ones, some very, very simple free ones. These actually insert an entire web page pre-built, and that can be useful if you're creating templates. But we are more interested in this video on blocks, and you can see again a lot of the blocks are labeled as Pro, so those are only going to be available for the paid version of Elementor. But you can search by category as well. So if you are interested in a call to action section for your post, then you can look at the call to action sections and see if there are any free. You'll also be able to find templates for Elementor online, and some of those may be free as well, so you can import those templates. We've seen how to import templates into Elementor. At the top up in the right, you also have a button there to import templates directly from the library itself. If you want to find templates online, you can do a Google search, or this over at themeforest.net. I've provided a resource link in the video, is really good. You can see here template kits, over 5,400 fully customizable responsive templates for every part of your Elementor website. And you can have a look down those. There's quite a lot to choose from. But you've also got plugins and add-ons, over 400 plugins and add-ons that expand the functionality of your Elementor website. And if you're looking for a theme for your Elementor site, over 2,200 WordPress themes over on this Theme Forest website. So it's well worth having a look if you're in need of something. Back over in the template library, if you mouse over a thumbnail, you're given the options of favoriting the templates that you like, and when you select a few favorites, then when you come back to your template library, you've got this My Favorites, and that will just show you your favorites. You've also got an option here to generate variations, and this is done with AI. If we click on the button, you'll be asked to enter a prompt for your template. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but there is a little tip here. If you / on the line, it will give you some suggestions, and you can see minimalist design with bold typography, an elegant style, retro vibe with muted colors and classic fonts. Let's choose one of these and see what happens. Futuristic design with neon accents, about, and then it will generate some thumbnails of some alternatives, hopefully following that prompt. Futuristic design with neon accents for an about us. And then you see a couple of thumbnails that have been generated, and then a third one. If you want to use one, you can just select it and then click on the use layout, and that will be inserted into your post. If you go into the library and you insert one of these into your post, you can then see how it was created. Just select the container, come up to the structure, and you'll see that this one's called 404 Hero. That's the container that contains the template, and then you can break it down and see all of the elements that make it up. And you can go into these templates and have a look at how they're built, not just the elements that have been used, but also the settings for each of the elements on the Style tab and on the Advanced tab. And that's what I'd recommend you do. Go in and add some of these professionally designed templates and see exactly how they're built, because by exploring other templates that have been designed by professionals, breaking them down and finding out how they've created those layouts, you're going to improve your own design skills. So far in this course, we have focused really on these saved templates when it comes to the Elementor template editor. These are templates that you can reuse. You have had a go at making some yourself, but in this section we are going to focus on a different type of template that we can create from the theme builder. The theme builder is a pro feature, so you do need the pro version of Elementor to do this. But with the pro version, you can create your own headers, you can create your own footers, you can create the templates that control the look of every web page on your site. So you can specify exactly what you want a post to look like. exactly what you want a page to look like. You can even have a template for a specific post or a specific page to make them unique. You can have a template to control the archive pages, so things like categories and tags and date archives and author archives. But you can also create specific templates for categories or even for specific categories. The title slide of this video also mentions display conditions. So what are those? Well, I've said in this introduction to the theme builder that you can create archive templates for categories or for specific categories, that sort of thing. You can become very granular in the templates you're creating, where to apply them on your site. And it's the display conditions which define where you apply a template on your site. If we just have a quick example, I'm going to go to add an archive template. I'm not actually going to add it because we'll be doing that during this section, but let's just add in a full page template. And you can see if I just close this down over here, you can see we have a full page template. Let's suppose that was our category template. Clearly it's not a category template, but let's just say it is. Once we've created the template, we then need to tell Elementor where are you going to use this template. And up near the publish button, we have this little arrow here that has a display conditions. Also, if you go to publish it, you'll get display conditions, and you can add conditions. In other words, tell Elementor where you want to apply this. Now this is an archive template, so it's coming up by default to say we want this on all archives, but you can choose author archive, date archive, search results, or you can have post archives, you can have categories, direct child category of, any child category of, or tags. So from this I could say I only want this on categories. So let's just select that, and once we've selected that, the box over here says we want to use it on all categories. But if I only wanted that on a specific category, I could go in here and I could type in the name of one of my categories and then select that. So for example, I've just added some categories on this site: cat, dog, fish. I could search for dog and say I only want this on dogs. And so now this template would only be used on the dogs category. What if I wanted to use it on another category? You can't actually put in another category here. We can select it, but then the first one disappears. So what you would do is you'd add another condition and say I want this on categories, and then let's say we want this on dogs as well. And so now this template would be used on cats and dogs. The other thing you can do with this is you can say to exclude. So if I wanted to have this template used on all categories except cats, I could do that, or except, let's say, fish. So now this template would be used on all categories except fish, and I could add in another condition and say include, and then look for the other archive templates. We could say let's include author archives. So now it's used on all categories except for fish, and it's used on author archives. So this is the display conditions where you're going to decide where exactly your template's going to be used. We'll look at this as we're building our templates for the site. In this video I want to show you what I've done to set up my WordPress install with Elementor so that I can go ahead and do this section on creating a demo site, but more importantly the theme for the demo site. So first off, I have Elementor and Elementor Pro installed. In the settings menu, I've added in a title and a tagline. So my title for my site, Poor Spa and Wellness, and tagline, because joy begins with a wagging tail. To accompany that, I've added media. This is going to be the logo and also the site icon that appears in tabs on the site. So those are the images I'm going to use for that. If we go across to posts, I've added some posts. So I've got 10 short blog posts, and then I've got a few articles, 2 on nutrition, 3 on grooming, and 2 on health, and those match up with my categories: nutrition, health, and grooming. The reason I've got a blog category is that I want to have a blog page which basically just shows announcements from the company, and I'm going to use the blog category for that. If you didn't have posts on your page, you could just have a single category and then use the blog page down in the reading settings. So you would just create a page called blog, and then you can select it from here, blog, and then all of your posts would end up on that posts page. While we're on the reading settings, what I've also done is I have created a home page, and I've marked that home page to be used as my home page. So if I go over to my pages, you can see there's my home page that I've created. I've also created an About Us and services, and I've just got the demo privacy policy, which I have published as well. The theme that I'm using, we have talked about before. I'm using the Hello Elementor theme because that is the quickest one and the fastest one. And because we're going to be creating the templates anyway, we don't need the theme to take care of too much because we're going to be taking care of all of it inside Elementor. If we go over to the Elementor settings, I've disabled default colors and disabled default fonts because we're going to use theme styles so that anything we add outside of Elementor will also pick up on the same colors. There are a couple of things still to do. If we come down to the general settings, I want to choose the site icon, and I'm going to choose one of these. Let's have a look, 512 by 512. Okay, I'm going to choose that one. So that's going to be my site icon that appears in the tab of a web browser. Click on Save Changes, and the other thing I want to do is set my logo. Because it's a non-block theme, we go into Appearance Customize, and then this is the settings we have with Hello Elementor. Go to Site Identity, I'm going to select the site logo, and let's just have a look at those sizes. That one is probably the best. Okay, I'll select that one, and it's asking to crop. I don't really need to crop this, it's already cropped as I want it. Let's just select that and click Publish. If I come out and go over to the website, you'll see what the site looks like with the Hello Elementor theme. This is the header at the top, very large logo with tagline. Then we have the article for the homepage, and then we have the footer, and the logo is also added into the footer with all rights reserved and the tagline. Obviously, we are going to be changing the header and the footer as well as everything else, but that's the point where we're starting from. I am going to show you the color theme that I'm going to be using. I've got a new color theme, I've got some fonts, and we are going to go and install those as well. We have done it before, but I think repetition helps. So we'll go through the process of inserting our color scheme and the fonts that we want. We'll install those, and then we'll go into the theme styles, and we'll make sure everything is set up so that everything uses the fonts and the colors that we want. So that is the setup. That's where we're starting from in the next video. Okay, in this video we're going to put the colors in, and this is the color scheme that I've chosen, although I'll probably use black for the headings and maybe a dark grey for the main text. So this is the color scheme we want. Let's go over to the Elementor dashboard and start putting them in. So we'll open up a post and then go to Edit with Elementor, and then across to Site Settings, and then Global Colors. Now the primary color I'm going to use as black, so that's fairly easy. The secondary color we'll choose from our color scheme, and we'll choose this one over here. So let's copy it, go back, and we'll paste it in, but we need to have the hash at the beginning. That's not included in the copy. The text we would normally have black, as I said, but I'm going to make this sort of an off black, sort of a dark grey, just to make it a bit different. So we'll choose that. And then the accent color, we'll choose this one from our color scheme. So let's select it, paste in the hex code, and then we have three other colors. We have light green, well, two light greens and a mint green. So this one we'll copy and we'll add it as a custom color. Don't know whether we're going to use it yet. Let's call it light green, and then we're going to add another color, and this one here is another light green, so we'll change the name slightly. Let's paste in the hex code, and we'll call this one yellow green, and then the final one is this mint green. Let's call it mint green, and save that. The only other color I want is white, because it's always useful to have white, so we'll add that as a custom color as well, so that we have it. Let's call it white, and then we can save our changes. So those are the global colors. We have the primary, secondary, text and accent colors set, and then we have the other three from the color scheme and white in case we need it. Okay, we're over here at Google Fonts. It's time to choose the fonts. So the first thing I'm going to do is pull up the filters and come down to the technology and select variable. So we're only finding variable fonts. Now I've had a look through these, and the ones that I want to use are Montserrat for text and Inter for heading. So let's just search for Montserrat. This is the one here. And type tester, we can see the weight goes from 100 to 900. So let's click get font, and then we want to go back and search for Inter. And this one, type tester, again from 100 to 900. There are no widths for this, just weight. So let's click get font and then go over to our basket and download all. I'll save them in an appropriate folder. And now those two have been downloaded. So let's go back into the dashboard, and I'm going to bring in my file manager, because what we've got here is a single zip file with Inter and Montserrat. So the first thing I need to do is to extract all of those. So once those are extracted, I can then go in and get the individual files. Now, when we are installing fonts, we want the TTF. There's two here. There's an italic version and there's a normal version. I'm going to just use the normal version. So let's go over to Elementor and Custom Fonts, add new font and put a name, Montserrat, and then add variable font, and then upload, and I'm going to drag in my Montserrat TTF file, and there it is there. Click on select. The weight we had between 100 and 900. Click on publish, and now that font is in there. Let's add a new one, and this one is called Inter, and I'm going to put Inter headings just so that I can remember that. Add a variable font, click on upload, and then I'm going into my Inter folder to choose the TTF. Again, there is an italic version. I'm not using that, I'm using the normal. Let's click select TTF, and we want to put a weight 100 to 900, and then click on publish. If we go back to our custom fonts now, we see we've got the two custom fonts in there. The next step is to go into the global styles again and change the primary, secondary, etc. headings. But before I do that, I'm going to go into the settings advanced column and just disable Google Fonts. We've installed our own fonts, therefore we don't need the Google Fonts in there. So let's go into a test post, edit with Elementor. I've created this test post just because it's got a header, some text, an image and a button, and then I can see that the changes I'm making are having an effect. So let's go into the global fonts, and for the primary font we are going to want to use our font. You see all the global fonts have gone. For the headings we're using Inter, so we'll select that, and for all the others we are using Montserrat. Okay, so all of our global fonts, system fonts, are using the correct fonts. Let's click on save and then come on out. Now in the next video we're going to go and have a look at the theme styles, where we're going to put in the fonts and colors into the theme style, so that if we add anything like a contact form with a plugin, then the buttons and the text are all going to be correct. So we've set up the global fonts and global colors. We now need to assign those to the theme style. So if we go into typography first and we come to body text color, well, that is text. Typography is text, and then we come down to the link colors. Now there is a link in here, just there, so we can have a look at the colors we want to use. So normal link color, we can have a look and see that looks fine. And the typography is text, and then we can change the hover link color. I don't know what we're going to choose for that one. Let's choose secondary. There we go. So you move your mouse over, it changes. Typography again is text. Let's go back to the normal, and then the color for headings is primary. Typography for headings is primary because we've already set that up, and it's the same for all of the other headings as well. So let's just quickly go through those. Okay, all of those globes are now set. I'm going to save changes as I go, and then let's go back to buttons. We've got a button in view so we can see how it's going to be affected. Typography is just normal text. We don't want a text shadow on that button. And then we have normal and hover states. For normal, I think the text color, I'm going to choose mint green. And for the background type, we'll choose, let's see if accent is too light. No, that looks fine. And let's go across to hover, where the text color will change. Let's make that secondary. Okay, so that now when you hover your mouse over. The background color, when you hover your mouse over, we don't really need to change that. We could change it. That's actually the wrong color because that's the color we've got for the text. We'll just leave it at accent so that doesn't change. It's just the text that changes. We could put a shadow around the box, but I'm not going to do that. Like that, we could put that down there. Don't want to do that. Border type, I'm going to leave that empty, and I'm not going to change any of the border radius or padding. So let's click on Save Changes, and let's go back. And then we come down to images. Let's just do something. We'll put in a border radius just to curl the edges slightly on those images. Let's put a border radius of 10. And for the hover, we'll just put in a CSS filter just because we can. And I think I'm going to reduce the saturation slightly. Not seeing a great deal on that particular image because there's not an awful lot of color there. Just click on Save Changes and then let's go back. And the next one is form fields. So we need to put in a form. Because we're dealing with the theme styles, we don't want to insert a form from Elementor. We want to insert a form from a plugin. So I'm going to just go back into the WordPress dashboard and I'm going to install a plugin called Contact Form 7. Just type contact, it should find it. It's one of the most popular ones. Install it and activate it. We have a shortcode there. Let's just grab that and then go back to our post. In fact, I should have clicked edit with Elementor there. And then we can come down here and I'm going to add in a shortcode widget, drag it underneath the button and then paste in the shortcode for that form. So we've got the form in there. We can now go over to the global styles, come down to form fields and start filling this in. So the labels is where it says your name, your email. We want to just have, well, we could have put primary or we could put text. Let's have a look at the difference. I could put secondary. I like secondary, I think, for the form. Typography is just text, and then we have the field. Typography is text. The text color for the field, we can put accent, background. Well, let's do accent color first. We'll just leave this at accent. And background color, I'm going to put mint green. So we fill in the color of the background there. And then come over to focus. Text color, I'm going to put secondary. Accent color, we'll just leave as accent. And background color, we'll leave it. In fact, let's change it to white. So it's a bit different. So when it's got focus, it turns white. And then the normal and focus border type, I'm going to put a solid border and I'm going to put a border width of 2 so that the box border thickens a little bit. The border color, we'll put primary. In fact, let's change that, put it up to secondary. I'm not going to change border radius, transition time or padding. Let's just click on Save Changes. Let's go back to the editor. I'm going to publish this and then preview it. And we can see our link changing, we've got the curved borders, we have our button changing there, and then we have the styling for the forms and the submit button down there also changing and behaving as if it was an Elementor element, which is the whole point of theme styles. So those are the theme styles set up. In this video we're going to create a header for the website. Now the header is going to have a menu, so we do need to create the menu and decide what we want in that menu. If I have a look at my pages, I would certainly want a link to the home, although the logo could be linked to the home, but I think a home link is good, and services because they're selling services, and then maybe about us and privacy, and if you have terms and other disclaimers you could put those down in the footers instead. So we'll have links to those two, and then under posts what I would probably want is a link to the blog and then a link to these three here. But that menu is getting quite big, so what we might do is have a drop menu where we can have a services menu or a articles menu that then drops down into grooming, health and nutrition so people can find it. Let's go into the appearance and menus, and we'll put a name for this. We'll call it top menu. Click on create menu. I'm not going to select header or footer for the display location. All I want to do at this stage is to put in the links. So we want a link to the home, we want a link to the services. Let's add those. Also, I'm going to come up here to screen options, and I'm going to select link target and link relationship. What that does is it gives me this extra open in new tab and also the link relationship if I need to use it. If you need to put no follow on links, you can do that, and I would certainly be doing that down in the footer. The navigation label for home, welcome to Poor Spa Wellness, is a bit long, so I'm going to just change that to home. And then we need to create the drop down menu. Let's go to custom links, and I'm going to put in a hash for the URL and the title dog wellness. Let's add that to the menu. And at the moment it doesn't link anywhere. That's fine. We don't need it to link anywhere. And then I want links to the three categories. So I'm going to come down to, in fact, 4 categories, including blog. In fact, we'll just do 3 categories for this. We'll add those to the menu and make sure that they're in the right order: grooming, nutrition, health. It doesn't really matter. And then I'm going to drag these out underneath the dog wellness to indent them, and that will create a submenu. The other thing I do want is a link to the blog. So let's just add that to the menu as well, and we'll put it down there. So we have home, services, dog wellness, and then the 3 categories, and then blog. Let's click on save. That pretty much is the menu I want. The only thing I'm going to do now is go in and remove that hash. That will just stop it from being selected. If somebody clicks on it, it will just act as a drop down. We're going to see the effect of that when we come in to create the header. So let's go across to the Elementor theme builder over inside templates, and I'm going to select header. Elementor will offer you some templates for that. We're going to start from scratch. The very first thing I'm going to do is change the name of the template. Let's change that to header. I'm going to just use the same header on all of the website. You don't need to publish now, but if you do publish, it will ask you where you want to put this header, and I'm going to say just include on the entire site. So I'm going to set that now and then click on save and close. If we now go over and have a look at what the site looks like, you'll see that the header is actually empty. That's because we haven't done anything yet. All we've got is a name for it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a container, and I want elements to go across the row. So I'm going to select a row container. So the first thing I'm going to put in is the site logo. So I'll drag that in, and it's a little bit large, so let's make it smaller. And then next to that, I want the site title. So let's just drag it in to the right. And because we've got this set up as a row, it's gone in over on the right. The other thing I would like on there is the tagline, but for some reason the latest version of Elementor seems to be missing the tagline element. It may be there when you try. Because it's not there for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add in a text field and then grab my site tagline, and we'll come in and paste that in. I would actually like the tagline underneath the site title, so what I'm going to do here is drag in a container right after the logo, bring up the site structure because it's easier just to organize these things, and I want to drag site title and the text inside that container so they now appear one above another. I'm going to make the tagline text a little bit smaller, so I'm going to come across to the typography and we can play around with the size. I also want to make it italics, so under style I'll select italic, and I'd like to move it up closer to the site title as well. And you'll remember that we can do this using margin. I'm going to deselect this, and then I'm going to add some negative margin to the bottom of the site title. So that has now moved that up. The next thing I want to do is add in the menu we created, and to do this I am going to bring up the site structure so we can have a look. It's not that one, it's this one. So at the moment we have a single container that contains everything in a row. Then we have this container that has a column. I need to add the menu, but I don't need to add it in a container because it will fit into this container. So let's just go across and we'll select menu, drag in a WordPress menu, and I'm just going to drop it wherever I can at the moment. You can see it's been dropped into that first container. That's where I want it. But I actually want to drop it right underneath the second container so that the menu appears over there. Now that menu is wrapping onto multiple lines. Let's try and fix that. I'm going to select the menu, come across to Advanced, and then down to Grow. So it will grow to fill that space. And there we have that menu over there. I don't like the style of it, so we'll change that in a moment. But you could also add in social media profile buttons underneath, and all you need to do is insert another container, put this menu inside the container, add your social media icons into that container and make it into a column so that the social media icons would appear underneath. But I think I'm going to put my social media profiles in the footer instead. So let's go in and see how we can change the formatting or style of that menu. So I'll select it, come over to Style, and then under Typography it is just text. Then we have Normal, Hover and Active State. The normal state is the state that you can see it here, and I don't like that color. I'm going to change that color and use text color. You can see that has now changed there. So then we can come across to the hover and click on text color and choose a color for the hover state. So that will be the changing color. I'm going to change it and make it a little bit more obvious than that. Let's choose the accent color, and that's a lot more obvious. The pointer color is the color of that bar that comes underneath, and I think I will choose the accent color for that one as well. So we have accent color for the text color and for the line underneath. This divider will give you a divider between the elements in there, and you can set that, but I'm going to remove it because I don't want that in there. And then the active state is when you're on a page, let's say you're on services, what color is that going to be? And we can change that to whatever we like. Let's say we're going to have that as the accent color, and again we'll put the pointer as the accent color as well. Let's close this down and we'll have a quick look. Okay, and that is looking a lot better. The only thing I don't like is the drop down color of these items down here. So if we collapse that, we come down to drop down and have normal. Now what was the normal color of the main menu? That was text color. I think we'll have text color for that as well. So drop down menu, we'll choose text color, and the background color we will leave as it is. Typography is just text. So now you can see that we are getting the proper color of text. The one thing I don't like is this dark overlay, and that is under this background color on hover. So for that, let's put mint green and see. That changes it slightly. I don't like that. I'm going to just change it to white. So we have white as we go down. Let's just have a look at the header. Make sure we're happy with it. I'm happy with that. So the last thing I want to do is just click on publish. And then if we come out of the editor, come down to theme builder, we should see our template down there. Let's exit the theme builder, go and check out what the site looks like now. So we have the header as shown. You can see the active page is the home page. If I click on services, then that is the active page. Go to nutrition. It's actually the nutrition down there in the drop menu that's highlighted, and then blog over on the blog posts. You'll notice that the headings of the titles on the blog screen and also on these category screens are wrong, but we'll fix that when we come in to do the templates. In this video we're going to create the footer template, and again we need a menu. So let's go across to menus and then click this link, create a new menu. I'm going to call this footer menu. You could call it legal menu or whatever else you want. And then I'm going to go across to all pages, and I want to insert the about and the privacy. We can also include the services as well. We have included it further up, but it is an important page, so we could include that, and then click on save, and then that's our menu done. You'll see that we can switch between the menus we've created up here if we want to go in and edit them, but that's our footer menu done. Let's go across to templates and theme builder, and we're going to create a footer, which we can do by clicking on this little plus next to footer, or come up to add new and then select footer from the thumbnails. We're going to get the media library open, and in this particular case I am going to choose one of these to start from. There's no point starting from scratch. You know how to add elements to a page. So let's have a look at inserting a template and then editing it instead. So this is the template I've chosen. We have the site logo, some information, social media icons, some links, and a map. So let's go in and have a look at editing those. At the very bottom as well, I forgot to mention, you have this copyright or this heading, all rights reserved. Up in the footer, we have 5 containers. That bottom one contains the map. This one contains this column. The next one up contains this column. And then this column is the first one that has the social icons and the image box. So I'm going to select the image box and I want to change the image. I want to make the image bigger. So over on the style tab, we want to come down to image, down to the width and make it bigger. For the content of the description here, I'm going to paste in the tagline of the site. And then we come down to the social icons. Obviously we need to change the colors. We've also got one that's not working, so I'm going to just go in and change this. I'm going to search for an X Twitter. Let's insert that. We'll put in a URL that will be recognized so that that profile link will be enabled. Let's put in a URL for Facebook. Now obviously you would put in your profile links here, not just general links. Twitter, we don't want that one. Let's look for Instagram, insert the Instagram logo and https instagram.com. And now we have social media buttons which are linking to live, but the colors are wrong, so we need to change the colors. And we can do that if we come across to the styles tab. The primary color is the background color. We don't want to change that. We want to change the secondary color, which is the color of the icons themselves. So we can have a play around with the colors that we have on our site. Maybe accent color is the best one because that will then fit in with the rest of the site design. Over next to that, we have this container, which has quick links. You could change the header there. It's already got our WordPress menu in there. Look, footer menu. And then across here, get in touch. Again, you can change that header if you want. And then if we select this item, you can see that is an icon list. The first item in the icon list is the email. Then we have a phone number. If we expand it, it looks quite good, but I want to make a couple of changes. I'm going to make that logo over there smaller, so it's a lot smaller than the one at the top. And I'm also going to change these because this is an icon list and we're not using icons, they're using the words email and phone, so it would make sense to change those. So I'm going to click edit with Elementor and then come down to the footer, which still has the original name. So I'm going to just come in and change the title of that. So change that as footer. I'm going to click on publish and let's go back to this image box. If we select it, I want to go over to the style and just make the image, actually that's the spacing, but that's good as well. Bring that up a little bit further. I want to come down to the image itself and we want to make it a little bit smaller so that maybe the height of this is roughly the same as the height of that. Let's click over here into this icon list and I want to change this. I want to have an email icon. Let's see if there is a mail icon. Okay, that will do. And we can then edit that bit. And then we'll come down to phone and we'll choose a phone icon. And what we're going to choose here, telephone, there we go. Phone icon. And then we can edit the text so that we remove the phone bit. If we come across to style, we can play with the spacing between the items in there. We can also put a divider between them. I don't think we need to. The icon size we can increase. I think we need to do that a little bit. And after having done that, I think we need to have a bit more space between them now. The gap between the icon and the text, we'll play around with that. And let's just collapse this to see what it's going to look like. Okay, that I think is better. The map is quite close up to this now. So all I'm going to do is select the container where the map is, come across to the advanced tab, unlink this, and we'll put in say 40 pixels of margin over on the right, over on the left, sorry, so that now spaces that out. The other thing is I think that this container takes up too much width over here. These three containers are much more squished up, so I'm going to select this container. On the layout tab you can see it's set to 44% width, so I'm going to reduce that down a bit. Okay, and I think then I probably want to get that image width up a little bit more. And then really the only thing I need to do, which I have forgotten so far, is to change the styles of the elements. So the image, those styles are okay. Let's come down to content. We want to use text color, and the typography, we're going to use the global text. For this heading, we want text color, typography, primary. Just check, yeah, that's set there. It's this one down here that I haven't set. That's the title. We haven't got a title. Just noticed that they hadn't changed, so let's go back. That is text color, and the typography, we want the global color text as well. There, that's better, that's changed now. Okay, go over to the styles here for the heading. So the first thing we have the type, we've just set the typography, we have set the text color. The size of the heading is a little bit small, but let's do that afterwards, we'll have a look. And then the style for the menu, we want typography, text, text color, text. For the title over here, typography, that's a heading. Did I do that as a heading as well? Yeah, I did. Primary. So it's the primary, and the color, primary. Let me just check that. It's primary, not text. Okay, it's a heading, and then this one, come down to the typography. This is text, color, text. If we go back up to the icons, we need to change the color. Let's set those to black is okay. We could select the secondary color and then hover. We really don't want that to change for the icons. For the text typography, okay, that is fine, that is fine. And we don't have a hover state on there. Okay, so that then is our footer. The only thing I would like to maybe do is to increase the size of that header slightly. And I could go into typography here, but I'm going to go to content and see what an H5 would look like. Oops, H5. And then finally down here I've noticed that font, I haven't changed that. So select the heading, go into styles, the typography for that, I think we could put text, or we could put primary to make it into the heading style text. Let me just change the color and then I'll have a look. I'm going to change the color, I'm not going to have the secondary color. Let's have a look at light green or mint green. I'm going to change that to text to make it lighter. Yellow green. Okay, I think I like that. Let's publish, and then we can come out and view the site and see what it looks like. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm not sure about the colour of this all rights reserved now that I see it, but I'm going to leave it for now. I can always change it later. When we set up the site to get it ready for this demo, I created an article that I wanted to include on the homepage. But it's not the only thing I want to include on the homepage. I want to include some other stuff. I want to include a slider. I want to include a little bit more information about the company that is Poor Spa Wellness. Obviously it's fictional, but you get the idea. We're going to try and make it look a little bit more realistic. So I'm going to go over to Theme Builder, and we want to create a template for the home page. The home page is a static page. We therefore need to create a template for a page. I'm going to use this plus button, come up to single page and click on the plus. Close the library, and then I'm going to go straight over to the display conditions because this is important. We only want this on the front page. So we want to include, not pages, we want to just include the front page, and click on save and close. And then when we finished all the templates for this website, the template we're building here will only be used for the home page. So we can start off by adding in the article that we want, and that includes the post title and also the post content. Now don't be surprised, it says services, and this is the services article. We can change that so that we display the home page. If we come up to single page settings, come to preview, and then we just need to type in something to find the home page, and that starts off with welcome. There we go, welcome to Poor Spa. Let's apply and preview, and you can see now we have the home page being displayed there. So we'll have a better idea of how the page is going to look. If I click on publish, let's just go and have a quick preview to see where we are. Okay, that all looks fine. Now above this main article, I want to put in an image slider that will promote some of the things that this website does. So let's go over to the elements and search for slides. I'm going to drag it in above the heading, and I'm going to just come down to slide options and turn off autoplay, because if autoplay's on, then it will just scroll through these slides, and if I'm trying to change the settings on slide 1, I can't see slide 1. If it goes onto slide 2 and then slide 3, I have to wait till it comes back. So just turn off autoplay and it makes things easier. Now I want images on these slides, and I uploaded some images just before I started recording this video. Let's start with slide 1, and the image is these, well, the images I'm going to use are these 3 dogs. These are 1200 by 800 pixels. Let's just select that one, and then under content for slide 1 I want spa and grooming, and the description I want, let me just paste this in. Okay, so I've got some text there. Let's go down to the next one, and we'll add in the next image, again 1200 by 800 pixels. Go across to content, and this one is called wellness, and I can just paste in the description, and then we can come down to the third one and add in the last of the dogs, and this one, content, is called nutrition. So let's come over here and paste in the text for that one. So now all of the slides have a title and text. You'll also notice there's a click here button, and the idea is this slide will go to a page about nutritional services on the site. Now I haven't created a nutritional services page, I haven't created a spa and grooming page, and I haven't created a wellness page, but if I was doing this site properly, obviously I would create those 3 pages, and then over here in the settings, so let's say spa and grooming, I would put a link in there to the spa and grooming page. On the wellness, I put a link to the wellness page, and then on the nutrition, I put a link to the nutrition page, so that visitors can click those and be taken directly to those bits of information. You can adjust the height. I'm going to leave the height. And under slide options, we've got navigation. You can see the arrows left and right, and there are also dots down here which are difficult to see. I'm going to remove the dots and just put arrows. Infinite loop, so it goes slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, slide 1, slide 2, infinite loop. And I like to have fade rather than slide. Slide is the default. So you see they slide like that. I prefer to have fade, so I have changed that so the images fade. And also the content is by default coming in by sliding up. I don't like that, so all I've done is I've selected the zoom option down there. Let's go back to the slides, because we really do need an overlay. That white text isn't so easy to read on those images. So let's go to spa and grooming and select it over here. Go down a little bit and put on a background overlay. We can select a color for it, and then we can come and change the opacity. So that's fine. We repeat the same for the others. And then finally for nutrition, bring that down so you can see that. All right, I did notice that the Ken Burns effect was on one of these. I don't know why. Don't like it, and I didn't intentionally put it on. Ken Burns, no, it's not. Wellness, there it is, Ken Burns. I don't like that. You can have a play around with it if you want. But anyway, that slider now has the correct overlays so that it's all visible. Let's publish and quickly preview that. All right, I would like this slider to go full width, and at the moment it's not. Now, if we want this slider to be full width, but not this article and the rest of it, we're going to need to put in a container, because at the moment everything is inside the same container, and that's not going to work. So let me right click the top container and click duplicate, and that's created a new container, and we'll delete the slides from the bottom one and just delete the other components from the top one. So we have slides in a top container and post title and content in the next one. So now I can select this container. I want to come over, it says Flexbox, that's right, we want full width. But even then, if we have a look, it's not full width. It's better, but there is some padding there. So I'm going to come across, select that container, come to advanced, and for padding, just put in a 0, and you'll see that the 10 pixel padding that was added by default is now gone. If we view the site, you can see that now is full width. That's the way I wanted it. We might put in a little bit of white space before we get to this heading. The way I would do that, come up to this container, unlink the margin, and we'll put in a little bit of bottom margin just to push that title down there. Okay, I like that. And then down here, we want to add some more information in between the end of the article and the footer. So let's go back to the editor. We'll scroll down to that area, and what I want to insert is an image box. I'm going to put it in a separate container just to keep it separate from the article. The image is this one. This is all about membership area on the website. I'm going to change the heading to memberships, and we'll change this text. You come over here, it's easier. Change this text to that. Now this would link to a membership area on the site. I don't have a membership area on the site, so all I'll do is I'll put in the page, the home page of this particular site. Let's publish and let's have a preview of that. So we come down the article, and then you can see my mouse in this area under membership heading and this image. It's actually a hyperlink, and it will hyperlink to that membership area. I think that the spacing needs a little bit of playing around here. Let's go to styles, and the image spacing I'm going to take down as far as it will go, trying to push those two things closer together. And I'm going to put in a bit of space at the bottom of this container just to help space things out, because I want to add some recent posts underneath. So let's unlink margin, and we'll put in some bottom margin down here. We can't actually see it yet, but hopefully we will see it when we add the next component. And the next component I want to add, and I'm going to add this in a separate container as well. We can always remove containers later, but I'm going to add in, I don't want the site title, that was the wrong thing. I want to add in a heading, and this heading is recent posts, and I want to add in a posts element. This post element will show recent posts. You've got a few different displays. We've got cards, classic, and full content, so you can play around and see which you prefer. I'm going to just choose classic. 3 columns, post per page. I'm going to say just 3. I only want 3 of those. We've then got some image settings, but these are actually blog posts, and I haven't got featured images for those. That's why they're not showing. We want the title to show. Yes, we want all of those to show. Okay, let's go over to styles because we need to change the styles a little bit because the colors of these things aren't correct. We can change the column gap if we want. Let's go down to box. We can add some padding and margin. Let's add some padding to the left and the right. So let's have a look on the left. Okay, we've put 50 on the left, 50 on the right, just to bring those in. And then, do we want box shadow? No. Background color. We could change the background color of the posts. Let's select, say, mint green. You see those now are mint green. And then we'll come down to the content. The title, we want to use text color. Typography is text. Let's come down. Do we want to do anything with the spacing? I think the spacing isn't bad. In fact, the title typography, we should have primary, shouldn't we? Because that's the heading font. And then the metadata, this content here, color, we'll choose accent. Separator color is these little forward slashes. We'll choose the same color, accent, for that. In fact, let's make it a bit darker. Let's turn those into secondary. And then the typography, we want as text. Again, we can play with the spacing. And then it's the excerpt. The excerpt color, we want text, typography, text. And the spacing here is between the excerpt and the read more. For the read more, let's try secondary color, and the typography is text. Okay, so that's that little bit. Let's publish and have a quick look. Scrolling down. Okay, I'm not sure I like the background colors on those, to be honest. Let me just reset that. And I think I prefer just to have the white background there. Yeah, recent posts. And then maybe I'm going to put a divider in between the bottom of the page and the footer. So let's come across here and let's go and find the divider. It's this one. And we can drop it in there. We want it solid. I only want it, let's say, 50%. I want it in the center. And I want to put some text in there. I want it to say Poor Spa and Wellness, which is the name of the website. Come across to styles. Let's change the style. I'm going to change that to secondary. And the weight, I'm going to thicken it a little bit. In fact, I don't want secondary. Let's choose accent instead. Put in a bit more of a gap and then come down to text. Text color, I'm going to have accent as well. Typography is text. And everything else looks fine there. Let's publish and let's go and have a quick look at the site. So the slider is fine, goes full width. Let me just drag in the sides a little bit to see what happens. Now this content is going up very close to the edge, the article content. I think I might want to put some padding left and right. This bit looks fine, this bit looks fine, and then the footer all looks fine. It's just that content, the article for the homepage, I think I want to put that into a container and then I can put padding. At the moment, well, it actually is in a container. That's great because all I need to do now then is to select that container, come across here, going to unlink the padding and let's try 50 and see how that is. We can always increase it. Might want to increase it to maybe 100. It's easier probably if we preview it and drag in the edge. Yeah, I want to increase it a little bit more. Let's try 100. And publish and preview. Okay, I prefer that, it looks better. So that is the template for the home page. We have the slider at the top, which we have to turn back on. I forgot to turn that back on. Let's select the slider, come down to slide options and click on autoplay. publish, and then let's just reload. Now that is set to scroll every 5 seconds. Let's see if it does, if it's started working or not. There we go, it's just changed. And then 5 seconds later it will change again. We've then got the article for the home page. We've then got the little membership promo, which is a hyperlink. The image and the header is a hyperlink. And then we have recent posts, which will take you to recent posts, a little divider, and then we have the footer. So that is the template for our home page. Let's go back. If you haven't already, then you do need to set the display conditions. Just have it set to the front page. This is just a quick note about the template editor. I'm sure you've noticed, but when you move your mouse over various parts of your site, your template, you can see these tabs. This one says header at the top. At the bottom, it says footer. What those tabs are links to the editor for the header and the footer respectively. If I click on header, then that will open the header for editing, and you can see that all the elements in the header are now available for editing. Site logo, site title, text editor, WordPress menu, they're all up there. If you make changes to this, then the header itself is saved and updated in the theme templates. So any changes you make to this will be live on all pages of your site. When you go in to do something like that and you decide, well, I want to go back and I want to edit the main template that I'm working on, in this case a single page, you move your mouse down out of the header, you can see it comes down to edit single page. Click on that and you're taken back into the editor for the single page template you're creating. There's the slides. And the same if you go down to footer. If you click on that footer tab, the footer opens in an editor. You can see the footer container, the various bits of the footer, the copyright, all of that. So we're now editing the footer. Any changes you make to this, if you save it, will go live on every page using that footer template. And if you want to get back into the main template, you can just come back up here, click edit single page, and you'll be back in. If you're editing something like a category page, that's an archive template, like this one. This is one we will build shortly in this section of the course. And then you go in to edit the header or the footer. When you move your mouse back over the main template, it says edit archive. The actual tab you see will tell you what type of template you're editing. This is a category template, which is an archive. So it's offering to allow me to go back in to edit that archive template, and clicking on that will take me back into the editor for that. So if you're working on templates for your site and you notice something that needs to be changed, let's say in the header or the footer, for example, I might want to change these colors of these links or something like that, you can do that very easily. Just click on the footer. That takes you into the footer editor where you can go in and you can change everything and then save by publishing if you make changes, and then you can go back to your main archive or your main template, and all of the changes that you've made in that footer will be saved and updated across the entire site, or at least updated across every template that uses it. The way we've set up this site is we created a category called blog, and this category is going to show us the latest announcements coming from the company. But it is a category page, so what I want to do is create a template just for this page, just for the category page blog, and then apply it only to the blog. So let's go over to the template builder, theme builder, and because it's a category page, it's an archive page template that we need to create. So let's add an archive template, and then as soon as we get in, I'm going to go over to the archive settings. I'm going to give it a better name, blog page template, and under preview I'm going to select a category archive, so I can see a category archive over in the right, and fortunately it's automatically selected the blog category, so we can see what that blog category is going to look like. Because this is an archive template, we've got some elements that relate to archive templates. So archive title, that would say category blog. We have archive posts, these are the posts in the category, and we have author box, which we may or may not want. If we have a single person providing the updates, then we could put an author box, but maybe that's not relevant here. But the very first thing I don't want to say category blog on here. If I just add that, you'll see that that's what we get, category blog. I don't want that. What I want instead is a headline to introduce the page. And the headline I'm going to include is Poor Spa and Wellness announcements. And then under that, just a very brief introduction to this page. So Here's what I prepared earlier. Okay, so we now have an introduction. So let's go back to the elements, and underneath this introduction I want a list of all the blog posts. To do that we can add an archive posts element, and that will then add in all of the posts. Because this is the blog category, it's only pulling out the blog category posts. When you add the archive posts element, that's what it does. It will automatically know which category or which archive it's looking at, and it will pull out just the relevant archive posts from the database. So that's all we've got. So the next thing then is to go in and do a little bit of styling. We've got some options. We have classic, we have card, and we have full content. This is all going to be personal choice. Obviously, if you've got long blog posts, you probably don't want to include the full content, but on this site all of the blog posts are short announcements, 200 words roughly, so they're all about the same length. Therefore this type of format works fine for this site. We can change the spacing. Let's move them a little bit closer together, and you can show a thumbnail if you've got featured images, but these blog posts don't have featured images, so I don't need to include that. Show title, that will just hide the title of the blog posts. Obviously we need the title, and then we come down to the metadata where we have the date and comments. I don't really need comments, so I can get rid of that, but let's put the time in, because sometimes the time could be very important, and then the separator between the date and the time, the 3 forward slashes. If you want to change that, you can. And I'm going to say open in a new window, so if somebody clicks on the title to load the post, it will open that in a new window. If we come down a little further, we come to the pagination section, and this is once the page has loaded. If there's more posts to show, you'll have pagination at the bottom, and you can have numbers, previous, next, numbers with previous, next, load on click, and infinite scroll. Now in order to see this, we've got 10 posts on this page. We want to limit that. Let's say we want to limit it to 5 posts per page, so that we then have a second page. Now this page limit is not that. This does not limit the number of posts shown on the page. This just limits the number of page links that are down in the pagination, so you don't end up with 100 page links if you've got lots and lots of articles on there. The 10 posts that we've got down here are actually specified in the reading settings, because in the reading settings we've got blog pages show at most 10. If we change that to 5 and click on save, and then come across to our page, and let's just publish it and then preview in a new window, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have the pagination at the bottom. The individual pagination is only useful if you have more than one posts widget. We don't, we only have one archive posts widget, so we can leave that. Under advanced, if nothing is found, then what do you want to display? Well, it currently says it seems we can't find what you're looking for. So if there's no blog posts available, that message will be shown instead. And so then we can come across to the styling. We'll select the archive posts, come across to style, and we have options for the box. Do you want to include a border on that box? I don't. And you've also got border radius. We can put some padding, but we'll leave that to the end to decide where we need padding. We have padding for the archive post box. We've also got content padding, which can be useful. Then we've got normal and hover state. That is for the archive posts widget. Do you want to put a box shadow, background color, border color? Well, we could put a background color. Let's say we'd choose our mint green, and now you can see the mint green background. Now, because we've got the background, we might want to start thinking about content padding. So let's add in some content padding around each of the articles. Okay, so we've now got that content padding. Not sure we need quite so much content padding on the bottom, so let's just reduce that a little bit. And you can also have a hover state where you can change the background color as well. Let's just change the background color just so we can see how that works. Let's change that to yellow green. We'll publish and then come across to the site, and if you mouse over one, you can see we're now getting that yellow green color showing up there. The image, we don't have images, so we don't need to do anything with that. Let's go down to content, and then the title color, I'm going to put text. The typography, I'm going to put primary because it's a heading. You can see the font has changed. Text stroke, we don't need to change. The spacing, you can change the spacing if you want. And then the metadata, this data here, let's change the color of that and we'll put that as secondary. The separator color should be the same, so let's put secondary, and then the typography is just text. Again, you've got spacing options to add a bit of space between that metadata and the content. And then with the pagination, if we scroll down, this pagination down here, you have normal, hover and active. Normal is as you see it now. If you hover over it, that's the hover state, and then active is the one that's selected. You can see number 1 is selected. You can change the color for each of those. I'm going to leave them as they are. You can increase or decrease the spacing. And then the nothing found message. I'm going to put in secondary color. In fact, let's put normal text color because it is text. And then the typography, you could either put primary as a heading so it's bigger, or just put text. So that is the styling of our archive posts. Over on the advanced, we've got the usual stuff. So layout and all of these other options here. You could put a border if you wanted. Okay, let's publish and we'll have a look at the page and see what we want to change. I always like to drag in the side so we can see, and as we drag in the side here you can see that it's now taking up full width on slightly smaller screens. I do want to put some space around the left and right side. So let's go back to the editor, and the first one is this container here. I want to put a little bit of space on the left and the right, so let's try 50 pixels on the left, 50 pixels on the right. And then I'm going to select the container that holds the post archives, and we'll come across, and I'm going to put in a little bit more for this one. Let's put 100 right and 100 left, and that squishes them up in the middle more. If I wanted the same padding on the top bit and the archive posts, I could put that archive posts into the same container, but I want them slightly different. So let's publish and then preview. So this then is our final blog template. There's something I want you to check though, because there is a bug in some instances with Elementor where the pagination isn't working. You can see the first article here, first anniversary celebration. If I come down and click on page 2, it's saying first anniversary celebration again. The page 2 seems to be redirecting to page 1. I have found a solution for this, but it's something that will require you to edit the function PHP file of Elementor, or for the theme that you're using. And if you update your theme, the function will be overwritten, so it'll be deleted. So you really should be using a child theme and then add this function that I'm going to give you to the child theme functions PHP. I can show you a simple way of doing that. We're going to install a plugin. Search for Childify. Install Childify Me, and then activate. And then to create your child theme, come to Appearance and Customize, and at the bottom you'll see this Childify Me. So just click on that and let's add in our own name for this, Modified Hello Elementor. Click on Create. Preview and activate, and then activate and publish. And then if we come out, we'll just check everything is done properly. Go across to Appearance Themes, and you see our modified child theme is there. If we come into the theme file editor, we can go down to the functions PHP, and we can paste in our function there and click on Update. Again, I'm using a local install and it seems to be not updating properly, so I'm going to just come out of that page. I'm going to open up the folder on my hard drive, and you would do this on your server. Go to Content, Themes, and then Modified Hello Theme. Let's open the functions PHP. I'm going to open it with Notepad, and then you just paste in your code, click on Save, and again that code you can get from the resource for this video. And again, if you're using a local install, you may find that it takes forever to go into the dashboard. There seems to be a bit of an issue. So I'm using local by Flywheel. All you need to do is stop your site, and then we'll WP admin again. And then once it has loaded, you should be able to go into your dashboard without any problem. And I'll open the website in a new browser. window, go across to blog, and if we scroll down and click on the pagination, we are taken to the correct posts, the second set of 5 posts. Click on one, goes back to the first page, and you can see that the active page is changing, whereas before it's stuck on 1, it seemed to redirect back to 1. If we click on 2, you can see that it is now on 2, and those posts are clearly different. So if you have that problem, just install a child theme, add that function to the function PHP of the child theme, and then when you update Hello Elementor in the future, it's not going to affect your child theme, and then that will always be there. Hopefully Elementor will fix this. As I said, it's been a bug for probably up to a year, if not more, and they haven't seemed to fix it. So I don't know whether it's just something that they're finding really difficult. But anyway, that is the blog template complete. And as expected, it only affects the blog page. The home page is using the front page template. The category pages are using their own default template, which would be an index PHP template provided by the Hello theme, and all the other categories are doing the same. So we've assigned that template just to this blog category. In the last video, we created the template for the blog page, and to display the blog posts, we used an archive posts element. If you go to the elements, it's one of the top ones here. It's specifically designed for archives. So we have archive title, archive posts, which is this, and then author box. But there is another way of displaying posts, and we saw it when we were doing the home page. At the bottom of the home page, we added in this element here, which is a posts element. The difference between an archive posts element and a posts element is the archive posts element is just for archive pages. It knows which archive you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a blog archive, then it's only showing posts from blog. If you're dealing with dogs category, you're only dealing with posts from dogs, and so on. The posts element is different because the posts element will work on any type of page, and we saw that with the home page. We added in a posts element and just displayed the latest posts. Now that is just going to display the latest posts from the database. So this is the last one that was written, then that one, and then that one, and that's the order. But with the posts widget, you do have this query section, and this allows you to define the query. Whereas the archive posts element creates the query for you, it specifically pulls out the posts from a specific archive. The posts element doesn't do that, so you have to specify the query yourself. At the moment, this is just pulling out all of the posts from the database, and it's pulling out the last 3. That's how we set it up. But you can define the query. We could say, okay, we only want posts in a specific category. So categories is found inside term, so we'd select term, and then we would find the post that we want. And now this would only show posts from the blog category. Well, it was doing that anyway because they were the last posts that were created. But if you create other articles and you only wanted blog posts on the homepage, then you could specify that you only wanted the posts from the blog category. Similarly, we could search for one of the other categories. Let's put in nutrition, and then these posts are only going to be pulled out of the nutrition category. We could put in another category. We have a category called grooming. If we search for that, now the posts shown in here will be coming from nutrition and grooming. If you only wanted it from grooming, you could remove the nutrition, and now we're only getting the grooming posts. So with this posts element, you can decide what posts you want pulled out. With the archive posts element, the element itself chooses which post to pull out depending on which archive page is showing. So do go in and have a look at that. For my homepage, I actually just want the blog posts, and so I will search for it and choose it. That way, if I go in and put any more articles, those articles will be the latest posts and they won't be displayed here because only these blog posts are going to be displayed. So let's just publish. In this video, we're going to look at another way of creating a category template using something other than the posts element or the posts archive element. If we come down to templates, go to theme builder, we're going to create an archive, and this is going to be for a category page. I'm going to close that and we're going to start from scratch. Now, when we did the blog template, we used the archive posts, and this element automatically pulls out the correct posts. It knows it's dealing with a particular category, it will only pull out posts in that category, and that's great. The other one we did was on the home page, and this is the posts element. Very similar layout, but this time we had to define which posts we wanted. They weren't automatically selected from the database. Now both of these have very similar layouts. They have classic, card and full content. If we come down to this one, classic, card and full content. And that means if you're creating your archive pages or your lists of posts using either the posts element or the archive post element, then your sites are going to look very similar to everybody else's with Elementor. So there is another way we can do it, but there is a snag. And that snag, if I delete both of these, is that the one we're going to look for is called a loop grid. Here it is, and we can drag it in and we can design these postcards however we want using normal widgets. We don't have to use these archive title, archive post or author box. We can use any of the widgets to display how our cards are going to look. However, the issue is that you can't set up one template so that it can be used on multiple categories, because you have to specify the query. If you're building a template, you have to specify exactly which posts you want that template to pull out from the database. And that means, because we've got 3 categories, we have grooming, nutrition and health, we would need to create 3 different category templates. But that extra flexibility of using the loop grid will allow you to create much better category pages, so it may be worth your while. So in this video we're going to create a category page. Let's come down to the archive page settings. I'm going to call this the grooming category page, and we can select a category archive from that for preview. I'm just going to select publish and then add the condition. I may have to do this again because Elementor seems to have a little bug where it forgets this. I want to have this just for my grooming category. Let's click on save. So we've told Elementor or WordPress to use this template for the grooming. If we go across and check out, let's go to the home page first, services, fine, go to grooming. There's nothing on there because that template hasn't been designed. Nutrition and health should still be there because they are using a default template from Hello Elementor, and the blog template is still working. So we need to go in then and design the template for the grooming category. Let's go into the loop grid, come down to query, and let's go down to term and say we want this to show posts from our grooming category. So let's click publish. It's asking me to add the condition again. Category, grooming, click on save. Let's preview and we'll come across to the grooming. Right, nothing's showing on there, that's fine because we haven't put anything in there yet. We need to create a template to say this is exactly how we want the pages or the posts in this loop grid to be laid out. So let's create the template, click on save. And first thing I'm going to do is bring up the loop item settings, and I'll call this the grooming category loop. And then we can come back and start looking at elements. And this is the card that we need to design. You've got the recommended, which include post title, post excerpt, post content and featured image, and you can just drag those in. So let's just drag some of those in. The preview here is for the blog category, so there isn't an excerpt. There also isn't a featured image, but we'll add one in anyway. So we have title, post excerpt, featured image. We'll add in post info as well. Let's just publish that, and then we'll go and preview, and now you can see that we're starting to get it filled out with the grooming posts. In fact, if I click the save and back, then we should get the preview there. And if you want to go back in and edit the template, you just come here, click edit template, and then you're straight back in. But how is this different from the normal cards of the posts element or the archive post element? Because they look very, very similar, and indeed they are, but the beauty of using a loop grid is you don't have to use those recommended elements. You don't have to use the post title, post excerpt and everything else. You can build it from normal blocks. Let me show you. If I put in a heading, That heading just says add your heading text here. It's not linked to the database. But by selecting it and coming over to the content, we've got this dynamic tags button that if you click on that, you can come down and select the post title. Let's go back and we'll put in a text editor. And for this text editor, let's come over to the dynamic tag and we'll come down to post terms. Now, when you've selected post terms, you need to come up and click on the little spanner and say what you want to add. And I want to add categories. And under advanced, you can put in some text before the category, after the category, or fallback. So I'm going to just put in category and then space. And you'll see that is now filled out here. Let's go in and add some more. I'm going to add in text editor. And this one, we are going to use the dynamic tag to link to the post excerpt. And then we'll come back and we'll come down to image and we'll add in an image. And again, we can come across here, dynamic tags, and link that to the featured image. Let's publish and then save and back to see what it's looking like. Okay, it all looks very similar. We haven't done anything different yet, but that will come. Let's go back and add in another text editor. And for this one, I'm going to link it to the post time. I'm going to duplicate this, but this one, I want to link it to, let's just remove post time. I want to link it to the post date and then maybe move that one above there. Save them back and then we can see what it's looking like. So we can start to create more elaborate designs. Again, it's still looking very similar to the previous cards. So let's change that. I'm going to select the loop grid and I'm going to say let's just have one post per row, whereas before we had 3. And now I'm going to start playing around with things. Let's go in and click on Edit Template. And because we can use any elements, I'm going to start using some containers. If I scroll down the preview, I can see what some of these look like. I want to have this image and this text on a row. So let's come back up to our design. I'm going to drag in a container and I also want to open up the structure because it's easier to see what's going on when you've got the structure. In that container, I want to insert the image and the text. And I want the image first and then the text. And I want that container to be a row. Let's save them back and have a look. Okay, so now we have that as a row. The other thing I want to do is I want to put the date and time in a row together and then I'll decide what to do with the category. So let's go back and in order to put those two into a row, I need another container. This container here is the column that we're using. Let's go and add in another container. I'm going to add it after the title and then I want to drag the date and time into that container. Then this container will set as a row. It could be that I want the category in there as well, but it maybe have the category over this side, or we'll have this over to the right and we'll have the category over to the left. So let's do that using containers. I'm going to drag in another container and I'm going to drag this container inside and we'll duplicate that container. The main container I want to have as a row, and then this container I don't want the date and time. Let's just delete that, and I'm going to drag in instead the category. For this container, come across to layout and we'll come down to justify content right. Let's publish, let's save and go back and see what that's looking like. So we have the title, we have the date time, we have the category, and then we have the description. I think we need to play around with the spacing a little bit. I think there's too much space between the header and the date time. So let's come back up to edit our template. And as always, I'm going to open up the structure so I can see what I'm dealing with. Okay, the heading, I'm going to select it, come across to advanced, unlink margin, and then I'm going to add some negative margin at the bottom to bring that date time up. I can see this preview down here working, so as I add this negative margin or positive margin down here, you can see down in this bottom preview, you can see what it's looking like, and so I can just adjust that as I want. And then the category and date time container, which is this one here, I want to add some more bottom margin to that one as well to bring up the featured image and the text. So let's add some negative to that, and just watching this preview down here. That looks great. Let's click save and back and have a look, and then that looks pretty good. I might want to add a little bit more spacing in between the posts. So if I select the loop grid and come across to style, we can change the gap for columns and for rows. And if we preview it, let's go onto the grooming page. Let's just drag it in because I like to have a look, and the things are too close to the edge. I want to put a padding around the outside. Also, by the look of this, we'll need some work on the responsiveness, but we'll do that later in the course, so don't worry about that yet. So let's come into the container. So that's the container that controls the loop grid. Coming across to advanced, going to go down to padding, and let's say 70, I don't want on the top, I want on left and right. Let's say 75 right, 75 left, and then click publish. That's correct. Let's click save and preview it. I'm going to just drag it in again, and you can see that the white space on either side is now okay. Let's go to the grooming page. Okay, so that all looks good now. This title isn't linking to the post, so we need to go and check that. I thought I'd already done that, but it's this heading here, and in the content we linked it to the post title, we didn't link it to the URL. So let's just go in dynamic tag post URL, publish again, and let's preview, and now you can see those links work. You can see that the mouse pointer changes. If I click on it, it'll go to that single post. Now the single post doesn't have a custom template for it yet. This is a link to the grooming category. Well, we're actually on the grooming category, but if we click on that, we're brought back here. The only other thing I might do, because this is a custom page, is to add in a little bit more information. Let's just save and close because we're in the template editor. Come down to the heading, add in a heading at the top. Grooming tips and advice. And then let's just put in some text underneath. And there's the introduction to the grooming tips and advice page, which is also the category page. And of course we can add in some formatting on that if we want. And I think finally what I'm going to do is put a more link in underneath this text. The problem with the more link is that if we come over and add a text, actually let's go into the editor, we're not into the template editor. If we come over and let's open this so I know exactly where I'm putting stuff. Alright, so we want underneath that text editor there. We come in and we drag in some text into the editor. I really want to put it at the end, but I can't see it because the structure box is in the way. Let's put it back there. And then we put in the text of more greater than. The problem with that is that we don't get a dynamic tag that refers to the URL of the post. So we can't actually use a text for that. We just need to be a little bit more creative. And what I would suggest you do instead is drag in a button. Make sure it's in the right container. Not quite. It's just outside the container. I want that underneath the... Right, now we've got it correct. However, what we've got now is the text and the button in the same row. If we save and have a look, you can see it's over here and it's vertical text because it's wrapping around. It's not really what we want. So we want to go back in, and the way I'm going to do this is to add in another container. So let's add in a container Got to add it into the template part. And just drop it anywhere and then see where it lands. Okay, it's in here. Then this container I want inside that container. Okay, that's in there now. And I want the text editor this is a bit tricky sometimes. Text editor, let me just bring this down so it's not using the scroll bar, and the button inside that container. And then this container is a column. And if we go back to this container that contains the image and this container, then that's a row. That should be okay. Let's have a look and see what that looks like. Let's remove this structure box. In fact, let's just close it, keep it out of the way. All right, we've now got the button. The only thing left to do would be to change it. Let's come up here to the text, more, greater than, and then we have the dynamic tag where we can link that to the post URL. We could style this. Let's have a look at the options here. We could have this over on the right, or we could have it in the middle. I think I'll have it over on the right, but I want to change the colors. The typography is text. The text color, I'm going to make it as secondary. The background color, I actually want to make that white so you don't see it. And we don't have a border around that. Let's click save. I haven't checked the hover state, so we'll have to see what that looks like, but let's just view the page. Got the more. Okay, there's no hover state. We could put one in. Edit the template. Select our button in the template and then come to the hover state, and the text color we can change to something like yellow-green. It's a little bit light, I think, so maybe light green or accent. That looks fine. Now let's publish, and I'm going to just check the display conditions, but I've just got to go save and back because I'm still in the editor there for the loop template. Let's just check the display conditions again. That is all correct. Let's just click on save. And then if we come out of the editor, let's go back into the theme builder. You'll see we have two templates for this category page. We have the category page itself, and then we have the grouping category loop, which is the card which displays a single post, and then it loops to create all of the posts on that category page. I've just created a nutrition category template based on the grooming category template. They're the same templates, just modified for the particular category. And I want to show you how easy it is to do that by creating the health category template for this site. Let's come out to the theme builder. And in the theme builder, you'll see this grooming category loop. If we open it to have a look, there is nothing in here which is reliant on a specific category. What I mean is, if I open this up, there's nothing in here that is linked to a category. Okay, all of these things are linked through dynamic tags, but what comes back out of the database will depend on what post is being viewed, and there's nothing here to say that this has to be the grooming category. In that case, we can use the same loop for all of our categories. So to make things easier for us to identify, I'm going to rename the grooming category loop to just category loop. Okay, let's go back to the theme builder, and I'm going to open up the category page. This is the one over here. Here's the grooming category page here. So let's edit that, and you can see that that is all still intact. What I want to do is scroll to the bottom, and in this rectangle, dotted rectangle, right click and say copy all content. Going up to Finder, and I'm going to type add new, and we want theme template. This one here, add new theme template. We need to select the type of template, and it's archive. I'm going to close the library, come back down to this box and right click and paste, and that then pastes in the template, including the loop. The first thing we need to do is go in and edit this bit up here. This one is going to be for health, We've then got this information in the introduction, which we can paste in, and I'm going to again just highlight this first bit and make it bold so it stands out. So we now have this about health tips, health of the dogs, and then we come down to here, it still says grooming. What we need to do, let me just, don't leave that, let me come back up to the loop grid here. I want to select the loop grid and go down to query, and we're going to remove the grooming, and instead we're going to put in the health. That's found the health category, and you'll notice that the posts have now updated for health. The only other thing you need to do is come up to display conditions, add a condition. We want this categories and we want it only for the health category. So let's save that. It's just been published. Let's go over to the site and have a look. So homepage, we've done the template. Blog, we've done the template. Dog wellness, we have grooming category. This is all the grooming tips and advice with the grooming posts. We have nutrition tips and advice, and the nutrition articles, and then finally health tips and advice, and then the health articles down there. So it's fairly easy to use existing templates and duplicate them to create new templates. And by doing that, we maintain a consistent design over our templates. You can see the text is changing and the articles are changing, but the layout remains the same. In this video, we're going to create a template for the single posts. What that means is if I go over, let's say, to my grooming category, come down to my posts, and then go and read one of these posts, it's the template that displays this post. The template that comes with Hello Elementor is very basic. It doesn't look bad at all though, it's very clean as well. Very few distractions. There is an area for comments. I'm logged in, so it's actually not showing the full comment fields, but if I wasn't logged in, you would see that. So it's not bad at all, but we're going to create a single post template to try to make it a little better. So let's go into the dashboard, down to templates, theme builder, and we're going to come across here to single post. There are some suggestions. We are just going to close the library and start from scratch. And then first thing I'm going to do is bring down the single post settings and give it an appropriate name. So I'll call this single post template. Preview settings. Let's choose a post, and we can put in a title here. So let's put how often apply the preview. And now as we're building it, the post we just selected for the preview will be shown in the preview screen. So we're going to see this one, how often should you groom your whatever that title is. So let's get started. If we come across to the Hello Elementor template displaying the post, and we bring in the side, you can see that it actually works quite well. We've got that border on the left and right, that padding, and I'm going to do that with my template as well. So the probable way they've done this is to include a container and then added in the elements in there. I'm going to add in the post content just so I can see it. I'm not going to put the heading in here, I'm going to do something else with that, but I'm going to select this container, come across to padding, unlink them, and then let's try 75 left, 75 right. I'm going to publish. This will mean that we'll be using this one now instead of the Hello Elementor. Now come back and let's just refresh. Okay, and we've got that nice padding left and right. We haven't got the title up there yet, so that'll be the next thing to look at. Now for the title, I want to do something a little bit different because we do have access to featured images, and they are large featured images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another container, and I'm going to come down here and just click on add a new container, and then if we open up the structure, I'm going to drag that container to the top. So we've got this container up here. I'm going to go immediately over to style, and for background type I want to put in the featured image. So what I'll do is I'll come down to the image and go to dynamic tags and select a featured image. And then we need to increase the size of it. So on the layout tab, I'm going to put in a minimum height, and I'm going to say viewport height, and I want this 100% of the viewport. So in other words, it takes up a full browser height. The next thing I want to do is add in the heading of the post. So we can put in the post title, and we'll come across to style it, we'll center it, and we'll change the typography. This is a heading. We want text color. I'm going to choose white for that. And then if we come back to the container, let's put that in the middle. And I don't want this heading going the full width across. So I'll select the heading, come across to advanced. Where it says width, I'm going to put custom, and we'll say 75%. Let's go back to the container and center that. Now we do need a background overlay on that because it's a little difficult to see. Let's select the container and we go across to style, down to background overlay. You can try different colors for the background overlay, but I think usually the best color for using as a background overlay is black, so I'm going to use that, and then we can change the opacity. I don't want it too much, but we may need to adjust that again in a moment because I want to add some more stuff down here. I want to add in the post info, and we'll add that underneath the title. And you can see that's a little bit more difficult to see, but let's go into the style. The icons will change to mint green, and the text we can try mint green as well, and that looks okay. Let's just try white and see. Okay, I prefer the mint green. And then under typography, this is just text. Just check this. Well, we've got those set. Do we need all of that information? Well, we have the author, date, time, and comments. There aren't any at the moment. I'm quite happy with that as the title, but I would like some more room before the text starts. So let's select that container again, come over to advanced. We'll unlink the margin, and I want to put in some bottom margin, and I'll scroll down the page a bit so we can see it, to see how much room we want. Let's click on publish. Let's go across and preview the page, and I don't know whether it's a bug, but the featured image isn't on there. So let's just have a look. With the featured image on there, that would be fine, and that looks good. Let's go across to one of the other pages. In fact, if I go to the dog grooming and then click on the same post, it will show the featured image. So I'm not quite sure why that is, but let's go into one of the others and have a look as well. Okay, that all looks good to me. So we can focus now on what we want to include down at the bottom. And one of the things I want to include is the author profile. Now for the author profile, if I come down to my profile, you can see that I've entered an author profile down here, and I've also got my image linked using a gravatar. So let's scroll down, and I'm going to put the author box in a new container. So I'm going to just drag this into the rectangle to put it in there. I want some more space between the end of the article and the author box. So I've selected the top container. In fact, that's the post content. Let's select the top container and come across to advanced. I want to scroll down so I can see what I'm doing. I want to unlink margin, and I want to put some bottom margin in just to space that out. All right, now back with the author bio. You can see that my bio actually mentions the name, so we don't need to have the display name in there. We can just have the bio and the image. You can turn the image off if you want to as well, but I think that adds something. Now I don't want this going full width, so I'm going to select the container, and then over on the advanced tab I'm going to put some padding in. The padding on the right hand side I want to be the same as the padding on the right hand side of this container, which is 75. So let's add that. Have we unlinked them? I can never tell. No, we haven't. Let's unlink. And I didn't want it on that side, I wanted it on the other side. So on the right, 75. On the left, I want a much bigger indent. I'm going to put 200 pixels and have a look at that and see what that looks like. And I much prefer that. So let's now add in the comments section. If I bring in the comments section, I've got a choice here. I could put it in its own container and it would then go full width across until I adjust the borders, but I think it would actually be quite nice if it was in the same column as the author bio. So I'm going to bring up the structure, I'm going to drag that into the author bio container there, and I can now delete that. So you can see now the comments take up the same width as the author bio. Let's click on publish and we'll preview, and we can see that looks okay. I think maybe more white space between the bottom of the bio and the comments, and possibly at the bottom as well. So let's just go in and change that. We'll add it directly to the comments, and we want to put in some margin. Let's put top and bottom margin. Let's start with the top and see we can follow it on the screen, and then at the bottom we want to put in, well, if that's 25, let's put 25 bottom and see if that looks okay. Right, publish, preview, and I'm reasonably happy with that. We can then go in and just check that everything is correct. So selecting the author bio, let's go across to styles. The image size we can change if we want. I'm going to just leave it at the default. You can also increase the gap between the image and the text. I'm reasonably happy with what it is, and you can also change the border radius if you wanted it to be square. Don't want a box shadow. Let's go down to the author, and for the author color we'll say text, typography, text, and then button. We don't have a button down here. Let's have a look at the comments section, and we've already set the padding. We've got the styling of this from the global styles, so that's all okay. Don't think we need to change anything on there. Okay, so I'm happy. Let's publish and preview, and that's my single post template. I'm going to just check the display conditions, so include posts all. Yes, that's good. Let's come out and we'll go in and have a quick look at the website. So this is the home page. If we go across to the blog is still showing. If we go across to a category page, we've seen this category page before. Let's just open up a single post, and then we have the single post with the header at the top and the author bio and comment section at the bottom. One thing I could do on single posts is to reduce the size of this header, because we've got a full viewport of the featured image. So let's see how we could go and do that. I'm going to go back to the theme builder and let's have a look at my header. I want to go into the original header and just copy everything on it. I'm going to come down to this area, copy all content, and then let's go back to the theme builder and add new theme template. This one is going to be another header. I'm going to close the library, and then I'm going to come down to that box and paste. So that is the original header. All I really want to do is make it narrower. So if I come across to my image, we can change the size, make it smaller. This one over here as well, this container, we have the heading. I haven't set the typography for that, but let's change that. And also we haven't set the color, should have done that. The size of it is a little bit bigger than I want, so I'm going to just reduce that down. And then the tagline as well. Let's come to style, typography, text, text color, text. There's no link, but let's change the size of it. So we come into the typography and we're going to just drag it down a little bit to make it a little bit smaller. Let's publish this header, and I'm going to add a condition, and I want this on single posts. Let's click on save. Now let's give it a name. So let's say single post header and publish. Alright, let's go across to the site and have a look. So on the home page we've got that. Let's go across to the blog, got the same header up here. Let's go across to the category page for grooming, and then let's choose one of these posts, and you can see now we have a smaller header at the top, and that is just on the posts, and I think that looks a little bit better for the single posts. You could also use that on the entire site if you preferred, but I like the way this is now set up. And I have had an idea. I want to go back and I want to add something else to the single post template, and I want to add it down near the bottom to make a distinction between the end of the bio box and the leave a reply. If you remember, over on the home page we added a divider. So let's go into the front page, click on edit, and this is just to add a little bit of consistency across the designs. This divider down here, all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to go back to the single post template and scroll down, and I want to insert that divider. So I'm going to just right click and paste, and then I can drag that divider up into the space between the bio and the leave a reply. I might add a little bit more width to it, because that width was 50% of the full width across the side. This is now in a narrower container, so we'll add in a little bit more width. You can play around with the gap as well, maybe, just to leave a little bit more of a distinction between them. Let's publish, and let's go over and have a look at a single post. So that looks good at the top, the article, then we have the bio, and then the divider in there with the leave a comments at the section. I like that, but after having created this single post template with this large image, we do have an issue, and that is the blog. So if we go over and look at a blog post, you can see it's trying to use the same template. So in the next video we're going to fix that. In the last video we created the single post template, which, as you'll remember, has that large image, featured image at the top, contact form down the bottom, but that's broken our blog now because our blog is trying to use it, and our blog is just very short notifications, no featured image, and we don't really need the author bio. We certainly don't need comments on the announcements. So let's go into the theme builder, and the first thing I'm going to do is go into my single post template that we just created and copy it, because we're going to modify that and use for the blog. So I'll come down to the rectangle down here and copy all content, and then up here add new theme template. Again, it doesn't seem to be populating, it didn't earlier in the course either, so let me just come straight to theme builder. I'm going to create a new template, and this one is for single posts. It's going to be just used for blogs. Let's cancel that, and I'm going to right click and paste. I'm going to come up here to the post single settings and put blog post template, and the preview is single post. Let me see if I can find one that is just an announcement. This one is an announcement. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So I'm going to go now to open this structure and see what we've got. At the top we have post title and post info. They are inside the main container. Then we have post content. Then we have author box, which we don't need, so I'm going to delete. We have post comments, which we don't need. And then what's the bottom one? The bottom container is empty. And then I'm going to drag all the elements that I want into a single container at the top. Delete that second container. And we can delete the divider as well, because we don't need that. And then this container, we just need to go in and make some changes. So the style here was a featured image. Let's remove that. And back on the layout, we can remove the minimum height. There is a background color. It's probably an overlay. Yeah, we did put an overlay on there. So let's cancel that, and then we need to go in and change the typography and text color, primary, and then we have the metadata. Let's go to the styles, icons, let's change that for secondary, and text, we can either use that secondary or text. What do we want? Let's try adding that as text color for that. The post content down here, let's change the text color to text and the typography to text so that that all looks correct. Let me just do a quick check. I've got all the global colors set for these. So let's click on publish and let's go back into the display conditions. Don't want it on all singulars. I want this posts in category blog. So let's save and let's visit our site and then navigate over to a blog post. And now we're getting that all correct. It's using the small header, which we probably don't want. So let's just go back into the templates theme builder and we'll go to the small header. That's this one. Edit the conditions, and I want to add in a new condition and exclude this from singular in category blog. Let's scroll down and save. If we come back to this blog post and refresh, we've now got the large header as well. We might want to add more space between the header and the title here because there isn't an awful lot of content on this. So let me go back to single post. I'm going to go to the blog post and edit it, and then we just need some space at the top. So I'm going to go and unlink margin and add at the top some margin to move that down away from the header. Okay, let's click on publish. We'll go back and choose a blog post, and that looks better. We could put that separator back. That separator was in the front page template. So let's just go into the dashboard, theme builder. I'm going to select the front page, edit. I could actually create that as a global and then use it. So let's just do that. That'll be easier. And then we can close that down, come back to our blog post template. I'm going to refresh it so that the global now will show up. Go over to globals, and then I'll just add that divider in. Publish, and then back. If we refresh, we've now got that divider and then the footer. In this video we're going to create a template for pages, and in preparation for that I want to just revisit the home page because we've got pages here where we don't actually have the pages being linked to. So spa and grooming, click here, that doesn't go anywhere at the moment. Neither does wellness and neither does nutrition. On top of that, further down the page we have this memberships, which again doesn't go to any pages because they didn't exist, but I have now created those. So you see we've got memberships, nutrition services, spa and grooming services and wellness. So just to make this more complete. Now in order to add those links into the home page, I need to go in and edit the front page template because that's where those are found. So the first one here is the spa and grooming. Let's open that up. The content, we can now choose the URL. This one is spa, so I'm going to just start typing it in, spa and grooming services. That's that one done. Let's go to the next one, to content. This is wellness. So I want wellness services, and then the nutrition, across to content. This is the nutrition services there. So that's all sorted at the top there. And then down the bottom we have this membership where the link didn't go anywhere. So I'm going to just search for my new memberships page, and then we'll publish that. If we just go and have a quick look at what that's done, if I click on the spa and grooming, it's taking me to spa and grooming services. The same for each of these. This is the wellness services over here, and then the memberships will take us to the memberships page. Now obviously these haven't got templates yet, so they're just showing the default Hello Elementor template, but that's what we're going to create now. So let's go across to templates and theme builder, and I'm going to create a new template for single page. I'm going to close the library. We'll come up here and we'll just give it a name straight away. We can just call it pages template. For the preview, we can select a page. Let's select membership. So that's the one that we're going to see in the previewer. I'm going to come up to the display conditions, and it's already set to all pages, so let's click on save, and we're now ready to get started. The first thing I'm going to add is post content, and I think I'm going to do this very similar to what I did with the posts and add in an image above with the heading. Now those pages don't currently have featured images, but I have uploaded some, so let's just go across to my pages, and I'm going to open these all in a new window, and then I can just scroll across and add featured images. I have added featured images, as you'll see. I've got these ones up here which I want to use, and you'll see why I want to use those in a moment. Set featured image, let's choose the first one. You can see that the dog is over on the right, and then there's space on the left where I can insert some text. Let's choose nutrition. We'll select this one. Let's click save. Come across to the spa, and we'll have that one. Save. Then the wellness. We haven't used that one yet. In fact, let's use that one because we haven't used that. No, I like that one. Let's click on save. Okay, so those pages for the slider on the home page and the membership site pages links are now active. Let's go back into our template. So back to the theme builder, and I want the pages template. This is this one down here. Let's click on edit, and I want to add a new container. Bring up structure, and I'll drag that to the top. Let's select the container. I've just clicked the wrong thing. I've just clicked into the header. Click on the container, come across to styles, and then again we're going to add the featured image. So we can see the featured image starting to appear there. On the layout, I'm going to put the same view height 100%, and then we're going to have that full width. Let's just go back to styles again because the image isn't showing properly. We'll put that in the center, and attachment, I might actually have it fixed so that we can see how that's going to work. Don't want repeat, and I want it to basically cover. Let's just publish, and then we'll have a quick look at what that's going to look like. So let's go across to services. Oh, we're not getting the featured image. Never mind, we'll put in the text first. Let's go across to the post title, and we're going to put that down closer to the middle. In fact, we can put it in the middle. Let's just select the container. We don't really want to center it though, because we don't want to interfere with the dog on the right. What we could do with it is to put on some, just done it again, click on the container, come across to advanced. I could put some padding on the left hand side, and I can keep increasing that. I've got to bear in mind the size of the other titles. Let's just come back and see how long the other titles are. Memberships, nutrition services, spa and grooming services, that could be quite long. So we'll leave it there for now, and we'll see how that works. As for the color, if we come across to styles, let's choose the primary typography and then text color. We can have a look and see what's going to work, but we've got to bear in mind that we've got different images here. I think possibly secondary color will work. Let's publish that and then let's go across and see whether we're actually going to be able to see it. We're not. Let's go to the home page and try one of the others. Okay, Spa and Grooming, that one is now showing up. Now, I think it would be nice if there was a sort of a little bit of text down here, a little excerpt just to introduce things. So what I would need to do is go across to my pages. In fact, I've already got them open, and then add in an excerpt for each of these. So let's start with the membership one. I've got a little excerpt that I've written for that. And let's just save, and we'll move across to nutrition, and we'll go across to the page tab, add an excerpt, and then we can close and save. Then spa and grooming services. Let's click on add excerpt and add an excerpt to that. Close and save. And then the wellness, we can add the excerpt to that and then save. Let's go back to our template, and then I'm going to add in now the post excerpt underneath the header. Now that excerpt is going right over the image of the dog on the right, so let me just select that, and I'm going to come across to the custom width, and then we can just create a custom width for that so that it looks good. That looks fine. Let's publish. We can have a quick preview. Let's go to the home page and we'll come down to, well, let's see if this is going to work now. Right, that's now working. So now we have the image with the services and title, and then we have the article underneath. We need a bit of space before the article starts. So let's just select this container, scroll down a bit so we can see what we're doing, and then I want to add some, in fact I don't want padding, I want margin on the bottom. Let's just scroll down, I can see what I'm doing, add in some margin, and that separates that out. Now this image that we've put onto the, keep selecting the header by mistake, this image that we've put onto the container, we've said to have it fixed. Now what that should do is create a parallax effect where the image is fixed to the background and the rest of it scrolls. I don't like it, but also if we go over and have a look, it doesn't work for some reason. I'm not sure why that's not working on there, but anyway, I don't like it, and so I am going to change it back to the default, which is just to scroll with the rest of the page. And I think, to be honest, that looks better anyway. So let's go back into the template editor and just have another look at this, because at the bottom we don't have a call to action, and perhaps it would be nice to have a call to action for all of the pages, because if we think of all the pages, we have services, we have the different spa, the nutrition and the health services, and the membership site, and it would be good to have some sort of call to action at the bottom. So let's go and have a look and see what Elementor has in terms of call to action. Let's just close that, come down to call to action, and really all we need is a button or something, but you can see that there are some that we could possibly use. I'm going to select this one and then see if we can modify it. Now, because these are on different pages with different content, we've got to be a bit careful about the wording that we would use. Start creating today, that doesn't work. Start today would work, and then we just can go in and edit this text. So I'm going to paste in some text. Have questions or need help choosing the right services for your pup? We're here to help. Click the button below to send us a message anytime, whether you need more information, personalised guidance, or just want to blah blah blah. Now this button here needs to link to a page, and we don't actually have a contact page, but I did install the Contact Form 7 plugin, so I'm going to just very quickly create a contact page. I'm going to paste in. I can actually just paste in the shortcode and it will convert it into a shortcode block. So I now got the Contact Us page. I can come down here, select that button, and then look for my contact form, Contact Us. And then it's just a case of styling it. What's this down here? This is an icon, which I don't think I want. Let's select the container, and I'm going to come across to the advanced. Now they've got top and bottom padding, and this is percentages. I'm going to change that to pixels, and then we can add in, let's add 20 pixels at the top, 20 pixels at the bottom, and I think this must also have, this text editor must also be set to pixel width here. I'm going to change that to percentage, and let's change it to about 80%. I'm going to select the main container, come across to styles, and we need to choose the colors. So the background type is a color currently. We'll change that to one of our colors. I think I like the mint green, it's more subtle. And we can come down, we don't need a background overlay. The text inside, let's select the header. We'll come across to style. That's a H1 header. I don't like having more than one H1 on a page, so I'm going to change that to an H2. Come across to style and say typography, we want to have it as the header, and the text color, we'll use it as secondary. There's no hover effect on that. We'll select this text editor, come across to style, typography, we want that as text, text color, we want that as text or secondary. We'll keep that secondary. There are no links in there. And then let's come to this button, and typography, we want it as text, and then come down as color. We can have that as secondary. There is a hover effect there. In fact, let's change that. I think we have accent for all the others. And then the text color, secondary. Okay, and then let's go to hover. Text color can stay the same. The background color, we don't want to change it to mint green, that's the same. Okay, and there is an animation there which I don't want, so I'm going to click the little cross next to it, and then we don't have that animation. There is no border. There is also another icon up here just to get rid of that so it's not in the way, and then we can click publish, and let's go over and have a look and see what this looks like. So home page, that is not using the template. Let's go to services, and this should use the template, so we should see that down at the bottom, and I like that. If we click on that, we go to Contact Us. Now the Contact Us doesn't have a featured image, and we don't really want a featured image on Contact Us. Probably we want something a bit more simple. And again, the About Us as well doesn't have a featured image, and it's using that template. Now I think it makes sense to use the same template for the About Us, but probably not for the Contact Us. If we have a Contact Us form, we don't want this at the bottom, and we probably don't want to have the fancy featured image at the top either. So I'm going to go into my pages. First thing I'll do, go to the About Us, and I want to add in an excerpt for this. So we need the excerpt for the picture. And then for the featured image, I have one that I'm going to upload. This one is slightly different. I've got one that I've got some people in as well. I think it makes more sense for a featured image on an About Us. And let's click on Save, and let's go and preview the page. So this is the About Us now. We have same header, got the content, and then we have the call to action at the bottom. The one we need to change though is the contact. We don't want to use the same template. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the template theme builder, and we'll open up the pages template, And then I'm going to scroll to the bottom. Let's copy all content. And then we'll go across to add a new theme template. This is for a single page. In fact, I've just clicked on that. I should have clicked on the plus at the end. Let's click on add new. And we'll close this and then come down and paste the content from that. I'm going to rename this and call this contact page template. And we've already got the contact page being viewed there. So let's bring up the structure. Now the post excerpt and title are inside a container, as is the post content. I'm going to drag them all into the same container because we don't need to have so many containers, and we don't need that call to action at the end. And then this container, we can just modify it slightly. You can see here that we have an excerpt which we don't want. We just need the post title and the content. We can go and have a look at the styles and see if there's anything we want to change. The post title, if we check we're using primary and we're using secondary for the colour for that, I'm going to use the primary colour for that. And then for the contact form, you can change the text colour and the typography so that they match your site. Don't need to do anything on there. That now should be correct. Let's click on publish. I need to add a condition, and for this one we want to have pages, and the only page we want this on is contact form. So contact us. Let's click on save and close. If we go across to the site and we go to services, let's scroll down to the call to action and click on learn more. I'm going to change that learn more text, but let's just check to see contact form is displaying properly. And there you go, that's displaying. Let's go and change that learn more. It's down here. Let's change that to chat with us. Let's go across to have a look at the site and go to the home page, and if we scroll down we can go to the about us page. That looks fine. We have the call to action, chat with us. That takes us to the contact page. That looks fine as well. The only one I've forgotten about is privacy policy, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the theme builder and I'm going to edit the contact page template. I'm going to rename it first, and I'm going to use it also for the privacy. So I'm going to call this legal page template. I could also use it for terms and conditions if I needed, and then come down to edit conditions. I'm going to add a condition and all pages, and then I'm going to include privacy. Click on save, and then let's close the theme builder. We'll go back to the website and click on home, the starter. Come down here, let's check the about us. That works fine. Privacy policy, that's now using the same simple template as the contact form. If we go to the services and scroll down to the call to action, you see that contact form is working. The blog has its own templates, the category pages have their own templates, the posts have their own templates, the home page has its own templates. So that is the majority of the templates done. We've still got a few to create. We've got a search results page, we've got a 404 page, and then we can look at landing pages and pop-ups. In this video I want to look at something called live search, and it may or may not be something that you want, but we'll have a look at it first before we look at the search results templates that you can also create. Now with live search we need to have a rather large search box somewhere on the page, and I'm going to put one up in the header. I'm only going to do this on the big header that I've got. You'll remember we created a thinner one for some of the posts. I'm only going to put it on this one just to show you how to do it. So let's open that up, and I want to open up the structure so I can see where to insert this. And I think the best place is to insert it down here. Now at the moment that isn't in its own container, it's in the main container. If I want to add something underneath, I'm going to need to insert a container there. So let's come across and we'll drag a container into the header area, and I'm going to drag that WordPress menu into that container. So that is still there. And then I'm going to go up and I'm going to do a search for the search widget, and we'll drag that into the container as well. That's the size of it. You can't really do an awful lot with it. You used to be able to change the size and the skin for it, but this is a live search. The old search button seems to have been removed. You have a number of different options. The content placeholder type to start searching, you can change that. You can also add an icon in there if you want to. You can enable autocomplete, so this search widget will try to complete the sentences and the search phrases of your visitors. And then we have the submit button where you can change the text. You can also add an icon in there. And then the live bit is down here under results. If you select live results, then it's asking you to create a template. Let's publish this first, and then we'll go across to template. And this will be the cards that are shown in the live results. Now, that doesn't make an awful lot of sense to you at the moment, probably, but it will. Let's add in a container, and then inside that container, we can add in some elements. Now, you can use the recommended elements for post title, post excerpt, and so on, or as we've done previously in this, you can use the dynamic tags, and that's what I'm going to use. I want to set post title there. I want to insert an image. It's just so you have more control if you do it this way. So the image I'm going to set as the featured image. Let's just change the preview, and we'll change it to something that has a featured image. If I can remember which ones, that one does, 5 signs. Click on apply and preview, and then we'll get that featured image in there as well. And then we'll add in a text editor, and for the text editor we will set the dynamic tag to post excerpt. So we've got the post excerpt there. We might want to have a play around with this. In fact, what I think I want to do is have the image and the excerpt on the same line. So let's add in a container, and then I'm going to open up the structure, and I'm going to add the image, drag the image inside there, and drag the text editor inside there, and then set that to a row. Okay, the title itself, we want that to link to the URL of the post. So selecting it, coming over here, dynamic tags, post URL. And then we'll just do a little bit of styling. So typography, primary, because it's a header, text color, primary, the image, we can play around with that if we want. I'm going to leave it. Let's go over to the post excerpt style. Typography is text, and the text color is text. There's no links in there, so we don't need that. I'm just going to change the name of it. We'll call this live search card, and then I want to come back in. I want to change the size of some of these. I think that the header is too big, so we're going to make it a bit smaller. We're also going to make the text here a bit smaller as well. In fact, I'll make that 12, because we're going to need to put as much information in a smaller space as possible. Let's click on publish, and then I want to go back to the header and make sure that you have your live search card, or whatever you've called it, in there. If you don't see it, just do a search for it and it will find it. And then you can click on publish and go across to the site. I'm going to go to the home page to try this, and then I'm going to type in something to search, brush. And you can see that these cards are being used. This top one doesn't have an excerpt, doesn't have a featured image. That's because it's a blog post. So in my case, I want to exclude the blog posts from the search. If I select the search box and then come down to query, you can decide on the source. You can search everything, which is what I've got, and then exclude what you don't want. So at the moment, if I go and say I want to exclude a term, I want to exclude the blog category, I can search for that and select it, and then publish. Let's go back to the home page, and then brush, and then we're only getting those articles in the categories other than blog. Now you can change the width of the display of these cards, and I think that's something that we need to do. Let's go back over to the header, select the search widget, and then you want to find the results section inside the style tab. And if you come down to the custom width, I'm going to set it as a pixel value, and I'll say 850 pixels. Now the full width of my screen is 1140, I think. The other thing I need to do is just to set the alignment. So I'm going to set the alignment to end, click on publish, and then let's go back across to the site, go to the home page, and we'll do a search for brush. And now we've got 850 pixels wide. You can see that is looking pretty good. And then the titles will link to the actual blog posts. So that is the live results, if you want to include live results. In the next video, we'll look at a different way of adding search and search results to your site. In this video, we'll look at creating a search results page, and I'm going to start off going to the theme builder. Previously, we added the search box in the header. I'm going to add it in the footer this time. So let's load up the footer, scroll down, and we can decide where we're going to put it. I'm actually going to put it right above this all rights reserved. So let's open the structure and see how we're going to do that. The all rights reserved is in a container, so I really want to just create another container, and I'm going to rename this search and then drag it above the copyright so I can put my search element in there. Now we've still got the problem, if you think of it as a problem, that this is a rather large search box. We can change the width of it, so if we didn't want it as wide, we can come over to the advanced and set a custom width. We align it into the center. But this widget doesn't seem to have a height control. But let's make sure we're not cutting off that text in there. We need to have it at least wide enough so we can see this. I'm going to go across to the content, and I'm going to just do a couple of little edits. The icon here is for putting an icon inside the text. I'm going to change the button and add an icon in there instead. So let's do a search for search icon and put that search icon there. I can then delete that and just have a button. I'll also enable auto complete. If we come across to styles, let's change the typography. Let's have typography as, I think, normal text. The placeholder color we can have as secondary. The background type, text color, let's have a secondary. The background let's have as mint green. And the icon color, we don't have an icon in there, so we don't need to decide on that. We'll have no border, or should we have a solid border of 1, and then we'll set that to secondary color. We can put on a border radius if we want to make that rounded. I'm not too fussed about that. Then the gap between the input and the button, let's remove that and come down to the submit button, and we can choose the icon size. It decreases the size of the box slightly. Typography, we'll choose text. Gap between text and icon, well, we don't have any text, so that doesn't matter. We can choose the icon color. The background type, let's change that to text color, and the border type and the border radius. So you can see we can put a circular button there. While we're here, let's just go back and do the search field as well. Since we've put a border radius on the search button, we can style that a little bit. Okay, that I think is everything we need. I'm going to just click on publish, And then let's go across to the website. Now we haven't created a template, we haven't turned on live search. So we're just going to come down here and we're going to type in a search term, click on the button, and you can see it's created our results in a new page. We didn't create this. Search results for brush. We didn't create this template, but we can create the template, and that's what we will do next. So let's come out of this, back to the theme builder, and we're going to go to search results template and click on add new. Let's close that down and let's just close the structure for now. And this is where we can design exactly what it's going to look like. So we'll, at the very top, we'll have search results for, and then underneath that we'll put archive posts, and this will show us how the search results are going to be laid out. I'm going to choose classic, and I'm going to say let's just have one column, and I'm going to put the image on the left, and then the image width, let's reduce that down. If I open up the structure, I'm going to select the container that the results are in, and I'm going to come over and I'm going to put in some left and right padding just to give us some white space on both sides. Let's come into the archive posts and go to styles. The row gaps, I can reduce those a little bit. I can set the styles for the images, so we could have a border radius on those. Content, the content color, I'm going to have text and primary, since this is the title. Come down, and the meta will have accent, separator, accent, typography, text, and then the excerpt, text, typography, text, and the read more will have accent and typography, text. Pagination at the bottom, we can have typography as text, then we have normal, hover and active. I'm not going to change any of those. The color will have secondary, and then nothing found message down there. So let's click on publish, and the display conditions is I want this to be used for search results pages. Okay, let's go back to the website and have a look. I'm going to go to the home page. Search bar is down at the bottom, so let's type in brush, hit the return, and then the search results open up in our template instead. We do have some blog posts up here, so it's not just limiting it to the posts in these categories as we had before. So if I want to do that, I can go back to the footer, select the search widget and come down to query, and I can just say exclude term and then blog. If we save and publish that and then come back to our home page, let's scroll down to the bottom and type brush, then we're just getting posts from the main categories. Let's try one more. Nutrition, search, and then we get the other posts as well. I see we also are getting the home page in there. But you can go across and you can play around with the search query down here if there's things you want to include or exclude. So if I want to exclude that home page, I can come down here, manual selection, and then start typing in something that I can recognize the home page. If we click publish, back to our home page, let's do nutrition again and search, then the home page link has gone, but all the other pages are there. So you can create this search page template as well if you want to. Don't link the search box to live results and it will use the search page. If you link it to live results like we did up in the header, then you're going to get the live results dropping down from the search bar. In this video we're going to create the 404 template. Just as a note, I have renamed the search results template as search results. I didn't do it in the last video because I forgot, but let's go in and create a 404 template. I'm going to just close the library. We can open up the structure and we can get started. Let's start off by adding in a heading, and we'll type in some text. Sorry, but we are unable to find what you were looking for, ... and then let's add in another heading underneath, and I'm going to just say 404. For this one, let's go across to styles and center it, and then under typography we'll just make it big. The color of this, probably we should have it red. We don't have a red on here because it's the only one we can select it from, this color. If we go in to change that color at any point, we just have to come into the template to change it. And then underneath, let's have search widget, and with that we will select it, come across to the advanced tab, and let's go down to width, customize it, let's say 50%, and we'll center it. In fact, this header as well we'll center. And then I think I just need one more bit of text editor, put that underneath the 404. Please use the search box below to retry, and under style we'll center that. Typography, let's choose text color, text, and there's no link. So let's publish that. I want to include it on 404, so that's already selected. And let's go across to the website. And if I type in a URL, well, first of all, let's go to the home page. Now, if I type in a URL that doesn't exist and go there, we're taken to the 404. I don't think I want to have the heading and the footer on this 404. So let's come out, go back to the theme builder. All I need to do is come down to edit the conditions. So we're going to add a condition and then exclude singular 404 page, then click on save. If we come into the footer, we'll do the same, add a condition, exclude singular 404 page, and then click on save. If we come back and we refresh, this perfectly demonstrates what I told you at the beginning of this course when I was telling you about the relationship between the themes and Elementor. The theme will take care of the header, it'll take care of the middle bit, and it can take care of the footer until you take over. Now, we have controlled the template in the middle. We've created this 404 template, but we've just removed the header and removed the footer. So WordPress is coming to this page, loading it, thinking there isn't an Elementor header, therefore we'll use the theme header. There isn't an Elementor footer, therefore we'll use the theme footer. And we have two options here to fix this. The first and the easiest would be to come over to the 404 settings and come down to the page layout and choose canvas. If we do that and then we preview, you can see we have lost the header and the footer because that's what the canvas does. And we'll see other examples of that when we look at creating a landing page later. But the other alternative is to create a simple header and footer for the 404 with just white space. And that is the solution that I'm going to use in this case. Over in the theme builder, I'm going to just quickly go in and create a header and a footer. And all I'm going to do is come down to here, add in a container and select it. Minimum height, let's just put 150 pixels. Click on publish and add a condition. I want to put this on singular 404 and then save. Let's go back and check if that's worked. Okay, so we've now got that down there. And then I'm going to come down here, copy all content, go to add new theme template. Doesn't seem to be working, so let's just go straight back into the theme builder, speed things up. I'm going to go to header, add a new header, close this, let's paste that information and then publish, add condition, singular, 404, save. Alright, let's go back to that 404 and check, and now we're not getting the header and we're not getting the footer, we're actually getting our own custom header and footer just for the 404. So if somebody comes in, they can research for something and then find what they want. So that's the 404 template. On the website we do have some social profile links down here, but what I would like to add is some floating social sharing icons down on the right hand side towards the bottom. These will allow your visitors to share the content on your site with their social channels. Now to add these, we can add the social sharing element, and we need to add them somewhere here in the footer where they're not going to change the layout. And the ideal place, if I go into the footer to edit, is this area here, because this container is quite large, so I could put them inside here and it's not going to affect anything. So if I select social, and we have two options, social icons, those are these are social profiles. If I select one of those, you'll see social icons. What we want is the other one, which is social buttons, this one. And we're going to just drag it in, and at the moment we'll put it just after this container. So if we have a look, we have the container with the image box and the social icons, and then after that container we have the social buttons. Let's play around with that a little bit. I want to change that to X. You can put whatever networks you want, and I'm only going to have icons. I want flat skin, and I want rounded or circle, and I want one column. Now you can see how the design hasn't changed much. It's added that width to it, and if that is too much, then we could go in and play around with this. Let's open the structure, and what I'm thinking is the image box and the social icons could go into a column, so into a container there. Let's add a container and let's have a go and see. So I've added a container inside the main container, and in that container I want to put the social icons in the image box like that, so they are in the position where they were before. Now if we look at the structure, what I've got is I've got the main container, and I want these buttons inside the main container, and the main container is going to be a row of two items. It's going to be a row of the container containing the image box and the social icons and the share buttons. So I'm going to drag the share buttons inside the main container, and then let's just rearrange so that we have the container with the image box and the social icons first. I'll select the main container and we'll turn it into a row. And now both of those things are inside that container. And I can select the container with the image box and the social icons and stretch them out to the size that I want. And then I can select the social share buttons, and I can also drag those out to the size that I want. Okay, I've got that about where I want it, so that text is on two lines. I'm going to select the social icons over here, and I'm going to scroll down and set the position to fixed. Now that's thrown out the shapes somewhat, but let's not worry too much. I'm going to align them over to the right hand side, and then we can play with the offset to move them into roughly the position. Then we can resize them and we can see how things work out. So I'm going to select the buttons, and then if we come over to the advanced tab, we've got custom width here, and it's a percentage. We don't want that. Let's just put it into pixels and delete everything. And let's publish, and we'll have a look and see what our buttons look like. Okay, our buttons are down there. We can go to any page and they're floating down there. I think I want to change the position slightly, put them a little bit lower down and closer to the side. So we'll select them again, and on the advanced tab we come down to offset. Let's put an offset of 15, and then this one I want it a little bit further down. say 490 for me. The other thing I'd like to do is I'd like to change the icons, because at the moment they are styled using the official colors, but I'm going to change them. And you can see I've already been playing with the colors. The primary color is the outside, the main circle, and the secondary color is the icon. And I'm going to change the size of the icon to make those bigger as well, because I can get them without breaking out of the circle. We can also set the hover, and maybe for the hover we could reverse these around. In fact, that's not reversed, is it? That's accent, it should be. So then we reverse them. Not sure I like that. Let's choose primary color and we do yellow green. So the yellow green in the middle doesn't change, but the outside does. Okay, I like that. Let's save. And then if we go over and view the website, let's go to the home page. You can see that those buttons now float all the way down. And if we go to one of the blog posts, let's say, or the articles, we've got the article here, somebody comes down, they finish reading, and then they can click on this to share on their social channels. So that's how you can add floating social sharing buttons to your website. In this video I want to make a couple of quick changes to the home page. The reason being that on these pages with the smaller header, I actually like that, and then the large image. We don't have a static image on the home page, but we do have this slider. So what I want to do is go in and edit this to give it a smaller header and also increase the size of the slider. So inside this main container, I want to open up the structure and select the slides, and then come down to the height, and I'm going to change this to viewport height and 100. So that now will fill 100%. While we're here, I also want to change the button links, because I didn't do that before. All I'm going to change them to is learn more and 3 little dots. I'm going to just copy that and then come across to the next one, wellness, content, learn more, and then the last one, nutrition, onto the content tab and learn more. And so those are the changes I wanted to make to the slider. Let's publish. We also want to change this to the smaller header. So let's go back into the theme builder, and we're going to go and choose the headers, and I want the narrow header. Let's edit the conditions. So at the moment it includes single posts, it includes single pages, it excludes single front page, and it excludes in category blog. Well, I want it now on the front page, so I'm going to delete that and then save it. And I'm going to check just to make sure it's been saved. Yes, it's been saved. Okay, then we can come out and let's go and view the home page. And now the home page has the smaller header, has the larger image, which gives a better picture of the dogs, and then into the article and on. So that's the changes to the home page going forward. In this video we're going to create a landing page. If you're not familiar with landing pages, the purpose of them is to guide visitors towards a specific action. It's basically one big call to action. It might be for collecting leads, promoting a product or service, getting visitors to sign up for a newsletter, driving sales, anything that you can think of. The main characteristic of a landing page is that it's focused. There are no distractions, so there's minimal navigation. There's not usually a header or a footer. The call to action is front and center, and it's a targeted message. Quite often landing pages are the destination for paid ad campaigns on Google ads or Facebook ads. You send somebody to that landing page to carry out whatever the call to action is. You can create these landing pages with free or paid Elementor, and there used to be a feature specifically for landing pages, but the way the Elementor editor is set up, we don't actually need that. However, if you go across to the dashboard in the free Elementor and go to settings, across to features and scroll down, you'll see this landing page experiment which you can enable. It does say depreciated, it's not going to be worked on, so there isn't really any point, but if you do enable it and then you come down to templates, you'll see that we do have a landing page section there. So that was set up to create landing pages. If you go across to the Pro version and go to the Elementor settings, features, that landing page experiment isn't even listed. So If you're using the free version, don't enable the landing page experiment. Just leave it at default. That will disappear eventually, and we can create landing pages without it. So whether you're using the free or the pro, you can create the landing pages. To show you how easy it is, I'm going to go over to my Pro Elementor site and we'll create it over there just to continue building the site that we've already started. We're going to come over to Page, Add New Page. I'm going to give it a title of Landing Page and edit with Elementor. Now the secret of landing pages is that we want to get rid of the header and the footer, and we want to use the Elementor canvas. So click on the page settings, scroll down to page layout and select Elementor canvas. And then the page will reload with just the canvas and nothing else. And this is all that's going to be displayed on the landing page. I'm going to create a container and then give that container a background image. Come down here, I've got an image to drag in. So I'm going to drag and drop it and select. Now we want to come over to layout and we want this full width, and then for height I'm going to choose VH and 100%. Now we need to go into the styles and come down to this area, position, center, and display size cover. Let's publish and we'll preview the page. Now there's only a scroll bar there because of the admin bar, otherwise there wouldn't be a scroll bar. So this is going to be the image we're using on the landing page, and we'll have our offer over here in the blank space over on the left. So as you can see, our landing page will be distraction free. There is an image over here of a dog, that's just to add some interest, but there's no navigation, there's no header, there's no footer. There will be nothing to do except to interact with the form that we're going to put on here, the call to action. So let's go back into the editor and we can start creating the call to action. And it's going to be fairly simple. I'm going to want to put a heading in there, and the text is going to be join the pack. And then I want a little bit of a description, which is going to say, get exclusive access to members only dog wellness tips, grooming guides, fitness routines, and special offers. Sign up now and treat your pup to the care they deserve. And then we're going to have a form so that we can grab emails. We don't need all of these fields. We need the name, we need the email address, we don't need the message. And then I'm going to come down and add one more bit of text underneath. And all that's going to do is act as a disclaimer. So we respect your privacy. Your email address will only be used to send you updates, offers and news related to our dog wellness memberships. We will never share, sell your information. You can unsubscribe at any time. So now all we need to do is customize the look of this. First thing, I'm going to select each one and just check that the styles are all okay. That is a header, so we want primary, and the text color, we want primary. For text, let's come to style, typography is text, and the text color is text. We don't have any links in there, we don't have to worry about that. Let's come across to the form and let's just check down here. Technically you don't have to go in and change all these because these will be set to the global colors for the individual elements you're adding, but I like to go in there and just select them anyway, just in case I make updates in the future. I know that the colors are all set correctly for all the different elements. The field border color, let's set that to secondary, and the button typography we want as text. We can set a hover. Let's have the background color as secondary and the text color as mint green, and then the hover will set the text color to secondary and the background color to light green. So move the mouse over and then that changes. The rest of this we can leave, we don't need to change anything else. For the field message, this is for successful messages. Let's just put text, and then for the successful message put text, error message we'll put text, inline message text, and then steps we put typography for text, primary color text, secondary color we'll put secondary, and that's it. That's that one set up. Let's go down to the last bit of text, and the typography text, text color text, and there's no link in there. Alright, now we need to organize it on the page, how we want this to look. The first thing I'm going to do is come down to this text. Now this text doesn't need to be so large. We did set the typography for it, but I'm going to undo that basically by changing the size to make it much smaller. Then I'm going to select the container, come across to layout, and then come down to justify content and center it. Making sure the container is selected, we'll go across to advanced, and I'm going to add some padding to the left margin to bring the left side in, and then we can put some padding on the right to bring it quite a long way over. So let's try 200. We need more than that, 300. Okay, we'll try 400. That's okay, but I think the form is a little bit big. There's a couple of things I'd like to do. I'd like to have the name and email on one line, and also I think we can get rid of these labels, name and email, because inside the boxes it says name and email, so that's just taking up unnecessary space. So let's remove the label, and then let's come up to name, and you can see we've got content and advanced tab. The content lets you change the placeholder, which says name. That's absolutely fine. Is the name required? Yes, we should have the name required. And then all I need to do is change the width of name to 50%. We could change it maybe to 40% and make it shorter than the email. Then we can come across to the email, and we can say yes, it is required. The placeholder email is fine. Let's make that 60%. And now both of those are on the same line. You can go on and customize it even more if you wish. I'm going to leave it at that and just click on publish and then preview. So that is my landing page shown full screen. You can see how this has all been spread out. That's because we've used padding. So let's go and see if we can use a slightly better option than that. We'll go in and select the container and remove the padding that we put in. The way we can do this is by adding a container into the container that we've already got. So if I bring up the structure, you see I've added this container as a child of the other container, and then I need to drag in all of these elements. So heading, we'll get the order right afterwards. It's sometimes a bit difficult, a bit fiddly to drag these in. Once they're in there, they're a lot easier to move around. Okay, so we have that in the right order. Let's select that container, and then on the layout tab on pixels rather than percentages, you could say percentages and play with it, but then that percentage is going to be based on the width of the screen. So people on bigger screens are going to see this form dragged out left and right, and we don't want that. We want it a fixed size. So let's do pixels, and we can reduce it down to 500 pixels. Now let's just close the structure. This is in the center because we centralized this container, the parent container. So if I come back to layout and remove that, then we can bring back the structure, choose our container, and we can then look at changing where that's going to be. I'm going to go over to advanced, and I'm going to come down to position fixed, and then with the offsets we can have a play around and see where we want this. I think it would be a good idea to have it slightly above the central line because it looks like the dog is looking over there. So that looks okay. Let's publish, and we'll preview it and just make sure when we change the screen, okay, that stays the same, and that's quite good. I might move it a little bit further over to the left, and we can just drag it over there. Okay, let's publish and preview. That is okay, that's fine. Just to preview though, if we go back to the editor, we're looking on the desktop. If we look on a tablet and a mobile, you can see that they are going to need work. But the next section of this course is all about mobile rendering and how you can get these designs to look great on all of the devices, so we're not going to worry about that now. If we go back into the editor just for a moment, because I haven't mentioned this, if you go to the send button, you have this actions after submit, and we looked at collecting submissions earlier. This button will collect the submission, put it into your submissions list, and it will also send it as an email. You do have other options there as well if you want to have a look at those, but that form now should send it to your admin email address. If you want to use this landing page in an ad campaign, it is now just a normal page, so you can grab the URL from that and put that into your ads. In the last video we created this landing page, but what if you don't want a landing page? What if you just want to have a pop-up that you can use on your site? So what we'll do in this video is we'll recreate this landing page but as a pop-up instead. If we go over to the Pro version of Elementor, this isn't available in the free version, and you come down to Templates, you'll see there is a section for pop-ups. We can start a pop-up by clicking the Add New Pop-up, and it's asking us for a name. This is optional, but I'm going to put in pop-up name, subscription, pop-up, and then create template. We've got a library here where we can choose a template as a starting point. This one actually looks quite nice, but let's have a go at creating it from scratch. What you're seeing here is the pop-up itself. This is the canvas that we have to work with. Over on the left-hand side, we have all the elements. If you click on here, we don't get any options for the pop-up. To access the options and the styles for pop-ups, we need to come up to the pop-up settings button at the top. And then you'll see the familiar tabbed settings. Let's start by creating our design. I'm going to start off with the canvas. And the canvas, if I come across to style, we want to add the image, the same image as we used for the landing page. And then let's scroll down and say position center center and display size cover. Now it's a little bit small, so we do need to make it bigger. If we come across to the layout, we can choose a minimum height. So let's say 400 pixels, and there we're starting to get the pop-up the same as the landing page layout. So we now need to add in the other elements. So we had heading, we had some text. I've added in a second heading there by mistake, but I can delete that. We had some other text, so I'll duplicate this, and we also had a form. We'll drag that in. Let's start by editing the heading. I'm going to put that in, and we can add the text for this text box and also the disclaimer down at the bottom. Let's go over to the form. We don't want the message, and let's make this text smaller like we did on the landing page. Okay, the form, we don't want the labels because we don't need them. And I'm going to have a go at putting some padding to the right of this. Because this pop-up doesn't change size, we don't have to worry too much about bigger screens, smaller screens. It's always going to be the same. So whereas with the landing page, putting padding around this didn't work because of the stretch effect you get on bigger screens, that shouldn't be an issue with the pop-up. So let's select the container for the pop-up, come across to advanced, going to unlink padding, and I'm going to put padding on the right hand side to try to bring in everything so we're not covering up the dog. Okay, you can see that the pop-up actually got a little bit bigger. That 400 pixels that we set as the size was the minimum size, so it will get bigger to fit the content. I think I'm going to put a bit of space at the top as well. Let's try 10 pixels just to bring that down from the top, and also on the left we'll put 10 pixels, and at the bottom we'll say 10 pixels as well. So everything is sorted out like that. The name and the email address, we can go in and play around with those and see whether we want to make them smaller. Name is required. Let's put that to 40% and let's put the email to 60% because we need to try and collapse these down a little bit. The size, we can make them smaller. Now there seems to be a lot of white space between the bottom of our message here and the top of the box. I'm just going to check we haven't got anything on there. All right, what we can do, unlink margin, I'm going to put some negative bottom margin to bring that subscription box up. And we can also have a look and see whether perhaps we can reduce the size of the text or change the text slightly. So I'm going to just reduce the size of the text a little bit. Let's try 12. Okay, that's going to be about the same size as the disclaimer, so we need it a bit bigger. Let's go down to the disclaimer and see what we've got set for that. Okay, that is 12. Okay, that's not looking too bad. I think we do need a little bit more padding on the left though. So let's keep adding some padding to that and also to the top. Let's try 25 and the top 25. And now that looks a little bit better. Possibly we need a little bit more space here. So let's add a bit more padding over on the right. Okay, I quite like that. Let's publish it. And when you publish it, you get to this screen, which defines when it's going to be shown and where it's going to be shown. The first thing you need to do is add a condition. And this is exactly the same as adding conditions for your templates. Where on the site do you want this pop-up to appear? And you can have it the entire site, archives, and singular. For this, let's just try putting it on our front page. So if I select include it on singular and then front page, click next, and now it's asking me when do you want this to be triggered? In other words, when do you want the pop-up to show? So let's just briefly go through these. Do you want the pop-up to appear when the page is loading? And you've got a number of seconds. So once the page loads, give it 5 seconds and then show the pop-up. There's the first option. On scroll, this is when a user scrolls down a page and it scrolls down a certain percentage. If it gets halfway down the page, then we can have that pop-up be shown then. On scroll element, we can put in a class there for an element on the page, and so when somebody scrolls down to that element, then the pop-up shows. On click, once they've clicked a couple of times around the site, then show the pop-up. Obviously that would only work if you have the condition set so that the pop-up appears on all pages, because you don't know where they're going to be clicking to, but that option is there. If somebody is inactive for a certain length of time, you can show them a pop-up. If somebody tries to exit your page, in other words, if your mouse is like this and you're on the page and you move outside of the viewport, then trigger the pop-up. And then in this case, if Elementor detects an ad blocker in the browser viewing your pages, wait a certain length of time and then you can trigger it there. For this example, I'm just going to choose on page exit intent. In other words, when I try to leave the page. Let's click next. This is a list of advanced rules. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but basically we could show the pop-up after the visitor has been to a certain number of pages or had a certain number of sessions, and we can define how often the pop-up is going to show, how many times. So in this case, the default is going to show up to 3 times per session, per day, per week, per month. Okay, and then we can also show the pop-up when you arrive from a certain URL. We can show the pop-up when arriving from, and then we have some options: search engines, external links and internal links. We can hide the pop-up for logged in users. I don't want to hide it because I want to show it to you in a minute. We can show the pop-up only on certain devices. So if we only wanted this on desktop, we could remove mobile and tablet. But if we only want it on mobile, obviously we could close the desktop and tablet. If you want it all on all 3, then have it on all 3. I'll just remove the mobile, but we'll leave the tablet in there and say yes, show it on desktop, show it on tablet. Show on browsers, you can choose browsers, so you can show on all browsers, or you can customize it and include specific browsers if you want. You can schedule it, date and time as well. I'm not going to choose any of those. I'm going to just say save and close. All right, let's go to our website. I'm going to go and view the home page. And I'm scrolling down the home page, looking at the home page, and then I try to leave the home page. There's my pop-up just appeared. Enter name, enter address, and then send. We haven't done the same sort of styling as we did on the landing page. We haven't put a hover effect on the button, but you know how to do that, so I'm not going to cover that now. If we want to go back and edit the pop-up, we can come back to templates and pop-ups. There's our pop-up there. Just come down, edit with Elementor, and we're taken back into the editor. If I select the pop-up settings, we can have a quick look at some of these options down here. The entrance animation, you can have it fade in, fade down, fade left. You can have it zoom in, zoom out. So you can have a play around with this. Let's just try it zooming in, and then exit, we'll say zooming out. And we'll look at that shortly, see what that happens, see what that does. The animation duration, how long the animation takes to run. General settings, this is just the title, whether it's published or draft or pending, and then preview settings, you can choose and apply a preview to show what the pop-up would look like with that selected. Over on styles, we've got background type. We have border type. If you want to put a border, put overlay. The close button, this button up here, you can do a few things with that. You can have it inside, you could have it outside. Vertical position, horizontal position, so you can play around with that. You can have a hover state. Let me just delete that and put it back. You can have a hover state and a normal state for that button, different colors, different backgrounds, and you can change the size of it. Over on the advanced, we have some options. Show close button after. So we can say, well, we're not going to show the close button for the first second. And when we preview this again in a moment to look at the animations, you'll see that it takes a second for that to appear. You can automatically close the pop-up after a certain number of seconds. So if somebody doesn't click on it, just close it after, say, 10 seconds. And you've got other options down here. I'm not going to go through them. You can have a look at those yourself. Let's publish, and we'll have one more look at the pop-up with the exit animation, and also have a look at the close button. So here I am on the home page, and if I come out, you can see there's no close button, and you have the zoom animation coming in. Let's close that, and you have the zoom animation going back out. So that's how you can create a pop-up. And let me just refresh it once more. We will come out. There's the pop-up that we created. If we go back and look at the landing page, you can see that the two are pretty much the same design. We've got a different color button, but then, as I said, we didn't do any styling on that. So that's how you can create a pop-up version of your landing page, or just create a pop-up from scratch if you need one. In this video, I want to look at something that Elementor released in February 2025. So it's only been out for a couple of months, and it is changing quite a lot. So by the time you see this, it may have changed again. This is the AI Site Planner. To get started, just click the Try for Free button top right. And you'll be taken to a page that asks you how to go ahead. You can start with AI Chat, or you can use AI Note Taker. We want to start with AI Chat. And this works by a number of questions that you answer, and it builds up a brief based on your answers. So I'm going to type in a name for a website. Let's say I'm doing a ham radio site. Let's click on Send. Thank you. Let's move on. Could you provide a specific description of the business type for Ham International? Okay, so I've put in a little bit of a description. Ham International sells new and second-hand ham radios by manufacturers Yaesu and ICOM. We provide online courses to teach ham radio. We also provide technical services to fix radios. So let's just click on that and see what the AI chatbot comes up with. Great, I've gathered this information. Business type, ham radio sales, online courses and technical services. Next, could you elaborate on the key goals for your website to ensure your business success? Well, we want to increase sales. We want to provide educational resources. We probably want to improve brand awareness as well. If there's anything else you can think of in there, you can add those as well. I'm going to just stick with the suggestions by the AI planner. Okay, now let's focus on any secondary goals you have for the website. I'm going to just choose expand customer reach, not thinking about a community here. enhance customer result. We'll just use expand customer reach, and I'll click on return. Obviously you don't have to choose their selections, you can type in yourself, but I'm just taking the easy way. All right, what language? This is going to be English. Thank you. Can you specify any core features or elements that are essential to your website? Well, we'd want an online store, we'd want a contact form, we want a course platform so we can sell our courses, and I think we'll just put in Q&A or Q&A, we'll put FAQ as well. All the time we're filling these in, you can see it's creating this brief summary down on this side. Sure, let's continue. Now could you please describe the communication style and brand personality you like reflected on your site? I would like professional and friendly. Thank you for sharing. Let's proceed. Can you provide a list of pages you would like to create on the website? So home, shop, course, yes. About us, contact, yes. Services, repairs. Let's have a look. Home, shop, courses, about us, contact, services and repairs, Q&A, FAQ, although the Q&A and the FAQ could be combined. Great, I've gathered your sitemap, home, shop, courses, about us, etc., etc. Let's move on, gather some additional information. Could you please tell me about the primary colors or color palette you would like to use for your brand? Well, I think black, white, and I'm going to say gold. Let's say gold and silver. Great choice of color. Let's cover some more. What essential integrations do you need for your website, like social media platforms or payment gateways? We would need payment gateways for sure, and social media. Let's click on send. Let's proceed with the next question. Can you list any notable competitors in your market? Well, there are some, but I'm going to say no direct competitors just to make it easy for me. Understand, are there any specific likes or dislikes about competitors' websites that you want to consider in your own design? I like easy navigation. Target audience. I think maybe from 20 to 99. Thank you for your information. Could you specify all genders? Okay, design style. I think retro, because a lot of ham radio operators use very old radios, and so retro might look nice on that. Are there any specific user experience elements that are key to your website? Mobile responsiveness, fast loading, well, all of those really, and anything else you can think of. Do you have a particular hosting provider in mind, or would you like assistance with hosting options? Already have hosting. It's trying to sell me Elementor hosting. Are there any specific plugins or tools that you require for your website? I'm going to skip the question for now, but basically any plugins that you list will be installed when this is imported into your site. Approximately how many products do you plan to list in your store? Let's say 100. Final detail, what category do the products fall under? Ham radios. Now, this was quite a long question and answer for the brief. It says here you've provided everything needed to complete your website plan. You may have a much shorter experience than that. This is just the way that I've answered the questions. It's come in and asked specifics. If you look through the brief and you find something you want to change, you can do that. For plugins, it says to be defined. All I need to do is click on the reply, and I can say, let's say we're going to need WooCommerce. Okay, great choice for handling e-commerce needs, and you can see that now has been updated. So if there's anything in here that you don't like, you can always go in and you can make changes. Let's say we want to make the product amount less. Let's just say we've only got 10 products. Okay, and then that set will be set to 10 products. Once you're done and you're happy with it, you can click on Use the Brief. And it's now going to go away and create a wireframe diagram and sitemap for the site. So here's the sitemap. You can see it's created a number of pages. The top, we've got home page. Then we have a number of different pages down here. We have checkout, cart, product page, frequently asked questions, Q&A, repair services. And for each of these pages, you can see sections. These sections outline the content that's going to appear on each of those pages. So you can see a list of all the pages that have been created. Now, some of these, we don't need them to be created inside Elementor or the planner because WooCommerce will automatically create those for us. So let's have a look at these. We're going to say we don't need the account, we don't need the checkout. This is all because I said I was going to have an online shop. But with WooCommerce handling that, we don't need it. Okay, we're going to delete the product page as well. Terms and conditions, facts. And I think we'll just have a Q&A, and then you could put the frequently asked questions on the Q&A as well. About us, contact us, courses, and shop. Okay, let's just scroll out. I'm just using my wheel on my mouse. And you can go in and you can edit some of this stuff. So let's have a look at this. You can see we can come in here. This hero section features a full width background image of ham radio setup, but I can add more content in here if I want to. And anything that I change in here, whether I add new stuff or I edit this stuff or I delete some of this stuff, will be taken into account when it comes to create the site. You can also add in new sections. So you can just click add a new section, choose the section that you want, and then that will be added in as well, and the AI will generate that section for you. But I'm going to leave you to play with all this because I'm only going through it very briefly. Up the top here we have wireframes, and what wireframes is like a map of each page, of how each of those pages is going to look. And you can see those pages now being built up. So if I start at the home page, at the top, you can see we have the header with the shopping cart. We have a large hero display at the top. We have explore our ham radios, which would go to the shop, presumably. We have a number of different pages we can go to, sales assistance, online courses, repair services, everything that we talked about in the brief. What our customers say, so some testimonials. Then we have some sort of sign-up box. We've got a map and also a footer down the bottom. All of that was generated by the AI based on our brief. Okay, and you can go through, you can regenerate areas. So if I want to regenerate this reach out area, this contact information, I can do that. I can just click the regenerate. It will generate a new design. You can also delete stuff. You can reorder stuff. Let's say this one here, I can move it down below, why choose us. Get everything exactly as you want it, and then click on the create website. Now it says launch fully hosted site or import your kit to a site. So I'm going to click on that to import this as a kit. And now it's asking where is the site that I want to import it. Now I don't want to import it on a site online already. I'm going to just download and apply the kit manually. Now it's generating my kit. Ta-da, your kit is ready. Notice that it is saying to avoid any problems, install the Hello theme. So let's just download the kit. Download this into my downloads folder. And now I'm done with the planner. So I can close the planner and I can come across, this is a brand new site. There's absolutely nothing on it. If I open it up, there's the site. It's currently using the 2025 theme, which I don't want to use. So I'm going to add a new theme. We're going to add the Hello Elementor. This is just to ensure that the kit is applied properly. It looks good. Install Hello Elementor. Activate. The only plugins I have on this site is Elementor and Elementor Pro. Okay, that is now updated with Hello Elementor as the theme. Let's have a quick look at the site. Okay, that's it. That's the site as it looks right now. Let's go back in to the dashboard and I'm going to come down to Elementor Tools, across to Import Export Kits, and I want to import the kit that we just created. So I'm going to select a file, it's in my downloads. This is the kit created by the AI Elementor Planner. The continue button looks grayed out just because it wants you to read this. Uploading JSON zip files from unknown sources can be harmful, but once you're happy, click on the import. Plugins you already have, those are already checked, and then plugins to add. It knows I need to use WooCommerce because I told it when we were creating the brief. And then select which parts you want to apply. Templates, the content, site settings, I want to apply all of it. So now I'm importing that kit created by the AI Planner. You can see it's installed WooCommerce. First, enable unfiltered file uploads. This allows Elementor to scan your SVGs for malicious content. Otherwise, you can skip any SVGs in this import. Let's just enable. We don't want to miss anything that might be imported. Okay, your kit is now live on your site. You've imported and applied the following settings: Elementor templates. So there's a footer template, 404 template, header template, and a single post template. Site settings, they've set global colors, global fonts, typography, buttons, images, all this lot. And then content, it's created 3 posts, 9 pages, 20 products, and 10 navigation menu items, and it's installed WooCommerce. So let's close. And let's go across to our site. And here is my site using the color schemes. I remember I said black, white, gold, and silver. So this is where you can come in and start editing things. Have a look at the different pages it's created for you. And that looks very similar to the wireframe that we saw. Okay, let's go back into the dashboard and see what's been added. If I come across to posts, the summary did say it created 3 posts. So it's created Hello World 1, Hello World 2, and Hello World 3. Not sure what they're for. But let's have a look at pages because we know there were some important pages created. We have About Us, Contact, Courses, Home, Q&A, Refund Policy, Repair Services, Shop, Terms and Conditions. Let's just have a look at one of these. Let's edit the About Us with Elementor. Let's close this down and you can see what Elementor has done. The About Us has this big hero section at the top, then we have a big title, then we have all the other sections that we approved in the wireframe. And you can just go in now and you can edit stuff. So you can select the first container, you can put a background image or whatever you want on that. Let's come out and we'll have a look at the home page. Let's go back to pages, all pages. Here's the home. So let's open the home in Elementor. And again, all of these sections that have been created by the AI. So again, that hero section, then we have some products. There we have access to the various services, what customers say, join the community, and all the other sections of the homepage that we approved in the Wire Planner. If we go across to the global system, let's look at global colors. Okay, so we asked for gold, silver, black, and white. It set up a color palette for us. I want to go and have a look at global fonts. Let's click on the font box. You can see that fonts that have been chosen, and we've also got down here, you can see it's set up heading XL, heading L, heading M, heading S, and body. So it's set up some fonts for us. If we go into the media library, we're not going to see anything because it doesn't import the images anyway. We put our own images into there. Obviously, this AI Planner is a powerful tool. It is still new. At the time of recording this, it's only been out for a couple of months, so I expect it to get even more powerful. But whether you're going to use this for your own sites or for clients, I'm sure you can see the benefits of using something like this, especially with clients. You can get a list of what your clients want and you can quickly put together prototypes to show them without the typical time and effort that it would take to do that without something like this AI Planner tool. In this video, we're going to look at breakpoints and how you can use them to create a mobile responsive website. What we've got here is my home page that we created. And if I drag the side of the browser in, we'll get to a certain width where the design changes, and there it is there. You can see the menu at the top. We have the full menu in the normal view, and then when we get to a certain width it changes to a hamburger menu. This is the breakpoint for tablets. It's the width of the screen at which the design will switch from desktop to tablet. So that's the tablet breakpoint. If we continue going down, we'll find another breakpoint, and this breakpoint is the width where the design changes for mobile phones, and there it is. That's the breakpoint for mobile phones. Once the browser width reaches that width, it switches from tablet to mobile phone. So the breakpoints determine the design of the web page at different resolutions or different widths of browsers. At its lowest point, it's using the mobile phone breakpoint, and it's from the minimum up to a certain pixel value where you are seeing the mobile phone design, and then above that breakpoint, that value, you'll see the tablet design from the minimum tablet width up to the maximum tablet width, at which point at that breakpoint it switches to the desktop mode, the desktop design. Let's have a look at that in the editor. In the toolbar at the top we've got these three icons: desktop, tablet and mobile. These represent the breakpoints. So we designed our website using the desktop mode, but we can have a look and see what it looks like in the tablet mode by clicking on the tablet, and you'll recognize the menu switching to a hamburger menu like we saw when we were looking at the home page and reducing the width of the browser. If I click on the mobile phone button, you can see we're now in the mobile phone view. When you're in these views, you've got these handles at the side, and this allows you to stretch the particular breakpoint, in this case mobile phone, from the minimum width to the maximum width of that particular breakpoint. So it goes from the minimum allowed up to the breakpoint value. If we go to the tablet, you can see the same thing. We can go to the minimum tablet width, which is that, or the maximum tablet width, which is that, and at that point, bigger than that, it would switch to the desktop. You've also got a handle at the bottom there, and then you've got the desktop. Now, there are only 3 breakpoints by default, and we can go in and edit the actual values of those and add more breakpoints if we want. If you come over to the site settings and go down to layout and then scroll to the bottom, you'll see we have a section called breakpoints. And at the moment, the active breakpoints are mobile and tablet. The desktop is included by default, but you can add more breakpoints. We have mobile landscape, tablet landscape, laptop and widescreen. If we just add those in, oops, I just removed laptop, just add them all in, widescreen. Nothing's changed up there at the moment, but as soon as you save your changes, you'll see that the page will reload and you'll have all of your breakpoints up at the top. So we have widescreen, desktop, laptop, tablet landscape, tablet portrait, mobile landscape and mobile portrait. So you've got access to all those if you want. If we go back down to the layout, you can see you can define the actual breakpoint width. So these values here are the pixel widths of the screen when the breakpoint is triggered. So a mobile portrait will be triggered when the screen width becomes 767 or less. If you increase the screen width from 767, when it gets to 880, then it will switch to mobile landscape design. And if you keep increasing the screen size, we get up to 1024, it will then switch to the tablet portrait. If you decrease the size, then when the pixel width gets to 880, it will switch back to mobile landscape, and so on. You'll notice that there isn't a breakpoint here to edit for the desktop, but we can see what that would be. The desktop breakpoint is the default breakpoint. So that is when you're designing your site, that is what you're working in. You're working in the desktop typically. But the desktop is somewhere in between laptop and widescreen. If the width of the screen is 1366, we will be looking at the laptop design. If it increases, it will go to desktop, and it will stay in desktop until it gets to the widescreen, at which point 2400 pixels width, it will switch to the widescreen view. If it reduces below 2400, it will go back to the desktop, and then if it goes down below 1366 or 1367, when it gets to 1366, it would then switch over to the laptop. Let's just remove the ones that we added and go back to the original 3. I'm going to save changes. We'll go back with just desktop, tablet and mobile phone. The thing you need to know about these is that there is a hierarchy. When you design something in the desktop, like we did when we created the site, that design is inherited by the tablet and it's inherited by the mobile phone. If we were to make changes to the tablet mode, the changes we made to the tablet mode would be inherited by the mobile phone. And then if we made changes to the mobile phone, that doesn't affect any of the others. So there's a downward hierarchy here where everything from the desktop is inherited by the tablet, everything from the tablet is inherited by the mobile phone, and then the mobile phone, any changes to that just affects the mobile phone. Obviously, if the tablet mode inherits something and you change it, then that change will not be reflected in the desktop, but it would be reflected in the mobile phone. Now, because we can look at how the website's going to look in different browser sizes, we can obviously change how things look. So if we went over to the mobile view and scroll down, you can see that this text is all very, very narrow, and we'd want to change that, and we can change things. If we come out of the styles and go into the editor, if we select an element, then if we go over into the panel on the left, any of the properties that have these little icons mean that we can change them for this particular view. So at the moment that's showing the mobile portrait. I can switch over to any of the other breakpoints through there. So I can go in and I can make changes just to the mobile, or just to the tablet, or just to the desktop. And that's what we're going to look at as we go through this section. But be aware that there is this hierarchical inheritance. So you should always look at the desktop first, then go down and check the tablet, and then finally checking the mobile portrait. So you're always working from left to right because of this inheritance. And I should mention here that at the moment we are viewing the home page. So the only changes I can make will be to the content I added when I edited the home page. If we scroll down, you'll remember that we inserted some things into the template itself, and I can't select those items because they are in the template. So in order to make changes to that, if necessary, if I come across to the mobile phone, if I want to make changes to how this looks, I would have to go in and edit the template itself. And it's often a good idea to edit the template first and then go in and check your pages and posts and see if they need to be edited on a page by page or post by post basis so that it looks good on all browsers. In this video we're going to look at something that's really important. It's the cascading style sheets, or CSS for short, size units. And wherever you have a size unit in the properties panel, you'll have a little drop down box that has PX, EM, REM and VW. You might also have VH depending on what it is that you are examining. But what do they all mean? The first unit is the pixel, and this is used quite often. In simple terms, you can think of one pixel as one of the small dots on the screen that makes up what you're seeing. Since the pixel has a measurable size, it's always going to be the same size. So it's going to be the same size on a desktop, on a tablet, on a mobile phone. If we look at this in Elementor, I've added a container with a heading inside, and all I'm going to do is go across, select the container, come down to border, and we'll add a solid border, and let's make it 50 pixels. So we have a 50 pixel border around there, and it doesn't matter which breakpoint I'm looking at, that is always going to be 50 pixels because the pixel is a fixed size. It will always be 50 pixels no matter what. The next unit we have is percentage, and the percentage is the percentage of the parent. If we come back to the same example and select the container, we can't actually change the border width to a percentage, so we'll have to look at a slightly different example. If I select the heading and come across to the advanced, for the width, I'm going to say let's have a custom width and let's make it 50%. Now, that heading is taking up 50% of the parent. The parent is the container, in other words, everything inside the border. That now is always going to be 50% of the width of the container. If we go to a tablet, you see that things have changed a little bit, but the text, this headline, is still 50% of the container. And then down on mobile phone, again, it's 50% of the container. The good thing about percentages is that they will always scale according to the size of the browser. So if you set something to 50%, it's always going to be 50% in its parent, no matter what size screen it's being viewed on. The next unit is VH and VW. This stands for Viewport Height and Viewport Width. This can be quite a useful unit if you need something to fill part or all of the screen when your web page loads. Let's have a look at this in the editor. I'm going to add in a flex box. Let's add in a full width box, and then inside there I'm going to add in some text, paste in some lorem ipsum. You can see that that is going full width. If we preview that, the text goes full width. Let's go and select the container, and on the layout tab let's change the width, which is currently 100%, to VW, and let's set it at 50%. And now when you preview it, you can see that the container, or the text inside the container, is only taking up 50% of the viewport width. Let's go back and have a look at the minimum height. Now this is the minimum height, it's not the height, which means if I adjust this, it's not making any changes to the text, because the text is actually longer than that minimum. So we need to look at a slightly different example. Let's add in a new container, and I want to have a single, come across to style, and we'll insert a background image onto that container. So here's the background image. I'm going to center it, and I'm going to say cover, and you can see that the whole image isn't displaying. Let's go back to layout. We've got the container selected. Let's come down to minimum height and change it to viewport height, and then put in 50%. If we preview that, you'll see that that image is taking up 50% of the viewport. If I move this up, this is slightly less than 50% because we have this admin bar at the top. But if this image went right up to the top, then that would be 50% of the viewport height. You want it 75%, then that image will take up 75% of the viewport height. So this is 75%, this is 25%. So the viewport height and the viewport width are ways of restricting the content to a specific percentage of the height and the width of the browser it's being displayed in. One of the main applications of, in particular, viewport height is when you're creating a hero section at the top of your page. You may want it to take up 50% of the viewport, or you might want that to be the only thing the person sees when they land on that page, and you can set it to 100% of the viewport height. The next units, EM and REM, are quite important. Both of these units are really powerful in helping you to create a responsive design. Both of these are based upon a font size. For EM, it's based on the font size of the parent element. For REM, it's based on the font size set in the root HTML, and that's usually set to 16 pixels. Let's go over to the editor and have a look at an example. I've added a new post, and I've added 3 buttons to that post. At the top, I've got a reminder. EM is based on font size of the parent element, REM is based on font size of root HTML, and the default of that is 16. What I've done with the buttons is the first button, I've gone in and changed the typography to a size of 1 REM. For the second button, I've changed that to 2 REM, and for the third button, I've changed that to 3 REM. Now, 1 REM is 16 pixels by default. So the text that you're reading in this text editor is 16 pixels. And because I've set the text of the button to 1 REM, that is also 16 pixels. The second button is 2 REM, so it's 2 times 16, that's 32 pixels. And the third button is 3 REM. 3/16, 48. So these are 48 pixel characters. So the REM is a multiplication factor of 16. So we have 1 times 16, 16, 2 16s, 32, 3 16s, 48. But the REM value, we've just added in whole numbers. It doesn't have to be whole numbers. We could put in an REM of 1.5. And 1.5 times 16 is 24. So now that is 24 pixels. If we were to change the REM to 2.5, then it's 2.5 times 16, or 40 pixels in height. Before continuing, I want to reset these to 1, 2, and 3. And then I'm going to duplicate each of the buttons. So we have a pair. For the first one in each pair, I'm going to select the button, come down to padding and set it to 1 EM. So those are all set to 1 EM. The second one in the pair, I want to come down to style and set that to 1 REM. Okay, and now we have very different looks. If we go to the top button, they look the same. The reason they look the same is that the text is the same size, it's 1 REM, and the padding on the first one is 1 EM. EM is based on the font size of the parent element. The parent element is 1 REM, which is 16 pixels. Therefore, the padding we put in as 1 EM is 16 pixels of padding. If we come to the second one and think of the padding, this padding is 1 REM. REM is based on 16 pixels, so 1 REM is 16 pixels. We get the same padding. We've got it a slightly different way, but it's the same padding. Let's come down to the second one. And in this one, the padding is 1 EM. EM is based on the font size of the parent. The font size of the parent is 2 REM, which is 32. So 1 EM padding is 32 pixels. If we come down to this one, we have padding of 1 REM. Now 1 REM is 16 pixels, so we're only getting 16 pixels of padding around this one. And then the third one, we have 3 REM as the text size, so it's 48. The padding is 1 EM, and that's based on the parent element, which is 48. So we're getting a 48 pixel padding around the outside. And then the last one has a 1 REM padding. 1 REM is 16, so that only has a 16 pixel padding around the outside. So just to summarize, both EM and RM are multiplication factors, but what they're multiplying with depends on which one you're using. If you're using EM, it's based on the parent element size. If it's RM, it's based on the font size set in the root HTML, which is normally 16 pixels. A good example of when I would use EM is in the line height or even button padding, because the line height and the button padding can then be a multiple of the actual text size itself, because EM bases its size on the parent element. So if you have a text box with some text in and it's 20 pixels, that text, then the line height would be a multiplication of that 20 pixels. If the EM was set to 1.5, then the line height would automatically be set to 30. If the text size was 30 and the EM was 1.5, then the line height would automatically be set to 45. So the line height would adjust really well. If you try to use REM, if you had a text size of 20, but you set an REM of 1.5, 1.5 times 16 is 24, so your line height would only be 24, your font is 20. And if your font size was 30 and you only had a 1.5 REM, then your lines would start running together because you've only got a 24 pixel line height. Have a go, play around with it. Add a text element and then try playing with the line heights. EM makes a lot more sense in that situation. We saw with the button the difference between making the padding 1 REM or 1 EM, and it's up to you to decide which one you prefer. I think possibly the REM looks a little bit better than the EM because there's a lot of space above and below. Although you can obviously change this. You could unlink the padding and then say have a 0.5 padding at the top and a 0.5 padding at the bottom, and that makes it look a little bit more natural. But it's up to you to decide which one will best suit the application that you have for it. In this video I want to look at something called font clamps. If we previewed this window and have a look at the headers, as we reduce the size of the browser we're going to the different breakpoints, but the headers are all the same size. They don't change according to the breakpoint. It would be nice if we had the headers adjusting in size as we triggered the different breakpoints, and of course we can do that. If we come up, we'll just adjust the H1 header. We are in the desktop mode. If we come across here and let's say we're going to use REMs, and then the REMs for the H1 header we'll say is 3. Okay, let's go across to the tablet mode and we'll bring up the typography and we'll say that the REM for the tablet mode is 2.2. And in fact we can come down here and select the mobile in there so we don't lose where we are, and let's say 1.5. Okay, let's go back and preview the web page. We've only adjusted H1, but watch what happens when we trigger the breakpoints. See, the H1 gets smaller according to the breakpoint that's been triggered. That's nice, but it's discrete jumps. You can see it changing in size, and it would be much nicer if you could scale it so that as you move the size down, it gradually scales down and down and down to the minimum size that you want. And that's what font clamps can do. Let's go back into the editor. I'm going to come to the history and reset this. So where is it that we first size heading, size heading, size heading. Okay, let's click on publish just to save that. In order to create these font clamps you are going to need a tool, and there's lots of free ones available online. This one, CSS Clamp Generator, is the one we're going to use in this example, and I have put a link to it in the resources for this video. What you can see down here is a font clamp that has been generated from the information up above. And you've got some fields here that you need to fill in. There's a viewport start width and a viewport end width. And what you need to think about is the minimum width and the maximum width. This is the viewport minimum width, and then this is the viewport maximum width. This tool comes pre-populated with a viewport start width of 478 and an end width of 1200. You can adjust those if you want, but I'm going to keep them for this example. Now, the minimum value is the minimum REM value for your font, and at its smallest I'm going to set that to 1.2 REM, and for the maximum value I'll say 3 REM. So on a desktop I want it 3 REM, on a mobile I want that font 1.2 REM. The root font size is currently 16, that is the default as you know. As you change these values you'll see that the clamp down here has changed as well. And all you need to do is, once you've got those values correct, copy the font clamp. Let's go back to the editor and let's choose the H1 header typography. Now the one unit we haven't looked at yet is this little pencil icon, and that's what you use if you want to use a font clamp. So select it and then paste your font clamp into that box. Let's preview the page. Now we've only done the H1 header, but as you can see, as we are dragging the side in, the header is scaling down in size until it gets down to the minimum size that we'd specified. We can go back to the font clamp and we can try it with our other headers. So let's say we're doing an H2, let's start that off at 2.2, and I'll leave the minimum 1.2, although that will cause us an issue, but it will highlight the point if we can fix it later. We have a new font clamp. Let's go back to our editor, select H2, and then we want the pencil, paste in the font clamp. And then let's go back to the clamp editor and say for the H3 we want it 1.8 down to 1.2. Copy the clamp, come back, select the H3 header, over onto Styles, Typography, the pencil, and paste in the font clamp. Let's publish and preview. Now obviously you may need to play around with these values to get exactly what you want, but on a desktop that is the H1, H2 and H3 header. As we reduce the size, the viewport width, you can see all three headers are getting smaller and smaller. They're scaling in size according to the values that we gave in the font clamp. Now I've done this wrong because all three headers at this level are all the same size. So what have I done wrong? Well, I had the same minimum value for all of them. Let's quickly fix this. Let's say we'll have one for the H3. So I'm going to copy that clamp, come back to the H3 and paste in the new clamp. Then we'll go back to the clamp editor and say that for the H2, the maximum was 2.2, the minimum was, we'll say 1.3. Let's copy the clamp and we'll paste that in for the H2. And then H1, we'll say the maximum is 3 and that goes down to 1.6. Let's copy the clamp, go back, and with the H1, we'll paste in the new clamp. Let's publish and we'll preview. And now they should all stay different sizes, even at the minimum, where the H1 is still bigger, H2, H3 smaller. But you can see there is a gradual changing according to the width of the viewport. And that's what font clamps can do for you. Now, we've only done it for the headers, but you can do it for the other text as well. If we come across to the font clamp, let's say we want a maximum REM of, let's say 1.2, and then a minimum REM of 0.9. Let's grab the font clamp, and then if we come across to the editor, we'll select the text, come across to style, and we'll put that font clamp in for the text in that paragraph. And we'll do the same for the font that's being used for the button. So let's click the pencil and then paste in the font clamp. Let's publish and then preview what that looks like. So as we move the viewport width smaller and smaller, the text in the button and in the paragraph are also changing size. So there's the minimum, there's the maximum, and you can quickly flick between those to see what they're going to look like using the breakpoint selectors up at the top. If you do want to change the font size for the main text, then don't think, oh my gosh, I've got to do it on every single post and page. You don't. If you come across to the global styles, come down to your global fonts, let's say in your text, you can select the pencil and then paste in your font clamp for your text. And when you save changes, then that font clamp is going to be used. I can show you that if I come back to my page I was editing. Let's remove the font clamps that I put in here. Just delete those and we'll put it back to pixel value. And then if we publish and preview, you can see that the font clamp is being read from the global styles. So I don't think you've got to do it on a page by page or post by post basis. Just go in and edit your global font styles. In this video I want to cover hidden elements, or how you can hide unhide elements on different breakpoints. Now this is the desktop view. We've got title, we've got a video, and we have some text, and it looks fine on the desktop. On the tablet it also looks fine. On the mobile phone you might think, well, that video looks a little bit small, so I'd like to hide it on the mobile devices. Now instead of having the video showing, perhaps we could have a button to play the video. So let's just add a button in underneath the video and click to watch the video. Now that is showing on all of the devices, but what I want to do is I want to have that video on the desktop and tablet but not the button. So let's select the button, come across to advanced, and then come down to responsive and say I want to hide it on the desktop and tablet. If I select the video and come across to advanced, down to responsiveness, and say I want the video hidden on mobile devices. So let's have a look. On the desktop we've got the video. That button is grayed out to say it's not going to be visible on desktop. On tablet we've got the same, and then on mobile the video is grayed out but the button is active. One thing I would need to do is to select that video, grab the URL, and then come down to the button into the content and put in that URL. So when you click that button, it's going to open in a new window and play the video. Alright, now that video button, click to play, is grayed out on desktop and the tablet. If you don't like that grayed out and you just want to see what it's going to look like, you can remove hidden objects. It's over in your user preferences. Down here it says show hidden elements. That's what it's showing. It's showing a hidden element. If you turn that off, you can see it disappears. I'd recommend you show them because it makes it easier to edit. So let's publish. So on the desktop we have the video, we have the text. Let's go down to the next breakpoint, which is tablet. We've got the video, got the text. Let's keep going down to the phone, and now you can see the video has disappeared, but we've got the button which will open up that video in a new tab. In this video I want to look at a common problem when you are mobile optimizing your sites, and this sort of layout where you have an image and a text followed by text and an image in the next container is quite common, and it looks good on desktop, looks good on tablet, but when we switch over to mobile it doesn't look quite so good because this image looks a bit weird underneath the text and this one above the text. So it would be nice if we could move this image above the text. Now you might be thinking that you can just drag the image above the text in this case and then that looks good. However, by doing that you've also edited the tablet and the desktop. That's because what you've just done, you can't edit it that way in an individual breakpoint. Let's go and we'll undo that. I'm going to drag this back down below the text and we'll drop it back down there, and we'll go and check, make sure we're okay on tablet, we're okay on desktop. Right, the solution is easy. We've seen it before. All we need to do is reorder the container. That container at the moment is row horizontal. If we move it to row reversed, and note that we are here on the mobile portrait breakpoint, then what we've just achieved is image text, and if we were to go and have a look at the tablet, you can see it's still image text, text, image, and if we go and have a look at the desktop, it's image text, text. So we have rearranged the order using the mobile breakpoint so that only the mobile breakpoint has that changed order. It's a common problem, especially when you're optimizing your website for mobile phones, but the solution is easy. Obviously being able to change things around in different breakpoints is really important because that helps you to change the responsive design of your site. It will make it look good on all devices. So it's important to have a look through and see which of the properties of elements you can actually change on a breakpoint by breakpoint basis. And so in this video we're going to quickly look through the container and have a look at which properties of a container you can change on a breakpoint by breakpoint basis. So I suggest you go in, add a container to your post, and then have a look at the options. The first one is width. So we can change the width of the container. Let's have a look at the tablet. Let's say we're going to make that 50%. So we make that 50%. If I come back out and go up to desktop, it's still 100%, but on the tablet it's 50%. So you can change that on a breakpoint by breakpoint basis. You can also change the minimum height. So let's change the minimum height of the desktop and we'll set it to 700. If we come down to the tablet, you can see it's also set by 700 because it's inheriting from the parent, and also we've got 700 on the mobile phone. Let's go back to the desktop view and come down. We then have the direction. We've seen this before where we can change the direction and we can change it in just one breakpoint. If we continue coming down, we've got justified content, so you can justify the content inside a container, but remember that you need to have the space around the items in order to see anything with justification. The same with alignment, but at the moment, because we've added a minimum height to that container, if we set the alignment, we will see a difference. So if we set that to center on the desktop, come down to tablet, that's also set as center. Let's come back up to the desktop and let's just remove that central. We'll come down to tablet and we'll center it on the tablet. So now it's centered in that box. If we come back to the desktop, it's not centered. If we go to the mobile breakpoint, you can't really tell in there, but if you look down at the align items, you can see that it is set to center. Let's come back out. We'll go back to the tablet and let's just remove that center. If we go to mobile phone now, you can see that has also been unselected. So you get this top-down inheritance. Next down here we have gaps. These are the gaps between elements. So if we come to the tablet view, let's set the gaps to 0. You can see they're all very, very close up together. If we go to the desktop, you can see we still have the gaps. Mobile phone, we have no gaps because that's inheriting from the tablet. Let's just reset that. We've also got the options of wrapping on breakpoint by breakpoint basis, and then there's nothing down there in the advanced. If we have a quick look over at the styles, if we open at the background type, you can change the image based on the breakpoint. You can also change the gradient, so we have the location, first color, second color, the angle. We can change those if you're creating a gradient background type. If you've got a video, then there's nothing you can change here, but as we saw, you can hide a video if it's too big. And then you've also got this option of slideshow where you can change the background size and the background position. And then at the bottom of the styles tab we have background overlay. You can change the image on a breakpoint by breakpoint basis as well as the opacity of that. If you are choosing a color, then you will be able to change the opacity based on the breakpoints as well. If you come down to border, you can change the border radius. If you add a border type, you can change the border width on a breakpoint by breakpoint basis. Nothing you can do with the shadow box. And then with the shape divider, if you do add shape dividers to your containers, you can change the width and the height depending on the breakpoint you're dealing with. So that's the style tab. On the advanced tab, it looks fairly typical for an element, and we will create a separate video just on the advanced tab, responsive optimizations available. So far in this section, we've seen a few tools that we have available to us to make our sites mobile responsive. In this video, I want to just go through some of the styling options that you have for mobile responsive sites. I'm going to close down that mobile responsive mode because we don't need those across the top. All we're going to be doing is going through selecting some elements and then looking at the content and style tabs to see what we have mobile responsive settings for. For the heading, we haven't got anything on the content that is mobile responsive. You can't see the little button with a computer icon. If we go across to style, we do have alignment. So for the headings, you can align your headings on different devices. For typography settings, we do have a size option. So you can set the size for different devices. That makes sense because you want your headers to be different sizes on different devices, which is why we've used the clamp. You've also got line height that you can alter, letter spacing and word spacing on the different devices as well. The text stroke, you can see you have the options, so you can change the text stroke on different devices if you want to. Let's just reset that. Let's go to a button and have a look at what we've got for the buttons. On the content tab, there's nothing there which you can change for mobile responsiveness. So let's just go across to the style. Again, we've got alignment. You'll find this with all the text-based elements that there is an alignment option. And again, you've got the same things in typography that you can change for different devices. For the background type, normal and hover, nothing you can do with the text color, but if you choose a gradient, then you do have options to change the location of the first and second and the angle of the gradient. For border radius, you can have different border radiuses on different viewports, and you also have the padding of the button itself on different viewports. We did see that earlier in an earlier video when we looked at buttons and we looked at using EM. And doing that might mean that you don't need to set individual padding for each of the different viewports. So those are the options for style of the button. Let's have a look at text. With text, you can add columns to your text, and that is mobile responsive. So you could have 2 columns on a desktop, let's say, and then over on a tablet, you might want 1 column, and mobile device 1 column. So you can play around with that. And also the column gap. You can change the column gap. Let's go across to the style. Again, alignment. You can change the alignment. Nothing for text color, but again, the typography options we've already seen that you can change those. Okay, let's come down to the image and have a look. There's nothing on content, but over on style, you can set the alignment, you can set the width of the image, different devices. You can set the maximum width, which is very useful, and you can set the height. And then you need to come down to border radius for the next one, where you can change the border radius on those devices. Let's have a look at a container and see what options we've got there, because we've got quite a few on the layout. We have width, so you can change the width based on viewport. Minimum height, you can change the direction. We saw that when we wanted to swap columns. You can easily swap the columns or reverse the rows if you need to. You can have different justification of content on the different devices, and alignment. Again, we've got the gaps. You can do that on all of the elements, change the gaps. And also on some devices you can have wrap, and then you can have no wrap on others. Additional options, there isn't anything in there that you can adjust with viewports. If we go across to style, we have the background type. Classic, you can have a different image. If you're going to use images, you can't do anything with color. Gradient, we've seen that before, the location and angles of the color. For the video, we don't have any options, and the slideshow, you do have some options here. You can adjust the background size and the background position. If you come down to background overlay, we don't have anything with color, but again, you can change the image or the opacity. Under border, we can change the border radius. And then shape divider, you can select a shape divider and then adjust the width and height of those shape dividers on the different devices. What I would suggest you do is go and add some elements to the page and explore the content and the style tabs. Explore the layout tab for containers and have a look and see what exactly it is you can change in different viewports. Remember, if it's got this little button with the 3 little icons, or however many icons you've got for your viewports, then you can change it on the different devices. If it doesn't have any options there, then you can't. But some of the options, as we've seen, are hidden. Like if you go into typography, you can clearly see size, line weight, letter spacing, word spacing, and things like that. You can change, but go in and explore. In the next video, we're going to have a closer look at the advanced tab and see what there is available to use when you're creating a mobile responsive website. In this video, I want to just look to see what options you've got over on this advanced tab for mobile responsiveness. And if we select a container first, they're all pretty much the same. So we have padding and margin. Remember, margin on the outside of the border, padding on the inside of the border. They can all be adjusted for the different viewports. Self-align you can change as well on a breakpoint by breakpoint basis. Remember, self-align is a way of overriding the alignment of a container. So if I come across and let's say we have the alignment central in that container, if I come over and select the heading, I can self-align it to the left if I want to. So That's what self-align is, and you can change that according to Viewport. If we keep coming down, you can change the order. The order is really useful with responsive designs because it will dictate the order of elements inside a container. If we come down here, let's just add in a container, and I'm going to just put in, let's just put in 3 buttons. I'm going to duplicate, duplicate, and duplicate again. This one will put in text. Let's just put bicycles. We'll put cars, and we'll put lorries. It doesn't really matter what we have in there. Let's just delete that one for a moment. So we're just dealing with this container. Now, if we go across to the Advanced tab down to Order, what we can do is we can specify an order for these buttons. If I select the first button, we have 3 options. I can either put it at the start, that's where it already is. I can say I want that button at the end, now it moves down to the end, or I can put in a number. Let's say I want that as the second item in the list. I can click on Custom and I can put in a 2 for that. Now it's not 2 yet because we haven't assigned orders for these ones. Let's say for lorry, I want that at number 1. So we'll choose Custom Order and say lorry is number 1, and then we'll say cars is number 3. So now we have lorries, bicycles and cars. That's the order that we had put them in. But you can change this order on the responsive breakpoints. So at the moment this is set for the desktop. If we come down to the mobile, and let's say we want the bicycles at the top, we can come in here and say I want bicycles to be number 1. Let's have lorries as number 3. And then we'll have cars as number 2. It's already 2 in the preview, but we do need to enter the value into the custom order. So in the mobile, we have bicycle, cars, lorries. In the desktop, we have lorries, bicycles, cars. And it shouldn't be any surprise if we go down to tablet, lorries, bicycle, cars, because it's inheriting it from the parent, which is the desktop. Next down here is the size. We can change the size according to breakpoint, and we can also do Z-index. Now Z-index isn't something that we've covered, but in some designs you may have one element on top of another, and the Z-index just determines which one's on the top and which one's behind. And if you have a stack of elements, then you can define the order in that stack so that you can always make sure you have the element on the top that you want and then the other elements graded through into the background. That's just the Z order. Display conditions we will come back to later in this section. If we come down to motion effects, these are all paid versions of Elementor. If I go across to Elementor, let's just go into the container and edit single page. Let's just select a container and then we'll come down and have a look at the motion effects. If you choose sticky, you can decide where it's going to be sticky, and then you can have a sticky offset, effects offset and anchor offset, all depending on the breakpoints. And then the entrance animation as well, you can change those according to breakpoints. If you come down to transform, the first 4 of these can be set according to breakpoints. So rotate, you can set the rotation on the different breakpoints. Offset, you can set the offset X and Y according to breakpoints. And scale, you can set the scale according to breakpoints, and the skew, so the X skew and the Y skew. These will all come under the animation section we'll have a look at in animations and motions. Flip horizontal and flip vertical, the container doesn't have any options for breakpoints. Responsive design, we've seen this. This is just where you can switch elements off on different views. And then attributes, there's nothing there for breakpoints or in the custom CSS. If I collapse that layout down, let's pick a different element. Let's choose a text element, and you'll get slightly different options down here. So the layout, we've got all the same options that we had for the container. Same with motion effects and transform. Background wasn't on the container. In fact, the container background information is set in the styles tab. With other elements, you can change the images according to breakpoint. Border, we've seen that before. You can change the border radius. Border type solid, there you go, you can change the border width on that. And then mask is not something you can adjust with breakpoints. Responsiveness we've seen is just turning off elements in certain views, and then attributes and custom CSS, those aren't related to responsive design, at least not in terms of switching breakpoints. And if you go in and add any other elements from the toolbox, have a look on the Advanced tab, you're going to see pretty much the same sections here with the same options for mobile design. In the next video, we're going to have a look at the display conditions that you get with some of the elements. This is a pro version feature only. In this video, I want to cover a nice feature in Elementor called display conditions for the elements. It's similar to the sort of display conditions that you set up for where you want your templates being used, but this time we're talking on an element basis. So if I select this first button and come across to the Advanced tab, if you're using Elementor Pro, then you've got this display conditions button. If we click on it, we can add a condition. Now what that condition will do is it will display this button or not, depending on whether the condition is met. So let's just go in and add a condition. Now the condition it's going to be checked against is in this first column. So I could have that button only being displayed if the page title is or is not, and then add a page title. We can also check the parent page, we can check the author of the page, post title, whether the post is in a particular category, whether it's including certain tags, the date modified, published, author, number of comments, featured image, and so on. But let's come down to user, because if I select role, and that first one is admin. Let's say we only want that button to show to admin users. Let's come down and select role, and then say is an administrator. Now we could put in other conditions as well. So we could say if the person trying to get to this is the administrator, and we could choose some of these. So the day of the week is Saturday, and then we could save and close. So if an administrator comes along and it's on a Saturday, then they'll be shown that button. But let's just say role is administrator. We'll click save and close. Now I've put the editor in as well. I don't have an editor user on this site, but we could do the same for the editor. Let's just click add, go down to the user roles and say is an editor, save and close, and then this button subscriber, let's come across and go down to display conditions, and if the role is a subscriber, save and close. So we've got three buttons there. This one's for the admins, this one's for editors, and this one's for subscribers. Now if we publish that page and then go and view it, I'm logged in as an administrator, so I am being shown that admin button. I'm not being shown the editor button because I'm not an editor. I'm not being shown the subscriber button because I'm not a subscriber. But if you had editors and you had subscribers on your site, you could selectively show them elements like this based on their role within your website. And it's not just elements like buttons and text and headings that have these display conditions. You can do it with containers as well. So if I select that container, we'll come down to display conditions, we'll add a condition, and let's say the day of the week is Wednesday. It's actually a Wednesday right now. Let's save and close, and I just want to go in and I'm going to remove these display conditions here, just so we're just dealing with one display condition. And subscriber. Okay, so the only display condition we've got is this container. If it's a Wednesday, then show it. So let's publish and view. Now it is a Wednesday, therefore it's showing. But let's change the display condition to a different day of the week. Let's say instead of Wednesday, it's Friday. And you can put in more than one day. So you could say if it's a Friday, a Monday, or a Tuesday, then show it. Otherwise don't show it. So let's save, publish and preview, and now we don't have anything because that is being hidden because of the display conditions. And that is quite useful to hide and show containers based on dates or days of the week. If you have, for example, if you run a club on a Monday night, on Monday say, tonight is the club night, come along, and then set a display condition to only show that on a Monday. So when somebody comes to your site, they're told tonight is the night for your club. On Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they won't be shown that. So it's a really useful way to hide and show elements based on conditions that you set. And of course you could set display conditions for the container and then set display conditions for the elements inside the container as well. Whereas previously we only showed this one to admins, this one to editors, and this one to subscribers. With the display conditions set for the container itself, let's say only display on a Wednesday, we could still have only show this to admins, only show this to editors, only show this to subscribers. So if somebody came along on a Wednesday, then this container's display condition is met, so this container is going to be shown. But then it comes down to the buttons. If that person is an admin, they'll be shown this button. If they're an editor, they'll be shown that button. And if they're a subscriber, they'll be shown that button. So you can have display conditions on all of the elements inside containers, and it can become quite flexible. Now in this example, we were editing a post, but you can do the same thing in Theme Builder. If we go in, let's just go in and add an archive template to here. I'll choose one of the libraries just so we can see it. Let's insert and apply. And then if we select, let's bring up the thing here, pricing plans. Okay, we select pricing plan container. Then what we could do is come across to advanced, come down to display conditions, and we can set that inside the template itself. So maybe only show your pricing plans using criteria that you set, specific days or where people are coming from. If they're coming from a specific URL, you could have a different pricing container if they're coming from an advert, let's say. Of course, since this is a category page, I could say if this is a category archive and I've got a category called cats, so I can say if this is in the cats category, or we could say if it's in the cats or dogs category, then show that pricing table. It might be that you want different pricing tables for different sections of your site, and then you can just use display conditions in your templates to decide which of the pricing tables is going to be shown in which area. In this video I want to optimize a site for mobile, but I also want to do a few checks. I want to make sure that the right headers and footers are being used on the various pages of the site, and then we can go in and look at the conditions for those templates just to see how it's set up. So the home page is using the small header and the footer is correct. Services page uses the small header, footer is correct. The blog page uses the large header because we don't have that large image at the top. If we go to the category pages, they will also use the large header, but if you go into an individual post, we've got the large image at the top, so we're using a small narrow header. If I go to 404 page, let me just type in a URL that doesn't exist. We go to the 404 page, which has a blank empty header that we'd set up. So let's go into the theme builder and we'll have a look at the header and footer setups. So if we go to the header first, this is the normal header. If I go into the display conditions, it is just showing on all archive pages. And the archive pages are going to be the category blog, the grooming, nutrition and health blog. And we saw that they're all using the large header. If we go back to the theme builder, let's go back to the header and look at the narrow header. And I've got this set as all singular. Now singular is front page, all posts, pages, media, 404, etc. But we don't want this header to be used on 404, so I've got an exclude. So exclude singular 404 page. So that small header now is used on everything except archives and the 404 page. If we come down to the blank header, the white header, that's only being used on the 404. If we go across and look at the footer templates, we've got two. We've got the main template that says use on the entire site, and we have this white one that says use on 404. Let's open the conditions for the entire site because I've said use on the entire site, but I've also included this exclude, don't put it on the 404, because the 404 has its own template and it's just this one, it's just include on 404. So those are my header and footer setups. What I would like to do is go and have a look at the home page in the different browser sizes and adjust anything that needs to be adjusted so that it looks good on all browsers. So I'm going to come into the theme builder and come down to single page, where we'll find our front page template. Click on edit, and that will open up the template ready for editing. I always recommend that you go and edit the template first. With the front page template, it's not as critical because it's only being used on one page, and that's the front page. But when you're dealing with something like an archive page, it's worth going in and making sure the template is responsive first, and then going back and just checking the content that's filling that template when the page renders. So we'll start off by looking at the home page, and it should look fine in the desktop because we used the desktop to create it and we kind of did the design as we went along. So I'm quite happy with that. But let's go across to the tablet and see if there's anything that we want to change. Now this menu has become the hamburger menu. Quite happy with that. That would open up the menu in a drop down. But the one thing I think I want to change is the height of these slides. Let me open up the structure. And then it's a case of remembering how you got these slides to be the full height. In other words, a viewport height of 100. You may have done it through the container, but the slides itself also has this height option. And we're in tablet mode here. VH 100, yes, let's reduce that down. And then we can have a look at the content. I think the content and everything else needs to stay the same, but if we come across to the size, let's come down to title. The size of that is okay, I think. The description, let's change the typography and make it a little bit smaller. I'm going to go back to the slide as well and make this a little bit smaller. Okay, I'm quite happy with that. Now this title looks quite large in comparison. If you look at the header at the top, the logo and name of the site looks very small in comparison. So on the tablet, I can come across here, go to typography, and then we can change it a little bit. I think I also want to make it central. And then we can come down to the text. Just going to check the container to see about this white space on either side to see if we have any. Okay, we have 100 padding left and right. I'm going to just remove that to begin with. I'm going to put in 0 for all of it, and that pushes the content, or at least it pushes this post content to the full width, which is now the container full width. So that all looks okay. Now we do have an issue here because the content down here is not aligned the same as the content further up. So we need to look at that. That is in the page itself. So we need to go and fix that once we've done with the template. That all looks okay. Recent posts looks a bit big. So I'm going to come across to styles and just reduce that down a little. And we could also center it. Maybe put a little bit of margin on the bottom just to space that. Now while we're here, these posts, you can see that we've got 3 posts, so they fall down onto 2 rows, 2 columns, 2 rows. Now the posts per page we can't fix just for the tablet, but what we could do is we can change the columns. So instead of having 2 columns on a tablet, we could have 1, and then those are better organized. If you want to just check it back on the desktop, you can see we've got the 3 columns. Tablet, 1 column. Mobile we will look at shortly, but there we have it, just 1. So that looks a lot better. And the footer looks fine. Alright, so that is the tablet I'm happy enough with. Let's go across to the mobile and we'll have a look at that one. Scroll back up to the top. Now the mobile, the slide again, we can play around with and make it a little bit smaller, but then we obviously need to make the text smaller as well. I'm going to come across to the style and the content width. I'm going to make it a bit wider because we're struggling a little bit for space. Come down to title and reduce the spacing there. Possibly reduce the size of the title a little bit. Then come down to the description, and again I want to make that a little bit smaller. So we'll make it 12. Then the button, it's already small, we could make it extra small and that looks fine. The navigation left and right, I think maybe just make it a little bit smaller. So that looks all right. Then we'll come down to this heading. I'm going to play with the size of that. We'll reduce that down, maybe just to get it to one line. Now this text looks a little bit further away, so I want to try to fix that. What does the font size look like? Well, I think it looks fine. In fact, I'm going to make that header a little bit bigger. Let's come across to style. If it goes onto 2 lines, then I'm not going to worry too much. And then let's turn our attention to this. The advanced, I'm going to put in some negative top margin to bring that text further up, closer to the heading. All of this looks okay. Again, we've got this border on the sides, which is controlled by the actual page itself. When we edited the page, I made some sort of mistake there. I need to go in and fix that, but we'll just check the rest of this first. Memberships, that text might be a little bit too big. Just reduce the spacing of it. The title, let's take the size down a little bit, and we can do the same for the description. And I'm happier with that. Let's come down to the recent posts because that's a little bit too big. We'll come across to the style, typography, and we'll reduce that down from 28 down to something a little bit smaller. These are the recent posts. I think in general they are okay. Let's go across to style. We don't have columns, so we don't have to worry about column gap. Just come down here, row gap to separate them a little bit. The box, we don't need to have a box. The image, there is no image, and then down to the content. And the content itself, I think, is actually okay as well. So I don't think we need to change any of that. And then down in the footer, we've got quick links, get in touch, we've got the map underneath. We've got our little logo down there with sharing buttons, and then we have the search box, which doesn't look great. So we can have a look at that when we come to edit the footer. Let's just publish, and the next thing I want to look at is the content itself that makes up the home page. So let's just exit out of here, and we'll go into all pages, edit with Elementor. Now it's a case of finding out what we've done, because you can see we've got a margin over there, or padding over there, but we don't have it over here. So you can check all the obvious things. You can check containers for padding and margin on the Advanced tab. Come across to the text editor itself, go across to advanced, see if there's any padding and margin in there as well. Now, the thing that you may not think about looking at is if you are copying and pasting from other documents. Now, I have copied and pasted from Word, and if I come over and select this text, you can see I've got a problem here in that all of that is italics and yet the text itself isn't. So I'm going to come over to the text tab and just see what we've got. We've got WP quotes, block quotes, stuff like that all the way down. Let's go down to one of them that doesn't have the margin left and right, go across to text, and all we've got there is a paragraph tag. So the first thing I'm going to try, I'm going to select this text, come across to the text editor, and I'm going to come down to there and remove all that so that it's just an opening paragraph. And as immediately I do that, you can see that that now is aligned the same as the other text. So it looked like the problem was the first paragraph, but I need to scroll down because we've still got more code down here that I want to remove. All I'm going to leave in is the opening closing paragraph tags. And remove that block quote down there as well. Let's go back to the visual and we'll have a look and see what it looks like now. And we do still have a problem because there are extra spaces now in our paragraphs that we need to get rid of. And for that, all I'm going to do is come down here and just make sure they're all deleted. Let's click on Publish, and then let's preview the page and just check the lining, the space lining. It all looks correct now. This is going full screen. Not sure if we had that in the original, and this looks like it needs to be fiddled with again. So I'm going to go back. We're going to go back in and do another check with the theme editor. This is a single page. Edit this one, and we can just do final checks and make sure everything is aligned. So we're on the desktop. That looks all fine. That looks all fine. This bit here, I don't want it as wide as that. We'll just come across to the Advanced tab. We'll unlink padding and we'll put left and right padding. Let's put 200, 200, and that looks a little bit better. And then we come down to the recent post section. I'm going to select the heading and I'm going to come across and I'm going to put some padding on the left hand side to bring that recent posts in a bit so that it's in line roughly with the latest posts. And then the rest of that looks fine. Let's click on Publish and we can check out the tablet. Scroll to the top, that all looks fine. The alignment now is much better, goes towards the edge of the tablet, which is good because you get more text per line. Come down here and that all looks fine. That image looks a little bit small, the dogs. Let's go across to the style, to the image, and let's just increase the width a little bit on the tablet. Recent posts looks fine. Remember, we put that into a single column. And then it's just the footer if we want to make any changes, but that looks okay. Let's click Publish. We'll check the mobile phone. And then we come down to the membership section where we do have an issue. I'm going to select the main container, and you can see that the main container is trying to inherit 20 bottom. That's not actually our issue. So let's select the image box and go across to advanced, and it's trying to inherit 200 pixels left and right. I'm going to put those as 0. That snaps that back in place, and then the rest of that looks okay. And then it's just the footer that we have to have a little look at, but otherwise those 3 versions now look fine. Let's just look at the header and see if we need to make any changes to that as well. That header looks fine. That header looks fine, and on the mobile it looks fine as well. So I don't need to do much to the header. Maybe the logo on the mobile needs to be looked at. So let's just publish this and we'll come out and we'll go back to the theme builder, and let's just have a look at the header first. It's the narrow header that we were using, so let's go in and edit the narrow header, and it looks fine on desktop. It's sort of okay on mobile. Maybe we can increase the size of it a little bit. So there's header for the desktop. The desktop, maybe it can be increased as well. Tablet, and then mobile is quite small. Okay, I think that is fine. So there's the desktop, tablet, and mobile. Let's publish that. Come back, we'll go back to the theme builder and we'll have a look at the footer, because we had problems with the footer. So this is the footer. The only other footer is the 404. We don't need to play with that. That's absolutely fine. Okay, there's the desktop footer. That looks okay. Let's look at the tablet version of it. The search box placeholder is a little bit long. Problem is we can't change it just for the mobile or tablet. If we go onto the, and there isn't any on there at all. So what we could do is we could remove the placeholder altogether. One of the things we could do, and it might allow us to have the placeholder text in there, is to make the search box wider. So I'm going to select the search element, and if we come across to advanced, we can increase the size of it. Now that's much bigger than on the desktop, so maybe that's a little bit too much. And then while we're on the tablet, let's put back in the placeholder, start typing to search. So that's the desktop, looks fine on tablet. We can even make it a bit smaller if we want. But the mobile, let's see what we can do with that, because this needs to be wider. And we can increase that the full width. So it says start typing to search, we get the full footer. One thing I might do, these social icons down here are a little bit small to click on the tablet. So what I would do is come in and maybe make them a little bit bigger. If we come across to style, we've got size here, so we can increase the size of those to make them easier to tap. One of the other things we need to fix is these social buttons down here. They're not in the right position, so I'm going to select them. We can use the structure, share buttons, advanced, come down to position, fixed, and then we're going to play around with the positioning here, the offset. Let's just scroll down to where the search box is to make sure we're not getting those buttons interfering with the search box button. And that's just about right. Let's have a look at the mobile phone. Okay, they're not quite right. We'll scroll to the bottom of the page. You can see they're also interfering with the search button. So let's play with the offset a little bit. I'm going to use the little up down here to move it into place. It's a bit easier than trying to drag it and drop it. Okay, that's now clear of the search button, and we'll bring it a little bit further in. So that is okay now as well. So let's have a look at the footer on desktop. That's it. Tablet. That's it. And mobile. For a final check, I'm going to just come out of the theme builder. We'll go into all pages. I'm going to open up my front page, and then we can have a look at it using the breakpoint selectors at the top. So here's my home page. Everything looks pretty much as I want it. Let's go across to the tablet. Start at the top. That's all looking good. Okay, social share buttons down here look good. Tablet mode, bigger buttons for fingers for tapping on the screen, so that looks good. And then mobile phone, header at the top. Come down to this area, that looks good. Then the footer area, big buttons for mobile phone, and the search box full width. So I'm happy with that. That is my mobile optimization of my site. In this section of the course, we're going to look at custom post types and custom fields, because Elementor makes this very, very easy with the help of a plugin. But what are custom post types and what are custom fields? Well, let's turn our attention to WordPress, and WordPress comes with its own built-in post types. The most obvious ones are posts and pages. These are two different types of post, in other words, post types. And if we go in and have a look at one of these, right, I've opened up a post, and if I go to the post settings, I can see some fields here. Fields are discrete bits of information that are saved to the database. So there is a field called title, where you enter your title and that is stored in the database. There will be a field called status, where you can define the status of your post, whether it's published, private, pending review, or draft. You have a field called excerpt, where you can put in your excerpt and that will be saved as a discrete bit of information to the database. There is another field, featured image. There's a field, allow comments. There's a big field called post content, and that will be all the text and images and videos and anything else you've added to your post. So straight out of the box, WordPress gives you post types, that is posts and pages, that you can use to build your site, and it also gives you fields for those post types. So you have the fields for the title and the excerpt and the featured image and the post content and everything else. Those are the default post types and fields you get with WordPress. But what if you needed something a little bit different? A popular example that's usually given with this is a recipe site. If you are creating a recipe site, look at the fields that you will need for your site. You'll have a title, you'll probably have a rating system, you'll have an image or images, then you'll have this type of information: preparation time, cook time, total time, servings, yield. Could even have nutritional facts, then an ingredient list, and then directions. And at the bottom here we've got nutritional facts. Now, how are you going to create that inside of WordPress using the default fields and post types? If we go back to the recipe and look at this information down here, how would you store this in your WordPress field? Which field would you use? Would you use just the post content, just add it into the post content together with the ingredients and the directions and the nutritional facts, and just have it as one big field, the post content field? But what is that field going to look like? You're going to have the introduction at the top, you're going to have this table of information, which is going to be quite difficult to reproduce consistently in the post content. You're going to have an ingredients list, directions list, nutritional facts. Everything is going to be in the single post content field, and it's going to make things very difficult to lay out correctly. Every recipe should look the same. They should be created with the same template. So it would be much easier to create that template if these bits of information were as separate fields. So you had a separate field for the number of calories, you had a separate field for fat, a separate field for carbs, and a separate field for protein. In other words, if you had custom fields for these little bits of data, we could then create a template in Elementor where we have a 4-column layout, where it has calories, fats, carbs, and proteins as the title for each of those columns, but then it pulls the amounts from the custom fields in the database. It's going to be so much easier to lay out and get a consistent feel across the whole site. So in this section of the course, we're going to look at creating a custom post type and then creating some custom fields. And rather than stick with the recipe example, which seems to be done in every video on YouTube that you would look at for custom fields, I'm going to choose a topic that applies to our site over here at Poor Spa and Wellness. I'll identify the area I want to create the custom post type for, and then we can develop the custom fields, set up the template, and make it easy to add new post types of whatever it is, which have an identical layout from post to post. In this video, I'm going to create a custom post type to use on my site. And the custom post type I've decided on is one that I'm going to use for testimonials, because whenever you have a service like dog grooming, obviously people want to know before they bring their dog that you are reputable and that you do a good job. So having testimonials is really important. And I think there's plenty of scope here to have a custom post type called testimonials, and then create some custom fields like the dog's name, the date of the grooming package, maybe before and after photos, and maybe the owner testimonial of what they think of the service. And then we can have the custom post type to handle those. Then we can create a template using Elementor to display them so that all of the testimonial pages from all the different owners will all have a consistent design and layout. So here is a summary of what I want to create. I'm going to create a custom post type called testimonials. Then I'm going to set some custom fields, so dog name, dog breed, grooming date, grooming package, before and after photos, and then an owner testimonial or comments from the owner. To add a custom post type and custom fields, we can use a plugin. So let's go over to the plugins, add new plugin, and the one we're looking for is called ACF. So Advanced Custom Fields in brackets ACF. Let's install and activate it. Once it's activated, you have this menu down here, ACF, where you have field groups, post types, taxonomies, options page, and tools. We'll create the custom post type first. So let's go over to the post types, and there's a big button there, add post type. So let's add the post type, and this one we'll call testimonials. The singular of that, testimonial. And when you click into the post type key, that will automatically be filled in for you. The next section down here is taxonomies, and at the moment we're not going to have any categories, but we could add categories, let's say for the different types of grooming package, but at the moment we'll just leave that as blank. It's public, we leave hierarchical unchecked, and then the advanced configuration we'll come back to later. When I click Save Changes, watch the sidebar menu, because we'll get a new section called Testimonials. This is our custom post type called Testimonials. You can see at the moment it's got two entries, All Testimonials and Add New Testimonials. If I click on All Testimonials, we get the familiar table here. There are no testimonials yet, so we can add a new testimonial by clicking the Add or the Add up here. And when you do, what you're seeing is the entry for the custom post type testimonials. We have the title and we have area for blocks, but we don't have custom fields yet. That's what we need to add next, and we'll do that in the next video. In this video, we're going to create the custom fields for our custom post type testimonials. So let's go down to the ACF menu, and we want the field groups tab. That is the default when you click on ACF. Advanced Custom Fields uses field groups. In other words, it puts all of your custom fields into a group that you can then attach to the edit screen. Let's click on Add Field Group, and at the top we can give it a name. Because this group of fields is for our testimonials, we can just call the field group Testimonials. And now we can start adding the fields. And just to remind you, this is the list of fields that we want to use. The first one is dog name. Now that is obviously a text field. And in the field type, you can select the type of field you want to add. We'll leave it at text, and then we can come down to the field label and put in a label for it. If I then click on field name, the name is populated for you. The next one, default value, can be useful in some situations, but because the dog name is going to be different for every single dog, it doesn't make sense to have a default value for that. With that entered, let's go back up to the top and click on validation. Now this is a required field, so we can click that to make sure that it has to be entered, otherwise you won't be able to save the post. Character limit, leave it blank if you don't have a specific character limit. Then presentation, you can add some instructions for this field so that whoever's filling in the custom fields, whoever's filling in the testimonials knows what to write. This is fairly self-explanatory. In this case, we just want the dog's name. Next down here, allow access to value in editor UI. We're going to enable that. That allows the editors to access the building blocks or ACF shortcodes when they're entering it. And then just a placeholder for that box is dog name. You can add text in before and after the input field if you want, using the prepend and append. And we're not going to select anything under wrapper attributes. Under conditional logic, we don't actually want that enabled. You've got options here where you can show the field if certain conditions are met, but we don't want to do that. Let's just click on Save Changes, and you can see our first custom field in there. Let's click Add Field to add the next one, and the next one is the breed. So let's choose the right field type. Again, this is going to be a text field. We'll put in breed as the label, so the field name is breed. Again, there is no default value for this. And then come up to validation. Is it required? Yes. Presentation. Enter the dog's breed. We're going to allow access to value in the editor UI, the placeholder text, and again we don't need anything for the logic. Let's just go to the bottom here and click Add Field to add the next one. And the next one is the grooming date. Now text isn't the best option for that because text will not restrict the input. So if we come down and have a look, we do have a date picker. We've got a date time picker which we could use, and that will ask for the date and the time, date of the grooming, the display format, so you can choose the display format that you want. I'll choose this format, and the format returned by the template function will choose the exact same. What day does the week start on? Let's say it starts on a Sunday. If we come up to the validation, is it required? Yes. Presentation. So select date and time of the appointment. Access to the value in the UI editor, yes. And again, we don't need conditional logic. So let's click on Add Field and have a look at the next one. The next one is the grooming package. Now this could be a text field, but because grooming packages are either this one or that one or that one, they have specific names, it's not the best option because that means the name would have to be typed in each time. So instead of that, we're going to come down and look for Select down here under Choice. And for field label, grooming package, and then the choices that we have. And for this, we'll put full groom. We'll have shampoo and blow dry, and we'll have nail trimming. Obviously you can put whatever you want in there. The default, you can pick a default if you want. This will be the one that will be selected by default as you're entering it, but obviously you can choose one of the other formats. For the return format, this is the format that's going to be returned to Elementor ultimately, and what we want is we want the actual text from the drop-down box, so we're going to leave it selected as value. Are people allowed to select more than one? Well, no, not in this case. Let's go up to validation. Is it required? Yes. Allow null, in other words, allow no choice. No, we don't want to do that. And then presentation, we'll say select the grooming package, access to the editor, and this stylized UI, use a stylized checkbox using select to. We can enable it or disable it. I'm going to just leave it disabled for now. So let's close the field, and we'll close the other fields as well, and we'll see what we've got. dog name, breed, date of grooming, and grooming package. The next one in our list is before and after photos. So let's add in the before photo. This is going to be an image. So we need to come down, search for image, field name, before. We'll just put before and after for these. So field name is before. Leave it at image array because we want the image returned. We don't want the URL or the image ID. And then it says, where do you want these images to come from? The library. Do they all come from the library or are they uploaded to post? Well, you can have either of those. Probably uploaded to post so that they can upload it as they're creating it. Let's go to the top. Validation, is it required? Yes. And then we can have the dimensions of the images. And this will limit which images can actually be uploaded. I'm going to have all the images the same size. I'm going to just say we want 600 by 400. I'm not going to put a file size, and also for the maximum 600 by 400. And then you can define which file types are allowed. So we can have JPEG, could have others. I'm going to just leave it at JPEG. Come across to presentation. And then allow access to the editor. I'm going to select full size here because they're all going to be the same size, 600 by 400. Backup, we don't want conditional logic. So let's go and add another field. This one again is going to be the image. What did we call the other one? We called that before. We just call this one after. Image array. Again, uploaded to post. Let's come up to the top. Validation, yes, it's required. 600, 400, 600, 400. And the same JPEG. Let's have a look at our list of fields. All right, owner, testimonial, comments. So this will be the last one. This again is text. Although probably a better option might be that what you see is what you get editor, so you can put formatting in there. We'll call it testimonial and we will leave the default value empty. Validation, yes, it's required. Presentation. Enter the customer's testimonial. Access to the editor, yes. Now in the editor that allows you to type in the testimonial, do you want just the visual editor, do you want text only, or do you want both? And I'm going to just say leave them both. That's just the tabs, so whoever's entering the values can use just the visual editor or can switch across to the text editor if necessary. It's probably not necessary, and visual only is probably the best way to go. Now with that text field, what you see is what you get edited. Do you want the full toolbar or do you want the basic? And that will be your choice. I'm going to just put the full toolbar. Show media upload buttons, yes, because we're going to be uploading the photos as we are creating them. And then this one, the editor itself won't be initialized until the field is checked. Again, that's just a personal choice. Let's click on Save Changes, and we now have all of our custom fields ready. If you need to go in and edit any of these, it's very, very easy. Just click the little down button and you can access the editor. Now I'm going to edit the images because I've got 600 by 400, but thinking about it, I think 400 by 600 is a better option. So we're having a portrait rather than a landscape image. So I'll change that in the two images that we've got. And then click Save Changes, and now we're ready. If we click on the field groups, you'll see we have just one field group, the testimonials, and that field group contains 7 custom fields. Now you'll see the location column here is posts. What that means is that these custom fields at the moment are set to display on posts. So if we go in and add a new post, you'll see all of our custom fields down here. That's not what we want. Let's go back to the ACF and we'll select the testimonials custom field group, and then scroll down to the settings. And this is where we say where we want the custom fields to be used. So the post type is, now we've already created the post type, we've created a testimonial post type. So let's just select that. Over on the presentation tab, we can define what this is going to look like. And I would suggest to begin with, you just leave everything set at the default. We're not going to touch this side of the screen at the moment. Let's go to group settings where it should be active. It's active by default. And then you can put in a description. That description just appears in the list of field groups. So you can see it here. And it's not really necessary if you're only doing one field group, but you might have different field groups, and then that is just a description for you to help you identify which one you want to work with. So with this custom post type set up, if we go back and add a new post, you'll see that all of our custom fields have gone. That's because we said only apply these custom fields to the testimonials. If we go to the testimonial and add a new one, you'll see all of our custom fields are now over there. But there are some things we don't need. We probably don't need the title, we don't need the editor. Let's go into the advanced custom fields and we want post types. Let's select our post type, testimonials, and scroll down. At the bottom we've got this advanced configuration, which if you enable it, it would allow you to turn things off. So we don't want the title, we don't want the editor, we don't need a featured image because we've got before and after custom fields, and just see if there's anything else that we want to include there, and I don't think that there is. We can put in a description of this, testimonials from customers, and we have it set to active. If we come over to the labels tab, this is where you can customize the wording that's used throughout. So at the moment you see this menu is called testimonials. We could change that to client reviews if we want, and then save changes. And you see that now has changed to client reviews. Let me just come back and I'm going to change that to testimonials again because that's what I want. But have a look down the items and see what it is that you can edit. Over on the visibility, you can change a few things here if you want. The menu position is how high up the menu on the side that it appears. So if we were to choose 1, then you see our testimonials appear at the very, very top. I'm just going to go and change it back. I don't really want to change where it's appearing, so I'll just delete that and save changes. And the testimonials is back down here under comments. The other thing you might want to do is to change the icon. At the moment it's a little pin, but you can change that as well. Let's go to visibility and come down here and look for a better icon, maybe that one. We're going to leave all this set as it is. Let's just save changes and you'll see our testimonial icon has now changed. We're not going to do anything on URLs or permissions. So save changes, and that is our post type done. So we've got one post type. Let's go and add a new testimonial and have a look. So everything we didn't want is now gone. The title is gone, the editing box is gone, this stuff over here, the featured image and all the rest of it has gone as well. But the one thing you might want to do is move the items around. So you might want the dog's name and breed and date and grooming package, and then have the editor and then the before and after. So you might want to change the order of things. If we go into the custom field, we can do that just by dragging and dropping. So I want the testimonial up under the grooming package and then save. And if we go back and add a testimonial, name, breed, date of grooming, and then the grooming package, and then the testimonial, and then we have the before and after shots. We can clean this up a little bit more because the dog's name doesn't need a full width edit box, neither does the breed or the date of grooming or the grooming package. The editor is fine and the before and after pictures are fine, but it would be better if maybe the dog name took up half of it and then the breed half of it right next to it, and then the date of grooming and the grooming package again on a single line, both taking up about half the width. We can do that if we go back to the field groups, open the field groups, and then open these up to edit them. Now the dog name we want about 50%. Let's click onto presentation and scroll down to the wrapper attributes, and I'm going to say, let's say that's 45%, and then we'll do 45% for the breed. So both of those take up about half a line. They should appear next to each other. And then date of grooming will do the same, 45, and the grooming package presentation 45 as well. So you just set the wrapper attributes. Let's save and go back and add a new testimonial. And now you see we have dog name, breed, data grooming, grooming package, customer testimonial, and then before and after. So that's looking perfect. We're now ready to start putting in some testimonials. In this video, I'm going to create a custom post type to use on my site. And the custom post type I've decided on is one that I'm going to use for testimonials, because whenever you have a service like dog grooming, obviously people want to know before they bring their dog that you are reputable and that you do a good job. So having testimonials is really important. And I think there's plenty of scope here to have a custom post type called testimonials, and then create some custom fields like the dog's name, the date of the grooming package, maybe before and after photos, and maybe the owner testimonial of what they think of the service. And then we can have the custom post type to handle those. Then we can create a template using Elementor to display them so that all of the testimonial pages from all the different owners will all have a consistent design and layout. So here is a summary of what I want to create. I'm going to create a custom post type called testimonials. Then I'm going to set some custom fields, so dog name, dog breed, grooming date, grooming package, before and after photos, and then an owner testimonial or comments from the owner. To add a custom post type and custom fields, we can use a plugin. So let's go over to the plugins, add new plugin, and the one we're looking for is called ACF. So Advanced Custom Fields in brackets ACF. Let's install and activate it. Once it's activated, you have this menu down here, ACF, where you have field groups, post types, taxonomies, options page, and tools. We'll create the custom post type first. So let's go over to the post types, and there's a big button there, add post type. So let's add the post type, and this one we'll call testimonials. The singular of that, testimonial. And when you click into the post type key, that will automatically be filled in for you. The next section down here is taxonomies, and at the moment we're not going to have any categories, but we could add categories, let's say for the different types of grooming package, but at the moment we'll just leave that as blank. It's public, we leave hierarchical unchecked, and then the advanced configuration we'll come back to later. When I click Save Changes, watch the sidebar menu, because we'll get a new section called Testimonials. This is our custom post type called Testimonials. You can see at the moment it's got two entries, All Testimonials and Add New Testimonials. If I click on All Testimonials, we get the familiar table here. There are no testimonials yet, so we can add a new testimonial by clicking the Add or the Add up here. And when you do, what you're seeing is the entry for the custom post type testimonials. We have the title and we have area for blocks, but we don't have custom fields yet. That's what we need to add next. Let's go in and add some testimonials. So we'll put the first one in. So the dog's name is Bella, and the breed is a Terrier Retriever Cross. We'll put the date of grooming, and we can just select this from the drop-down box. We can change the time as well. Click on Done for that, and then come down to the testimonial and we'll paste that in. I'm going to use the button up here to make the name bold, and then we can add in the before and after shots. So the before of Bella, and let's add in the after of Bella. So we have a before and after there. I'm not going to worry too much that this one is smaller than this one, because we did upload the correct resolution, 400 by 600. It's a minor thing and we will fix it later. If I click on all testimonials, you'll see that it's given a name auto draft. I'm going to go in and quick edit this. You'll see there's no room for a title on this. The reason for that is that when we did the ACF on post type, testimonials, and then came down, we said we didn't want a title. Well, we can easily go back in there and add that title. And then if we come back up to the testimonials and go into quick edit, I now have room for a testimonial title. So we'll put Bella's Groom. Let's click on update, and I want to go back in there and just check, because we didn't select a grooming package, but we'll say it's a full groom. Let's click on update, and then if I go to all testimonials, you'll see Bella's groom is in there. Let's add another one, and for this one we'll say Max the Lhasa Apso, the dog's name Max, the breed, I think I've spelt Lhasa Apso wrong, I think it's only one L. Let's just remove that. We'll put in the date of grooming, and we'll just say that that was 10 AM. The grooming package, let's say shampoo and blow dry, and then come down to the testimonial, we'll paste that in, and we'll bold the name of the owner, and then the before picture, select that one, and the after image. Let's click on publish, and then if we go to all testimonials, we'll see we're now getting those titles put in there. Let's add another one, and this one is Rocky. The dog's breed is Saluki. The date of the grooming, say 1st of April, you can change the time there, and we'll say nail trimming. So let's type in the testimonial and bold the name. And then if we come down to the before and after pictures, we'll put the before picture in, come down, the after picture, click on select, and let's click on, well, let's just put, this is Rocky the Saluki, click on publish, and then let's just add one more. This one is going to be a poodle, call it Sweet Daisy, dog's name is Daisy, breed poodle, date of grooming, let's say the 2nd, and we'll just put in 2 PM, and we'll say that this one is a full groom as well. Can then enter the testimonial, we'll make Lisa's name bold, and then the before picture, there's poor Daisy before, and then the after picture, we'll drag in Daisy after her groom. Got the title, got everything we want. If we go over to all testimonials, you'll see we now have all the testimonials in there. Now I do want to just check something, because the images down here don't match. That means I've set something up in ACF. Let's go to the field groups and open them up, and we'll have a look at the before presentation. Okay, the wrapper is not set, preview is set to full size. Let's have a look at the after presentation. This is the problem, we need to set that full size. Let's click on save changes, and then let's go back to our testimonials, click on poodle. Now those images are showing full size in there. So it was just a little mistake, and they're only showing in here anyway. They would be the proper size on the website. But for now we've got the testimonials in there, but currently no way to display them, so that's what's next. In this video we're going to set up a template to display our testimonials. So let's go to Theme Builder, and it's a single post template that we want, and we'll click Add New. I'm not going to choose any of those in the library. I am going to come down to the settings and just put testimonial template, and then under the preview settings let's choose the testimonial, and we'll choose one of these. Let's say Rocky. Let's apply and preview. Now some of these over here that are recommended are not much use because we haven't used them. For example, if we put in a post content, nothing's going to be shown because we don't have post content, we turned it off. We have our own fields in there that we want to display. The post title, we did put in a post title, so that one should be okay, and you can see Rocky the Saluki is showing. But for the rest of the items in there, we can't rely on any of these single blocks. Fortunately, Elementor handles custom fields very well, so we can actually add custom fields by adding any of the basic blocks. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of lay out my screen as I want it. And just as a reminder, we have these custom fields to add. And I think maybe a similar approach to the input screen would be good. So we have dog name and breed on one line, grooming date and package on another, and then either the pictures or the testimonial, but we can play around with that. So let's go in, we're going to add in a container, and I'm going to just add in a normal container, but I'm going to drag in another container, which I'm going to add in 2 headings. So there's one heading, let's add in another heading, and then I'm going to select that container and turn it into a row so we have these side by side. This is going to be dog's name and breed. Now I'm using headings here, but you could use just a normal text editor or any other block of your choice. Underneath this we want the grooming date and package, so I'm going to just duplicate this container so we have another one underneath. And then underneath that we're going to want the text editor, which is going to have the testimonial, and then we need before and after pictures. So for the before and after pictures, I'm going to add in a flex box, and just to make it easy on ourselves, I'm going to put in a 2-column flex box, and in that flex box I'm going to put an image in both sides. Now I think this flex box needs to have a title, before and after, so I'm going to come up and I'm going to drag in another heading into both of these. Let's duplicate that and we'll drag this one across and put it above that image. This particular heading, we want it to say before, and this picture is going to be the after, so we'll just say after. So that's the basic design. We're going to have the dog name, breed, grooming date, grooming package, the testimonial, and then before and after pictures. And then once we've got all that information in, we can go ahead and make any changes we want. So this heading here is going to be the dog's name. By selecting it, you've got this area where you can type in the title, but we want to connect it to our advanced custom fields. So we're going to go to the dynamic tag button and come down to the bottom where you'll see ACF field. With that entered, you've got the little wrench, so click on the little wrench, and then you need to search for the field you want to enter. So there we have Rocky. Let's go down to the advanced, and before Rocky we're going to put in dog name, that's dog's name. So that's that one done, dog's name. This one is going to be the breed. So I'm going to come across to the dynamic tags, down to ACF, and this time we'll select the breed. Down to advanced, before that we'll put breed. Now I've seen something I'm not too keen on, and that is that the dog's name : Rocky is all an H2 header. It's all the same header, which means I can't differentiate the name Rocky from the dog's name field name. What I would probably like to do is have Rocky a different color, maybe the accent color that we're using for the site. There are a number of ways you can do this. You could change the type of element that you're using, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to just duplicate the dog's name Rocky and select the first one, and then click on this ASC field dog name little x to remove it. And then in the title I'm going to just put dog's name, and so that is now behaving as a normal header. I can then select the second one. We want to keep the ACF field, but what I don't want is the advanced bit, because we've already got dog's name from this header. And then I can come over to style, come down to text color and select my accent color to change the color of that. And then I can do the same for the breed. Let's duplicate, we'll come to the first one, break the association, breed : and then pick this one, come down to the advanced and remove breed, and then with this one selected we can come to style, text color, and then accent color. Now I'm not keen necessarily on the colors of this. I would probably spend more time if it was real, but you get the idea. If I open up the structure, you can see we have 4 headings in that one now. This one down here, this container only has 2. What I'll do is I'll delete that second container, and then I'll just duplicate the first one again, so we already have all the formatting ready. And this first one should say grooming date, colon, and the second one should say grooming package. Now we don't want the dog's name here, we want a different ACF field, so let's come back down to ACF, and in this case we want the grooming date, which is this date of grooming. And then if we select this field, which is set up at the moment to breed, we don't have to disconnect it, we can just click on that and come down to the grooming package. The next field to connect is the text editor. We have the dynamic tag. Let's come down to ACF field, and then we'll select the testimonial. So now the testimonial is in there. And then for the before picture, we are going to come across to the dynamic tags, ACF image field, and then we just select the before, and we can repeat for the after image. So we want ACF image field, after. I think one change that I will make is I'm going to put the images before the testimonial. So we have it like that. And then you can spend some time just editing things. For example, you could try here, let's see if we wanted to try some of the other headlines, H4s, because H2s actually do look a little bit big. So let's just try swapping those to H4s. And that looks better, but I'm not totally sold on this 2 items in a single row. I think they'll be better off one under another. And the issue with this is we can't just select the container and turn it into a row, because these are 4 separate elements, so those elements become a row. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this container, and then I'm going to duplicate this container, and then we'll just go in and we'll edit. So I'll go in here and I'll delete the breed, and in this one I'll delete the dog's name items, and then down here we'll delete the grooming package, and then down here we'll delete the grooming date. So now we have them one under another. I think we need to play a bit with the spacing though. And I might also like a background color just on this top bit. If I select this container, I can come across to style, and then we put in a background color, and we can try out some of our lighter colors. And I quite like the mint green, but I do want to add some padding on the left and right. So let's unlink this and start adding in some padding. I'll add 100, that's the top, I don't want the top. On left and right, 100 on the left and 100 on the right. And then I think for the container down here as well, that includes the images, we'll also try to add some padding and see what that looks like. 100, 100. And then at the very bottom we have this container which has the testimonial. Let's come across, unlink the padding, and I'm going to put 150 and 150 and just see what that looks like. Okay, I quite like that. I do think we can probably change the background color of this one as well. Let's just put in background color, and we'll choose one of the other ones. We had mint green before. That's probably a little too dark. Let's have yellow green. The only thing that you might do with something like testimonials is you might want to have them in italics. I can't make just this text italics because it's pulling it from the ACF field. If you wanted to do that, you could make it italics when you're entering it using the what you see is what you get editor. The same way as we put Mark D here in bold, you could set that to italics and even put an extra line at the end of that, so there's a gap between the person's name and the end of the testimonial. But there is of course another option that you could have. You could create 2 custom fields in your database, one for the testimonial itself and one for the name of the person whose dog it is. And then what you could do, rather than requesting that whoever's entering these puts this into italics and this into bold, you could add 2 text fields, one for the testimonial, one for the name, and then in the testimonial section you could select it, come across to style, go to typography, and then under style you could select italics. And then for the name field you'd have another text box for the name, and you could put in a weight for it, so you could turn that effectively as bold. You probably wouldn't want it that heavy, but something like that, or just bold itself. So that is the other alternative. You could have two separate fields instead of including all that into a single field, and then whoever's entering these testimonials doesn't have to worry about any formatting at all. It will all be taken care of by the template. And that would be a much better solution. And then you could just use a normal text field rather than the what you see is what you get editor, because they don't need all that extra functionality. It would just simplify things. But let's just have a look and see what that looks like. Okay, that's looking okay. I think we need to move the heading across. So let's select the heading, advanced, and we put padding on the left of 100. So let's just move that in line as well. And then I think I just want to sort out this spacing here. So I'm going to select that first container, come across to margin and unlink, and let's put in some negative margin to bring these up. Let's say -25. Then we'll select the second one, come across to advanced and put in the same -25 to bring the next one up. And I notice I haven't deleted that one yet. Let's delete that. And then select this container, come across, unlink margin, -25. With the before and after, I'm going to have a look at the sizes. I'm not too keen on H2 there, it was a bit too big, so let's try H3, and then I'm going to add in some margin on the top just to move it down a little bit from that section, and then down to the bottom I think we can do with some padding around here just to add some white space around the testimonial. So I'm going to come in to this one, let's add in some top, okay, 30, and we'll add 30 at the bottom, and let's publish. Now it's saying add condition, and you'll see there is a section here on testimonials, so we want it on all testimonials. Let's click add and save, and then let's preview our post. And so this is what it looks like now. All of your testimonials are going to look the same in terms of layout, and we can see that if we remove Rocky, let's look for Daisy, apply and preview, and that then populates with Daisy's data. If we just click publish and save to come out, if we go back to exit and now we come into testimonials, let's click on one of these, Max the Lacerazzo. I want to preview it, it's not giving me a preview. I could use the permalink. I'm just going to click on update, and then that should give me a view post, and when it opens you can see it opens in our testimonial template. So that's all set up. The only thing we need to do now is to create a category page that will list the testimonials. In this video we're going to create a category page or an archive page to display all of our testimonials, but we have to do something in ACF first. So if you come down to the post type and select your post type, scroll down to the bottom and then click on URLs, we need to enable the archive option. You then have the option of putting in an archive slug, so we could say testimonials, so that will appear in the URL, and then click on save changes. Incidentally, it is on by default, but just make sure that you also have publicly queryable also enabled. And then you can head over to the theme builder. The template we want to create is an archive, so let's click on the little plus and we'll close the library so we start from scratch, but I do want to open up the archive settings so I can put a title. Testimonial archive template. I'm going to just click on publish, and now it's asking what condition. Well, we want this to be used for testimonial archives. Let's just save. Alright, let's go over to the elements. Now some of these elements aren't going to make an awful lot of sense. The archive title does, because our archive does have a title. We turned it back on. Let me just go back a second to the preview settings here, and I'm going to set that to the testimonial archive, so that heading should update. There we go, archives testimonial. Now because it's only going to be used on testimonial pages, you may not want to use the archive title. It's a bit impersonal. What I would prefer to do is add in a heading and add in my own heading, Happy Owner Testimonials, and then we can start building the category page to show the testimonials. If we go back to the items, there's no point putting an archive posts in there because this is pulling stuff from the default fields of WordPress, the post content, the read more, all the rest of it. That's not something that we're using, so we can't use that. However, what we can use, which you've seen before, is the loop grid. So I'm going to drag a loop grid in there, and then the first thing you need to do is to create your template. Before I do that, I want to come down to the query and have a look at this. So we want testimonials. And I think that's all we need to add at the moment. Let's click on publish again, and then we can go across and create our loop. As soon as we get in there, I'm going to go up to the loop item settings and put a name so I can identify it in the list, testimonials, loop. And then down under the preview settings, we want to preview testimonials, and we'll say let's preview Daisy. And then the query that we want to use, we want this post taxonomy. Let's click on apply. That's taken us back into the testimonial archive. I want to go back into the loop. So let's open that up and we can start designing the loop here. So the first thing we can add is the heading, and the heading we're going to link to ACF field, the dog's name. There's not an awful lot of point putting the whole testimonial onto the archive page, because then people wouldn't need to go in and click on to visit your testimonial pages. Now you may want that, you may want the whole testimonials to be displayed from the archive page. That's absolutely fine, but I want them to click through onto the actual testimonial pages that we've set up the template to display. So we can be a little bit more frugal with what we add to this. So we've got Daisy. I want to put in an advanced here. After Daisy, I want to put in a space, a dash, and a space, and then we'll come back and I'm going to add in another heading, and this one I'm going to connect to ACF, and we'll choose breed. So we've got the name of the dog and the breed, but I would like it horizontal. So I'm going to select the container and choose row. With this one we could put poodle in brackets. That would be easy enough just by putting in, on the advanced tab, we could put in a bracket before and a bracket afterwards, and then that would put the breed inside. You could do that if you want. I'm going to just leave that out, but don't forget you've got this before and after settings. Under the dog's name and the dog breed, I want to put in images before and after. In fact, let's just put in the before image. Now I need to do a little bit of moving around of stuff here. I want to add in another container, and let's put in the image, and with the image we are going to connect that up to the ACF field of the before. I don't think we need before and after. I think if they just have the before, they're going to see the before and want to see the after, so they'll click through to the testimonial page. And then we probably want to make it a bit smaller, so I'm going to select the image, come across to the advanced, and we'll change this to custom width and set a custom width for it. We could say in percentages, or let's choose pixels. So the pixel value, let's say 250. So 250 pixel width. And then we need some way to visit the article or the testimonial. I could put a read more link or something like that, but I'm going to just choose to have the image link to the post URL. So selecting the image, we've got a link over here. I'm going to select custom URL and then use the dynamic tag to select the post URL. Notice that there is one in there which is called the ACF URL field. That's not what you want. You want it to go to the post URL. Once you've done that, let's publish, and we'll come back out to the testimonial archive, and you can see all our dogs now. If we preview, this is the preview page. We can click on the dogs and they're taken to the individual testimonials. If we go back to the home page though, there's no way for our visitors to see that, so we need to add it to the top menu. Let's go into the dashboard, down to appearance and menu, and we want the top menu. Let's click on select, and then we can choose whereabouts we want to put it. I would probably put it right before blog, and we can find that. You'll see there's a new section called Testimonials, which has been added by the ACF plugin. Click on View All, and we want Testimonial Archive. Add to the menu. I'm going to drag that up a little bit, bring this down, and just edit the navigation label so it just says Testimonial. In fact, we should have an S on that, plural. Save menu and go across and visit the site. And now you can see we have the Testimonials link up there where people can easily find your testimonials. Clicking on each one of them will take you to the individual testimonials where people can see before and after shots. So that's an example of custom fields and custom post types and how easy it is to add them to your site if you need them using the ACF plugin. At the moment, all the testimonials on our site are lumped together onto one page. But if you offer different types of services, like a full groom, like nail trimming, like shampoo and blow dry, then it might be worth having categories, and you could categorize your before and after pictures or your testimonials. So if somebody was looking just to get the nails trimmed on their dog, they could look at just the testimonial for nail trims and not those of full grooms or shampoos and blow dries. If you go into the dashboard, down to ACF and come down to taxonomies, we can add a taxonomy, or in other words, categories. And I'm going to call this one grooming levels. That's the plural. So single version of that would be grooming level. Taxonomy key will be filled in. And then post types, we want testimonial. We want to make sure hierarchical is checked and then just click on save. We can then come over to the post types and select our testimonial post type, and you'll see the taxonomy section here. We can select the grooming level and hierarchical. Click on Save Changes. If you go over to testimonials now, you'll see we have grooming levels as categories. We can add the grooming levels to our site. So full, groom, shampoo, and we'll call it shampoo blow dry. And then the last one was nail trim. So those are the three levels of grooming. Let's go over to our testimonials up here, all testimonials, and I'm going to open them all in a new tab and then go one to one. This one is a full groom. Let's just select full groom. This next one is shampoo and blow dry, so select that and update. The next one is a full groom, select that and update. And then the last one is a nail trim, select that one and update. Over on the website, we need some way to get to the different grooming levels through this testimonial link. So we need a drop-down menu. So we'll head back into the dashboard to Appearance and Menus and make sure the top menu is selected. You'll see at the bottom of this menu items, we now have grooming levels. So we can add the three grooming levels, add to the menu, and all I'll do is I'll drag them up underneath Testimonials and then save the menu. If we go back to the site and refresh, you'll see we now have a menu drop down, but it doesn't actually do an awful lot yet because we haven't set it up to use the correct items. Testimonial still goes to the testimonial, so that's fine. Let's head back into the theme builder because we need to make an addition to this archive template for the testimonials, because at the moment they're not using it. If we go to the testimonial page, we have this header at the top, Happy Owner Testimonials. If we go over to one of the subcategories, the heading at the top says grooming level full groom, so it's not trying to use our testimonial template, it's using the default category template from the Hello Elementor theme because we haven't assigned one. Let's go into the theme builder and we come to archives and scroll down until we find our testimonial archive. Let's click Edit Conditions and add a condition. We want to include, and you can see here now we've got grooming levels. Those are the taxonomies that we added and we want to add all of them, so I'm just going to click Save and Close. If we go back to the website, we're still not out of the woods yet. If we go to testimonials, there we are. If we go to full groom, which there should be two, we're still seeing all of them. The reason is the way we set up the templates to begin with. We were expecting a single template page, therefore all testimonials could be added to the same page. That's not the case now. Now we've got some level of filtering. So back on the theme builder, let's open up the Testimonial archive template. And I'm going to bring up the structure and open the container with the loop grid and select the loop grid. If we come down to query, you can see that source says testimonials, so it's pulling out all the testimonials no matter which category page is showing. But if we click on that and select current query, it will then look to see what is actually being queried and adjust the return values accordingly. So on testimonials we have all of them. On full groom we now only have the 2. On shampoo and blow dry we only have the 1, and we only have 1 on nail trim. So you can add categories to your custom post types in this way to help break up the archive pages into smaller useful pages that your visitors might like to see. In this video I want to start looking at motion effects. The motion effects, if I select an element, this can be applied to containers or individual elements inside the containers. If I come across to the Advanced tab, collapse the layout, you can see motion effects here. And the first motion effect is this scrolling effect. It's off by default, but if you enable it, you can then see the variety of motion effects available to you. Vertical scroll, horizontal scroll, transparency, etc. But each of these, if you set the motion effect by clicking on the pencil, you're going to be asked for the viewport. So you need to understand the viewport. If I go over to a preview of the page, the viewport is the entire area that is visible within the main browser window. And the viewport runs from 0 at the bottom to 100 at the top, and directly in the middle is 50. You can see the viewport ranges from 0 to 100. 0 is right at the bottom, 100 is right at the top, 50 will be in the middle. Let me just reset the vertical scroll and turn off the scrolling effects for that container, and we'll select the button. If we come over to the motion effects, let's turn on the scrolling effect and we'll go to the vertical scroll and have a look at the options. At the bottom you can see we've got 0 to 100, so the animation will start when the button is at the bottom and it will finish when the button is at the top. The speed determines how quickly the button's going to move. Let's just move that up to 10 so we can have a look. At the top you can see the direction of the animation, so with that set to up, the button moves up during the animation. If we select it to down, the button will move down during the animation. Where the animation will start will be this lower button, so the animation will start when the button is at 0, and when the animation will finish is when the button reaches 100. Let's change the speed a little bit. We'll change it to about 2, and this one is difficult to set exactly as well. You don't have the left and right arrows, but you can click into here to put your speed in or use the little up down arrows as well. And then let's have a look at what that has done. As we scroll down the page, the button has reached 0. In fact, it's not actually the button, I'll explain that in a moment, and it will continue to create this animation where it's moving down the page until the button reaches 100%. Now this is the issue. It's not actually the button's position, it's the boundary of the button, which you can see as that blue line in there. That's why I've added a container with a border to mark the position of the button. And just another issue here, trying to select the button when it's not inside its bounding box is not easy, so the best thing to do is to have your structure open and you can just select the button directly in there. Let's go back to the motion effect and let's add in some values. So let's say we want the animation to start when the button reaches 40, which is down here, and we'll let it finish when the animation reaches 60. Okay, let's go back up to the top and we'll scroll down the page. As we scroll down the page, the button animation won't start until the bounding box of the button reaches 40%, which is about here. So the boundary of this button, the top of this button boundary reaches 40%, the animation starts. And as we keep scrolling up, when that bounding box, the bottom of the bounding box, reaches 60, the animation will stop. So you can see the animation takes place in a small area between 40 and 60% of the viewport. Let's change these values a little bit. We'll set that to 100 and we'll set this one to 50%. So we have this down animation. We expect it to start at 50% and end at 100%. Let's scroll up and have a look. So as we scroll down the page, the animation hasn't started. You'll notice that the button is inside its bounding box. It's actually a little bit out, I'm not sure why, but it's inside its bounding box, and it will stay inside that bounding box until the top of the container reaches 50, which is somewhere between those 2 points. And at that point, the animation will continue until the bottom of the bounding box just goes off the screen, and then the animation has finished. Let's change these around. We'll set that to 0 and we'll set this one to 50. And let's go back up and have a look. So we're expecting the animation to start when the top of the bounding box reaches 0 and to finish when it reaches 50. So let's scroll up. So it's started when the bounding box reaches 0, which is now. So the animation has started. And then when it gets to 50%, which is exactly in the middle of this bounding box, then the animation stops, and that button now will be stuck in place. So now you understand how the viewport controls when the animation starts and stops. In the next video, we'll have a look at some of the other animation effects that you have access to. In this video, I want to look at the other scrolling effects that we've got here. If we enable scrolling effects, I've added an image of a hummingbird. So let's select that, go to motion effects, we've got scrolling effects on. The vertical scroll we just saw, the horizontal scroll is pretty much the same. It works the same way, except you've got left to right scrolling. So if we've got it set to right, then as you scroll down, the bird will scroll into the right. If we have it set to left, then it will start off on the right and it will start moving into the left. And of course, you've got the viewport settings, so you can determine when the animation starts. In other words, in this case, it's when it gets to 50%, and then it starts to move. And we can set the end point of the animation as well. 50% it starts. When it gets to 73, it stops. Okay, when the bottom of that box gets to 73. So that works pretty much the same way. Let's go down to transparency, because this is quite an interesting one. The options you have are the direction. You've got fade in, fade out in, and fade in out. Now if we select fade in, the image is going to start faded out according to the level of fade that we set with the level slider. Let's set it to 10 with a viewport of 0 to 100. Let's scroll down and see what happens. Now it starts faded out. When it gets to 0, it starts fading in. When it gets to 100, it's fully faded in. And then it's fully faded in off at the top there. If we set these, let's say 40 to 60%, or roughly 40 to 60%, then it's going to start faded out. When it gets to 41%, it's going to start fading in, and it will be fully faded in when it gets to 61%. So it's faded out. When it gets to this point here, gets to 41, it starts to fade in. There we go. When it gets to 60%, then it's fully faded in. Okay, so that fade in and fade out are very similar. Fade out, it will start faded in. When it gets to 40%, it will start to fade out. When it gets to 61%, it's fully faded out. If we look at the next one, fade out in, because it's going to fade out, it's already going to start faded in. And it's going to start faded in until it gets to 41, then it's going to fade out until it gets to 61, and then from 61 to the end, it's going to fade back in again. So let's scroll down and have a look. So it starts faded in. At 41%, it starts to fade out. When it gets to 61%, it's fully faded out, and then it starts to fade back in again. And then the opposite is true for fade in out, because it's going to fade in, it's already faded out. And as we move up to 41%, it fades in. When it gets to 61%, it stops fading in and it starts fading out again. Let's reset that transparency. I'm also going to reset the size of the image to try and make it a little bit easier to see this. So I've got it set on medium. Let's just go across and put in a maximum width, and we'll make it smaller so it's easier to see what's going on. Let's go across to the motion effects and we'll look at blur. Now with blur, we've got fade in, fade out in, and fade in out. The level of blur is set by this level slider. We'll put it on maximum blur, and then let's set this to 50. Let's scroll up and see what happens. So we've got fade in, 53% start, 100% finish. As we scroll up, you can see it's faded out. So it's going to start fading in at 53 and finish at 100. Let's reduce this so we can see it a little bit clearer, because that's not too clear. Scroll up, it's blurred. The image is going to start fading in at 53% and it's going to be fully faded in at 67%. Let's do fade out. So because it's going to fade out, it's going to be faded in to begin with. When it gets to 53%, it's going to start fading out. Until it gets to 67%, it'll be fully faded out. So let's have a look. So it's faded in. We're going to start blurring at this point at 53%, and then it's fully blurred at 67%. Let's have a look at fade out in, and I'm going to reset these sliders a little bit. So we have 14% and 34%. We'll set the level of blur to the maximum. So fade out in. As it comes up, the image is actually faded in, but by the time it gets to 14%, it starts to fade out. Goes up to 34%, and then after 34%, it starts to fade back in again. And then the fade in out, it's going to be faded out, but it will fade in. Let's just move this because we're very low at the bottom of the screen. So it's going to fade in and then fade out. So it's going to come up blurred, and it's going to start fading in at 32%. It's going to be fully faded in at 50%, then it's going to fade out. So let's have a look. So it's blurred, comes up to 32%, starts fading in. By the time it gets to 50%, it's fully faded in, and then it fades out again. The next two options, rotate and scale, are a little bit different. If we select rotate, we can rotate the image to the left or the right. You can see the speed of the rotation is here, and we've still got the same viewport settings. Let's just set that to about 50% and then scroll down and see what happens. So we scroll up, the image is normal. When it gets to 51%, we expect it to start rotating to the left, which it does. And we can also rotate it to the right. 50%, it starts to rotate. But the other thing you've got here is you've got an X anchor point and a Y anchor point. These are the points on which the image is anchored, and both of these are in the center. That means that the X, which is horizontal, and the vertical, which is the Y, the anchor point is right in the middle, so it rotates around that middle, which is, as you can see, rotates around the middle. But we can set the anchor point to the left or the right for the X axis, horizontal, or the Y axis, the vertical. Let's go and we'll change the speed of rotation a little bit, and we'll just have another look as it's set to rotate at 50. There we go, slowly rotating. Let's change the anchor point to the left of the X and see what happens. As we scroll up, the point at which it rotates is different. It's actually rotating with the rotation point set to the left of the bounding box of the image, which is over here. So if you can imagine a big arc from the edge of the bounding box to the center of the bird, you can see that that is now rotating with that point over on the left. If we set it over to the right, then the rotation point will be over here. So you'll see an arc from the right hand side. So that's the center of the rotation point. Let's change that and we'll try the Y anchor point. Now the Y anchor point is up down, and we've got it set to the top. So the point at which the image is anchored and rotates around is right there in the middle. Let's have a look. If we scroll up 50%, you can see that the image then starts to rotate around that Y. And you can also do it down at the bottom. So the image is rotating from the bottom point. And you can set that both with rotate and with scale. And scale, you've got scale up, scale down, scale up and down. And you can see that will just increase or decrease the size of the bird. Let's set that to 30 and 70. And then as we scroll up, you can see that when it gets to 32%, it starts to scale up. When it gets to 70%, it's at its maximum size. And then scale down is the opposite. So if it's going to scale down, then the bird is scaled up to begin with. When it gets to 32%, it scales down till it gets to 70%, and then it's its maximum scale down. And then scale down, scale up. The image is going to start scaled up, and when it gets to 32, it will start scaling down until it gets to 70. When it gets to 70, it will start scaling up again. So let's have a look. You see the image is scaled up. When it gets to 32, scales down. When it gets to 70, it starts to scale up again. And then the opposite for scale up, scale down. With scale up, scale down, it's going to start scale down. It's going to start scaling up to 32 until it gets to 70, and then from 70 it's going to start scaling down again. And again with this one, you also have your anchor points. So have a play around with those. Also be aware that you can apply more than one motion effect. So in this case we've got scale up, scale down. Let's come in there, we've got that set to maximum. Let's just have that scale up. So it will scale up. But also, we'll make sure it's scaled up by the time it gets to 50%. But also we can apply some of the other options as well. So for example, we could apply a fade in on this. And we can set different viewport parameters for the fade in. So we've got it scaling up, but it's not faded in until 50%, then it starts to fade in. So you can apply multiple motion effects to the elements on your page, and also onto containers. If you want to try these on whole containers, it's worth having a go at that. And just before we leave motion effects, we need to look at this, effects relative to. The default is the viewport, so that effect is being calculated based on the viewport size. But you can set it to the entire page, and then the effect is going to be calculated based on the full size of the page. And you'll see a different effect here. If we start with the viewport, you'll see that it's much quicker as we scroll up. If we set it to the entire page, then we're going to find the effect is slower, because the rotation is being calculated based on the full page, not just the viewport. In this video I want to look at mouse effects, and all I've got here is a container with 3 icon elements inside. And let's go across to the advanced and down to motion effects. You'll see the mouse effects allows you to track your mouse. So as you move your mouse, whatever you have set will track your mouse, and also 3D tilt. We'll see what both of those are because there are some options for those. I'm not going to select the container itself. Let's select the first button and we'll come down to motion effects and put on a mouse effect. Let's put mouse track. Now as you move your mouse, you see that icon is moving, and I've got this direction set to opposite. So if I move to the right with my mouse, the icon moves left, and vice versa. We can have it going in the same direction. So if I move my mouse to the left, the icon goes left. If I move it to the right, my icon goes to the right. And you can set the speed as well. Okay, let's click on the second icon and let's add a mouse effect to that as well. We'll say opposite and less of a speed, and then I want to select the third icon and we'll put something else on there. Mouse effect, mouse track, let's say in the same direction, and speed. And now if I move my mouse around, you see those icons are all tracking according to my mouse movements and what I've set. Be aware again that once you do that, you're not going to be able to select the icons with your mouse. So bring up the structure and then you can select the icons that way. The other option we have is 3D tilt. Let's select icon number 1 and we'll go across to the style and we'll make it a bit bigger. And I'm going to give it a primary color, Liverpool red. Okay, let's go back. Now we know which one that is. Close this down. You can see that's moving according to my mouse tracking. Let's come down to motion effects and we'll add 3D tilt to it. And you can see as I move, the icon itself is tilting a bit. We can increase the amount of tilt and the speed of movement just by selecting that. Let's try the opposite direction. So as I move to the right, the icon tilts one way, as I move to the left, the icon tilts the other way. So those are the two main options for the mouse effects, but you can also apply mouse effects to the backgrounds of containers. So let's just come into this container and I'm going to select an image for the background. I'll select Teddy, it's my dog, and we'll come to layout and we'll put a minimum height. We're not quite going to get all of him in there. Put center and cover. There we go. Now we've got him all the way in there. When you've selected a background, you'll notice you've got scrolling effects and mouse effects. So you can put both scrolling and mouse effects on there. Let's just have a look at the mouse effect, and I'm going to say track. Let's say opposite, and we'll set a value like that. So now the background image of my container is also showing that mouse effect. So just be aware that with images on containers, backgrounds on containers, then you can add scrolling effects and mouse effects to the background as well. And you'll find that on the Style tab, not the Advanced tab. When you add your image or your background, scroll down and you have access to them down there. However, you can add motion effects to the container as a whole instead of just to the background image. So I've turned the background image scrolling effects and mouse effects off, but if I come across to the Advanced tab with the container selected, I do have access to my effects. So that is the entire container moving now around the screen, not the background image. And you see my icons are also obeying their effects that we've added. In this video I want to have a look at this sticky option inside the motion effects, and in preparation for that I've created a container with a heading, image, text and a button. If we select a container and choose sticky top, then let's go to the top of the document and scroll down and see what happens. Here's the container that we've stuck to the top. When you are scrolling down, that container, when it gets there, stops scrolling up with the rest of the content and sticks to the top. As I scroll back up the page, when that container reaches its rightful place in the document, it retains its rightful place and scrolls normally. If we were to select at the bottom, then let's start with the container in the middle. If I scroll down the page, the container scrolls with it. But if I scroll up the page, the container is going down towards the bottom, and when it reaches the bottom it stays there. I can continue scrolling up the page, but that container sticks. As I scroll back down, it will find its rightful place in the document and then begin to scroll normally. Let's remove that, and instead let's choose the heading and we'll stick it to the top. Now you should be able to guess what's going to happen here. As we scroll down the page, the heading goes up, 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 hits the top and sticks. The rest of the document scrolls normally. And then as we scroll up the page, the heading will eventually find its rightful place in the container and then scroll down with the rest of the content. And the same for the bottom. If we start off in the middle, we can scroll down the page and the heading scrolls normally. But if we scroll up the page, so the heading is moving down, when the heading hits the bottom, it sticks there. And then as we scroll down the page, it'll find its rightful place back in the container. So that's what the sticky option is for. It's to stick something either to the top of the page or the bottom of the page during scrolling. It's quite useful if you want to force your visitors to see something, and you could have a container or element scrolling with the page and then sticking as the user tries to scroll past it. You see it quite a lot on sites with social media buttons, so the social media buttons are always there. You also see it quite often with headers, when as you scroll down the header will stay stuck at the top. The content will scroll, but the header always remains in view. In this video we're going to look at the last of the motion effects, which is the animation entrance. And you can apply this to individual elements or you can apply it to entire containers. So let's select this logo as an example, come down to motion effects, and then we can apply an animation effect. The animation effect has some settings. You can set it to normal duration, you can set it to slow so it appears much slower, or to fast. Let's set it to slow because it's a bit more obvious, and then you have a delay where 1000 milliseconds is a second. So if I say 1000 milliseconds, let's publish and preview. then as we scroll down, we'll get to that section, that container, but it will take 1000 milliseconds or 1 second before that animation is triggered. And there it is, it's appearing in there. Let's have a look at some of the other animations because there's quite a few. You can do a quick preview just by selecting them, and there is the zoom in. Let's, for preview, select this to normal and then bounce. You can have it slide down. You can rotate. Then there's these ones down here for attention seekers if you want to get somebody's attention. So that one is flashing. This one's called head shake. I'll leave you to explore all those because there's quite a lot of variation in them. So that was just applied to an element. The other thing you might want to apply it to is the entire container. So let me just remove the motion effect from the, go up to none, from that image. Let's take the entire container, we'll come down and we'll add a motion effect. Let's say the rubber band motion effect, and we'll say normal and we'll leave it at 1000. Let's publish, and then we'll scroll down the page until we get to that section. There's a short delay and then we get the rubber band, so that bit comes in with that particular animation. Let's have a look at another way you might use this. Towards the top I've got these 3 icon boxes. What we can do is we can set these icon boxes to appear one after another with a short delay. So let's come down to the motion effects. For the first one we'll set the same animation for each one. We'll just say fade in down. Let's set the animation for the second one, fade in, well we'll say fade in up for that one, and then this one let's change that to fade in left. Now if we were to preview that page, let's have a look what's happened. See, they're all happening at the same time, but we can put delays on these. So let's come back down to the first box. We'll say that for the first box let's put on a 500 millisecond delay, so that's half a second. On the second one we'll add 1000, so that's 1 second, and then the third one we'll add 1500. Let's preview the page and scroll down. So the first one after half, 1 second, and then 1.5 seconds. So you can play around with these animation effects, and as I said, they can be individual elements within a container, or they can be the entire container. In this video I want to look at the transform option on the advanced tab. We've got transform down here underneath the motion effects, and you have a normal transform and a hover transform. If I just come down to this image and use that as an example, let's come down to the transform, and you can see the various transformations you can make. This I think is quite intuitive. Rotate will rotate it, offset will offset it to the X or the Y depending on the values. Scale we've seen before in motion effects, skew we've seen before, and then flip horizontal and flip vertical. Now you can apply these effects to the normal state or the hover state. This is the normal state, so I can rotate that on the normal state to have my image flipped horizontal. If I come to the hover and I flip it horizontal, you'll see nothing has happened, but that's because that effect will happen when I move my mouse over. So now it's flipping horizontal, or you can have it flip vertical with mouse over. So when you're setting these transformations, be aware of which tab you're on. Rotate is fairly simple. We've got rotate, the number of degrees, and we've also got the X and Y anchor points that we've seen before, so I won't be going through that. But be aware also that you can set these for the different viewports. So you can have a different transformation on different viewports. This is actually done a little bit differently to the motion effects. If we go up there and turn scrolling effects on, we can apply scrolling effects to different displays, but we do it with this. We do the apply effects on desktop, tablet and mobile, whereas down in the transform you have the little icons here. So it's just done slightly differently from that. So scrolling effects, you can apply them just slightly different. With the mouse effects, if you select a mouse effect, you don't actually have that option of applying it only on certain breakpoints. Same with tilt. However, the sticky effect, if we apply the sticky effect, again, you've got this selector here, which is just a little bit different from the type of selector we're using down here on transform. I suspect that Elementor will change this eventually so that everything is the same. For entrance animations, there you can see we have the little icon there. If we have a look at the offset, you can see you've got the X offset, the Y offset, and you can change those on a device by device basis, which is useful. Scaling, you can scale your image. Let's just set the mobile phone. Let's say for the mobile phone we don't want to scale it, and then if we switch between desktop, we've got it scaled. Mobile phone, we don't have it scaled. The skew, you can skew your images, and again, don't forget you've got the hover state, so we could say, well, let's just skew it in the hover state. And you'll have to have a play around with those settings. The transition duration is just how long those things take. So if I set that to 1 second, let's try the scale. We'll say to scale it like this. We're in the hover state, then the scaling will take 1 second to do it. It's all fairly intuitive in there. So that's the transform menu for transforming elements, or you can transform entire containers. Let's add in a container and just have a quick look at that. I'm going to put in a call to action. I'm going to add that in, and then I'm going to just delete some of these elements to make it a little bit smaller. Select the button, delete. I'll select this title, make it smaller. Okay, and then if I select the entire container and come across to transform, we can rotate the container. We can scale the container. And again, that's on a viewport by viewport basis. And with the hover state, let's say with a hover state we want to scale it a little bit, then you can see as you move your mouse over, it is scaling. With scaling, anything less than 1 is going to be smaller, anything bigger than 1 is going to be bigger. So you can use these transforms in both normal mode, in other words how it looks normally on a page, and then when a user hovers their mouse over. And you also have total control over the different breakpoints that you've got set up in Elementor.